Our main character is called Chen Luyu. He accidentally transmigrated into a world where you can get stronger just by reading books. Reading Confucian classics can cultivate righteous qi. Reading Taoist scriptures can generate primordial qi. And reading Buddhist texts can comprehend the true meaning of reincarnation. And every transmigrator has a system, right? That's the MC of another story, because this guy ain't got no system. But because he diligently provides vitamins, the heavens have blessed him with an encyclopedia in his head. A Liao Zai collection is considered a divine text by the demon realm. Publishing demigods and semidevils unleashes a martial arts earthquake that shakes the heavens and earth. Writing Zhang Kui's power legend creates a Zhang Kui who can pacify ghosts and dominate evil. He's immediately targeted by the heavenly Tao. Other MCs cultivate their asses off, but he becomes a sage by leisurely reading. And oh, enough of the jibber-jabber, let's get started. The story begins with mournful cries echoing through the Chen family estate. Master, you died so tragically. Master, quickly accept this paper money. Don't be stingy if you encounter evil spirits. Master, please don't come back to haunt us. We'll be sure to make offerings on the proper holidays. If we ever forget, please bear with it. Chen Luo, lying in his coffin, suddenly opens his eyes. Me? Where am I? What? A mourning hall? Ancient clothing? Did I transmigrate? Chen Luo sits up from inside the coffin. Below, a little maid is burning paper money. While half-heartedly crying, Chen Luo is about to greet the little maid when a surge of memories suddenly hits him hard, causing Chen Luo to involuntarily groan. What is this? A flood of memories comes rushing in. Down below, the little maid is sobbing. Finally hearing the commotion, she looks up, and their eyes meet. At this moment, Chen Luo is being forcibly flooded with memories like a tidal wave, his face contorted. The little maid turns pale and screams, then snaps out of it and dashes out of the mourning hall yelling as she runs. We're doomed! The dead master has risen. After the little maid runs off, Chen Luo tries to digest the memories in his head and quickly understands his situation. So that's how it is. My name is Chen Lu, courtesy name Dong Liu, 19 years old, parents deceased, has an older sister, has a home. The head of the Chen Manor, Wan'an County, Luning Prefecture, in the Xuanmen dynasty. Ugh, a scholar's family. Knowing how to read at 3, writing poetry at 5, reading classics at 7, and accomplishing nothing at 19. Chen Luo sighs. No need to dwell on these unimportant memories. The main point is, how did this Chen Luo die? Chen Luo tries to recall the memories in his head, and quickly understands everything from beginning to end. Chen Luo saw that ghostly entity enter his dream. In the dream, the ghost's 3-foot-long tongue wrapped around his neck and yanked with all its might. In the dream, Chen Luqiao's head felt like it was being twisted off, and his physical body in the real world died along with it. Chen Luo even heard the ghostly entity whispering in his ear, "The Chen family will all die." Chen Luo shivers. Oh my god. To actually have your neck broken in a dream? Doesn't that mean this world has ghosts and demons? Looking around, he feels an extremely cold sensation. This is a mourning hall. The more he thinks about it, the scarier it gets. I have to get out of here, quick. Chen Luo heads out of the mourning hall. But just as one foot steps out, a putrid liquid splatters all over his face, drenching him from head to toe. Chen Luo's vision instantly turns blood red, and he can't see clearly for a moment. At this moment, a commotion and the sound of footsteps rise up. Chen Luo only hears an old, hoarse voice shout loudly, "Attack now!" Black dog blood. It won't restrain him for long. I heard that revived corpses are most afraid of coffin nails. Quickly, take the coffin nails and nail him down. Immediately after that, Chen Lugo feels a numbness in his back, as if someone hit him with a club, and he staggers forward a couple of steps before falling to the ground. Chen Luo is tense, struggling to get up, and shouts out, "Wait, stop. Damn it, I just transmigrated and I'm already getting shanked to the point of feeling cold? Aren't all transmigrators supposed to have a system? Where's the system?" Chen Luo yells. "System, your host is calling you. Come out and save me." But the whole room is silent. Nothing happens. The little maid quickly covers her ears and says in horror, "Ah, this must be the voice of the underworld. We shouldn't listen or we'll shorten our lifespan. Nail him down. Don't tell me my transmigrated life is ending here." Chen Luo sighed inwardly. Just as he was losing consciousness, he suddenly heard a clear female voice in his ear. "Stop, right there." Chen Luo saw a figure rushing towards him. In an instant, this figure overlapped with a figure in his memory. Chen Luo opened his mouth wide but couldn't utter a sound, and just fainted. Chen Luko felt like he was in a dream. In his dream, he saw countless giant brushes falling from the sky and plunging into the earth, turning the land into ink. Then, the tips of those giant brushes opened up into blooming flowers. The originally lifeless world instantly transformed into a sea of flowers. At this moment, a loud and distant voice echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Di ji tianshang dao, shuo shao yanyi renjian, mao hong zhen yuo, xiang tian shao ni lian yang shen, ta shu fo. Just as the voice faded, several petals peeled off from the giant brush on the ground and floated towards Chen Luo. The petals were heavy and layered upon each other. One petal landed on Chen Luo. Chen Luo reached out to catch it, but when his hand touched the petal, it turned into black light and entered Chen Luo's forehead. Chen Luo felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and he shuddered all over. He clearly felt that he had more information in his head, and that was the Zhongkui's ghost-catching records. Zhongkui. Chen Luo opened his eyes again, feeling a sense of confusion. Unlike the first awakening lying in a coffin, this time Chen Luo was sleeping on a bed. Too much stuff crammed in at once. Ouch, it hurts. Ah, it smells so good. Where is this? He turned his head and saw a fresh young girl. OMG. A beauty with a built-in face filter, the kind that would go viral the moment she posts on any app. This is. Chen Luo looked closely. Chen Chuan. Immediately, the memories of his past life surfaced. Ah, so she's my older sister, not the childhood sweetheart I'm forced to marry. What a waste. Such a beautiful older sister. I must have vaguely seen her saving me, and she even gave me her bed and took care of me all night. Not bad. At least I'm not an orphan from the start. The difficulty level has dropped a bit. But this world is a bit different from other transmigration worlds. In my memory, you can cultivate and become stronger just by reading books. But the most unbelievable thing is that this world only has classics from Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism, and nothing else. No web novels. No manga, no no homework, with standard answers. Double fail. I was in a dream just now. It seems like Chen Luo learned in his dream that the brushes creating flowers, the sea of flowers, those petals, are actually Xian books, entertainment books. In a world with only 3 kinds of classics, a world where you can cultivate just by reading, my cheat is a pile of Xian books. Totally useless. Why do I feel like the system assigned to me is kinda dumb? Why didn't it just give me a super invincible Tongtian scripture with ultimate killing techniques, or some Vajra body, directly stealing the invincible divine power of heaven and earth? If not, give me a copy of Li Sao or Anilex. Ah, are you kidding me? My self-mocking was so loud that it immediately woke Chen Xuan. Xiao Luo, Chen Xuan, saw Chen Luo awake, and immediately jumped on him, hugging him tightly. Embraced by Chen Xuan's bosom, Chen Luo's face flushed instantly. Why is my heart beating so fast? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Chen Luo replied. Probably because I'm too excited, and adrenaline is suddenly rushing, leading to a heart rhythm disorder. Ah. What the hell did I just say? I know, it must be because the blanket is too thick. Let me ask Xiao Huang to get you a thinner one. Here, Xiao Luo, stay here, don't move, I'll be right back. Why does that line sound familiar? Okay, I'll just walk around, I have to quickly try it out, and write the Zhongkui's ghost-catching records. If it's in the BUG, it will definitely work. With that, Chen Luo got out of bed, casually put on his shoes, went to the desk, spread out the paper, dipped his brush in ink, and began to write. Chen Luo held the brush, wanting to put the brush on the white paper. At this time suddenly felt a force coming on himself, to stop him from writing. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. So that's how it is, I understand now. The reason why there are only classics from the 3 religions in this world is because only books recognized by the heavenly Tao can be written in refined language. In this world, the heavenly Tao is like a parent of a primary schooler, going to junior high, can't even write Xian books. In modern times, you were the one writing complaint letters about games and comics, weren't you? But at this moment, Chen Luo seemed to see the Zhongkui's ghost-catching records appearing on the white paper under his brush, the dream scene in the sea of flowers. This illusion flashed by. But almost at the same time, Chen Luo also sensed that the power of the heavenly Tao on his body had disappeared at the same time. Chen Luo was stunned. Did the heavenly Tao accept Zhongkui's ghost-catching records? Chen Luo suddenly realized. I understand now. It turns out that all the books taken from the Sea of Flowers in the dream can be accepted by the heavenly Tao, which means that the 4 great classics of this world, Lin Chuan Zi, Dream Zihe Strange Legendary, Ghost Strange Pen Notes, and so on, are all completely written by me. These Xian books will all be my bug. With the BUG, the beginning is simple. Let me see what this bug will be. Why is it only shining here? Could it be that the ability of this version of Zhongkui's ghost-catching records is just to blind people's eyes? But this light wasn't too blinding either. The piece of paper suddenly rose without any wind, hovering in midair. The ink text on the paper suddenly burst forth with golden light. And within this golden light, a figure slowly poked its head out of the page, and in just a few seconds, a large man emerged from the paper, landing in front of Chen Luo. The big guy was nearly 2 meters tall, with a hawkish gaze, a flat nose, mutton chops, a fierce avatar, wearing red court attire, and a mandarin hat. He had a solemn look on his face, clasped his hands in a fist, and bowed respectfully. "This one is Zhongkui, here to serve my lord." Chen Luo was a bit surprised, looking all nonchalant. "Are you a real person? Did I summon you by writing a book?" That Zhongkui just stood there calmly, bowed again, and said, "Reporting to my lord, this one is not the real Zhongkui, but a book spirit summoned from the Zhongkui records book." The author is also named Zhongkui. Chen Luo frowned slightly. "A book spirit, huh? So, can you exorcise ghosts? After all, I'm being haunted by ghosts right now, and if he can't exorcise them, I can only restart my life." "My lord, the work mentions that this one can exorcise ghosts, so the heavenly Dapgyo accepts it in this regard." This one can exorcise ghosts, but the book spirit's abilities are related to the author's aura. It's the same for this one. Even if this one is naturally a ghostbane, at best I can only deal with ghosts 2 realms higher than my lord. 2 realms higher than me? Wait, what realm am I in now? He suddenly remembered that he was level 0, the lord of losers. Chen Luo dove into the corner and self-reflected. How can you be so useless? No wonder you got killed by a ghost. How can it be 0? How can it be 0? My lord doesn't need to praise himself like that. This one is 2 realms higher than my lord, which means in my lord's words, the first level can kill ghosts that affect weak people, and the second level can kill vengeful ghosts that kill people in dreams. Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up like headlights. Killing my predecessor was a vengeful ghost entering his dream. That's perfect. Just as Chen Luo and Zhongkui were in the middle of a Q&A session, Zhongkui suddenly said urgently, "Ghost Chi." Chen Luo was stunned and immediately reacted. He remembered that Chen Xuan was still outside the room, and hurriedly rushed out. Zhongkui followed closely like a gust of wind. "That ghost said it wanted to kill my whole family, and after killing me, it came back. It's definitely eyeing my beautiful, gorgeous, and generous sister, love at first sight. Looking to eat her. Bewitching people's hearts, huh? If anyone dares to touch my beautiful, gorgeous, and generous sister, looking to eat her, bewitching people's hearts, I'll make your soul fly away and scatter, you bastard." Chen Luo ran to the backyard, only to find the little maid, Xiao Huan, slumped beside the flower garden. Chen Luo hurried over and asked, "Xiao Huan, where's the young mistress?" Xiao Huan saw that it was Chen Luo, and stammered. "The young mistress said she saw a ghost chasing after her. Just now I didn't know what kind of evil wind blew me over, and I couldn't stand still. Young master, do you think I was stabbed by a ghost?" Before Xiao Huan finished speaking, the moon appeared from the dark clouds. The moonlight shone behind Chen Luo. Zhongkui's face on Xiao Huan stunned for a moment, and she pointed to Zhongkui, almost trembling, and said, "Luo, young master Luo, run! There's a ghost." As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted. Chen Luo turned his head and looked at Zhongkui, who smiled a little embarrassedly. "My lord, don't be angry. I've already found your sister." "Where? Take a look yourself." Zhongkui waved his sleeve, and a gust of cold air shot towards Chen Luo's eyes. Chen Luo's eyes cooled down. "Shit, that's cold. What did you throw at me? It's a magic spell to open the yin-yang eyes. Please look up." Then he followed Zhongkui, and looked up together, and saw Chen Xuan's soul fighting a ghost on the roof of the main hall. Chen Luo shouted, "Zhongkui, help me get a ladder. I need to get on the roof to help." Zhongkui moved slightly, and flew towards the roof. Zhongkui suddenly stopped, and Chen Luo was about to ask, when he suddenly saw Chen Xuan sitting cross-legged not far from the gate. He saw 5 silver needles inserted into Chen Xuan's head, and his face went blank. Zhongkui immediately explained, "This is your sister's physical body. That up there is her soul." I'm not surprised by this, but those 5 silver needles are the forbidden secret technique of the heterodox Confucian school, the 13 needles of the heavenly gate. My sister is cultivating the soul-sustaining silver needles, which seals off all her senses, so that her soul can escape. At the same time, she will lose her ability to sense. She must be guarding outside the garden to fight the evil ghost in order to protect herself. Even though I'm not her little brother, from this moment on, Zhongkui will assist." Chen Luo softly commanded. "Zhongkui." His figure slightly moved, flying towards the roof. "Since I've been reborn again, I'll try my best to live well this time, Chen Xuan. From now on, I will protect everything that belongs to us." Just as the ghost was about to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Xuan, Zhang Kui immediately made his move, grabbing its hand. Seeing Zhang Kui, the ghostly creature opened its mouth and roared. Chen Xuan was surprised. "Young miss, please go downstairs quickly. Leave this to this one." Turning to see Chen Luo setting up a ladder, he roared fiercely, "Damn evil spirit, I will smash your head today." Chen Xuan clasped her hands. "It's fine to leave this to you, sir. I don't know magic, so I'll go protect my little brother." Zhang Kui swallowed one of the ghost's eyes in one gulp, chewing it in his mouth, and at the same time reached out again to grab the ghost's arm. Unable to escape Zhang Kui's grip, like eating candy, he rapidly chewed the ghost's arm, skin and bones, into pieces and swallowed it. Then he immediately sat on the ghost's body, grabbing one of its legs and devouring it greedily. "So this is what a demon tastes like. So delicious." Chen Xuan hurriedly ran to Chen Luo. "Idiot! What are you doing here? Go back inside quickly." "All right, who is that?" "Don't say any more. Quickly return to your body, or your soul will dissipate. I'll explain later, sis." Chen Luo was already burning with anxiety, saying, "What's wrong? Hurry back. Or what will happen if your soul dissipates later?" Chen Xuan didn't immediately return her spirit to her body, but looked at Chen Luo with a bit of reluctance. "I want to look at you a little more, in case I can't see you later." Chen Luo felt a slight trepidation in his heart, and hurriedly shook his head. "Don't say such depressing things. Maybe it's just hearing loss. Consider it rhinitis." "Rhinitis? What's that?" "It's nothing. Hurry up and go back." "All right, then let me return to my body." Chen Xuan walked towards her body. In an instant she merged with her body, and Chen Luo hurriedly stepped forward. "How is it? Is anything uncomfortable?" Chen Xuan sensed for a moment and said with a smile, "You're right, it's just hearing loss." Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. You're just a mortal. Why do you always like fighting demons? Don't you know how dangerous it is?" Chen Xuan shook her head slightly. "I was afraid it would come and harm you again." Chen Luo was shaken in his heart and was about to open his mouth, when he suddenly saw that Chen Xuan's pupils were rapidly turning white and couldn't help but be stunned. He slowly stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Chen Xuan's eyes. Chen Xuan didn't notice at all. He didn't know why, including this time. Chen Luo had only met the woman in front of him for the second time. But at this moment, a fire seemed to rise in Chen Luo's heart. His nose was sour, and his eyes instantly became moist. Chen Xuan was completely unaware of Chen Luo's change in expression, and looked up, as if looking at Zhang Kui, and asked with a smile, "Who is this eminent person?" Chen Luo suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and continued, "His name is Zhang Kui. He's a book spirit I summoned." Chen Xuan wondered. A book spirit? Before Chen Luo could answer, Zhang Kui had swallowed the entire ghost into his stomach, floated down from the roof, and clasped his hands towards Chen Luo. "My lord, this one has subdued the ghost. But this ghost is not the mastermind behind the plot to harm the great lord." Chen Luo and Chen Xuan's expressions both changed drastically at the same time. Chen Luo asked, "It's not him. Then who is trying to harm me?" "Not from the memory of the ghost I swallowed. I discovered that he is a cunning ghost, and in his mind there is only a powerful fox demon commanding him." "A fox demon?" Chen Luo turned to look at the snow-white pupils. Chen Xuan clenched her fists. "I know." Chen Xuan grabbed Chen Luo's hand and said, "Xiao Luo, go back to your room first and help me call Xiao Huang here. We need to report the demon matter to the magistrate's office. Now they can't ignore it." "I'll go. It's just a small matter. I can handle it. But Xiao Luo has never managed anything at home. Why did you take the initiative to mention it today?" Xiao Huang, who had fainted earlier, had woken up and hurriedly ran over, her eyes staring fixedly at Chen Xuan's pale pupils. "Young miss, what's wrong with your eyes? Are they blind?" "So my eyes have already been so clear. Xiao Luo saw it long ago, right?" "Xiao Huang, go call Uncle Ping, and tell Uncle Ping to go to the government office with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo has been arrogant and distant from me since he was a child. Now that my eyes are blind, what will the Chen family do in the future?" Chen Luqiao grabbed Chen Xuan's hand, his eyes filled with determination. "Don't be scared. I'm here for you. I'll handle everything." Chen Luo turned and left, heading towards the study. Chen Xuan, hearing Chen Luo leave, finally spoke, asking Xiao Huang, "Do you think Xiao Luo has changed?" Xiao Huang choked back tears. "Not really, but he's changed a lot. I must be blind." Chen Luo, walking away, thought, "Damn it." Sorting through the memories, he realized that the former Chen Luo was a complete loser, not only neglecting household affairs big and small, but also lacking any talent for studying. The entire Chen family depended on Chen Xuan to support them. which explained her attitude earlier. Even blind, she didn't want to tell this younger brother of hers because it wouldn't make a difference. What was the point of talking to a useless piece of trash? Hey Laozhong, I have a question for you. Go ahead and ask. Is there any way to quickly raise a person's reputation in a short amount of time? Well, this old one does know of a method, Chen Luo urged anxiously. Speak quickly, quick. Take advantage of the dark night and high winds to kill and set fires. I guarantee your fame will skyrocket from the ground to the underworld in an instant. Even the judge's book of good and evil will remember you with bold ink. Chen Luo was speechless. You don't learn the good stuff, only the bad. I'm gonna fight you. Chen Xuan was confused. Xiao Luo seems really noisy all of a sudden. Xiao Huang wailed. Young master seems to have gone crazy too. Chen Xuan felt the jade stone. This is the soul-stabilizing jade that father left behind when Xiao Luo was revived. The soul-stabilizing jade wasn't shattered in his mouth, which meant Xiao Luo's body couldn't have been taken over by some expert. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Although Xiao Luo seems more mature, it must be because he's become more mature after experiencing death once. Suddenly, she jumped up, her face full of pride. Xiao Luo has grown up, Xiao Huang, not understanding what was happening, asked. What's wrong, young miss? Is she playing the stand-in game? While Chen Xuan was pondering, Chen Luo was conducting another identity test in the study. In the study, the old steward and Chen Luo were asking and answering questions. When the young master was little, he broke one of this old servant's teeth. Does the young master remember when that happened? 6 years old? But I didn't break it. It was when you were carrying me up Bowang Tower and fell to protect me. Chen Ping continued. The first book of classics that the young master read was given by this old servant. Does the young master remember which one it was? Chen Luo thought for a moment and replied. It was the Jai's Spring and Autumn Annals, written by my father, but I got angry and tore it up because I couldn't understand it. You lied to father and said it was torn by a dog. Hearing this, the old steward became a little embarrassed, rubbing his hands red-faced. This old servant has a lover outside. Does the young master remember who it is? This old ginger is getting spicier. Not letting Chen Ping trick him, Chen Luo crossed his arms and answered confidently. Your lover is the cook in our house, Aunt Ma. When I was little, I loved Aunt Ma's sugar cakes the most. You used your position to bring Aunt Ma to the manor as a cook. Chen Luo looked at the old steward with disdain. It's been 15 or 16 years, and you still haven't gotten into Aunt Ma's bed. I look down on you. Hearing this, the old steward wilted. Not knowing what to say, Chen Ping hugged Chen Luo's head tightly, tears and snot everywhere. It's really him. The young master was indeed protected by the old master, so that the young master could be resurrected from the dead. Young master, this old servant has wronged you. Being squeezed by the old bones made Chen Luo panic. Hey, let me go. Don't think. I don't know, you're the one who splattered me with black dog blood. Stop it now. Young miss is right. Let's go report to the authorities now. We still have over a dozen households. Let's call them all. Chen Luo rubbed his hands. What can they do to us? Reporting to the authorities isn't like going to slay demons. Chen Ping's face turned pale with fear. If it's a fox demon, we need to be a little careful, right? Chen Luo didn't think so. You're always very cautious. But now we're casually reporting to the authorities. What will we say when they ask us what it's about? Chen Ping immediately jumped into character, kneeling down and pretending. Reporting to the authorities, our house has been ravaged by a fox demon. Luckily, the young master has a long life and was resurrected from the dead. Chen Luo followed the old steward's rhythm. So, where's the fox demon? There isn't one, right? The young master was resurrected from the dead. Right, perform it for me again. Hearing this, the old steward could only smile awkwardly. The young master is indeed the young master. I didn't even think of that. Chen Luo crossed his arms and frowned. That's why I said you're waiting to get old. Keep talking. Hello? Chen Ping made an unpredictable move, holding up the knife. Eyes sparkling as he looked at Chen Luo, eagerly pleading, Young master, can you really perform dying once more and then reviving? Chen Luo was speechless. Looking at the old man, one headache hadn't gone away before another popped up. Seeing the old butler talking nonsense, Chen Luo flicked his forehead again. Are you cursing me to die? I get it. The evidence isn't enough, there's no logic. Reporting to the authorities would only lead to injustice. Chen Luo's face darkened. That's right. You should really think hard about when we ended up offending this tiger. The old butler sat down, rubbing his head. Our Chen family moved out, working, while learning how could we possibly offend any monsters or anything like that. When the master was alive, he loved traveling the world, but he had another identity of eliminating demons, so he couldn't involve the family. The old butler seemed to remember something. Suddenly kneeling down, "I remember," he began to recall, telling a story from the past. 2 years ago, during the autumn harvest, a tenant farmer named Wang Shi-gui from Zhaoxi village east of the city came to the manor saying a tiger from Shiyu mountain had run away and stolen his wife. At that time, Miss was out on business. "I told you about this, young master, and you replied, 'You decide for yourself, don't bother me with small matters,'" the old butler continued. "Afterward, this old servant decided on my own to find the hunter Zhu Yong in Zhaoxi village, gave him 20 taels of silver, and sent a dozen zhuang ding to help him hunt down and kill the tiger in Zhishu mountain." Chen Luo crossed his arms, his face furrowed as he asked, "Is there a problem?" Chen Ping's expression became serious. "The tiger that was killed was a female." Chen Luo's eyes lit up, thinking of a beautiful little female demon tiger. A female? Could it be I'm self-sabotaging? Chen Luo doubted his existence. Could it be that the original Chen Luo wasn't just a useless bum, but also played with the feelings of a female tiger? Seeing the young master's emotions changing constantly, making Chen Ping confused, the old butler stepped forward to inquire. Before the young master could say anything, Chen Luo raised his hand to interrupt. "I know." Chen Luo's face was full of sorrow. "Where is the grave of that female tiger? Take me there to apologize to her." Hearing these words made the old butler even more confused. The old butler was bewildered. Could it be that after being revived, our young master has brain damage? Not caring about the old butler's reaction, Chen Luo sighed. "What kind of karma have I created?" In his heart he was annoyed. "Having been transmigrated here, I still have to clean up other people's messes." "Clean up messes?" The old butler scratched his head. "Young master, apologizing to the female tiger now won't do any good, because the point isn't about her, but that we haven't found the male tiger. Tigers have always been male and female together, now coming for revenge, it's probably the male one." Hearing this, Chen Luo regained his spirits. Seeing the young master's emotions change even faster than flipping a book, the old butler was gradually getting used to it. Chen Luo excitedly jumped up. "So that's how it is, not that way. That's great. That's great. No wonder I don't have any weird memories in my head." The old butler was covered in question marks. Young master has gone crazy. "Enough being crazy for a while," Chen Luo coughed, trying to regain his dignity. "Now that we've found the cause of the matter, if the tiger eats someone first, then we take action to eliminate the harm. It's not our fault." Chen Luo slammed the table hard. "If it wants revenge, then we'll fight it to the end." The old butler's eyes widened behind him. "Yeah." Chen Ping supported his forehead in dismay. Young master has really gone crazy. Seeing old Ping's reaction, Chen Luo was a little confused. "Just now I was muttering to myself, and he looked at me like that. Is there a problem? But I'm so serious right now. Why is he still looking at me like that?" Chen Ping remembered how the young master used to be afraid of even caterpillars, hiding behind him and screaming, "Uncle Bin, I'm counting on you. I'll cheer you on. Go for it." The young master of the past was clearly like that. Chen Ping suddenly clasped his hands, his eyes shining like stars as he looked at Chen Luo. Could it be that after experiencing death once, the young master has really grown up? If that's the case, the master below the Yellow Springs can rest in peace. Chen Ping rushed forward and grabbed Chen Luo's hands tightly, his eyes tearing up. "Young master, the master below would definitely dance for joy for you to see." The old man sobbed and sniffled. "How wonderful." Chen Luo's face paled. "What's wrong with you? You're not planning to go to my father's grave and dance? Disco, are you?" "That's not good." Chen Ping stopped crying, asking in confusion, "What's disco? Never mind, it's not important." "Since you've made up your mind, let's go exorcise the demon." Chen Ping pointed to the door, his face determined. "I'll go call a few dozen people from the front yard to go with us now. We'll risk our lives with this thing today." Chen Luo grabbed the old steward's hand, saying, "Risk our lives? Do you even know where that tiger is?" Hearing this, Chen Ping froze like he'd been hit with superglue. Chen Luo started lecturing. "Don't be impulsive. When facing trouble, you gotta stay calm. We need to scout for some clues first." Chen Ping, a little embarrassed, agreed. Right. Gotta stay calm, gotta stay calm." Chen Luo raised his hand and chanted the Zhongqi incantation. Chen Ping, clueless, wondered, "What's our young master doing?" Suddenly, a huge, terrifying demon appeared, radiating fiery light, respectfully cupping his hands. "Mu greets Zhongqi." The old steward's eyes almost popped out. His face turned pale, and his mouth hung open, unable to close. "Gotta stay calm, gotta stay calm, gotta stay calm." Chen Ping was so shocked he fainted. Chen Luo and Zhongqi, both confused, wondered, why did this old dude just drop like that? Chen Luo helped old Ping up, patting his face. while asking Zhongqi, "Did you get anything useful from eating that Tron ghost?" That Tron ghost had only been formed for a little over a month. Deep within its soul, it still didn't have human memories, only a vague sense of hunting for food. But someone called him. Zhongqi hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Zhu Yong."
Chen Luo stroked his chin, looking serious. Isn't that the lead hunter who was leading the group to capture the tigress? He leaned down and pressed a pressure point on old Ping, while still asking, "Any other news?" Zhongqi scratched his head. "There's another fragment in its memories. This Tron ghost was ambushed and killed while hunting in Mount Shixiu." Chen Luo recalled what old Ping had said earlier. This old servant made the decision to find the hunter Zhu Yong in Little Stream Village, gave him 20 taels of silver, and sent dozens of estate guards to help him surround and kill that tiger in Mount Shixiu. He muttered, "Mount Shixiu." Chen Luo's expression hardened. "Found it. That guy's in Mount Shixiu." Chen Luzhou and the old steward immediately headed to Mount Shixiu that night. Chen Ping drove the carriage, but his heart was still filled with unease. "Young master,
Is it really okay for us to do this? Shouldn't we really ask the young miss? That's 2,000 taels of silver. Our Chen family's entire annual income is only that much."
Seeing old Ping constantly nagging, Chen Luo impatiently lifted the carriage curtain and asked, "Uncle Ping,
"I'm asking you, who is the head of the Chen family?" Hearing this, Chen Ping's spine went cold. "Of course it's you. Then why do I need to ask the young miss before I act?" Chen Ping looked grave and didn't say another word. After a moment he replied, "This old servant understands." Recalling the young master's sharp gaze, Chen Ping thought to himself, "The young master really isn't the same as before." Chen Luo, feeling like he was being watched no matter what he did, angrily cursed, "Damn it. The original host was such a waste. Even spending a little money to handle things is questioned by the servants. I don't know what kind of trash he was. But remembering how the original host lived a life of extravagance and debauchery, while my sis Chen Xuan handled all the affairs of the mansion, selling her might actually be a good idea. Lying around doing nothing wouldn't be bad. But remembering Chen Xuan's blind eyes, his heart became heavy. It's a pity about Xuanji now." Chen Luo clenched his fist, secretly resolving, "Since I've been reborn, there must be a reason. From now on, it's my turn to protect you."
The reason he took 2,000 taels of silver to the magistrate's office was actually, for one thing, to use the Great Xuan Dynasty's official seal to mobilize the kingdom's qi energy to explore Mount Xuanyu and pinpoint the location of the demon.
Chen Luo pounded on the county office drum, his mind still full of thoughts. But using the kingdom's qi energy for exploration will consume qi energy.
If there's consumption, there must be compensation. Compensating qi energy requires bringing blessings to the people, which means spending money to repair bridges and roads, supporting orphans and widows, and subsidizing schools and markets. Seeing that it was already midnight and someone was still beating the drum to appeal for justice, the grumpy bailiff snapped, "Are you sick in the head? Beating the drum in the middle of the night? I'm suing someone for attempted murder." This was the reason he needed to bring money to the government office. Chen Luo immediately presented a silver ingot to the bailiff. "Seeing money should shut you up. Don't you remember me, bro?" "I'm here to see Magistrate Kai. Help me inform him." The bailiff immediately snatched the money, looking around as if afraid someone would see, his attitude changing 180 degrees. "It's you, my brother."
"Long time no see. I'll go right away." The bailiff, happy to receive the money, skipped off to report, his grumpy expression from when he opened the door nowhere to be seen. He forgot to ask the name of the person reporting the crime, turned around, and awkwardly scratched his head, asking, "My brother, sorry, what's your name?" Suddenly, a shout rang out. "What kind of evildoer dares to seize the body of my grandson?" The man in green robes was Kai Tong Chen, the magistrate of Wan'an County. He pointed and shouted, "You can deceive my granddaughter, you can deceive the servants, but you can't deceive me, Kai Tong Chen." Kai Tong Chen's expression was cold as he swung his sword, emitting a green light. Evildoer? The sword's power was not to be underestimated, and the green light enveloped a section of the dark night sky. Chen Luo and the gang scrammed, yelling, "Mommy! Ugh! Guards! Fancy meeting a demon here. You sure can run fast." Chen Luo, behind, hugged his head and mumbled, "Uncle." Kai Tong Chen swung his sword at Chen Luo. "You fiend! Dare to ambush me." Seeing his young master almost die by the sword, Chen Ping quickly spoke up, "My lord, this is indeed my young master. Take a closer look, HMPH. Let this old man see." Looking at Kai Tong Chen in front of him, he was somewhat relieved. The soul doesn't seem abnormal." Kai Tong Chen withdrew his sword. "How is this possible? You're really Chen Luo."
Seeing Kai Tong Chen's strength, Chen Luo thought, "This world, just a county magistrate is this strong," and his eyes are glowing.
He probably can't see that I'm not the real Chen Luo, right? Seeing the old guy staring at him, Chen Luo started sweating bullets. Judging by his expression, do people often get their bodies taken over here?
So cool. This is a Xiangxia world. Kai Tong Chen suddenly moved his face close to Chen Luo's, making him stiffen up, face flushed. Kai Tong Chen hugged Chen Luo tightly. This old man was rude. "You really are my nephew." Chen Luo jumped. "Ooh, so strong." Kai Tong Chen grabbed Chen Luo's hand. "Come, dear nephew, let's talk inside. Now that you've been reborn, this old man has so much to say to you." Seeing the old guy's attitude do a 180, Chen Luo was a little worried. He could only play it by ear, nodding to whatever he said. Kai Tong Chen asked about his dear nephew's mother dying and being resurrected. It wasn't easy this time, was it?
Right. It wasn't easy at all, so you had some lucky encounters, didn't you? Yeah, I did. Could you tell me in detail? Hearing this, Chen Luo spat out the tea in his mouth. In detail, about the process of dying and coming back to life.
Who would even ask that?
Chen Luo thought helplessly, then glanced at Kai Tong Chen, who was looking at him with expectant eyes. That's right, no normal person dies and comes back to life. Dear nephew, why aren't you answering? Could it be that you basically don't have that time in your memories? Kai Tong Chen's face darkened. Chen Luo respectfully cupped his hands. Ahem, uncle. No need to rush. I was just trying to recall it just now. Now I'll tell you bit by bit. Back then, this nephew's soul really did leave the body. I seemed to enter a peach blossom forest, and in the peach blossom forest there was an old man, with white hair and bright eyes. He said to me, "It's not time yet, how come you're already here?" And then he wanted to drink wine with me. I don't know why, but with every sip of wine I took, my mind became clearer. By the time I finished a jar of wine, he told me I should go back. With just a wave of his sleeve, when I opened my eyes again, I was awake. Kai Tong Chen held his teacup and said, "Is that so?" If he wasn't immortal, what did he say? I don't remember the other things clearly. I only faintly remember the old man muttering a few lines of poetry to himself while drinking. Kai Tong Chen stroked his chin. "Oh, recite them. Peach Blossom Lodge in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. The Peach Blossom Immortal plants peach trees, using plucked peach blossoms to exchange for money. Peach Blossom Lodge in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal. What a Peach Blossom Immortal." His eyes lit up. Kai Tong Chen went over and grabbed Chen Luo's shoulders. "You really are my nephew, dear nephew. This time, this old man is completely relieved, uncle. You're confirming it so easily." Kai Tong Chen said with certainty. "That's right. Such a good poem. Even if you died 7 or 8 times, you still wouldn't be able to write it." Chen Luo forced a smile. Ha. Kai Tong Chen hummed. Peach Blossom Lodge in Peach Blossom Temple. Chen Luo broke out in a sweat, thinking, "Whew, that was close." Luckily, it took a bit of time to adjust my thinking in this world. Actually, it's not easy. Arrogant. In this world, Buddhism and Taoism, with their two religions, Buddhism and Taoism, are actually just external forms. Many similar things are completely independent, while Confucianism is almost identical to my past life. The Confucian grandmasters of my past life in this world are 99% the same. Existences that once existed. What's really scary is that the poetry of the Tang dynasty and the lyrics of the Song dynasty in this world are almost 99% the same. It's lucky that there are no poems and lyrics after the Song dynasty in this world. Otherwise my Tengbohu's poems would be immediately discovered. Phew, there aren't many opportunities to show off, but I must seize them well. Only poems and lyrics after the Tang and Song dynasties. There are many excellent ones. Chen Lugo cheered himself on. All right, clench your fists, it's time to talk about the main thing. Uncle Kai Tong Chen, I've come here this time because I have something to ask of you. His face turned serious. I've found out who murdered me. He wondered, why does something feel wrong? Kai Tong Chen suddenly realized, oh, dear nephew has found out who plotted to take dear nephew's life. Spit it out, quick. Wait, the murderer who killed you? Hold on, you're still alive, so did they end up killing you or not? Chen Luo asked back, and an awkward silence filled the air. Kai Tong Chen facepalmed. This is truly a bizarre case for the ages. The murder victim is reporting the crime of their own murder, uncle. If we don't eliminate that evil spirit, it'll come back to kill me again. So, the issue isn't whether it killed me before or not. Evil spirit. Kai Tong Chen turned to Chen Luo, surprised, and explained. We investigated and found out it's a fox demon hiding in the western embroidery mountains. It already killed several hunters, including this kid. Who knows if it will go on a killing spree and directly storm the county, F it, and start a mad slaughter. Hearing this, Kai Tong Chen raised his hand to signal,
Enough. Can a scholar really be so crude and foul-mouthed? Chen Luo quickly corrected himself. Ahem, ahem. So this humble commoner implores you, Your Honor, to activate the seal of office to cover the Western Embroidery Mountains, pinpoint the location where the tiger demon is hiding, and then dispatch a group of yamen runners to follow me to the Western Embroidery Mountains to eliminate the demon.
Consuming luck to investigate is no small matter. Are you certain it's in the Western Embroidery Mountains?
Suddenly, a bag full of silver taels appeared on the table in front of them. Chen Ping clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowing his head as he stood by the door. Seeing the overflowing bag of silver, Kaitong Chen's eyes lit up. Here are 2,000 taels, as a token of gratitude from the Chen family to our hometown, willing to contribute a small amount to Wan An, and hoping that Your Honor will accept it.
Hearing this, Kaitong Chen immediately agreed. Very well, if nephew is eager to eliminate the monster, this old man won't stand in the way. This guy is switching sides way too fast, Chen Luko thought to himself. Old Lai suddenly spoke up. It turned out to be the Wan An County's advisor, named Liam Mu. Holding a pile of paper, brushes, and ink, he said, I am here.
Kaitong Chen rolled up his sleeves, holding a pen, as he wrote and said, Mobilizing luck is indeed a major event, but with gold and silver to make up for it, and eliminating demons is a good deed, it can naturally be done. This document has been stamped with the official seal. Old Lai, you go with nephew on this trip. If you find the tiger demon, kill it on the spot. With that, he handed the written document to Chen Luo. Li Mo clasped his hands in obedience. Yes, Your Honor. After a while, at the Western Embroidery Mountains, Chen Ping's voice urging the horse, Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Inside the carriage, Chen Luo said, Advisor Li, speaking of this fox demon, it seems its cultivation level is not low. Just now, my uncle also said. Chen Luo looked towards Li Mu, but he seemed to be dozing off. Chen Luo continued. Recently, my family acquired some antiques from the previous dynasty. My sister said that the advisor has unparalleled insight. Now, I would like to invite the advisor to help me appraise them. Hearing this, Li Mu immediately woke up. Li Mu stroked his beard with a look of confidence. A small matter. A small matter. This fox demon, it really has some skills. Judging from your description, it's already in the pureblood realm. As expected, Xuanji knows these officials very well, Chen Luo thought to himself, and then spoke. Pure blood realm, Li Mu described. The pure blood realm. It's actually a realm of demons. This realm is actually a manifestation of ability. After listening to the explanation for a while, Chen Luko still didn't understand. It's like listening to him just to listen, not to understand. Hearing this, Li Mu fell into contemplation, stroking his beard. He coughed again and continued to explain. Actually, the cultivation of demons is different from us humans. They follow the path of bloodline. The three realms are divided into purified blood, pure blood, and refined blood. The first realm is the purified blood realm. Demons in this realm constantly shed impurities in their bloodline from their bodies. At the end of cultivation, they transform into human form. But some parts of their body still cannot be completely concealed, such as the tail, hands, and nose. And the second realm is the pure blood realm. Demons in this realm can awaken their innate demon techniques, just like the tiger demon, who instructed evil spirits to kill you. This is the pure blood realm. As for the third realm... While speaking, Chen Ping's voice suddenly interrupted. Master, Advisor Lai, we've arrived at the Western Embroidery Mountains. Getting off the carriage, Chen Luo continued to ask, Then what is the third realm? Li Mao stroked his beard and explained. The third realm is called the refined blood realm. Li Mao's eyes looked into the distance. Demons at this time, depending on their bloodline, take a further step to become more pure and new, and can further enhance their demon techniques, transforming them into divine powers. Every demon technique that transforms into divine power will have special blood patterns on the demon's body. So, young master, if you encounter a demonic creature with blood patterns on its body, you must be careful. Chen Luo scratched his head. Then, if the demonic creature has thousands of types of divine powers, wouldn't its whole body be covered in blood patterns? Don't be a slacker. I'm working very hard to cultivate divine powers. I didn't expect that every one of these demons is a master of disguise. Hearing this, Li Mu coughed. Ahem, ahem, this is not important, and no demon can have thousands of types of divine powers. Young Master Chen is overthinking things. We should hurry up and eliminate the demon. Mr. Chen, may I ask one more question? Are you absolutely sure you want to investigate Zhiqiu Mountain? Li Mao held out a seal and a scroll. Chen Luo clenched his fists, a determined look on his face. Of course, why else would I be spending my money? Chen Ping, standing beside him, thumped his chest. 2,000 liang is our entire year's income. Li Mu's voice sharpened. But think carefully.
You can't use the Qi luck check again within 3 months. Remember, if we don't find you and you get revenged by the tiger demon, we can't do anything to help. Hearing this, Chen Ping wiped away anxious sweat. Is it that dangerous, young master? Maybe we should reconsider.
Chen Luo pointed to the ground, his voice resolute. I'm sure it's here. It's in the memories of the little ghost that Zhong Kui ate. There's no way it could be deceiving anyone. Li Mu began to perform an incantation.
Since that's the case, let's begin. 2 streams of green and yellow light intertwined, revealing a map.
Chen Ping was surprised.
This is Wan County's map. Li Mu pointed to a spot on the map. Scan.
Chen Luo exclaimed.
This is Shikyu Mountain's location. He looked up at the sky. The sky was changing, and dazzling golden lights shone down from above.
Chen Luo and Chen Ping quickly covered their eyes. Is this the Imperial Qi look? Li Mu commanded from the side. Just like Qing Shui, any matter beneath Qing Shui will clearly appear underground.
The figures of a deer, a bird, and a cloak appeared. These 3 cultivated themselves by absorbing the essence of the moon. Thus, they don't carry any demonic aura and are protected by the Great Illusion Law. Looks like that fox demon isn't here. Before he could finish, an anomaly suddenly appeared. Chen Luo pointed and shouted, "Look!"
There's another huge, glaring red pillar appearing. Li Mu didn't understand what this guy was talking about. Seeing his young master babbling again, Chen Ping quickly reminded him. Young master, could you please not say such strange things? Li Mu's eyes became serious. This demon, with its red and black mixed color, is not just a common variant. We're even being subtly affected by the Heaven Scourge power. It has killed quite a few people.
From within that stream of red and black Kui, a fierce tiger with eyes like 2 nations, drooling profusely, emerged.
Chen Luo exclaimed.
It's it. That's the one. Li Mao handed the seal to Chen Luo. Young Master Chen, take this to avoid accidental death from collateral damage. I will go subdue the demon now. Looking at the seal in his hand, Chen Luo was bewildered. Die from collateral damage. Who would have thought I'd transmigrate as a nameless grunt who died from some unknown AOE?
Seeing colorful patterns appear on the tiger's back, Chen Luo worried. Blood patterns. It has awakened a divine ability. It's in the blood refinement realm, Li Mushu reassured him. No need to worry. Even if it's in the blood refinement realm, I have the strength to deal with it. Seeing Li Mao's attitude, Chen Luo felt a little doubtful. Why is he acting differently than before?
Chen Ping, who seemed to understand everything, explained, Haoran Righteous Qi. This is the Confucian Haoran Righteous Qi, young master. Li Mu focused on fighting the demon tiger, green lights emanating from his body, 100 battles in yellow sand pierced golden armor, an unbreakable golden barrier, vast as the deer sea and long clouds, blood-stained mountains intersect 7 cities, gaze upon the crimson river pass. Having finished the incantation, Li Mu gave the command, and heavenly soldiers, bathed in green light, charged to battle the demon tiger.
The 2 sides fought, creating considerable power. With rocks and dust flying everywhere, Chen Ping quickly shielded Chen Luo. Young master, the seal Li Mao gave you earlier is emitting a golden light, forming a protective barrier around you.
Chen Luo looked bewildered. Unbelievable. I truly didn't expect it. Cultivators in this world are all poetry-spouting weirdos.
Seeing Li Mu's dignified appearance, Chen Luo secretly praised.
But seriously, that's pretty cool. I wonder if I could be that cool if I read more books.
Chen Luo turned confidently to Chen Ping and said, Uncle Chen, I've read quite a few books over the past 19 years, haven't I? What's my realm? Chen Ping stammered, not daring to answer. Seeing the old butler hesitate, Chen Luo encouraged him. No problem, just say it boldly.
I remember everything from dying and coming back to life, but I can't remember a single thing from any book. Even if I've read little, I'm not afraid. I'll work hard in the future. Chen Ping slapped his forehead. No, it's not that you don't remember anything, it's that young master has poor root bones, extremely low talent. You're a total trash among tens of thousands of scholars, so there was never any book knowledge in your head to begin with. Hearing this, Chen Luo's face turned ashen. How could that be? The battle on the other side gradually came to an end. Chen Luo was startled, aghast. So strong, wind follows tiger, cloud follows dragon. This demon tiger actually evolved a wind-breaking divine ability like that?
Seeing the demon tiger's power attacking Li Mo, Chen Lucio quickly reminded him.
Master Lia, be careful,
Li Mu confidently replied.
Just a petty little trick. Above Li Mu, golden red characters appeared. Roaming horse, new lock, white jade mist, battlefield, chariot field.
Moon's color chills the head.
Iron bones. Qing Yu trembles the box. Zhongjin blade. Blood comes to the Khan. Chen Luo is even more bewildered. He clearly only said one word. Why does it sound like I heard a whole poem in my head? Is this the superpower of a scholar?
Li Mu ordered. A golden ray of light pierced through to continue participating in the battle, eliminating the demon tiger. This time, the demon tiger was severely injured, with a long gash on its back. The demon tiger stared at Chen Luo, wanting to kill him, having to kill him, ignoring all attacks. The demon tiger lunged at Chen Luo. Just kill you. In a moment of crisis, Chen Luo and Chen Ping almost bit the dust under the tiger's claws. But Li Mu took action in time, and a golden ray of light pierced through the demon tiger's head. Li Mu shouted, "You have some nerve. Still want to devour people." Chen Luo didn't understand why this demon tiger kept wanting to kill him, so he asked, "Why are you so persistent in killing me?"
The demon tiger lay in a pool of blood, its voice resentful. "You harmed my wife. I'm seeking revenge. It's the most natural thing in the world," Chen Luo explained. "If your wife didn't kidnap people to eat, who would kill her?" The demon tiger angrily spat out blood. "Yeah, but she was pregnant. What's wrong with eating one or two of you?"
"Big fish eat small fish. It's normal." Chen Luo's voice became angry.
"Then it's only right that we killed your wife. If the Liao family wasn't really powerful, you'd probably be gnawing me to the bone by now." The more he spoke, the angrier he got, and he kicked the demon tiger hard. Chen Luo used the demon tiger's words to reply to it. "Now we're stronger than you, so your wife deserved to die."
"Big fish eat small fish, it's normal,"
the demon tiger angrily growled. Seeing the two sides arguing, Li Mu lost patience. "Zhen family head, why bother arguing with it? How can a demon that has opened its mind and a wild beast be husband and wife? Moreover, this is a fiend that has eaten people with merits to mankind."
Hearing this, Chen Luo was a little puzzled. "A fiend that has eaten people with merits to mankind," Li Mu explained. "The red blood mixed with black color shows that it has eaten people with merits. I'm afraid it's a spy of the demon race."
"Come on," Li Mu pointed at the demon tiger father and asked, "Which force sent you? Our great Xuan, the Buddhist sect, the 10,000 demon kingdom, or the Manchu?" "My great Xuan has an order to eliminate fiends." The demon tiger's voice was contemptuous. "Fiends must be eliminated. At least 4 of the 10 holy monarchs of the 10,000 demon kingdom are plagued by the power of the human race's heavenly punishment."
"Great Xuan, you dare to break the 10,000 demons' military action. Why not carry out a policy of peace marriage, sending the Kui daughter of the sect to marry the Chu king of the 10,000 demon kingdom?" Hearing this, Li Mu was furious. "How dare you? A small demon tiger dares to discuss the national policy of Great Xuan."
While speaking, the demon tiger suddenly rolled over and died in a pool of blood. Li Mu was a little bewildered. "Well, it's dead?"
Chen Ping also ran out to see, stammering.
"Then how can we continue to ask now?" At this time, Zhang Kui reported to Chen Luo. "Master, the soul of this demon fox is a bit strange. Perhaps I can explore some information."
Hearing this, Chen Luo raised his hand and said,
"Li Mao, maybe I have a way," Li Mao asked. "You have a way?"
Chen Luo called out Zhang Kui.
Seeing Zhang Kui made Li Mu stunned. Looking at the huge, red-hot book spirit in front of him made him sweat profusely, stammering, "This is a book spirit."
Zhang Kui stepped forward and said to Li Mao, "I am Zhang Kui. Greetings, fellow Wen. It was inconvenient to talk for long just now. I'll perform my talents first, otherwise the soul of this demon tiger will dissipate."
Li Mu cupped his hands politely. "Please, fellow Wen, perform to your heart's content." In his head, he thought nonstop, "This mortal kid doesn't seem as useless as I thought." Zhang Kui swung out an iron chain. Following the order, the chain attached to the demon tiger's neck, Zhang Kui said to Chen Luo, "Master, this demon's soul is a different soul. The connection is still considered complete. It's just that I need to trouble you to check it yourself."
Chen Luo accepted. He was instructed by Li Mo, Zhen family head. "You can't have any mistakes, otherwise I won't have a way to answer to Lord Tai, Li Chen Luo."
"Chen An, don't worry, I'm very confident in my book's spirit," Uncle Kui shouted. "Master, here I come." Then he swung the other end of the chain towards Chen Luo's head. Seeing Chen Luo gradually collapsing, Chen Ping quickly rushed to support him. Young master, are you all right?" "The master is reading the demon tiger's memories. He'll wake up later." At this time, Chen Luo entered a green mountain forest space, and he vaguely looked at the sky. "Me, where am I?" Before his eyes were 3 adorable tiger cubs, 1 black and 2 yellow, playing together.
Suddenly, Chen Luo heard the black tiger's thoughts. "I am a tiger.
This guy has had intelligence since birth." Staring at the tiger cubs playing together, Chen Luo kept thinking. He had intelligence since birth, but how did he get the chance to cultivate?
Chen Luo continued listening to the black tiger's thoughts.
"Ah Chao is so beautiful, I really like her." Chen Luo clicked his tongue. He didn't expect it to like his own sister.
Suddenly, the little tiger got caught in a hunter's trap.
The black tiger didn't hesitate to be a hero, biting the wooden trap and rushing to rescue the little tiger. All the little tigers admired it. Suddenly, a man in white robes appeared and said to the little tiger, "I didn't expect that a wild tiger would be born with half-awakened gold bloodline. Little friend, my name is Feng Liancheng, the young master of the blazing tiger branch of the myriad demon kingdom. Would you like to come with us?" The black tiger looked at the little tiger it loved, a little reluctant to leave. "I want to go, but I can't bear to leave at Xiao."
The two little tigers happily ran off to play together. Feng Liancheng looked at the two tigers, thinking to himself, "You will come back to me."
As for Hui Mo and Ah Xiao, they ignored everything, growing bigger and more affectionate with each other. No way, gotta hold back.
She doesn't like me. She's just in heat. Watching these two tigers being all lovey-dovey made Chen Luo a little impatient.
This is the downside of spiritual wisdom. Even if your little sister is in heat, you need to restrain yourself. Suddenly, a huge male tiger appeared. Chen Luo jumped. Looks like something's about to happen. While the black tiger wasn't home, that male tiger went and did the deed with his little tiger, Ah Qiao. Arriving back at the cave and seeing the one he loved lying under another, the black tiger was stunned, dropping the white rabbit he was carrying. The black tiger angrily charged at the guy who dared to defile his treasure. The golden tiger wasn't weak either and charged at the black tiger.
Spiritual wisdom doesn't bring strength, but it brings pain. The golden tiger left with the black tiger's defeat.
A Qiao came over and licked the black tiger's wounds for a while, and then the two tigers went back to doing the deed. Chen Luo looked at the sky and sighed. Just as I thought, he couldn't hold back. Even with awakened reason, he still has animal instincts. After yesterday's shock, the black tiger immediately went to find Feng Liancheng. He seemed to have anticipated the tiger coming to him and calmly said, "You really did come back to me."
The black tiger's voice was full of resentment.
"I want power. I want power to protect the tiger I love the most." "You will have power. You're a genius after all." And then, the black tiger began his cultivation journey. His cultivation was also very fast. 1 year of cleansing blood, 2 years of pure blood. In just 2 years and 6 months, the black tiger reached the blood refinement realm and even turned his innate demon art, wind manipulation, into the blood cloud divine power. The black tiger's outstanding strength made the female tigers swarm around him like flies.
As a cultivation genius and Feng Liancheng's confidant, he became one of the talents of the blazing tiger branch. Countless tiger clan young maidens offered themselves. But in his heart, he still remembered the wild tiger, Ah Qiao. Seeing that the demon tiger he was raising still longed for a wild female tiger, Feng Liancheng stepped forward to remind him. "Once you've awakened spiritual wisdom, you have nothing to do with wild beasts. Wild beasts are just meat on the table, as strong as weeds, while demons are beings that stand on par with humans. Don't confuse Minzhong and Chandao." Hearing this, the demon tiger angrily said, "So what if they're wild beasts? I now have the resources and the opportunity for A Qiao to awaken spiritual wisdom." Feng Liancheng ordered the demon tiger, "There is a mission here. Go to Great Xuan and retrieve an alien object for our winged tiger clan." Seizing the opportunity, the demon tiger obeyed. The opportunity has come. After a journey, the demon tiger carried a bag of white wood to a cliff. "It's only 500 miles from Western Embroidery Mountain here. I can go see her." When he arrived, the demon tiger encountered his sworn enemy. "Why is it you? Where's A Qiao?" he asked. The golden tiger calmly replied, "She's dead, killed by humans. They even used her skin as a rug." Hearing this, the black tiger became extremely angry, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he roared, "Ah Qiao! I must take revenge, I must avenge her." From then on, this demon tiger began his revenge plan, massacring the cruel humans. Only the shrill screams of the man could be heard. His mother and child hid inside the house, looking out in fear. The mother trembled, stammering, "Son, son." The grandson in her arms repeated, "Father." Seeing the black tiger's fierce gaze, she quickly covered her grandson's mouth, panicking, "It's looking this way." The woman hugged her grandson tightly, silently praying, "Please, please, don't find me, heavens, please protect us." But in response to her plea, the tiger charged forward, smashing the wooden wall she was leaning against, and roaring. A splatter sound echoed as the woman's blood sprayed everywhere, covering half of the child's face. The boy's eyes widened, and he cried out in despair beside his grandmother's headless corpse, "Grandma! Grandma! It's all my fault!" If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck.
the black tiger said, then lunged to snatch the child's life.
Everywhere was covered in red bloodstains. Later, everyone knew about the incident where the ferocious tiger, controlled by a spirit, killed Chen Luo's family. Chen Luo looked mournful and pondered. Master, young master, Chen family head. The stewards Chen Ping and Li Muxiao called out simultaneously. Chen Luo sat up and blurted out, "Humph! Good riddance." Causing the two beside him to wonder, he turned to his old steward and asked, "This time, because of the fierce tiger's attack, how many of our Chen family's workers were injured or killed?" Chen Ping looked surprised, recalling how the young master hadn't cared about the tenant farmers' lives before. Seeing Chen Luo's impatience, he quickly prompted, "I'm asking you, how many casualties?" Startled out of his thoughts, Chen Ping replied, "Reporting to the family head, the entire Zhu Yong family is left with only a disabled child, and 12 or 13 other villagers were injured."
Chen Luo responded, "I understand. All those who were injured will have their land rent waived, and the Chen family will pay for Zhu Yong's child's upbringing from now on." Chen Ping questioned suspiciously, Are you serious?" Chen Lugo glanced at the black tiger lying in a pool of blood and said, "Yes, it's the law of evolution. If that's the case, why can't the survivors become the human race? Why should we endure the bullying and oppression of you beasts?"
"The Chen family head certainly has some heroic spirit," Li Mu sighed inwardly. "It's a pity that Saint told me he doesn't want the elegant style writing, and cannot work for my Dashuan."
Chen Luo clasped his hands in front of his chest. "Master Li, I know all the details of the matter. This evil tiger came to steal our Dashuan's mystic treasure, and now I know the location of that treasure."
"All right, let's go right now,"
Li Mu replied, gesturing towards the black tiger. A stream of blue light emanated from his hand, creating an object that sucked the black tiger inside. The two hurried forward. "Master, you mentioned the cultivation method of demons before. Seeing you recite poetry against the enemy just now is really cool. Is that the cultivation method of Confucianism?" "That's right. As long as you understand a Confucian classic, you can generate righteous qi in your body, which is considered entering the threshold. This is the first realm, Zijian realm. A Confucian student in the Zijian realm can see in the dark, and his body can avoid dust, and evil creatures will easily avoid him." Then Master Lai is definitely not at the first level, right? If reading poetry so awesomely is the first realm, then the realms behind must be very powerful.
Chen Luo imagined the scene as he spoke, and Li Mu's face froze.
"Reading poetry awesomely," Chen Luo explained. "That's a descriptive phrase I created myself. It just means you're cool." Li Mao still didn't understand. What does cool mean? "Forget it, I'm indeed not at the first level. 5 years ago I entered the third level, Chengshu realm." As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers to illustrate. "No wonder you could conjure a golden blade with just one word." The two chatted, ignoring Chen Ping, who was hurrying to catch up behind them. "Don't admire it. After all, only writing an elegant poem that is accepted by the heavenly Tao can break through to become the Chengshu realm."
"Write an elegant poem that is accepted by the heavenly Tao," he wondered. "Then my head is full of poems from the Ming and Qing dynasties that I can use. How can what a scholar reads be called plagiarism, right?"
Chen Ping shouted from behind. "Young master, look, there's a cave over there. That's the place." Chen Luo pointed towards the cave, quickly following, and Li Mu continued. The 3 began to enter the cave. The space inside shrouded in pitch blackness, dark and gloomy. Then, "Uncle Ping, light a fire." "Yes, no need." Li Mu gestured to stop. Then he recited 2 lines. "Ri chu wei lu yu, qing song ru gao mu."
Suddenly, a sphere of golden light like a miniature sun appeared above Li Mao's head. The two behind him exclaimed in admiration, "So powerful, so practical, a human-shaped deng." Hearing this, Li Mu stroked his beard. The golden ball turned into a huge question mark above his head. Human-shaped deng. This stinky brat. His strange vocabulary is getting more and more numerous. Chen Ping suddenly screamed in fear. "Ah!" Immediately attracting the attention of the other two, the golden light above Li Mao's head turned into an exclamation mark. "Seems like it changes with his expressions." Chen Luo spoke up. "Don't panic, it's Zhu Yong's relic."
Before his eyes was a skeleton with half of Zhu Yong's face destroyed. Chen Luo pointed to the white bag placed on a rock next to it. "Look at that. That's the treasure I saw in the fox demon's head." "What could be inside, old steward?" "Open the white cloth bag, revealing a wooden box inside."
"Patriarch Chen, stand back a bit, let me take a look." Afraid it's a trap, Li Mu stood in front of Chen Luo, with blue lights radiating around him, defending against any potential danger.
What could this be? He carefully opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, something golden radiated, a brilliant golden light. This is the imperishable literary heart, Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. Chen Luo wondered. What's the imperishable literary heart? Imperishable literary heart. This is the supreme treasure. The imperishable literary heart. With it, I can become a great Confucian. I can be famous for eternity, Li Moku said seriously. What's going on? Shifu Li seems to be turning evil. Chen Lugo panicked. Black energy radiated around Li Mu. A sinister smile clearly visible on his face. Shifu Li, wake up, wake up! Chen Luo hurriedly shouted. Li Mao suddenly woke up. Thank you, Patriarch Chen. I almost made a big mistake just now. Li Mu nervously wiped the sweat from his face. The matter of the imperishable literary heart is very important. I need to quickly inform my lord. I'll take you back first. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Take me back first. The carriage is at the foot of the mountain. Li Mu placed his hands on their shoulders to reassure them. This old man naturally has a way. His expression was very confident. 1,000 miles swiftly, with the wind as a point. Boundless chi, Li Mu said, pushing Chen Luo and Chen Ping in the back with both hands. Immediately, the two were sent flying, losing control. The air resistance distorted their faces, making them grotesque. Chen Ping shouted, "I spit, ah!" When they landed back on the ground, they couldn't resist the dizziness and discomfort, and immediately vomited violently. Chen Luo cursed inwardly. Damn it! 2 hours to get into the mountain, 5 minutes to return. Didn't even say what the imperishable literary heart is, just tossed me back directly. Master, Chen Ping replied beside him. Imperishable literary heart. I heard the master mention that when he was alive, it's greatly related to the top-tier great Confucian of Confucianism. Only a great Confucian close to a sage can leave behind an imperishable literary heart, and to leave behind a literary heart, one must be based on the 3 paths of establishing words, establishing achievements, and establishing virtue, establishing meritorious achievements. Chen Luo slapped his head. That difficult? Didn't we just miss a great opportunity? Chen Ping replied. That's not true. When the master was alive, he said that the imperishable literary heart must choose its master to exist, not just anyone can use it. Establishing words, establishing achievements, establishing virtue. The master said these 3 are the 3 imperishables. Completing one of these 3 items to become an imperishable literary heart is the lifelong dream of a great Confucian. Therefore, to use the literary heart, one must be similar in the Tao that the imperishable literary heart pursues. Chen Ping raised his hand and said heroically. Chen Luo stood aside helplessly. Looking at you like this, one would think you were condensing. Chen Luo reluctantly said, I know, but the problem is, Chen Ping interrupted. Young master, is there another problem? He rubbed his hands together just now. Heard we have some maids, the kind to help me dress, feed me, bathe me. Question marks appeared on Chen Ping's face. He put on a blank expression. Young master, have you ever had any? He pretended to be natural. We are a big family in a feudal society. Life needs to be a little luxurious. Young master, if you want to be a little luxurious, why not ask the young lady, and also help Lao Nu and Ma Muimei? Chen Ping's eyes sparkled, and he flattered Chen Lupo, but was rejected. Get out of here. Love needs to be fought for by oneself. Scene change. At Kaitong Chen and Li Mao's place. Kaitong Chen assessed. This is natural, but it's very strange. What's very strange? Li Mao asked back. Kaitong Chen expressed. The great learning palaces and aristocratic families that enshrine imperishable literary hearts all have a certain number. The slightest movement will be discovered. This fox demon got the literary heart and committed the crime in Chen Manor. It's been at least a month. Sigh, if they could detect it, they would have already... What are you implying? Kaitong Chen worried. I fear we've lost another great Confucian scholar in the great Xuan dynasty. Li Mao was shocked. Chen Lugo instructed the old steward, Uncle Ping. I'll go report this to my elder sister. You should go back and get some sleep. Zhao Huang turned and went into the room, saying to Chen Luo, Young mistress has finished her bath and changed her clothes. Young master, please follow me. Hearing this, Chen Luo blushed a little, feeling embarrassed. Bath and changed clothes. Seeing Chen Luo, Chen Xuan kept asking about the situation. Little Luo, are you all right? What did Uncle Kai say? Seeing Chen Xuan in her thin clothes, revealing her seductive figure, Chen Luo was so embarrassed he could die. A million thoughts raced through Chen Luo's mind. Ugh, I know this body is her younger brother, but my soul is a stranger. Suddenly, Xiao Huang's voice from behind made Chen Luo's heart leap. HMPH, young master. Why are you staring at the young mistress like that? Is the young mistress so blind that you can't recognize her? Chen Xuan gently reminded. Zhao Huang, don't say that. Little Luo, what's the final verdict? Unfortunately, Chen Xuan tripped on the chair. Ah. Seeing this, Chen Luo was worried and quickly rushed to support Chen Xuan. Be careful. The matter has been resolved. I'm fine. That fox demon has also been eliminated. Chen Xuan caressed Chen Luo's face. You've worked hard. Chen Luo felt even more embarrassed by Chen Xuan's gentleness and quickly jumped away, stammering, No trouble at all. What was I saying? I'll head out first, elder sister. Rest early. Seeing Chen Luo's reaction, Chen Xuan felt a little sad. He still keeps a distance from me. In his room, Chen Luo kept counting. 98, 99. Chen Luo's face was flushed, and he was sweating profusely, trying to do push-ups to dissipate the surging energy in his body. 100. Exhausted from doing push-ups, Chen Luo collapsed on the floor. Damn it! The vitality of a young man is such a pain. How can elder sister be so beautiful? Push-ups aren't even working. I need to read something to calm down. A vigorous young man must have a few hidden books, right? Seeing the title of the book, 10 Nymphs Enthroned, Body Cleansing Record, Chen Luo cursed. This guy seems pretty hardcore. Chen Luo's eyes fell on something else. On the bookshelf, he saw sections for Buddhist scriptures, Taoist scriptures, and Confucian scriptures. Chen Luo thought, I didn't expect there to be so many classical scriptures. Does this world cultivate through reading? Now that I've replaced the original owner, does that mean I can actually read the elegant writings for cultivation in this world? Let's try it. My memories tell me that only those who awaken their innate talent for reading can see the elegant writings. Perhaps I really will open the book and be blinded by a dazzling light. But instead of words, all I see in the book are tadpoles that can move around. They can even move? After looking at it for a while, Chen Luo felt dizzy and lightheaded. So my talent is even worse than the original owner. Chen Luo fell to the ground, lamenting, Am I even more hopeless? While he was dozing off, Zhang Kui appeared out of nowhere and shook Chen Luo violently. Master, wake up! Looking around, Chen Luo asked confusedly, So I can come here just by sleeping? Why are you here too? Zhang Kui explained. This humble one was born from the flower forest, so of course I'm here. Chen Luo continued to ask, So you cultivate here, can you reveal your cultivation methods? He thought to himself that he currently had no way to cultivate, and had to seize this opportunity, or the master of that fox demon would seek revenge, and he would be in big trouble. Zhang Kui scratched his head. This humble one doesn't know how I cultivate, let alone pass it on to the master. But I can tell you a little about the flower forest. Looking into the distance, Chen Luo asked, Okay, can the sea of flowers help me cultivate? Zhang Kui explained. This humble one doesn't know. But the vast flower forest, if divided into 9 levels of literature, this humble one is only in the lower 3 levels. Perhaps there are stories in this flower forest that can help you cultivate, master. Please, let's go so I can explain further. As they walked, Zhang Kui recounted. This flower sea book forest is connected to your soul, master. For example, when you were troubled by Zhang Kui before, you summoned me. The books in this flower forest are divided into superficial and profound, so the book spirits also have varying strengths. Chen Luo asked, So how can I obtain a stronger book? Zhang Kui replied, You need to cultivate to the corresponding level to withstand the power of some books manifesting in the real world. Chen Luo stroked his chin. I get it. In the end, I still need to figure out how to refine myself enough to cultivate. If Confucianism doesn't work out, I wonder if Buddhism and Taoism hold any hope for inheriting the innate gifts of yours truly. The books in this flower sea book forest can be roughly divided into 3 levels of manifestation. 3 types, Zhang Kui explained. First level, joy, anger, love, happiness, affection, hatred, passion, revenge, the myriad aspects of humanity, the countless phenomena of the world. Oh, this is about wuxia fantasy. Second level, flying, meditation, salvation, spitting, infatuation, charm, illusion, brilliance, demons and ghosts, mutual destruction. This level includes both immortals descending to the mortal realm and demons and ghosts, somewhat similar to this world. Oh, this is Xiangxia. Third level, carefree immortals roam the 3 realms, becoming Buddhas and immortals, invisibly existing in this world. In the books, there's Tao ancestors sitting solemnly, triple-stacked dads have Xiao immortals descending from the heavens, the ancient Buddha light of the Buddha shines throughout the myriad realms, longevity and heaven are equal, enduring countless kalpas without perishing. Got it. So it's choosing heaven, choosing earth, choosing the universe. When hungry, Zhang Kui conjured a tea table out of nowhere, sipping tea to regain his voice. It's almost like that, pretty much. But the names of these 3 levels are too complicated. Let's change them. He pondered for a moment, thinking of names for the 3 levels. Let's just call them the mortal realm, the Xiangxia realm, and the carefree realm. Suddenly the ground shook. Chen Luo panicked.
What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Suddenly a golden light flashed in the sky and words appeared. The mortal world refines the human heart. Only then can one attain truth. Carefree roaming amidst immortals, with chivalrous intent, heaven and earth borrow one breath. Staring at the strange phenomenon before him, Chen Lugo was surprised. Is this the owner of the flower forest?
Chen Luo realizes the path of cultivation. The forest of 10,000 books from now on takes revelation as the boundary and stands on the path. Chen Luo didn't understand what was happening. Why does it say I've realized something? What have I realized? Oh my God, what have I realized? What is this again? Zhang Kui clasped his hands, explaining to Chen Luo.
The one who spoke is the secret realm spirit here.
We are celestial books that can exist in your consciousness.
Our manifestation in heaven and earth are all protected by spirits like the secret realm spirit.
Old Xiong, who's displaying the words like this. Hearing Zhang Kui's explanation, Chen Luo seemed to understand something. Oh, so it's a system. Before Chen Luo were 3 partitions. The red one was the mortal realm, the purple one was the Xiangxia realm, and the gold one was the carefree realm. Chen Luo was a little surprised. It's divided so quickly. From the mortal realm, red butterflies flew out. Chen Luo was astonished. What are these? Butterflies. Congratulating you, master. The stories in the mortal realm are also divided into 9 streams. Are these the top 3 tiers actively following you, master? Chen Luo crossed his arms, watching the butterflies flying before him. The top 3 tiers of the mortal realm are giving away SSRs right from the start. Chen Luo fell into thought. The mortal realm is giving SSRs. If the Xiangxia realm also gives an SSR, I'm afraid I'll progress too fast. You can't be too greedy as a person.
He reached out to catch the butterflies. Let me see what it will be. As he touched them, a golden light shone dazzlingly. Chen Luo was stunned. This is. Before Chen Luo was a golden and brilliant version of Xiao Aojianghu, he blurted out, damn, that's so cool.
He thought of the group of beauties in Xiao Aojianghu, and his heart stirred again. Xiao Aojianghu is Xiao Aojianghu. What kind of book spirit will it be? It's not going to be the number 1 under heaven, Dongfang Bubai, is it? While dreaming beautifully, he saw that before him wasn't a stunning beauty at all, but the little maid, Xiao Huang, just waking up and still drooling.
The 2 pairs of eyes met, neither understanding what was happening. Chen Luo coughed to break the silence. Xiao Huang, why are you in my room?
Xiao Huang rubbed her eyes. Young mistress was worried about you, young master, so she told me to serve you here. Young master, do you need me to find a doctor to examine you? Chen Luo raised his hand, indicating that he was fine. Why find a doctor? I'm very healthy. What needs to be examined? Seeing Chen Luo's reaction, Xiao Huang scratched her head, thinking, there's something wrong with my young master's head.
Seeing the evaluating gaze of this little maid, Chen Luo was speechless. The 2 of them rushed forward, pinching each other's faces.
What kind of maid are you? I'm going to fight you to the death, young master. I'm serious.
There's definitely something seriously wrong with your head. After a tiring battle, Chen Luko panted. Phew, I didn't expect you to be just a small maid, but you're quite strong. Xiao Huang rubs her cheek. Didn't think a young master who's used to the good life would have this much strength.
Chen Luo, as if remembering something, asks, oh yeah, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with my sister?
Xiao Huang stretches and yawns. The young miss went to the outskirts with Uncle Ping early this morning.
The villagers outside the city are scared because of the demons. They can't live in peace. The young miss had to go and comfort them.
Hearing this, Chen Luo worries. What the hell? Doesn't the young miss have eye problems?
Why didn't they call me for something like that? Xiao Huang sighs. The young miss said she could just wear a hat to cover it up so people won't notice anything's wrong with her eyes. Plus, Uncle Ping said it's useless if the young master goes. Feeling looked down upon, Chen Luo feels a pang in his heart. Damn it, you trash of an original host. I'm gonna earn back everything you lost. Chen Luo instructs Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, go get me a basin of water and put it outside the door. Leave my lunch outside too, and just call me when it's ready. As Xiao Huang seems like she wants to say something, Chen Luo cuts her off. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, Xiao Huang turns around and leaves immediately. Got it. Seeing that this girl doesn't ask any more questions, Chen Luo is bewildered. Hey, aren't you even going to listen to my explanation? Going outside, Xiao Huang breathes a sigh of relief. The young miss said the young master has changed, but isn't he still the same old bookworm? Seeing the little girl leaving without looking back, Chen Luo sighs. Fine, whatever. It's all good. Chen Luo is about to blow their minds. Chen Luo starts cultivating and reading. A gentle breeze sways the willow branches, and the fragrant flowers are intoxicating. This is the romantic ambiance of spring. On West Gate Street, the Fujian Amulet. In the Fujian province to the south, The straight green stone road stretches all the way to West Gate. An hour later, Chen Luo is drenched in sweat from practicing. Ugh, I'm still working hard at it.
3 hours later, holy crap. Writing 1,000,000 words with a brush is way too hard. Tick-tock. An unknown amount of time later, the moon is high in the sky. Chen Luo's arm feels like it's about to fall off. His face is pale, and he can't feel his hand anymore. Well, that's great. I'm like a robot operating on its own.
At the magistrate's office, Kai Tong Chen is intently looking at the sky. Li Mu comes out and asks, "My lord, how much longer?"
Kai Tong Chen doesn't reply, just says, "It's here." A carriage appears from the sky. The body is red, and the chassis is black. A carriage for high-ranking officials in the old days.
The echoing sound resounds. Watching the scene before him, Li Mu falls into contemplation. This isn't an ordinary object, but an official technique, using the Great Xuan's fortune to activate it.
Kai Tong Chen and Li Mao respectfully say, "Student Tong Chen greets our benefactor. Student Li Mao pays respect to the Grand Scholar."
Stepping down from the carriage is the Grand Scholar of the Wenchang Pavilion. A third-grade Geiwu Realm Great Confucian, Wei Yanzi Tianyi. You may dispense with the formalities.
Show me the Wen Xin K. Li Mao Shu respectfully presents the Wen Xin. As soon as the Wen Xin is opened, tens of thousands of golden words flash brightly. Within the uprightness there's the recitation of scriptures, meaning a Wen Xin that establishes words.
Li Mu asks, "Does our benefactor know which predecessor it belongs to?" Wei Yanzi looks around before saying, "Inside, let's talk inside the study." Kai Tong Chen asks, "Benefactor, now that everyone else has left, what's the situation?" Wei Yanzi raises his hand to interrupt. The Wenchang Pavilion checked all the registered traces of great Confucians, using fortune to probe the 1026 immortal Wen Xin across the Great Xuan dynasty, and found no abnormalities. He stares intently at the Wen Xin box, pondering. It's very clear. This Wen Xin belongs to a hidden great Confucian scholar.
Kai Tong Chen voices his concerns. If it's an unowned Wen Xin, where will this Wen Xin go?
Wei Yanzi stands up and says, "The Wenchang Pavilion has suggestions. First, take it back to Wenshan to suppress the Great Xuan cultural relics.
Second, put it in the Great Xuan treasure vault to bestow upon meritorious subjects. Third, base on this year's imperial examination to reward the academy with the most flourishing literary style."
Hearing this, Kai Tong Chen is surprised.
Does the Wen minister mean that, according to the ancient etiquette for an unowned Wen Xin, it should choose its own master?
This is an immortal Wen Xin, established by ancient Confucian scholars, inheriting the Tao of a lifetime of the great Confucian. Even the court agrees.
Wei Yanzi sits down,
takes a sip of tea, and continues. The ancient etiquette is like this. 3 days later, you will hold a ceremony in Wanzhan County for the Wen Xin to choose its master.
During this time, I will temporarily take over the administration of Dongshan County Wanghan. Kai Tong Chen receives the order. Yes,
still got a lot on my mind. Master must be worried I can't handle the Lord's selection ceremony. That's why she traveled 1,000 miles to be here. Meanwhile, inside the Chen Manor, Chen Luo's training is making him dizzy. He's sprawled out on the table. I'm beat. I've only written a third of it. I feel like my hand could fall off. He shakes his wobbly hand, feeling guilty. Poor hand, I'm so sorry.
He stares at the chaotic mix of purple, gold, and green Q on his hand, a little confused. What is this 7-colored Q?
In this world, only 3 kinds of Qian are truly righteous. Green Qian is the righteous qi of Confucianism. Purple Qian is the primordial qi of Taoism. And yellow Qian is the samsara true qi of Buddhism. So what the heck is this thing? While he's pondering, Xiao Huang rushes over, tears streaming down her face, pointing outside and yelling, "Young master, this is bad. Young master, this is bad. Outside. Outside someone died in front of our door." Hearing this, Chen Luo jumps up, anxiously asking, "Explain clearly, what happened?" Xiao Huang starts describing the scene. "There's a person, a beggar, died in front of our house. They must be trying to scam us. It's like the entire Chen family is about to be executed." The more she thinks about it, the more Xiao Huang sobs. Chen Luo rushes outside. "You're talking nonsense. I'll go see for myself." Looking at the person lying on the ground, Chen Luo sighs. He's had a rough life, and might not be completely gone yet. Xiao Huang anxiously clings to Chen Luo's arm. "Young master, let's report it to the authorities. Your body just awakened. What if his spirit clashes with yours? What if you get possessed, and I'm the only one left in the house? I'm so scared." Xiao Huang keeps nagging in his ear, until Chen Luo flicks her forehead, and she sits crying in the corner. He walks over and checks the person on the ground, not breathing, This kid's dead. The best gourmet food only needs the simplest cooking method. The skin of a meat bun is thin, even translucent.
Take a bite, and the fresh, fragrant broth inside the bun bursts into your mouth. Chew the meat soaked in the broth, neither fatty nor lean, smooth in the mouth, and a sound of hunger gulu gulu comes out of the boy's stomach. Chen Luo chuckled softly. The roast suckling pig from Langson is roasted whole with the skin. The skin is soft, and the essence lies in the thick layer of meat, but the best time to eat it is when it turns a perfect golden brown. A piece of fragrant grilled meat, plus the dizzying combination of chili, crispy soybeans, and fragrant sesame seeds, the gravy alone smells so good. Seeing that this kid's stomach keeps growling but he's still pretending to be unconscious, Chen Luo scoffs. He turns to Xiao Huang and says, "This guy really does seem dead." "Dead, my ass. Go inside and get a straw mat to drag him away." Xiao Huang was pointing at the beautiful dream of meat buns, when Chen Luo looked over and was tugged tightly on the sleeve by the young man on the ground. Say one more section."
Chen Luo shouts, "Xiao Huang, hurry up and get a bowl of porridge." At this point, Xiao Huang wakes up, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Okay?" Chen Luo gently feeds the young man porridge. "It's a little cold. Don't mind me and my maid. We're both very lazy."
Hearing her young master dissing her, Xiao Huang retorts, "Xiao Huang's not lazy." Chen Luo raises the spoonful of porridge to the young man's mouth, when suddenly a barrier of golden light appears, blocking the spoon.
A monk comes forward. "Amitabha, little benefactor, don't worry, he can't eat anything. This poor monk is practicing a 10-day closed-mouth meditation for him. He can't eat a grain of rice or a sip of water."
Xiao Huang points at the monk and yells,
"You monk, are you trying to kill someone? 10 days without food or water is murder.
Aren't you afraid the authorities will arrest you?"
Ignoring Xiao Huang's rudeness, the monk smiles lightly. This benefactor borrowed 300 taels of silver from this poor monk, and bet that he could go 10 days without eating a grain of rice, or drinking a drop of water. Then this debt would be considered cleared.
The purple-haired youth adds, "If I can't do it, then I have to acknowledge him as my teacher, and go to the Western Buddhist paradise with him."
Hearing this, Chen Luo is stunned. "You're dressed in rags, even your sword is broken. What did you borrow the money for?"
The purple-haired youth sighs,
"Gave it to someone else." Hearing this, Chen Luo is even more surprised. Borrowed money to give to someone else.
"That's right. Are you okay?" The old monk smiles and explains. "In Tiansong County, there are 2 brothers.
The older brother is a horse groom for a large household, and the younger brother likes to play with the horses. Suddenly, the horse got startled, throwing the younger brother to the ground.
Seeing that the boy was about to be trampled by the horse's hooves, his older brother rushed forward and drew an arrow, aiming to shoot. "Don't you dare hurt my little brother." With that, he shot 3 arrows, killing the horse instantly. He ruffled his little brother's hair, comforting him. "It's okay, big bro's here." At this moment, the horse's owner came to demand compensation. "You killed my fine horse. If you can't pay 300 taels, I'll drag you to the authorities." Hearing this, the older brother was stunned. 300 taels? "Sir, we don't have that much money. I only care about the money. I didn't care what you say because of my little brother." The fat man turned to leave, his face full of triumph. "That's none of my business. I only want money. If you can't hand over 300 taels, then wait to be beaten to death in court." Seeing that he was causing trouble for his brother, the young boy was worried. "It's all because of me. I have to think of a way to get 300 taels." The little brother thought of selling himself. But with his childish appearance, could he even fetch 300 taels?
A guy from the gambling den told the little brother, "Little brother, a human being is worth more when sold in pieces than whole.
10 taels for a finger, 20 taels for stabbing yourself with a knife, 30 taels for a hand, 80 taels for an eye." Thinking, the boy believed the guy and followed him.
He asked nervously, "You're not lying to me, are you?" The guy grinned slyly. "Why would I lie to you, little brother?" As soon as they stepped through the door, it was immediately slammed shut, their eyes revealing danger. Back in the present, the teenager's face was full of sorrow. By the time his brother came looking for him and I went to save the kid had already lost both his hands and a pair of eyes. At that time, I was so angry that I didn't know the severity of my actions, and I directly beat the guy who opened the gambling den to death on the spot. The underground gambling den was destroyed, and the government didn't even investigate. He held the hands that were still stained, a different color, sobbing, "Xuan, why did you kill him completely?" Luckily, I still haven't paid yet. At this moment, the old monk came over. "This benefactor needs to calm down, need help."
"I happen to have 300 taels here." The older brother bandaged his brother, unable to hold back his tears. Seeing this scene, the young man clenched his fists and continued, "I gave the 300 taels I borrowed from this cue ball to them.
I had no money to pay him back, so I gambled with him." The old monk smiled. "Little benefactor, you are so kind. You truly have a karmic connection with Buddhism. I, Chen Luo, was a little puzzled. If that's the case, why didn't you follow him? With such a kind heart, why not become a monk with him? The purple-haired teenager was grumpy. What I seek is not the next life, but to strive in this life. I studied Confucianism and came up with 4 sayings of the ancients. To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish destiny for the living, to continue the lost learning for the past sages, and to create peace for all generations. It's not because I want to enter Buddhism or anything like that. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned, never expecting this young teenager to have such thoughts. The old monk clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, saying, "The words are very noble, but alas, how many people can truly calmly face death? You only have 2 days left in your 10-day bet with me." Chen Luo pointed at the old monk and said loudly, "I'll pay the 300 taels for him." "I'll pay you 1,000 taels. Now you immediately undo the spell." The old monk smiled apologetically. This humble monk does not need wealth, only a disciple. Or if he can survive 10 days, this humble monk will absolutely not make things difficult. Xiao Huang blinked back tears, pointing at the purple-haired teenager. "But he's about to die, benefactor. Now you only need to nod, and this humble monk will immediately undo the spell. How about it?" The purple-haired teenager refused to yield, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm in contempt. Seeing this, the old monk was furious. "Then use your life to pay off the debt." Hearing this, Xiao Huang worriedly tugged at Chen Luo's sleeve. "Young master, what should we do? Could it be that we're just going to watch him die like this?" Chen Luo glanced at the young teenager, reassuring him. "Little brat, you're very lucky. I've now decided to save you. Endure it. I'll be right back." The teenager didn't quite believe it, sneering. "If it weren't for people like you, the 2 brothers wouldn't have been forced to such a desperate situation. Can people come back?" The sun is getting more and more dazzling, the teenager exhausted. "It seems they're not coming back, kid. The only one who can save you now is yourself." As he was speaking, Chen Luo's voice rang out. "I'm back." He walked over, carrying something wrapped up. Xiao Huang didn't know what the young master gave her these things for, she asked, confused. "Young master, these things are all prepared according to your instructions, but will these things work?" Seeing Chen Luo come back, the teenager was a little surprised. This guy is different. Looking at the young master's actions, Xiao Huang was puzzled. Male duck feathers, goose intestines, and a pig's bladder soaked in wine, as well as a fully saturated brine. What use are these things in the end? Chen Luo picked up the pig bladder and explained. "In this era, the most I can do is a little brine. You probably can't understand. Although there are many impurities, this might be able to save a person's life, because your physiques are much stronger than those of ordinary villagers, but I don't dare to be sure that this might harm you. Do you dare to try?" Looking at Chen Luo's firm eyes, the teenager hesitated for a moment, and then, firmly, "Let's do it." Chen Luo inserted the tube into the young man's body and reminded him, "My tube is a bit thick, so it'll hurt a little. Just bear with it for a bit." Hungry and in pain, the young man broke out in a cold sweat. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Seeing Chen Luo's actions, the old monk mused, "This bizarre method claims to save people, but it'll only hasten his demise. As long as he dies, my goal will be achieved." The old monk's face turned sinister. "Dying under this venerable one's bhikkhu tian, his soul will turn into a ghost under my command. When I establish my Buddha kingdom, he'll naturally become my samsara dharma protector." Chen Luo anxiously asked, "How are you doing? Feeling better? Still uncomfortable?" The young man slowly recovered. "I don't feel very hungry anymore. Your method is super effective." Hearing that, the old monk couldn't believe his ears. "What? How is that possible?" The young man said to the monk, "Old monk, thanks for lending me 300 taels, but now I can definitely win this bet against you." The old monk's eyes darkened. This brat's vitality has truly awakened. If this keeps up, my plan will be ruined. This venerable one will not allow this to happen. The monk started to play dirty. This method is cheating. This humble monk doesn't accept it. Hearing the old monk's voice, Xiao Huang clutched his head. His voice echoed, "Thunder sounds soul suppression. This venerable one's Buddhist gate." In an instant, "Don't even think about moving." His eyes turned dark as he stretched out a hand towards the young man. "Come, with this venerable one." Chen Luo wanted to save him but couldn't move. Gritting his teeth in helplessness, "Damn it, my body's stiff. Am I just going to stare helplessly?" the old monk muttered. "Great Xuan light art. Great Xuan light art. Ground imprisonment." Just then, Kai Tong Chen appeared in the nick of time. "The Western region's Buddhist gate dares to act so presumptuously in my great Xuan." Seeing his savior, Chen Luo was elated. "It's County Magistrate Kai." Xiao Huang was a bit confused. What's young master talking about? Isn't a county magistrate the same as a county chief? the old monk said to Kai Tongchen, Lord County Magistrate. What is the meaning of this? Is this how the great Xuan dynasty treats covenants of trust? This humble monk and that young man already had an agreement?
Kai Tongchen replied, Covenants of trust are naturally protected by Great Xuan law, but Great Xuan law stipulates that for any covenant of trust to be valid, it must be witnessed and stamped by an official. Hearing that, the monk was speechless. Kai Tongchen continued, Which colleague of mine notarized that betting slip for you, and which official stamped it for you? If there was none, then casting a curse on the citizens of my county is a capital crime. Hearing that, the old monk's eyes dimmed. He clasped his hands respectfully. This humble monk is simply unfamiliar with the laws of Great Xuan, and almost made a grave error. This humble monk will now return to the Western Buddhist kingdom, and I hope your excellency will grant my request. Seeing the monk back down, he didn't press the issue, only giving a cold snort, as a sign of agreement. His gaze fell on the lotus symbol on the old monk's hand, and he fell into thought. So that's what it is, Kai Tongchen pointed at the old monk. Lift the spell, and leave now. Knowing he couldn't push it further, the old monk submitted, undid the curse on the young man, and angrily turned to leave. The spell on him has dissipated. This humble monk bids farewell. Before leaving, he turned his head back. 2 benefactors. Hearing himself included, Chen Luo was confused. Half of the monk's face looked increasingly sinister. Once this humble monk reaches the Arhat realm, we shall naturally meet again. Hearing that, Chen Luo thought to himself, All right, this official is definitely doomed. Xiao Huang, holding a bowl of porridge in one hand and a pig bladder in the other, asked the young man. Right, are you going to keep getting this infusion, or eat porridge now? The young man made his request. If possible, I'd like to eat some meat buns and Lang Sun's suckling pig. Chen Luo turned to thank Kai Tongchen. Thanks for helping us out, uncle. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang pressed the bowl of porridge to the young man's mouth, saying in a sharp tone, Eat your porridge. Kai Tongchen pointed at the pig bladder and asked Chen Luo, My virtuous nephew, where did you learn this method from? Hearing the question, Chen Luo stammered a bit. This is from an immortal in the Peach Blossom Garden. He said that people can go many days without food, but not many days without water, and if one faints from dehydration, this method can be used as emergency aid. It's just that in this world, the water isn't clean and the salt isn't pure, so it can only be used as a temporary measure. Hearing that, Kai Tongchen didn't quite understand, forcing a laugh. What a true master. I want to drink wine with the Peach Blossom Immortal too. Chen Luo smiled, but sweat poured down his back as he quickly changed the subject. Uncle, don't you have official business? Would you like to come into the manor for a cup of tea? Gotta change the subject right now, or I'm toast if he keeps asking. Kai Tongchen seemed to remember something. Oh right, I actually came here to find you. Oh, looking for me. Quickly, tidy up your appearance and come with me to pay respects to my master. Hurry up and get ready, don't delay. A tutor, a great Confucian scholar, Chen Luo, pointed at himself. A great Confucian scholar wants to meet me in this day and age. The Confucian school has no sages, the Taoist school has no celestial worthies, and the Buddhist school has no Buddhas, so great Confucian scholars are the highest level people in this world. Walking to the door, Chen Luo thought, why would a character of such caliber want to meet me? Could it be that my transmigration has been exposed? Kai Tongchen said to Chen Luo, come in with me. Yes. Chen Luo's face was firm. Whether I live or die, it's all the same. I don't care anymore. I have no choice now anyway. Teacher, Chen Luo has arrived. Wei Yanzi looked towards Chen Luo. You are Chen Luo. Chen Luo respectfully replied, Sir, I am Chen Luo. He kept repeating in his heart from the moment he woke up, until now, that he was Chen Luo, and Chen Luo was him. Eye to eye with the great Confucian scholar, trying to convince himself, my conscience is clear, I have nothing to fear. Looking at Chen Luo, Wei Yanzi sighed, what a pity you are not a disciple of my Confucian school. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt a little relieved. This junior is dull and talentless, unable to produce the righteous qi of heaven and earth even after extensive reading. Holy crap, that scared me, I thought I was done for. Wei Yanzi said kindly to Chen Luo, it's okay, the righteous qi of heaven and earth is just a path of cultivation, it's not used for scholarship. Chen Luo, sit down, he said. May I ask, what business does sir have with me? Wei Yanzi stroked his beard and asked in reply, this old man heard that you have a book spirit that can eat ghosts and probe souls. I wonder if I could meet it. Chen Luo coughed lightly. Yes. Then he summoned his book spirit, Zhongkui. Zhongkui immediately appeared. Li Mao is here. Seeing Zhongkui caused Wei Yanzi to be somewhat stunned. to be a book spirit, and to have the miraculous power of the heavenly Tao within him.
Wei Yanzi was a little doubtful, and asked again, "He can eat ghosts?" Hearing this, Chen Luo was also a little puzzled. Yes, is there something wrong?" Not responding to Chen Luo, Wei Yanzi hurriedly turned and left, only saying, "Wait for me a moment." He bolted. Chen Luo was bewildered. What's going on? I have no idea."
It turned out that Wei Yanzi went to catch a few ghosts for experimentation, he said with a smile to Zhong Kui. "Come on, try eating them for me." Seeing the two ghosts in front of him, Zhong Kui wiped his saliva. "Li Mu can really eat them, my lord." "Eat them!" Immediately, Zhong Kui rushed over, stuffing both of them straight into his mouth and chewing voraciously.
Wei Yanzi, seeing this, clapped his hands in praise. Good, 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 excellent." Chen Luo was puzzled. "Excellent."
Just a normal ability. Hearing Chen Luo say these words caused Wei Yanzi to fall into contemplation. This little brat actually says this miraculous ability is normal. It seems he has no idea how precious this ability is.
Wei Yanzi cast a literary spell. "This is not a convenient place to talk. Let's talk in my carriage," he bolted. In the wide room, only Kaitong Chen was left, staring blankly around. "I've followed my teacher for so many years, and I've never even been allowed to step into his carriage."
Seeing Wei Yanzi taking his lord away,
Zhong Kui asked angrily, what do you want to do?"
Wei Yanzi raised his hand toward Zhong Kui, not knowing what to say. Seeing his actions, Chen Luo became worried. Could it be that this great Confucian scholar wants to snatch Zhong Kui?
Wei Yanzi respectfully clasped his hands. "Little friend possesses great virtue. I earnestly beg you to bestow upon me the original text to save the people of Great Xuan."
Hearing this,
Chen Luo asked in confusion. "Save the people of Great Xuan, you say? Are you sure?" He thought to himself, "I'm just a 19-year-old playboy who only knows how to have fun. I can't do anything." Wei Yanzi explained. "Yes, in Xuan, there are 3 scourges: the man, the sea ghosts, and the demons. The sea ghosts have been gnawing at my Great Xuan ceaselessly, and much of the dynasty's fortune has been consumed by them."
He grabbed Chen Luo's shoulders tightly.
"And little friend is the son of destiny that heaven has sent to save my Great Xuan."
Hearing this, Chen Luo was even more confused. "Wait a minute, you don't mean I have to let my Zhong Kui go and eat all the ghosts in the entire vast kingdom, do you?"
"I reckon he'll die." Wei Yanzi smiled and patted Chen Luo's shoulder. "Little friend is joking. Your Zhong Kui is a book spirit. As long as you spread your Zhong Kui eulogy throughout the world, people all over the world will read it, and naturally be able to defend themselves against ghosts. I just don't know if little friend would be willing to release that entire precious Zhong Kui eulogy."
His two hands rubbed together restlessly, craving Chen Luo's Zhong Kui eulogy.
Hearing this, Chen Luo wanted to seize the opportunity. "Then what benefits do I get?" Wei Yanzi smiled. "Of course there are benefits. I will immediately report to the emperor and ask him to grant you rewards." He whispered close to Chen Luo's ear. "You will have great merit, and fortune will flow into your body, giving you 2 jiazi of longevity, a lifetime of wealth and honor, and beautiful wives and concubines like a harem. And I've heard that even at 100 years old, you can still consummate the marriage."
Hearing that, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. "Saving the world, I'm SON." Wei Yanzi, out of nowhere, already had an inkstone in his hand.
"Sure thing. I'll go fetch one for you, my young friend." He was meticulously grinding ink for Chen Luo, leaving Kaitong Chen completely ignored, grinding his teeth. "Master has never invited me into his carriage, never ground ink for me, and never even bowed to me." Getting what he wanted, Wei Yanzi was floating on cloud 9. "This piece is just over 200 words. Chen Luo thumped his chest and replied, "My Zhong Kui, a brief biography is indeed just over 200 words. I have a whole ocean of stories like this. Bet you didn't expect that, did you?"
Wei Yanzi praised with admiration. No profound meaning or moral lessons, no grand pronouncements. The whole piece depicts Zhong Kui's life, yet it's bizarre and legendary. This old man has never seen a piece like it. Amazing.
Amazing. Being praised like that, Chen Luo's nostrils flared with pride. After a moment of bliss, Wei Yanzi finally returned to normal. "That's right, this old man has a question. In your piece, what era is this Tang dynasty you mentioned? And there's also this Chengwu Daozi written here. Who is he? And you're saying this painting alone can exorcise demons and subdue spirits?" Hearing that, Chen Luo was struck by lightning, stammering, This." He put on a mysterious expression. The story is fictional. If there's any resemblance, it's purely coincidental." Wei Yanzi wasn't very convinced. Fictional? Elegant writing is the inheritance of the heavenly Tao's true intent. How can fictional things become literature? Old ginger is spicier. Chen Luo was increasingly cornered. Crap, why does this old guy have to get to the bottom of everything? If he couldn't convince him, it might lead to a lot of trouble, Wei Yanzi kept questioning, still hoping the young friend would tell him. Is this piece really something you made up?
Chen Luo supported his forehead, trying to find a way out, but no one could think of a good solution. This guy's about to make things difficult. This old guy is definitely not a good person. He took my piece, and now he wants to mess with me. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. Esteemed elder, this piece is indeed about a fictional story. But it's fictional, yet it contains the wishes of humanity and the heavenly Dako. Why wouldn't it be approved? Hearing that, Wei Yanzi laughed loudly. Right, it's this old man who's foolish. This piece, I'll try to send it to the imperial court as soon as possible. The court will naturally bestow rewards, I thank you, on behalf of the common people of Deishuan.
Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Chen Luo's head. Senior, don't rush. There's something I want to trouble you with for a bit. He led Wei Yanzi to meet Chen Xuan. Staring at the girl in front of him, Wei Yanzi fell into contemplation. Chen Luo was hoping to save his sister's eyes. This person is a great Confucian scholar, a superhuman. Surely a minor eye problem of my sister's he can easily cure. That's why I cooperated with Grandpa Zhongkui's biography. I don't need any rewards from the imperial court at all. After observing for a while, Wei Yanzi stroked his beard and said, if it were ordinary Heavenly Gate 13 needles, she could recover by drinking spiritual objects to nourish her essence. But Miss Chen's Heavenly Gate 13 needles isn't complete, is it? Chen Xuan replied. This technique was obtained from an Granny Anne, so the formation is incomplete.
So what if it's incomplete? Is there no cure? Wei Yanzi said. Of course there's a cure, but only the barbarian bone pill can cure it.
Chen Xuan asked back. Barbarian bone pill? Chen Luo scratched his head, confused. Barbarian what? Wei Yanzi explained. Barbarian, referring to the barbarians, the greatest disaster of our Deishuan, and the barbarian bone pill is a treasure of the barbarians. Each tribe of 50,000 people only has one, and the required materials are also the new branches of the barbarian tribe's sacred tree. Very hard to find.
Chen Xuan tugged on Chen Luo's hand. Xiao Luo, listen to your sister, let's not cure it, Chen Luo. The deal, merit. I dedicate Zhongkui. A brief biography, can I exchange it for one? Deishuan hasn't seen the rise of righteous energy in the national treasury for over 40 years, and there's no barbarian bone pill. But there's a myriad treasure pavilion in the capital. With heaven-reaching methods, they auction off a barbarian bone pill every year. At the last auction, I heard the barbarian bone pill was exchanged for 2 great Confucian literary treasures. Aren't you a great Confucian scholar? Can you sell me 2 great Confucian literary treasures? I can pay 10,000 taels. Hearing the price of 10,000 taels, Wei Yanzi woke Chen Luo up. 10,000 taels. One great Confucian literary treasure is enough to buy 10 Wanjian County towns. Hearing that, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, Chen Xuan continued to pull Chen Luo's hand. Listen to your sister, let's not cure it, okay? Seeing the deep sisterly affection, Wei Yanzi suddenly remembered his own sister, who once told him, Sister is about to leave. You have to take good care of yourself in the future, okay? He took out a fruit and handed it to Chen Luo. This fruit originally grew from the 1,000-year apricot tree in the Wenchang Pavilion. Each year, it doesn't produce more than 100 fruits, surrounded by the grand righteous qi. After eating it, it can sharpen your hearing and brighten your eyes. This old man has a few of these fruits. I'll give you one. Although it can't cure her, it'll at least have some effect. Chen Luo respectfully received the gift with both hands. Thank you, senior, Wei Yanzi replied cheerfully. It's just a fruit. How can it be as important as family? What are you spacing out for? Take it. Don't let my little rascal apprentice know. He's followed me for 20 years and I haven't given him a single fruit. Wei Yanzi turned to prepare to leave. 3 days later, the literary heart chooses its master. You were the one who discovered the literary heart. Remember to come and see. Chen Luo respectfully saw Wei Yanzi off. Thank you, senior. I will definitely come. Chen Luo quickly opened the box and gave the fruit to his sister to eat. Sister, eat it quickly. This was given by a great Confucian scholar. It should have some effect. Chen Xuan grabbed Chen Luo's hand, causing him to be puzzled. What do you mean, Ji? This fruit has been imbued with the aura of Heoran righteousness. If you eat it, you might even be able to comprehend classics. On the other hand, I'm already blind. Even the great scholars say there's no cure, so there's no point in wasting it on me. Seeing Chen Xuan's affection reminded Chen Luo of his grandma. She was the last person to save food for him. Chen Luo pushed the fruit back to Chen Xuan.
If you don't eat it, give it to Xiao Huang. Chen Xuan was stunned. Chen Luo coaxed her like a baby. Just eat it. Don't even mention one apricot. I'll definitely get a man bone pill later. I don't even need this stuff.
Remember when the immortal literary soul chose me? Seeing her younger brother grow more mature and considerate, Chen Xuan was touched. All right then. Seeing Chen Xuan open her mouth, Chen Luo thought to himself, is this her way of asking me to feed her? Is this for real? He swallowed hard, psyching himself up to feed the fruit to Chen Xuan, when Xiao Huang suddenly barged in, shattering the nice atmosphere, startling Chen Luo. Young master, the dude you saved has gone crazy. Xiao Huang jumped in between them and asked, what are you two doing? Hearing that, both Chen Xuan and Chen Luo awkwardly turned their faces away. Chen Xuan had no choice but to eat the fruit herself, while Chen Luo patted Xiao Huang's head. Gone nuts, why did that kid go crazy? Quick, take me to see. Chen Xuan stared intently at the fruit Chen Luo had offered to feed her, a strange feeling welling up inside.
Gui Mei, Shu Wu Wang, Shu Tongren, Shu Daiyu, Jia turns Bing, Bing turns Gang, Gang turns Gi. The purple-haired youth was intently reading the text.
Xiao Huang and Chen Luo entered. Xiao Huang pointed at the youth. Young master, look, he's been like that for an hour.
It's clear that something's wrong with his head. He's not even speaking human language. Seeing this, Chen Luo was stunned.
This kid is reading the general outline of the Dugu 9 swords from the smiling, proud wanderer.
He was holding his own handwritten copy. He tapped the youth's shoulder. Nerd stuff. Feeling someone touch him, the youth instinctively attacked, but stopped when he saw Chen Luo. Seeing the youth's fist techniques, Chen Luo thought to himself, this kid is learning martial arts from the smiling, proud wanderer.
Seeing Chen Luo, the youth flinched, retreating backward. Benefactor, please forgive me, Chen Luo consoled him.
It's okay, what were you looking at? The youth stammered. I just randomly grabbed some of your handwritten notes. Without your permission, I hope you won't blame me.
Chen Luo crouched down and said to the boy, again, you're Ji Zhong, right? Judging by your appearance, you have some skill. Are you a scholar from the Confucian school? Ji Zhong replied.
Yes, I am Ji Zhong, 17 this year, a disciple of Confucianism, currently a Confucian scholar at the third realm of city.
Hearing that he was 17 and already at that level, Chen Luo was stunned.
17 and already at the city realm, the same level as Master Li, Holy SHT.
Didn't expect to pick up a little genius, Ji Zhong said nervously to Chen Luo.
Benefactor, I originally intended to go to the central capital to the Dead Willow Academy to study, but now I have a request. If Benefactor doesn't mind, Jin Zhong is willing to follow you for a year to repay your life-saving grace. I am willing to be your study attendant, protecting you by your side, grinding ink and washing your brushes. Chen Luo immediately saw through Ji Zhong's intentions. He put his hands on his hips and asked, you don't want to study, but you want to be my study attendant.
What's your motive? Just say it straight.
Seeing that his true thoughts had been exposed, Ji Zhong was a little embarrassed.
I won't hide it from you, Benefactor. It's just that I don't know where to find the rest of the stories you wrote. Ji Zhong is completely engrossed in them and can't bear to put them down. Knew this guy was up to no good.
You little rascal. You don't actually want to be a study attendant, you just want to read my novels for free. Chen Luo smiled and said to Ji Zhong, you're asking about the rest? There isn't any. Hearing this, Ji Zhong didn't want to believe the truth. There isn't any more. At Kai Tong Chen's manor, Wei Yanzi spoke quickly.
Use the cloud brocade letter technique to transfer it to the green tuning agency.
I want the Wenchang Pavilion to be able to see this article today. Looking at the article before him, Kai Tong Chen asked his teacher, why copy it again? Is it possible that you can't read Lu Weidier's calligraphy? Wei Yanzi looked infatuated. This is the original article. This old man wants to keep it for himself. Hearing this, Kai Tong Chen was filled with question marks. Didn't expect my teacher to value my nephew's article so much. Wei Yanzi hurriedly closed the lid of the box, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. The original work is definitely different. This thing is a treasure. Little rascal, you've written some very satisfying essays these past few days. Does your honored teacher want to keep them? Wei Yanzi glanced up with disdain. What would I do with those things? Hearing this, Kai Tong Chen felt his heart sink.
At the imperial palace, thinking about the current state of the nation, the emperor sighed. The empress worriedly approached, carrying a bowl of nourishing soup for him. Worry as you may, your majesty must eat something.
Or else if you suddenly collapse, there'll be no way to worry anymore. My dear consort, you're as talkative as ever. Are you deliberately making fun of me? The empress sat down next to the emperor, sighing. Isn't it just a minor, immortal literary heart? Let them go and snatch it. You are the emperor. Don't concern yourself with such trivial matters, the emperor explained his worries. That immortal literary heart isn't just any ordinary treasure.
In the 800 years since the founding of Great Xuan, no more than 86 literary hearts have been condensed in total. And no more than 10 of these 86 literary hearts actually belong to the imperial court.
Now, it's not easy to come across a masterless one. The empress made a bold decision. Then let's go snatch it back ourselves.
Hearing this, the emperor froze, staring intently at the empress. She patted the emperor's back hard like a close friend, causing him to spit out the soup he had just eaten. Just kidding.
But if they all fall into the hands of scholars of Great Xuan, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Don't be so stubborn.
Seeing the emperor choke on his soup, the empress realized she had gone a bit too far and patted his back. I accidentally used too much force. It's mainly because your body is too weak. Seeing the empress continuously stabbing knives into his heart, the emperor sighed. My dear consort, let me show you the source of my worries. It's the current fortune of our Great Xuan. 9 cauldrons for a flourishing age, 8 cauldrons for an imperial dynasty, 1 cauldron for a powerful nation. But right now we only have 65 cauldrons. It's because of this that, in the year when Emperor Ling reigned, the 9 cauldrons of fortune were full, the demonic tribes didn't dare to proclaim themselves kings, and all the races came to pay tribute.
By my reign, only 65 cauldrons remain, the empress consoled him. When your majesty ascended the throne, the nation's fortune was only 4 cauldrons. You've been consistent for decades, and only then did you raise Great Xuan from a precarious state to 6 cauldrons of peace. In my eyes, your majesty is no worse than the Ling emperor. The emperor became even more troubled. But if I were to pass away, could our son handle it?
Hearing this, the empress grabbed his sleeve, feigning a threat.
You say these depressing things every day.
If you talk nonsense again, I'll make you kick the bucket right now.
The emperor was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts firm. I knew it, she's still so hot-tempered after all these years. If the fortune of the dynasty could just increase a little, that would be great. At this moment, someone came to report. Your Majesty, Minister Wen requests an audience. He has presented a method to increase the dynasty's fortune. Hearing this, the emperor immediately ran to meet him, even forgetting to put on his shoes. Lead me to meet Minister Wen.
The empress called out from behind. You have to put on your slippers. One of the 4 ministers of Great Xuan, Minister Wen Yan Baichuan, reported, Your Majesty, every word this old servant speaks is true. Chen Luo, in Wanhan County, wrote this sincere essay. Reciting it can make the wandering souls of minor devils dare not approach.
After reading the essay, the emperor praised. 2 parts of our dynasty's fortune are spent on protecting the common people from suffering at the hands of devils. If this essay is spread throughout the land, and everyone recites it, wouldn't it help our dynasty save those 2 parts of fortune?
But, Minister Wen,
no more than 1,000 people in Great Xuan can read classical literature. Our court has billions of common people. Is there a way to let them also comprehend this method?
Yan Baichuan pointed out.
Your Majesty, carefully examine this essay. At the end of the essay, a method is mentioned. It is said that a master artist can paint a scene of Zhong Kui pacifying devils in a painting to ward off evil spirits.
This old servant has a friend. I invited him to imitate Wu Daozi in this essay. To paint a picture of Zhong Kui pacifying devils, if it truly has miraculous effects, it can be popularized throughout the land. Hearing this, the emperor was excited. Good, good, good. As for that Chen Luo, this is his family history. Please take a look, Your Majesty. The emperor read Chen Luo's family history. Chen Luo. His ancestor once followed immortals to Nanzhen. His father Chen Buqi once entered the court 6 years ago, when the Little Wang barbarians attacked the border. Chen Buqi, while rescuing Zisong City, encountered misfortune. Are you a descendant of Zhongliang? The emperor raised his hand and bestowed a reward. A substantial reward is required. Issue an edict. Firstly, Chen Lugao's discovery of Wenxin is meritorious, followed by the Secretary of Literature, protecting the nation, granting the title of Wanan Marquis.
The page boy beside him asked, Your Majesty, does the Wanan Marquis mean to make Wanan County his fief?
The emperor reconsidered.
Not so fast. To be able to write such a document, he must be a great talent. Continue the decree. Ordering the Ministry of Public Works to select a prosperous area in the capital to construct the Wanan Marquis' residence according to the Marquis' system.
Hearing this, the empress tried to dissuade him.
Why build a residence for someone with a lot of money? The abandoned Prime Minister's mansion is very good.
At this moment,
Chen Luo, the person who was to be granted the title of Marquis, was unaware of such a major event. He was worried about something else.
Little Luo, wake up quickly.
Chen Xuan brought someone and said to Chen Luo, Call him brother-in-law.
Hearing this, Chen Luo's face turned pale.
He asked again. Brother-in-law. Chen Luo jumped up and shouted, I don't agree.
It turned out it was just a dream. As he was recovering, Qi Zhong suddenly appeared from somewhere. Young master, you're awake. Chen Luo flinched, keeping his distance from Qi Zhong. Why are you here? Where's Zhao Huang? Qi Zhong tidied up Chen Luo's bedding while saying, starting today, I will be responsible for serving you, young master. Zhao Huang has gone to take care of the young mistress.
Also, young master, would you like to have breakfast first? Or write Zhao Aojianghu first? Here, Qi Zhong looked at Chen Luo with bright eyes.
Chen Luo turned around immediately.
I'll wash up first. Today, I need to stroll around the streets. Fortunately, this morning was just a dream.
Qi Zhong burst into tears, pulling Chen Luo back. Young master, just write a little bit for Qi Zhong meant from morning till night. Chen Luo felt like his hand was about to fall off from writing. Damn it, who told me to tease that Panji? Meanwhile, Qi Zhong was excitedly reciting the passage, number.
I have to read the handwritten manuscript first. Not bad so far. Because of the blank pages in front of him, Chen Luyao fell into contemplation. Only 1/3 of Xiao Aojianghu is finished. My buddy Qishu is just a little bit away from condensing his book's spirit. Should I just finish it? But his aching wrist protested against that thought. Forget it. I remember when the book's spirit condenses, my hand will also be ruined. Then, another Shishu will come out. Wouldn't I be at a dead loss? Let's go stroll around the streets. I've been in this world for so long and haven't seriously seen what this world is like.
Chen Luo turned to Qi Zhong and said, let's go, come with me to stroll around the streets. Yes, young master.
Outside the street, hawking voices never stopped. The remaining big buns from this morning. Selling buns here. Candied hawthorns. Sour and big here. Stinky tofu from Wan'an County. Extremely stinky but not fragrant. Wan'an's best here. In the middle of the street, listening to the hawking, Chen Luo and Qi Zhong froze stiffly. Chen Luo lamented. What kind of stuff are they selling here?
The people of Wan'an County are too miserable. In a corner of the street, someone was staring intently at their every move. Target spotted. Chen Luo asked Qi Zhong.
That's right, I asked before. The cultivation of the Confucian school is divided into self-construction realm, other shore realm, poem composition realm. What's above that?
Qi Zhong scratched his head. Who taught you such nonsense? That is indeed the path of Confucianism. But the true cultivation realms are Confucian scholar realm, master realm, great Confucian realm, sage.
Oh, so the other person was wrong. Although not correct, it's not wrong either. The 3 realms he mentioned actually all belong to the Confucian scholar realm.
Qi Zhong tried to explain it to Chen Luo.
Roughly divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Breaking through to the poem composition realm is the master realm, and there are 3 stages within the master realm.
Understood. Which means there are 4 major levels, and each level has 3 minor levels.
Seeing Chen Luo's explanation, Qi Zhong was quite surprised. Major levels, minor levels. Young master's understanding is truly extraordinary. From behind, the demon was about to attack. Chen Luo was killed by one move. But Chen Luo was oblivious. Still rambling on. Turns out cultivation is just like playing online games. Anyway, you level up every day, and you directly become an immortal. At level 100, Qi Zhong was sharp-eyed and immediately made a move to resist, launching a hit, judgment towards the horizon. Chen Luo asked in confusion. What is that, young master? Be careful. That's a demon. The demon's eyes were cold. Chen Luo must die. With that, it pounced forward. Lunging towards Chen Luo, Qi Zhong stood in front of Chen Luo, protecting him.
A sudden gust of wind destroys the orchid's spring. Old age cannot forbid the cold flying to the end, judging the red fallen and corrupting the platform, mirror of the clear morning, still acting as embroidered brocade.
Qi Zhong seemed to want to say something. Young master? Oh. The demon transformed into a horse's head, its face revealing blood-patterned demon magic. No. Qi Zhong called out anxiously. Young master. Suddenly, a loud shout came from somewhere, a burst of blue-green aura blocking the demon's advance. The demonic horse was confused, not understanding why it was being stopped. Chen Luo recognized this move. This is a great Confucian divine power. Wei Yanzi intervened just in time to save him. That's enough, you fiendish creature. How dare you assassinate a talent of my great Xuan? Wei Yanzi, father asks. Speak. Which clan sent you? As he spoke, he suddenly sensed a sinister aura coming from behind. Wei Yanzi quickly parried the incoming energy blast, deflecting the attack while warning, Be careful, everyone. Wei Yanzi asked Chen Luo. Kid, do you know that demonic horse? Chen Luo replied. Bewildered, I don't, but the ones who want me dead are probably just 2 groups.
Which 2? Chen Luo recounted. First, the dire tiger clan behind the demon tiger. Second, the mysterious force that traded Wen Xin with the fox demon. Either way, they both want Wen Xin, but wasn't today's assassination a giveaway of their tracks?
Wei Yanzi immediately understood the issue. Because they weren't after you to begin with, they were testing the waters in Wan'an County. I fear they've been planning to snatch Wen Xin from the start. Seeing green energy emanating from Wei Yanzi's hand, Chen Luo asked worriedly, "Senior, are you all right?" Wei Yanzi clenched his fist. "I'm fine. It'll just take some time to recover to my prime. With Wen Xin choosing its master, I fear this old man can't recover to his best state." Hearing this, Chen Luo grew even more anxious. Even great scholars can be injured. Just how strong are these guys? Crap, if I stay this weak, Zhizhong might not be able to protect me.
After a moment of thought, Chen Luo took his leave. "Senior, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to." "All right, be careful." Zhizhong chased after him, asking, "Young master, do we have something to do?" After the shock just now, Chen Luo didn't want to be weak any longer. He needed to increase his strength.
"Things have come to this? I need to get stronger, fast," he replied to Zhizhong. Finished the smiling, proud wanderer. Hearing this, Zhizhong's eyes lit up like stars. Awesome. Somewhere else, an old woman said to the girl inside the bone chamber, "Ms. Ma-san is dead. Chen Luo is protected by Confucian disciples. The subordinates were unsuccessful."
The girl replied, "As planned. Mama, did you investigate how many great scholars there were in the Wencheng Pavilion when Yue Yan made her move?"
This old one sensed that there was still the aura of a hidden great scholar in the east of the city that had not been released. The girl in the room put on her clothes and walked out, wisps of smoke swirling around her. Playing the hide-and-seek game again. It's all within calculations. That dire tiger clan is useless, always messing things up. Master won't spare them. But I plan to snatch Wen Xin back as a birthday gift for Master. The girl turned back and instructed, "Prepare carefully." On Chen Luo's side, he was trying his best to finish writing the smiling, proud wanderer just a little bit more.
Zhizhong cheered him on. "Young master, hang in there." Finally finished, Chen Luo stared at the writing and called out, "Come forth, who is the book spirit?" Ren Waxing, Zuo Leng Chan, or Dongfeng Bubai. A golden aura like a small sun jumped out of the writing. Zhizhong stared intently at every movement of the aura. "Young master, the book spirit is appearing." Chen Luo was also anxious, wondering what kind of beautiful book spirit would come out. "Hurry up and show yourself."
What he was waiting for and the truth were completely different. From the light, a cat's paw stretched out, then broke the light. A black cat flashed with golden light, with a cross on its head, jumped out, meowing. Seeing the kitten in front of them, both Chen Luo and Zhizhong froze, not understanding what was going on. "This thing is my book spirit." The book spirit of the smiling, proud wanderer is a cat. Chen Luo picked up the cat. "I don't remember there being something like you in the book. I wanted a book spirit to enhance my combat power, and you are," Chen Luo ordered the black cat, Zhao He. "Quickly use 10,000 volts."
Zhizhong on the side didn't understand what his young master was saying, and asked, "She want volts?" The cat teared up and said to Chen Luo, "Master, I don't know the 10,000 volts you're talking about."
Hearing the kitten speak, Chen Luo was stunned. The cat can speak human language. "Sweet girl, it's this cat, HMPH. But I'm very powerful." Energy emanated from the cat, and then shot straight into Chen Luo's forehead. Chen Luo gradually collapsed. "Ah, so that's what it is." Zhizhong quickly helped his young master up. "Young master, are you all right?" Chen Luo was still muttering, "That's how it is." Suddenly, Chen Luo's eyes sharpened, and he said to Zhizhong, "Ji brother, how about sparring a few moves with me?" Hearing that Chen Luo wanted to compete with him, Zhizhong was confused, afraid of hurting his benefactor again. "Young master, are you sure?" Young master has absolutely no strength, and wants to be beaten up. What a strange hobby. Chen Luo's eyes were full of confidence. "Looking down on me. If you win against me, you can read the next book first." Hearing that, Zhizhong felt like he had been given 10,000 times more strength, his eyes shining like car headlights. "There's after-sales service." He immediately hoisted Chen Luo onto his shoulders. "Ready to head out for the spar?" "It's just beating up the young master, right?" "As long as the young master needs it, I can beat him up every day," Chen Luo said. In the smiling proud wanderer, there's a martial art that no one has ever mastered, but it's even more powerful than the Dugu 9 swords and the Sunflower Manual. Chen Luo frowned and asked, "Zhizhong, do you know what it is?" Hearing a bunch of unfamiliar stuff made Zhizhong panic. "There's no such martial art. Even if you're the author, you can't just spout nonsense." "I won't bully the young master. I'll only use a fraction of my strength." Chen Luo prepared his stance. "I'm ready. 1/10 of your power. Don't underestimate me." Zhizhong began his moves. Moonless Night Swallow Flight, Gao Man King's Night Escape, Tao Yu's Mutual Affection, Qi Great Snow Fills Gong Tao. After a hia, a general on horseback charged towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo closed his eyes, focusing his strength to receive the blow. I see through it.
Chen Luo leaped up, rushing straight towards Jinzhong. Young master, you can't beat me. Jinzhong didn't attack Chen Luo, only defended, retreating backward. But Jinzhong had underestimated Chen Lu. In the blink of an eye, the tip of Chen Lu's sword was pointed straight at his throat. Jinzhong was shocked. What's going on? Based on the young master's speed, this is impossible. The little kitten from before suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's shoulder, and he confidently introduced it to Jinzhong. Let me reintroduce myself. My book spirit. Its name is Dazong. What? Hearing that, Jinzhong was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. Dazong, as in Mount Tai, a book spirit. I didn't expect that to be the first move, so that's it. Suddenly, for some reason, Chen Luo felt dizzy. His face turned pale, and he slowly collapsed to the ground.
Ugh, why am I dizzy? Jinzhong quickly reached out to support him. Young master, are you all right? Back in the room, Jinzhong carefully read The Smiling, Proud Wanderer.
Dazong, as in Mount Tai, the most profound swordplay of the Mount Tai school. The left hand calculates, the right hand uses the sword, calculating all possibilities, and once the calculation is accurate, the sword will attack, never missing.
He looked at Chen Luo sleeping on the bed. No wonder. The young master's mind and spirit were exhausted. He passed out directly. Chen Luo fainted and fell into the flower forest again. He asked the black cat. In other words, I got a technique that takes time to charge up, and when activated, it drains my health like an all-hit skill, ignoring defense. That's right, just activating it once will exhaust my mind and spirit, causing me to faint directly. So this thing can only be used as an ace in the hole for a killing move, the black cat explained. It's because your soul is too weak that you're affected like this. Chen Luo lay down on the ground, propping himself up with his hand, looking at the sky. Forget it. Receiving a karmic law.
Martial art isn't bad either. I wonder what else is above the mortal realm.
If you enter the immortal realm, won't you be able to move mountains and seas, grabbing stars with your bare hands? The black cat reminded him. But you need to cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm before you can enter the next realm. Chen Luo looked up at the black cat. How can I cultivate to the peak? I want to cultivate to the peak right now. The black cat looked innocent. I'm just a cat. How would I know about these things? It grinned. To cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm, you just need to accumulate mortal qi.
Each time the master writes a book of the mortal realm, a stream of mortal qi will be produced. And after finishing a book, the book spirit produced will also bring a large amount of mortal qi.
Chen Luo raised his hand, emitting a stream of qi. You're saying mortal qi is this? That's right, but how do you use this to cultivate? I don't even have a cultivation method. You need to find a davio that belongs to you. Hearing the black cat say that, Chen Luo still didn't understand very well. The black cat continued. As long as master finds the correct Tao, you can become the founding ancestor, a saint in one line. Hearing the mention of a saint made Chen Luo excited. A saint. Just by understanding one Tao, I can become a saint. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Suddenly, the stream of qi became larger and larger, wrapping around Chen Luo, and he saw the moves in front of him. General formula. Sword-breaking stance. Saber-breaking stance. This is the Dugu 9 swords. The black cat cheered. Someone read your book and comprehended the Dugu 9 swords. Chen Luo was shocked. Ah, others can use my stuff too. The kitten suddenly froze. Chen Luo called it. Hey, I'm asking you. Why were the black cat's eyes filled with tears, saying to Chen Luo, Master, the realm spirit asked me to tell you. Don't worry, the more people who comprehend your Dabo, the stronger you will become. As long as you find that path, the entire realm will become an assistant for you to search for it.
Chen Luo woke up from the dream, sat up abruptly. Dawao. He saw Jinzhong practicing his sword on the side, and fell into thought. So you're the kid who comprehended the Dugu 9 swords. Shu Feng, you're awake. I gotta tell you. Chen Luo raised his hand to interrupt. I know. You've grasped the 9 swords of Dugu. Seeing that Chen Luo knew everything, Jinzhong stammered. How did you know? Chen Luo stood up and straightened his clothes. I can write books. What is there that I wouldn't know?
I guess you're right. Chen Luo looked at Jinzhong's sword. Let me see you demonstrate. If you've grasped this martial art, can you execute it?
Jinzhong prepared to show Chen Luo a few sword forms. Let me have a look. Chen Luo fell into thought. Is his childhood dream about to come true today? Who wouldn't want the 9 swords of Dugu? Jijong thrust his sword forward, using the defeat stance, but accidentally overdid it. The sword pierced through the door, damaging Chen Luzhou's room.
Looking at the broken sword, Jizong sighed. It seems that your teachings can't channel the righteous chi of Confucianism, it's just a form, so I couldn't execute it properly. Chen Luo recalled the black cat's words with annoyance. No wonder it wanted me to find my Dao. If I only have the forms without the fundamental techniques, practicing is useless.
The sword forms are here, but where can I find this? Suddenly, someone came to report to Chen Lugo. Young master. The master invites you to attend the Literary Heart Grand Ceremony, to choose its master. Hearing this, Chen Luo wanted to seize this opportunity to find his Dao. The literary heart is a treasure of Confucianism. Maybe I can find some clues about my Dao from it. Thank you for the invitation, please lead the way. You're too kind, please come with me. As Chen Luo walked, he pondered the question. The question is, will it choose me as its master?
From the side, Xiao Huang stepped forward and said, Young master finally has some potential, Miss can finally rest easy. I hope young master won't lose face in front of everyone. At the Literary Heart Selection Ceremony, at the Wen Temple Square, a total of 836 true Confucian scholars from Huanan County are qualified to participate. Li Mao said to Chen Luo. So in reality, the probability of the literary heart choosing a master is not high. Hearing this, Chen Luo looked at the crowd ahead in contemplation. Heavy snow presses down on the green pines. The green pines stand tall and upright. Looking at the people before him, Chen Luo felt a little admiration. How wonderful.
He just showed off with a proud look. No matter what happens in the future, whether it's vying for power or wallowing in corruption, when the first surge of righteous chi is born, we Confucian disciples are the most spirited people. Suddenly, everyone looked up at the sky. Here they come. From the blue sky, the figures of Wei Yanzi and Kai Tongchen appeared. The Confucian sect asked, What is a scholar? Everyone replied in unison. To establish the heart for the heaven and earth, to establish the destiny for the people, to continue the lost learning for the past sages, and to create peace for all generations. Wei Yanzi took out the literary heart box and shouted, Today, there is a late, great Confucian sage who has transformed into the Tao, and his lifelong condensation has created the immortal literary heart. Whoever can continue his Dako is about to approach the great Confucian realm. I only hope that you will not fail the Dao in his heart. He raised the literary heart box to the sky. Literary heart chooses master. Open. From the literary heart box, light shone brightly, showering down on everyone like fireworks. That beam of light flew straight towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo panicked and leaned back. Before his eyes were a writing brush, inkstone, and white paper. Chen Luo was confused. What does this mean? Ji Zhong explained from the side. This means that the literary heart wants the students to write down their inner pursuits. Among them, the essay that best matches the literary heart will be chosen. Hearing this, Chen Luo was a little worried. Then comes the problem. I'm not a Confucian disciple at all, Ji Zhong smiled wryly. Since the literary heart has invited you, young master, please write something. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Inner pursuits. What to write? The best boasting has just been crushed by these students. But if I want to open my dafio, maybe writing that sentence is enough. This is my current pursuit. After speaking, Chen Luo put down his pen and began to write. Wei Yanzi watched the literary heart's reaction and said, Yes, that's roughly the idea. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Ji Zhong was excited. The rise and fall of the world, every man is responsible. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chen Luo was still a little confused. The purple-haired guy angrily smashed the table, Bixi carrying a stele. Bixi means the ancient, turtle-like creature that carries stone steckles. What did this kid write that was enough to inherit a foundation of Tao? Chen Luo looked at Ji Zhong in confusion. Why does this person speak so strangely? He's clearly a man, yet that suddenly appearing old woman calls him myth. The purple-haired guy glared at Chen Luo. Who is that kid? A little later when he leaves, let's turn him into an idiot. He ordered his mother, Mama, do it, yes. After receiving the order, the old woman with sharp hands rushed towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo freaked out. Holy crap, what is that? Wei Yanzi stepped in to shield him. This old man has been waiting for you lot for ages. Since you're here, might as well stay. From the old woman's mouth spewed tens of thousands of foul, black GU worms. Seeing this, Wei Yanzi heightened his vigilance and questioned, GU worms? Who are you people? The purple-haired guy smirked. Who we are is none of great scholar Wei's concern. Suddenly, the desks of everyone who was writing disappeared, leaving them bewildered. My desk? I haven't even started writing. Hold up.
the purple-haired guy sneered. This Yuan Wenxin was originally ours. Today the item returns to its owner. Hearing this, everyone was enraged. Protect Wenxin. We can't let Wenxin fall into the hands of these fiends.
The old woman spat out GU worms, lunging towards everyone. You're not qualified to stop this young lady. As the GU worms swarmed towards them, everyone panicked. What is this stuff? Some people with weaker resistance immediately started losing it. So sleepy. Seeing the situation getting increasingly chaotic, Chen Luo yelled, Mommy,
isn't this just rushing to your death? I need to step up too. You want to die too? Jizhong roared. Kong Yu fulfills benevolence. Meng Yu takes righteousness to the extreme.
This is why he's humane.
Seeing Jingzhong rush forward, Chen Lu called out, since we all need to be righteous to the extreme anyway, why not do something big with me?
At this moment,
another great scholar with the divine power of Yi Bi Gao Xiao angrily attacked the old woman.
She scoffed. It's just some sleep-inducing worms. Why get so worked up? Suddenly, the old woman shed her skin, transforming into a seductive succubus, radiating a black-purple aura. Seeing this, Wei Yanzi shouted, GU transformation. The Zen Xuanxi's intelligence was indeed correct.
So you guys haven't gone extinct yet? Today, we absolutely can't let you leave. The purple-haired guy smirked, looking at Wei Yanzi's palm.
We've even planted GU worms in your Ming Qi Ziguang.
Seeing his hands swelling up, emitting a purple aura, Wei Yanzi knew he had been infected with GU worms. The guy continued. If you circulate your righteous qi now, you can naturally force the GU worms out in an hour.
If you want to stop us,
even gods can't save you. The purple-haired girl glanced towards where Chen Luo was standing, but that little punk must be. She paused. Where Chen Luo was standing just now, there's no one there anymore. Where did he go? Another girl stepped forward to remind her, young miss, don't bother looking, we need to leave quickly.
Kai Tongchen then arrived to stop them. You two should stay here. Unexpectedly, it's you, Semi-Lian great scholar Su Liancheng.
Great scholar, divine power, family, country, world. Since you know it's me, then you two better surrender.
The purple-haired girl got into a fighting stance.
Even a great scholar's family, country, world technique has loopholes.
Mama, you prepare to cast 1,000-mile wormhole.
Let me stop him, Mama replied with some concern.
Yes. She channeled her inner power and prepared to attack. 1,000-mile wormhole is a secret technique of our clan. It can penetrate any barrier, but the casting time is very long.
Can young miss hold him back? After all, he's a great scholar of the human race, a top 10 expert,
Su Liancheng said. Our master and servant are only retrieving Wenxin this time. We haven't harmed anyone. Why must you force us?
Wenxin is a treasure of wisdom. Only our human race's Confucian saints can condense it. How can it be? Retrieving? And who is the Confucian saint that you harmed? You all must answer us.
The purple-eyed girl didn't argue any further,
directly taking action. Fine. Then let's see if a great scholar ranked among the top 10 experts of the human race. You have the ability.
Su Liancheng wanted to attack immediately. I see through your plan. All of you, stay here. From him, streams of azure golden qi shot forward. One gold, one purple clashed against each other.
The purple-haired girl pulled out her trump card. Spirit Sovereign Martial Tome. Who dares to be impudent here? As she said that, a barrage of text appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing the text before them, Wei Yanzi and Su Liancheng were stunned. Spirit Sovereign Martial Tome. The human race's former sovereign's secret treasure. How does she have it?
The purple-haired girl ordered, the Spirit Sovereign commands, bind great scholar Su Liancheng. Streams of purple qi transformed into chains, rushing towards Su Liancheng, intending to bind him.
Wei Yanzi used his uninjured hand to rescue Su Liancheng. Brother Su, I'm here to help you break this spell. Because he used righteous qi, the GU worms became even more active, and the pain in his arm made Wei Yanzi break out in a cold sweat.
Su Liancheng tried to break the seal, but didn't forget to reassure Wei Yanzi. Don't panic, Wei bro.
I can break this seal in a few breaths. That martial arts manual isn't real either. It's just a replica.
Seeing her strength increasingly suppressed, the purple-haired woman worried. No wonder he's Su Liancheng.
I didn't expect that even suppressing him with the Spirit Sovereign martial manual would take so much effort. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on for much longer.
She hurriedly asked. Mama, how much longer? Mama replied. Miss, just hold on for nearly 10 more breaths. The purple-haired woman said. No, this martial arts manual can't hold on anymore. Chen Lugo and Ji Zhong, who were hiding, were watching the battle.
Although using a protective invisibility spell, Chen Luo still asked Ji Zhong with some uncertainty, Are you sure she can't see us?
Ji Zhong replied, I don't use this poem often, but it's still considered my ultimate move, trust me. Hearing that it was this kid's ultimate move, Chen Luo felt more relieved. Alright then, you go distract her, and I'll take care of her. Ji Zhong rushed up and attacked from behind. Moon shadow soars high. Man King's night shield. Tao Yu leads light cavalry to pursue the heavy snow covering the palace. She immediately blew out a blast of ice to block him. How ignorant, overestimating yourself. Just a Qingkui realm cultivator dares to seek death. Taking advantage of her negligence, Chen Luo rushed up. At this moment, Chen Luo, like a great grandmaster, charged straight towards the purple-haired woman with his sword, catching her off guard.
What's going on? I can't escape. Feeling the increasing resistance, Chen Luo gritted his teeth to resist. She resisted. She resisted. Seeing that the one attacking her was a good-for-nothing, the purple-haired woman became even more disdainful. A piece of trash, with no cultivation realm. You think you can hurt me?
Chen Luo rushed up from behind and punched her hard. Mount Tai's swordplay, grandmaster like a river, demonized version, take my punch. Seeing that this girl dared to look down on him, Chen Luo punched even harder.
Didn't expect it, did you?
The grandmaster like a river skill can be used with a sword, but it can also be used with a fist. In an instant, CL's sword strike calculated the fist attack. The purple-haired woman's eyes became increasingly terrifying.
Little thief, you want to die? Suddenly, the Wenxin fruit in her hand became increasingly bright, and a beam of light shot straight towards Chen Luo's chest.
Seeing the Wenxin fruit slip from the purple-haired woman's hand, Chen Luo was stunned. Chen Luo writhed in pain, clutching his chest, as tens of thousands of characters surged like water into his chest along with the light.
After a while, the light of the Wenxin gradually disappeared, and Chen Luo fainted, clutching his chest.
The purple-haired woman still couldn't believe her eyes. The Wenxin has been fused by this little brat.
At this moment, Mama had also completed her technique. Miss, it's done. Seeing this, the purple-haired woman took advantage of no one paying attention and hurriedly grabbed Chen Lugo. Since he has fused with the Wenxin, even if I have to squeeze him dry, I must extract the Wenxin.
Su Liancheng hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Release my Deishuan citizen. Gold sword this day. Overbearing market army. Are there any unjust matters? 10 years. Grind a sword of overlords. Endure. Even more so, natal essence blood attached to it. Seeing Su Liancheng using his natal essence blood, the purple-haired woman didn't flinch at all. A sword with natal essence blood attached from a great Confucian scholar is indeed hard to block. But what if I use a Deishuan citizen who has signed a contract with the Wenxin as a shield? She pulled Chen Luo in front of her as a shield. Seeing this made it difficult for Su Liancheng to attack, and he had to divert his sword strike in another direction. The purple-haired woman smiled slyly and dragged Chen Luo away, not forgetting to turn back and wave goodbye to the two great Confucian scholars. We'll meet again. Su Liancheng still tried to stop them. Don't even think about escaping. Both of them were gone without a trace, leaving only cracks. Su Liancheng was furious. Damn it, damn it. At the county office, the eunuch arrived with the emperor's decree, but didn't go directly to the Chen residence, instead going to the county office, causing the soldiers following behind to ask in confusion, "Eunuch, shouldn't we go straight to the marquis's house?" The old eunuch smiled and explained, "Even if he's ennobled as a marquis, he still needs to inform the local government. You wouldn't know this." Entering the county office, and seeing everyone's faces were covered in dirt and fatigue, and the two great Confucian scholars were no exception, the eunuch was a little suspicious. "Aren't these Master Wei and Master Su? Why are your faces so dirty?"
Wei Yan greeted him politely. "Eunuch, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be by His Majesty's side?"
The eunuch smiled, his eyes crinkling. "I've come to Chen Lugao's humble abode under His Majesty's decree. The emperor has granted him the title of Wan An Marquis, and summoned him to the palace for rewards."
Not seeing the person he was looking for in the crowd, the old eunuch suddenly remembered to ask, "Oh right, where's Chen Luo?" Hearing Chen Luo's name, Wei Yan facepalmed. Chen Luo is gone." The old eunuch was stunned. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was gradually waking up, noticing the unfamiliar surroundings. Chen Luo was confused. Where am I?
Before him was a long staircase, at the end of which was a door radiating a brilliant golden light.
Chen Luo slowly walked up the stairs. This isn't the dreamlike flower forest. Logically, after I fainted, I should have gone there. Where is this place at the end?
With each step he took, Chen Luo's feet grew heavier, as if something was preventing him from opening that door.
The Tao of Heaven. Elegant script. Streams of script wrapped around Chen Luo's feet, and he heard someone saying to him, "The one who comes after shall inherit my Tao."
Before him was a faint, blurry blue figure. Chen Luo was bewildered. Could this be the owner of this place? Is the Tao he speaks of the Tao of Confucianism? Chen Luo respectfully clasped his hands and greeted. Junior Chen Luo, I can use your Tao. Before Chen Luo could finish, the figure interrupted. I am not a disciple of Confucianism, nor do I possess the Haoran righteous Qi. Lamented. Alas, my entire life has been spent searching for a path to cultivation, only to end up with nothing. Seeing that the figure was ignoring him and incessantly mumbling, countless question marks flooded Chen Luo's mind. Senior, the figure continued, I am not content. Our race has so many talented individuals. Surely, layer upon layer, they wouldn't let me be buried. Noticing something strange, Chen Luo realized it was just a replay. The figure, not caring about Chen Luo, continued rambling. The Confucian Tao, whether it be the Tao of Buddha or the heavenly Tao, I have traveled to the barbarian lands and the demon realms, explored grotto heavens and Buddhist kingdoms, only to discover that throughout the world my human form is revered. Sages, Tao ancestors, Buddha ancestors, all are in human form. When the demon ancestor and demon gods descend, they too take human form. Why? Chen Luo raised his hand, trying to offer a thought. But the figure ignored him, not giving Chen Luo a chance to reply. I spent 100 years forcefully extracting a bit of the power of the heavenly Tao, only to discover that this power also condenses into human form. I am certain our human race possesses a technique. I spent my entire life finally exploring a path to the heavens, but no matter what, I have the Tao, but not the Qi to use it. Seeing that the figure wouldn't listen to him, Chen Luo had no choice but to remain silent. Seeing that the figure finally paused for a moment, Chen Luo quickly said, I have Qi here, but I lack a Tao. As he spoke, he pointed to himself. The figure still ignored Chen Luo. According to the program, he continued, sages are born with green Qi, Tao ancestors with purple Qi, Buddha ancestors with golden Qi. Why can't my Tao generate Qi? Without Qi to use, I am not content. I am not content. I am not content. It's here with me. I have it. Chen Luo was about to continue, when he remembered that the figure was just a remnant projection, completely incapable of communicating. The one who comes after must find the fourth type of Qi. The figure pressed its face against Chen Luo's leg. Our human race, every single person is a dragon. The figure scattered into streams of green Qi and rushed straight towards Chen Luo's head. He hugged his head and felt it. This is martial Tao. Martial Tao uses martial arts to temper the physical body. Using martial arts to enter the Tao, it is divided into the Meridian Opening Realm, Qi Nourishing Realm, and Blood Exchange Realm. Meridian Opening Realm. Those who reach this realm can alter tendons and change bones, have keen ears and sharp eyes, and have enhanced physical fitness. Walking on water is no longer difficult. Qi Nourishing Realm. Those who reach this realm can emit the Qi from their acupoints to kill enemies. Blood Exchange Realm. One can exchange their blood 9 times. Those in this realm have a physical defense that is no less than the Vajra body of the Buddhist sect. Hearing the characteristics of the 3 realms, Chen Luo was a little suspicious. Martial Tao has 3 realms, but why do these 3 realms seem like basic training for children? He looked at the golden door in front of him. Could the remaining things be behind that door? He looked down at his feet. But just now, when I wanted to continue walking, something stopped me. Chen Luo tried to move forward. Forget it. I have to go see. If I miss the opportunity, it won't come again. Seeing that he could walk, Chen Luo was surprised. Huh? I can walk forward? I didn't expect to be able to get here. It seems this Tao is mine. Chen Luo excitedly prepared to continue walking. He took a few more steps, ready to open the door directly. Suddenly, golden script wrapped around Chen Luo's body. What's going on now? A flood of text like chains bound Chen Luo. What's going on? Am I only able to reach this humanoid figure's position and stare at the long road ahead? Chen Luo pondered. Could it be that the rest of the path I have to find myself? Why is the flow of text moving more and more intensely? Gradually darkness covers Chen Luo's vision. Seeing the light again, Chen Luo was once again confused. Where is this place again? Chen Luo struggled to get up. His whole body felt like he had been punched by hundreds of granny wrong. Every piece of meat throbbed. A black cat's head suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's shoulder. Master, you're awake, the black cat said to Chen Luo. Their teleportation path was destroyed, and you and this woman were both pulled in here. This woman was injured by the chaotic space, and she won't wake up for a while. It was the secret realm spirit who saved Master just now. Let's take advantage of her not waking up yet and run away quickly. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain in his body.
Then why didn't the secret realm spirit just kill her? The black cat didn't expect its master to not know how to cherish flowers and pity. Jade. Such a beautiful woman, are you serious? Chen Luo picked up a rock. With a determined expression, what's the use of being beautiful? If she wakes up later, I'll be the one who dies. Seeing his master's actions, the black cat asked in confusion, You want to smash her to death? Lifting the rock to kill. But Chen Luo was a little reluctant. I'll think about it. But in the end, Chen Luo couldn't bring himself to do it. He threw the stone away. Forget it, this woman might have a protective magical artifact. I'll still be the one who dies. The black cat jumped on Chen Luo and mocked. It's definitely because of this, right? It must be because her boobs are big, huh? Chen Luo became enraged out of embarrassment. Shut your mouth. That woman can't be dealt with using normal logic. Who knows if her appearance is transformed by some demon art? Her true form is old and ugly and a monster. Looking at the woman's hot figure on the ground, the black cat didn't quite understand its master's words. Old and ugly and a monster. Looking at the surrounding space, Chen Luo fell into contemplation. This place is quite far from that woman. It should be a bit safer now. But now I'm both thirsty and hungry. I can only last for a day at most. He sat down to rest on a rock, looking at the dazzling sunlight. With my current state, I definitely won't be able to find any food. Now there's only one method left. Try cultivating martial arts. The cultivation method is tempering the physical body. If it really works, it would be good to be able to last a few more days. With that, he sat cross-legged and practiced Tao. Chen Luo felt the changes in his body. Meridians? True qi? It really can circulate. This cultivation method is opening up my acupoints. The impurities inside are being forced out along the meridians. Chen Luo's body couldn't bear it anymore. He had to take off his clothes and find a place to clean his body. Yi Jingjing and Maro cleansing. This is forcing out the impurities in the meridians. I have to find a place to bathe. After a while of cultivation, the fatigue in Chen Luo decreased a lot. The feeling of weakness and hunger really did decrease a lot. But the feeling of being sticky all over is really uncomfortable. The purple-haired woman also gradually woke up. Not seeing Chen Luo made her a little surprised. That stinky brat, I didn't expect him to wake up even earlier than me and even be able to move. Is it the help of the Wenxin for him? If that's the case, then I can't let him escape even more. She released the GU insects to find Chen Luo. I planted GU insects on him. And I can find him by following the aura of the GU insects. The insects received the order, Yes, miss. Chen Luo searched for a long time but still couldn't find any water. The weather was hot and humid. He wiped the sweat on his body. Why can't I even find a drop of water in this place? Even without cultivating, Chen Luo's meridians were still being opened. He was shocked, huh? The meridians automatically circulated and broke through 2 more acupoints. The acupoints were opened. The acupoints in Chen Luo's rear also didn't lag behind, emitting qi non-stop. Chen Luo blushed. WTF. Too much. Acupoints opened. I didn't expect that turbid qi is still being excreted. I must go into seclusion when I cultivate in the future. Just as he was embarrassed, he was seen by his 2 book spirits. Master, I've leveled up. Awakened a new talent. Master 2 also did. Chen Luo stood up and brushed the dust off his body. You two seem to have something that's not quite right compared to before. Zhong Kui released a group of ghosts, showing off to Chen Luo. Now this old one can command 5 little ghosts. Seeing this, Chen Luo clapped non-stop. Good, good. If it continues like this, perhaps he will definitely be able to transform into the underworld judge of his previous life. Chen Luo asked Black Cat. What about you, master? Look carefully. Black Cat rushed towards Chen Luo, standing on his shoulder looking around. Chen Luo asked in confusion. Did you awaken a domain-like ability? Not wrong. Chen Luo raised his hand to try controlling. Although the range is not large now, but it's very clear, my senses become exceptionally strong in the area covered by the domain. In the future, if I become stronger, then when the domain state is activated and I use Great Regression to Nothingness, it will truly be an instant kill. Chen Luo felt something behind him. He immediately threw a punch towards the direction of the abnormality. Chen Luo suddenly stopped because he punched something very hard. Seeing the insect in front of him being blasted away by his fungal powder, Chen Luo sighed. Damn, it actually worked. Not bad? No wonder Master thinks so highly of you. Speaking of Master, Chen Luo immediately knew who they were talking about. Master, did that woman send you? The insect demon didn't want to waste words with Chen Luo. It immediately attacked. You don't need to know anything when you're dead. My next blade will take your head. Chen Luo prepared to fight using firewood as a blade. Alright then,
Who would have thought I'd get a chance to show off?
The insect demon raised its sharp blade and charged toward Chen Luo. Talking nonsense, go die. Chen Luo seized the opportunity to show off his talent. Lone Howl 9 Swords river-splitting stance.
Seeing the insect demon charging, Chen Luo smiled confidently.
Little Meow's sensory domain combined with the Lone Howl 9 Swords allows me to see the fatal flaws in your moves. Seeing that Chen Luo could easily block his move with just a wooden branch, the insect demon was shocked. How is this possible?
He pierced the sharp splinter of wood into the middle of the insect demon's head, and it spat out foul-smelling fluid.
As long as I follow the trajectory of your vital points, you won't even be able to execute a normal move. What's so impossible about it?
Simply put, you can't even use your skills in front of me. Chen Luo pointed at the insect demon, ordering Zhang Kui, devour its soul.
Understood, master. Zhang Kui devoured the insect demon's soul, still thanking Chen Luo. Many thanks, Lord.
After Zhang Kui swallowed the soul, Chen Luo quickly asked, "Is there any useful information in its soul?" Hearing the master's question, Zhang Kui tried to sense. Zhang Kui turned to Chen Luo and said, "This isn't a complete demon, its soul has also been refined, but there's still some useful information. That Li Skaken person will be here soon." Hearing this, Chen Luo hurriedly threw away the firewood and ran. That guy is indeed not ordinary. It's a good thing I didn't show off by smashing him in one hit back then, but getting caught up now is only a matter of time. Seeing his lord rushing off, Zhang Kui asked in confusion, "What do we do now?" Chen Luo ran while turning back to Zhang Kui and said, "What else can we do? First, find a place to bathe and hide. I don't believe she can chase me to the ends of the earth." Somewhere, a curse was heard from the cocoon. Waste. Gradually, the cocoon was broken, and a pair of slender, jade-like hands reached out, followed by sticky fluid. Slowly, a black-haired woman stepped out of the cocoon. I still have to do it myself. Run. Run to the ends of the earth. You still won't escape my grasp. The girl's eyes became increasingly charming. Chen Xuan was worried at home. She went to find Wei Yanzi. "Lord Wei, is there any news of my brother yet?" Hearing this, Wei Yanzi became even more annoyed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "We've found 3 possible destinations of the space passage, and now that we can't determine the final location, we've sent people to search those places." Hearing this, Chen Xuan became even more worried. She knelt down and begged, "Great Scholar Wei, please save my brother no matter what. He's my only relative. If he's gone, then I, Wei Yanzi, quickly helped Chen Xuan up. Rest assured, we will definitely do everything we can. Chen Luo will definitely be all right."
Wei Yanzi prayed in his heart. "We've sent people from the Zhen Xuan division to all 3 places, and we've also mobilized the help of the demon race everywhere. Chen Luo, you must live." As dusk fell, Chen Luo finally found a place to bathe.
He splashed around in the water, washing away the impurities on his body. "Luckily I found this stream, or I would have been killed by my own stench."
Suddenly sensing something, Chen Luo jumped up. Without a stitch of clothing, he asked in confusion, "Who is it?"
2 bright eyes appeared in the darkness, revealing a frog.
Seeing the frog in front of him, Chen Luo scratched his head in confusion.
The frog rummaged in its pocket as if trying to take something out.
Seeing this, Chen Luo was even more puzzled. It turned out that it took out a cloud to sit on, and approached Chen Luo. Suddenly a bunch of characters appeared in his head. Chen Luo wiggled his ears, asking the frog in front of him, "Are you saying, you attacked me because I smelled like bugs? And you hate bugs?" Chen Luo looked at the frog affectionately. "It's okay, you don't need to apologize to me, I just killed a bug. It must be because of this." Hearing this, the frog immediately turned around and left. Seeing its attitude, Chen Luo smacked his lips. "Very cold, huh?" Somewhere, a shocking shout resounded. "What? The Golden Cicada Matriarch's precious grandson has also disappeared." At the 100 Demon Assembly, the demons there were all distressed. When it came to the Golden Cicada Matriarch's grandson, this young master didn't know how many times he'd run away. The demon beasts were clearly used to this, even sitting around discussing who would get lucky this time. Suddenly the sound of footsteps made them all shut up. It was Granny Jin Chan, followed by 2 fox demon attendants. She asked, "Did everyone receive their rewards from the Zhen Xuan division?" All the demons clasped their fists in acknowledgement. "We have." Granny Jin Chan sat in the main seat, pleased to hear this, and added magnanimously, "The Zhen Xuan division's reward is 5 lunar bloom pearls." This old woman will add 3 solar star orbs. A female demon held a tray displaying the 3 solar star orbs for all the 100 demons to see. Everyone was visibly surprised. Lunar bloom pearls contain the essence of 100 days of moonlight, while solar star orbs contain twice that time in solar essence. "Obtaining this treasure is like gaining several years of cultivation for free," the demons exclaimed. as expected of Granny Jin Chan, so generous, truly worthy of the title Demon Pro.
Of course, generous rewards come with strict requirements. Granny Jin Chan also candidly revealed, the person we need to find this time, that Bai family kid, is naturally very important. But this old woman has taken precautions and has her own agenda. I hope everyone can help find my runaway grandson. That beast stole a 1,000-mile wind talisman, and now I don't know where he's gone. Everyone was struck by lightning again. The 1,000-mile wind talisman is considered a life-saving charm, priced so high that it takes 2 or 3 years' salary to afford one, and now it was being used to run away from home. As for Chen Lu Ko, he was questioning the green dude who'd been going back and forth in this area for a while now. Chen Lu Go wondered, didn't this guy already leave? Why is he coming back and forth so many times? Chen Luo was washing clothes while quietly observing the green dude, who kept appearing and disappearing in a flash. After this kept repeating, Chen Luo realized, okay, I get it now. Chen Luo took the initiative to ask him, lost, bro? The green frog was stunned. How did you know? Chen Luo replied that he had seen him going back and forth several times and it would be weird not to notice, but this frog wouldn't admit to such a humiliating thing. He's far from being lost. Chen Luo watched him leave again. This frog is stubborn, but he didn't bother to care about him anymore. His stomach was protesting. He needed to find something to fill his belly first. He found a brown fruit that he could barely choke down. He still ate it, but didn't forget to criticize its ugly appearance. Suddenly, he was attracted by the rustling sound from the nearby bushes. That damn frog jumped straight into Chen Luo's face, the impact causing both of them to fall backwards. Chen Luo clutched his face, annoyed. Why is he saying I'm following him? While the damn frog thought people were just bored and tailing him. Chen Luo, with the mark of the frog still on his face, complained, you bumped into me without apologizing, and you still dare to blame me. The frog rummaged through his bag, condescendingly saying, see? It's because you're following this master. He proudly held out a pearl. This master wants to do business with you using this EC pearl. Chen Luo was surprised and speculated. This pearl seems very valuable. You have a spatial treasure behind you. Are you the young master of some demon clan? But what was this to the frog? He crossed his arms casually and said, that's not important. As long as you take me out of this floating cloud mountain, it's yours. Chen Luo's mind raced. To casually take out this pearl, his background is definitely not small. If I can have a good relationship with this guy, then when the demoness catches me, I'll have an extra layer of insurance, right? Thinking and acting, Chen Luo happily helped the green frog in front of him, who continued to follow Chen Luo, who now had a constipated expression after eating the fruit that was so sour it wanted to ulcerate his stomach. But he had no choice. He was too hungry. Meanwhile, the green frog was sitting comfortably on Chen Luo's shoulder, eating and spitting something out. Chen Luo looked at him, who was just chilling, and asked, what are you eating? The green frog puffed out his cheeks, leisurely replying, blood refining pill. A pill that can help this master refine my bloodline, Chen Luo asked again. Then what are you spitting out? Aren't those things edible? The green frog replied casually. That's the blood refining pill. The outside has a sugar coating. This young master only eats the sugar coating. Chen Luo's face turned pale as he thought. So this is what it's like to be rich. As expected, even in any world you can't use common sense to understand the rich. Not far away, a strange point appeared, like a distortion of space, from which 2 demon beasts fell out. Huang third bro. This teleportation array is too powerful. One of them said, Song bro, if I had money, I wouldn't need to use this kind of teleportation array. The beastkin called Huang third brother advised. We've been working as bodyguards for this guy for 10 years. It's not easy to get some savings. We should be thrifty. After all, exchanging for blood refinement pills on the black market is super expensive. If I had a blood refinement pill, and if I had the right bloodline, I could become a demon king of this area. But the beastkin called Song old bro wasn't so ambitious. He just wanted to exchange for a few blood immortal pills so he could enter the blood refinement realm. That way, the chances of his child being born with spiritual wisdom would be higher, and he'd be bringing honor to his ancestors. Hearing this, Huang third brother patted his shoulder and praised him for being so realistic. Then, Huang third brother tripped over a pill and fell flat on his face. The sudden turn of events caught Song old bro off guard. Huang third brother grumbled, wondering what he had tripped over. When he looked down and recognized what he had tripped over, Huang third brother said, Little Song, we don't need to buy blood refinement pills anymore. Huang third brother was overjoyed. This is it, we're rich today. Quick, keep searching, there might be more around here. Then, they eagerly split up to search for pills. Green Frog, perched on Chen Luo's shoulder, spat out a blood immortal pill for a while, then revealed to Chen Luo,
I feel the bug smell on you is getting stronger and stronger.
Did you shower thoroughly just now? Chen Luo frowned and checked himself. I showered, and I even threw away the dirty outer robe, Green Frog said casually.
Then why, I, a woman in purple somewhere, am looking forward to saying, little brother, I'm coming to find you soon.
The two beastkin, who had been following the scent of the blood spirit pills being carelessly spat out,
saw our young Master Frog spitting out pills for fun, leaving them both frozen in place.
Seeing this wasteful scene, Huang Third Brother commented unhappily, "Looks like we're not picking up scraps from a merchant caravan, but from some young master of the demon race." Contrary to Huang Third Brother, Song Old Bro seemed excited. "Isn't that great?
We can follow behind and keep picking them up, staying far away so they don't notice. We can pick up a lot." But Huang Third Brother seemed to have murder in his heart, as he suggested, "Look, it's just a guy and a frog, not our match at all.
In that case,
why not just directly rob his Qiankun pouch? There might be treasures in there that us brothers could never afford in our lives."
Song Old Bro panicked and stopped his brother, Third Brother, Song Shuhong. "Though I have a low status, I've been honest and hardworking my whole life, and I've never done anything bad.
If we commit a crime that involves taking a life, there won't be a place for us in the great Xuan dynasty."
But Huang Third Brother's eyes were blinded by greed.
How could he listen to his brother's advice? "Song Old Bro, this is wealth being delivered right to our mouths. Why do you keep stopping me?"
"Don't tell me you think I can't handle them both alone." Song Old Bro still stubbornly tried to dissuade him, but received only Huang Third Brother's contempt and rejection. He kicked Song Old Bro aside and said, "Worthless trash. Someone like you should be slaughtered and ordered around for the rest of your life."
"Wait for me, your old man, to kill them alone." From the south he launched a preemptive strike without hesitation.
Chen Luo also quickly noticed the killing intent, and he leaned to dodge the unexpected sword strike. Huang Third Brother used the blood rune divine power, poison bone marrow thorn, attacking Chen Luo.
He rushed in with a flurry of attacks, without any rhythm, and although the attacks looked fierce, a hand reached out from the smoke and immediately grabbed Huang Third Brother's pulse gate. At this moment, Huang Third Brother broke out in a cold sweat, knowing he had met his match, and he hurriedly begged for mercy.
But Chen Luo wasn't merciful to his enemies. He tightened his grip on Huang Third Brother's neck and said, "Give me a reason to spare your life," thinking in his heart,
"If I can't unlock the mortal world martial path and enter the meridian opening realm, this stinky smell will kill me on the spot. This demon really wants to kill me," Huang Third Brother stammered, not knowing what to do. But he no longer had the chance to justify his actions.
His whole body suddenly floated up. As taut as a balloon about to explode, Green Frog quickly told Chen Luo, "Chuck it away."
Chen Luo obeyed. Throwing Huang Third Brother into the air, Huang Third Brother's whole body immediately exploded, leaving no remnants behind. Chen Luo was pushed back several meters by the aftermath of the explosion. The woman in purple suddenly appeared, and said with admiration,
"The flesh of a demon in the blood refinement realm combined with the explosive curse unexpectedly didn't injure you. I'm even more interested in you." Chen Luo frowned, not surprised by the appearance of the strange woman, while Green Frog was curious.
"Who is this?" The purple-clad woman noticed Green Frog on Chen Luo's shoulder and asked,
"Aren't you going to introduce your new friend?"
Chen Luo ignored her, turned around, and ran. The woman who was snubbed remained calm as usual, running too.
Trying to run away. "Can you escape from this lady's palm?" Green Frog clung tightly to Chen Luo's shoulder as he ran, identifying the woman as Chen Luo's enemy.
Chen Luo didn't confirm. He just ran and asked, "Big Bro Frog, do you have any powerful treasures?"
"Preferably something you can just toss out to blow those monsters to smithereens. But it seems I, Big Bro Frog, don't have any defensive items on me," it said.
"No way. Are you out of your mind? I ran away from home, you know." Sure enough, escaping that demoness isn't easy. She'd already blocked the path. Chen Luo screeched to a halt. Panicking because he couldn't find a way out, he grabbed the Green Frog right away, making it scream in alarm. "What do you want to do?" "Put Big Bro down, quick." Turns out Chen Luo didn't want it to get involved, so he threw the Green Frog far away to clear an escape path for it. The Green Frog was surprised by Chen Luo's actions. Chen Luo swiftly grabbed a tree branch from the ground.
He pointed the branch at the demoness,
brazenly declaring, "Even if I can't beat you, today I'm going to rip your clothes off, a benefit for the bystanders." The demoness heard these words and looked like she was about to die of anger, still spouting nonsense.
"Today I'll chop off your head and crush your chest to extract your Wenjin." She summoned a human-sized bug.
Chen Luo also summoned a little black cat. Even under attack from all sides, Chen Luo still declared loudly, "Killing one is still killing. Killing five is still killing." Chen Luo, branch in hand, charged headfirst into a bloody fight with those disgusting bugs. Using Dugu 9 swords, saber-breaking form, he easily wiped out the swarm of bugs. The demoness praised unabashedly. Not bad. So that's how you kill them. Now that we've got this clear, we can raise the stakes a bit. She gestured, unleashing a Gale Gorge spell. Chen Luo didn't flinch. I can see through it. But soon enough, the branch snapped in half, and he took a direct hit from a slash. This was the power gap. Even if you can see through the move, it's useless if you can't block it, the demoness coldly remarked. I hate weakness. I hate tiny, frail humans who resist. With a flick of her hand, this time Chen Luo's leg was no longer intact. The demoness looked down at Chen Luo and mocked. Consider his fate sealed. Once I've refined your Wen Xin, I'll turn your physical body into a puppet to keep by my side. How about it? You should be thrilled to be by the side of a beauty like me. Chen Luo's spirit books and the black cat tried their best to protect their master, but both were blown away by one strike from the demoness. Raising spirits, huh? These kinds aren't worthy of being my opponents. Chen Luo watched in despair as his 2 spirit books were blasted into oblivion, remembering the days they accompanied him, appeared, and became his companions. He still rushed forward, wanting to kill her, but he was no match for the demoness. What good was his anger? I've changed my mind. If I kill you, my master can also refine Wen Xin from your corpse. In that critical moment, a long net reached out and pulled him out of danger. The demoness glared at the green frog. You don't know your place, daring to steal my prey? She attacked them both. No, wait, don't mind me, just go. For me, go to Wannan County, Chen Manor. Seeing Luo starting to babble his last words, Big Bro Frog was even more unwilling to abandon him. I, Frog, am also a person of integrity, it said. You tossed me away, but that touched me. Consider this your lucky break. With that, the green frog cast the soul fusion art. Big Bro Frog unleashed its spell, as if opening a portal to the stars. The spell enveloped Chen Luo's entire body, just before the demoness's attack landed. Another explosion appeared in the air. The demoness paid little attention. Anomaly, she scoffed. Just a minor demon, merely destined to die. This is what happens when you don't know your limits. From within the explosion, a burst of light suddenly emitted, catching the demoness's attention. From within, a giant frog with a star-cloud skin pattern descended. The demoness was stunned as she recognized its origin, the beast-devouring grand demon, star-swallowing toad. Wondering why this grand demon had appeared here, the giant frog opened its mouth and sucked in, forming a dense ball of purple cloud. The demoness discovered Chen Luo wasn't dead, and couldn't understand what had happened. Chen Luo landed with his body completely intact, countless star points appearing on him, and he declared, I will kill you to avenge Zhongqi and Dazong. The demoness, attacking while speaking, said, You think creating this phenomenon will allow you to defeat me? The distance between you and me is like heaven and earth. Die? Chen Luo reached out, summoning his sword. Something flew out of Grandpa Toad's pouch. Looking back, a purple sword was now firmly in Chen Luo's hand. Chen Luo executed decisive slashes. A sword strike broke through the demoness's technique. The demoness wasn't ordinary either. One move after another came immediately. You think I only have this much ability? She launched a palm strike full of inner force towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, with the stance of Dugu 9 swords breaking key, easily neutralized her attack. Without hesitation, he advanced straight toward the demoness, so fast that by the time she realized it, the sword's blade was already close to her neck. Now she finally started to panic. Don't underestimate this 6th grade GU master and Great Confucian. You guys are only separated by a hair's breadth. True to her words, it wasn't easy for Chen Luo to take her down. The azure silk ancient golden imprisonment allowed even the user's hair to become a weapon. The demoness used her stiff hair to continuously attack Chen Luo. This forced Chen Luo to maintain a safe distance from her, unable to get close. The demoness had begun to lose patience. She admitted she had underestimated Chen Luo too much. She scraped her palm, causing a green liquid to spurt out. Next, you'll know what a world of difference really is. That liquid transformed into a 6th grade blood beast GU, rushing towards Chen Luo head-on, unafraid of the one sword, to break all. The blood beast GU obeyed the demoness's orders to attack. To her, Chen Luo was already a dying man. Struggling was only an eyesore. Chen Luo had to continuously swing his sword to block the demoness's attacks like a storm. Unable to multitask, so the blood beast GU wounded Chen Luo's left shoulder. He couldn't help but feel this was a tough one, but living things like this aren't easy to deal with. Observing that this blood beast GU had a craving for blood, Chen Luo suddenly came up with a plan. The demoness commanded the blood beast GU, rush and suck Chen Luo's blood dry. The Ba Feng roared in unison. Chen Luo was gathering his own blood essence into a ball. The demoness immediately sneered, "You're insane! How dare he extract his own blood essence?" Chen Luo raised the blood orb, attracting the Baofeng's attention, and then forcefully threw the blood orb away. The Baofeng, with bloodhound instincts, couldn't resist and chased after it, not even bothering to listen to its confused master calling it back. Seizing the opening, Chen Luo directly gave the demoness a fatal blow. The situation of the battle now tilted in Chen Luo's favor for the first time. He landed a heavy blow with each slash, and even had time to mock. When fighting to the death, looking around carelessly will lead to a very miserable death. Chen Luo jumped up, determined to make a finishing move. Although the demoness was heavily injured, it wasn't over for her yet. She used her hand to block the sword. Behind her, a pair of large purple wings grew out. "Forcing my natal Gu to appear, I now admit you have some skill." Her hand gripped Chen Luo's sword blade so tightly that he couldn't pull it out, he guessed. She used some kind of special ability. Grandpa Toad, merging with Chen Luo, used his spirit to report, "Quickly think of a way to finish her off with one move. My demonic energy is about to run out." The demoness used her wings to attack Chen Luo. She wanted him to regret getting so close. "Become nutrients for me." Like another clutch reversal, Chen Luo had unlocked the mortal dust chi. Finally, he could use this power. Chen Luo was swallowed whole by the demoness's wings. But a burst of intense light erupted from within, accompanied by a scream. The demoness was knocked down flat, sprawled on the ground, while Chen Luo was the one who stood firm until the end. Chen Luo was also almost exhausted, but he didn't forget the vengeance he needed to take. Chen Luo raised his sword with both hands, aiming straight at the demoness's neck. He could avenge Zhong Kui and the kitten now. But the demoness's luck wasn't up. At least she couldn't die here yet. A hand appeared from the void, blocking Chen Luo's sword tip. Chen Luo was caught off guard by this strange turn of events. A fingertip touched the sword's blade, causing it to gradually dissipate. Chen Luo stared with his mouth agape at that scene. A woman slowly appeared, joining the battle. This person was the demoness's master. She couldn't help but feel emotional. "I didn't expect the natal Gu to be so heavily injured. No wonder the shadow Gu automatically activated, leading my mind here. If I, your teacher, hadn't planted the shadow Gu in your chest, you would have definitely died today." The demoness rarely acknowledged her own shortcomings. But she also said Chen Luo was difficult to deal with. He obtained the literary heart, and his strength had become unpredictable. Hearing this, the woman understood. "It was you who stole our literary heart." Chen Luo no longer had the strength to resist, and furthermore, this person was even stronger than the previous one. He couldn't sense her power, couldn't hold on for long. Chen Luo collapsed, and Grandmaster Frog also detached from his body. The strange woman raised her hand and yelled, "Wen Jin, come out!" She forcibly tore Wen Jin away from Chen Luo, believing this would leave him with little time left to live. But Grandmaster Frog had to keep pumping out Key of Destiny, using a protective talisman on Chen Luo that even left the woman helpless. She frowned and muttered, "The highest grade protective talisman of the Daliao Gate. Heavenly official bestows blessings." She then turned to her disciple and asked, "Is this Fuyun Mountain?" The demoness didn't understand what the problem was, but still obediently confirmed, "It is indeed Fuyun Mountain." The strange woman opened a wormhole portal and quickly pulled her demoness disciple away from this troublesome place, while the demoness was still confused about Wen Xin. The woman explained, "Fuyun Mountain is a Dao prison location. That frog probably has a good relationship with the Dao Gate. I, your master, am merely an illusion. If I lead Taoist masters here, I won't be able to protect you." The woman cast one last glance back, asserting, "I will come for Wen Xin." Leaving the green frog and Chen Luo lying unconscious there, in the dreamscape's flower forest, Chen Luo stood facing Zhong Kui and Xiao Miao, though to be precise they were two withered tree trunks. He blamed himself for not being strong enough to protect his companions. A shadow appeared behind Chen Luo, saying, "They're not dead. Book spirits are the power within books. As long as the manifestation technique is indestructible, book spirits are also indestructible." Chen Luo asked the shadow, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" The shadow performed a greeting gesture. "Your humble servant is the spirit of the secret realm. I bow to you, master." Chen Luo recognized the name. Xiao Miao had mentioned it to him before. He couldn't help but ask, "If they're not dead, how can they be revived?" The spirit of the secret realm casually replied, "The more people read the books, they will naturally be able to recondense spiritual fortune and reappear in the outside world." Chen Luo realized, clenching his fist. "So, I need more readers. But if I don't become stronger, even if they revive, I won't be able to protect them. Chen Luo cupped his hands and humbly bowed to the spirit of the secret realm, asking, "Tell me, how can I acquire more books?" Chen Luo looked straight ahead, thinking to himself, I need to become stronger than anyone else. Only then can I protect everything that is mine.
The spirit of the secret realm was also very generous, revealing to Chen Luo, "You need book Key of Destiny. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, we here are non-existent entities, master. You need to accumulate enough Key of Destiny and bargain with the heavenly Tao for us to be able to manifest in this world."
Chen Luo was stunned. Bargain with the heavenly Tao? The spirit of the secret realm vanished in a flash. Someone's noticed me, my lord. Later you will understand it yourself. Even when facing the heavenly Dabio, you don't need to humble yourself. Chen Luo dazedly processed the information he had just received. So, reading idle books is going against the heavenly Tao. Then he's definitely defying heaven. Just like a man who wants to defy heaven, his physical body was currently lying with Grandmaster Frog on a shabby cart. The one pulling the cart was none other than Song Laodi. Chen Luo and Grandmaster Frog lay peacefully unconscious, while Song Laodi strenuously pulled the cart. Third brother Huang may be unjust, but I can't be inhumane. I'll pull them to a nearby medical hall, then I'll leave. Consider it repaying the favor of the blood refinement altar. Song Laodi was completely unaware of the gazes that had been following him and the two figures on the cart. Two demonic beasts discussed amongst themselves. Hey, that looks like the young pavilion master of Luo Di Sheng Qian. Those humans must be Wan An Bo, whom the Zhen Xuan Bureau is looking for. Let's go snatch them now. But a fruit demon advised them against it. Those two are severely injured right now. What if Granny Golden Cicada and the Zhen Xuan Bureau think we're the ones who injured them? The two other demons frantically said, "We just want the reward for finding them. We absolutely don't want to harm anyone.
We're good demons. All our meat is bought from the market." So the fruit demon advised further, "So you guys need to think carefully what's the best plan in the end."
Both bear demons didn't want to give up the huge reward. It was right before their eyes. How could they just watch it slip away? But the fruit demon was much shrewder. It realized Song Laodi wasn't a local demon, so they still had a chance to get the reward. The two bear demons were excited by the fruit demon's analysis. As long as they bring the people back, it counts as a meritorious deed.
Song Laodi watched in alarm as the two bear demons rushed over, thinking they were about to attack. But both were friendly and amiable towards Song Laodi. "Brother, are you heading to Fuyun Road?"
"What a coincidence. We're going the same way. We'll help you push the cart." Song Laodi sat bewildered on the cart. Suddenly receiving such enthusiastic escort, he couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is going on? Met a demon? Nah. Turns out these two bear demons were just secretly watching Song Laodi.
Trying to freeload, countless other monsters had the same thought, hating that they weren't as quick as those two bear demons. Are we just gonna watch those two monsters snag the reward?
Not a chance. The fruit demon couldn't hold back and rushed out, not caring anymore, helping to push the cart. "Even if I don't get a reward, I can still schmooze with the Land of Fortune Master. Totally worth it. This is my chance to weasel my way in with the big shots." The other monsters woke up and scrambled to be the ones escorting these two VIPs. Song Laodi, speechless at this enthusiasm. Are all the monsters on Floating Cloud Mountain this welcoming?
Before long, Chen Luo and Green Frog had a whole entourage fit for a king. Some Floating Cloud Mountain monsters who didn't know what was going on were shocked by the size of the spontaneous army heading their way, and they rushed to report to the manager.
"Manager," he calmly said. "Why the panic, you fools? So what if there are a lot of them? Floating Cloud Shop isn't a place you can just waltz into." The parade finally arrived in front of Floating Cloud Shop. Manager He arrogantly greeted the monsters, but they had no ill intentions, calling for Manager He to look at the people on the cart. Manager He was horrified to recognize his young master in critical condition. Song Laodi was still uneasy, not over his shock. Who knew he'd casually saved two big shots? He looked around awkwardly. "Is that the legendary dragon bloodwood? And tea, just the scent makes my blood boil. Definitely good stuff for cultivation." Being treated with treasures he'd never tasted, Song Laodi was most concerned about one thing, admiring the Golden Cicada Granny's maidservant. This girl is the prettiest female demon Song Shuhong has ever met. Who knew these two unassuming people? One is Golden Cicada Granny's grandson, one is newly appointed Earl of Dashuan Dynasty, his third brother is really blind. Manager. He stood opposite him, politely greeting him. "Song Hero has any requests? Just say the word. Land of Fortune Pavilion will definitely not disappoint you."
Hearing that, Song Laodi couldn't help but feel embarrassed, glancing at the female demon next to him. As for Golden Cicada Granny, she looked at her unconscious grandson, feeling sorry but still scolding. "You damn brat. See, if you still act up, you had to suffer to learn your lesson." A blue-clad female demon standing behind Golden Cicada Granny asked, "Granny,
What's wrong with the little ancestor? Golden Cicada Granny replied. There's nothing wrong with his body, he just exhausted all the demon energy in his body. But this beast's soul has merged with someone else. The blue-clad female demon was furious. Who dares to be so bold? I'm gonna rip his soul to shreds right now. Golden Cicada Granny advised. Calm down, girl. She listened and calmed herself.
Another female demon came to report to them, Granny, Aunt Bing, that Juan and Earl is awake.
Golden Cicada Granny glanced at the blue-clad female demon, also known as Aunt Bing, revealing,
the person he merged souls with is the newly appointed Juan and Earl of Deishuan.
As for Chen Luo, he had just woken up, still with a headache, not knowing how long he'd been unconscious or where he'd been taken, and still had countless questions when he realized someone was coming. Golden Cicada Granny and Aunt Bing bowed politely to Chen Luo. Golden Cicada Granny introduced, this old one is Taoist Golden San Shun, paying respects to the Earl.
Chen Luo raised an eyebrow at the name,
feeling like he'd heard it before. Isn't that from some show Mangle bought the rights to? Thinking that, he vaguely felt these two must have helped him. So he immediately stood up to thank them, also not forgetting to ask about his frog brother who had gone through thick and thin with him. Even though we only knew each other for a short time, we fought side by side against strong enemies, even though we didn't know each other, making Chen Luo acknowledge Green Frog as his brother. Golden Cicada Granny didn't even blink as she replied, the green frog you're talking about. We didn't see him.
This news made Chen Luo unable to hide his worry, and he immediately rushed off to find the frog. He must have fallen somewhere. I have to find him. He's probably injured too. I can't just leave him. Something might happen to him.
Aunt Bing quickly grabbed him, saying they were just testing him. Chen Luo wondered, what does that mean? Then Golden Cicada Granny slightly bowed and explained, I was just kidding. That frog is my grandson. He's resting in a room right now. Chen Luo was relieved to know the frog was safe, he said. Your grandson saved my life. Chen Luo is extremely grateful. Golden Cicada Granny also happily replied, if you already consider my grandson as your brother, then this old one won't call you Earl anymore. This was no problem for Chen Luo, and he cheerfully called Golden Cicada Granny Golden Nai Nai, asking her to let him visit his frog brother. Unexpectedly, Aunt Bing answered this time, not now. We need to know what you two went through. Chen Luo didn't hide anything, patiently explaining the whole story. Golden Cicada Granny was also surprised to hear that the ancient tribe thought to be extinct had reappeared. Aunt Bing didn't care about that. She only paid attention to the fact that they had to fight the new female ancient clan member.
Reluctant soul fusion, Chen Luo confirmed it was true, and he also realized from their tones that the woman who arrived later was very powerful. Grandma Jin Chan told him, legend has it that when heaven and earth first opened, the very first living creature nurtured was an ancient Gu worm. It absorbed the primordial chaos chi, grew incredibly powerful, and even developed the ambition to devour the heavenly Tao and rule everything. The spirit of the heavenly Tao defeated it, and it fell, transforming into 3,600 parts, living creatures known as Gu. The terrifying Gu poison was something ordinary people couldn't resist,
and the organization that seeks the ancient Gu god, wanting to recreate it, is the Gu sect. They slaughtered countless innocents to gain power, which the righteous path could not tolerate. Thus, the five great Taoists, Confucian, Buddhist, demonic, and barbarian, joined forces to hunt them down. But unexpectedly, remnants still survive to this day. Aunt Bing seemed impatient, bringing up the Gu sect. They deserve death, but what's important right now isn't this.
This made Grandma Jin Chan pause.
Chen Luo asked, what is the important matter? Aunt Bing couldn't wait, quickly blurting out, our young master is small and naive, but full of heart. He used soul fusion to transfer all his accumulated demonic energy to our young master, driving back the powerful enemy. Now that our young master is safe, can you undo the soul fusion technique and return his divine soul to him? Chen Luo, of course, asked readily. How do I do that? Aunt Bing casually replied. He just needs to separate his soul from the green frogs, and that's it.
Sensing there was a catch, Chen Luo asked, is it really that simple? Grandma Jin Chan spoke frankly.
Of course not. After separation, you might become as simple-minded as Luo Di Shengqian Pavilion will guarantee to take care of our young master for life. You won't have to worry about wealth or glory. Chen Luo was dumbfounded. That frog bro really saved his life. But to repay him by spending the rest of his life as a simpleton. Did I transmigrate here just for it all to be for nothing? But if I don't agree, won't I be an ungrateful jerk? Chen Luo hesitated. Please give me some time to think. Grandma Jin Chan and Aunt Bing's expressions immediately changed. Displeased with his attitude, Aunt Bing dropped her initial humble demeanor, declaring haughtily, Our young master is a descendant of the star-swallowing toad, one in 1,000 years, born pureblood, on par with ancient demons. And you? Are you a great Confucian seed, or a Taoist scion? You are fundamentally unworthy of soul-fusing with our young master. You're just a mere mortal. Grandma Jin-chan couldn't stand it anymore and immediately snapped, "Aunt Bing, silence!"
She turned to apologize to Chen Lugao. "I've offended you, young master. Please take your time to think. I'll take my leave first."
Chen Luo wasn't exactly thrilled. He knew he was being looked down upon, and he scoffed inwardly. So that's it, they think I'm not worthy. Outside, Aunt Bing respectfully asked Grandma, "Are we just going to leave it like this? Everything is for the future of our grand disciple?" Grandma Jin-chan replied, "Of course, we accept the current situation. Quaqua's mother is the rarest Heaven's Fortune toad in Toad Clan history. She feeds on the heavenly Tao's destiny, born with divine abilities, capable of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. If not for giving birth to Quaqua, she would have had 10,000 years of lifespan." Grandma Jin-chan maintained proper etiquette on the surface, but inwardly, she didn't think much of Chen Luo, nor did she believe he could bring good fortune to the Toad Clan.
She decided to assign Aunt Bing a task. "My junior sister, Yuan He, gave me a magical artifact called the Soul Suppression Pagoda. It won't harm the soul, but it can still separate divine souls.
I'll give it to you." It was clear that Grandma Jin-chan's mind was made up as she handed a golden, radiant pagoda to Aunt Bing. Aunt Bing understood the command at once, pledging, "If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility." With that, she immediately flew off, leaving Grandma Jin-chan to her own thoughts.
The soul suppression pagoda might not harm the soul, but the pain of having one's soul suppressed is not something a mortal can endure.
That pagoda is, in fact, an execution tool of the Tao sect. By now, it was dark outside. In the room, Chen Luo sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating, letting out a sigh.
Speaking of his cultivation progress, only half of his 12 meridians were open. He had no idea when he could truly break through to the meridian opening realm.
When that time comes, I wonder if there will be any anomalies. Aunt Bing, shrouded in green mist, suddenly approached Chen Luo from above. "Today, I must separate the young master's divine soul from yours. Even if you become a simpleton, that's your fate."
Sensing danger, Chen Luo immediately raised his guard, but it was too late. Aunt Bing grabbed him and dragged him away. Grandma Jin-chan witnessed the entire process, standing by calmly, secretly entrusting everything to Aunt Bing.
Just then, Manager He Hai arrived with news. "The Tao sect master, Tianling Daojun, is here."
Grandma Jin-chan heard this and was confused. Why would Tianling suddenly come to her place? She only thought Tianling Daojun had come because junior sister Yun, he had lent her the soul suppression pagoda. In the reception hall, Tianling Daojun politely inquired about the news of Fuyun Mountain, saving Grand Xuan Wananbo.
Grandma Jin-chan didn't deny it, but also asked, "What about it?" Tianling Daojun smiled and said, "Quickly invite him out to me. Our Qingwei sect master and the 6 great elders of our Tao sect have unanimously agreed to confer the title of Grand Xuan Wan Anbo." This Chen Luo is a sage teacher of our Tao sect. Grandma Jin-chan asked the reason in surprise. Tianling Daojun slowly replied, "Sage teacher Chen has a book spirit that can devour ghosts, which is very beneficial for our Tao sect's ghost exorcism efforts. This spirit cannot fall into the hands of the Confucian sect or the Buddhist sect." Grandma Jin-chan was astonished to learn this.
Before she could even fully recover, another envoy arrived. Grand Xuan Wei Yan has arrived to welcome Wan Anbo.
A man in official robes, with a white beard and hair, paid respects to Taoist Tianling.
"We already know about your conferring the title of Grand Xuan Wanan Marquis."
Marquis Wanan is currently resting, so, Tianling continued. Amidst Granny Jin-chan's confusion,
he shifted the same question to her. Granny Jin-chan broke into a sweat, searching for appropriate words, but even she didn't know what to say.
Chen Luo was bewildered to find himself suspended in space. Before he could understand what was happening, an intense pain struck his soul. He writhed, clutching his head, his soul separating and rejoining. He faced peril, but it turned out to be an opportunity for him. Humans are born, and apart from prodigies, there's always some misalignment between their soul and body. Chen Luo was no exception. But thanks to this soul-stabilizing event, his soul and body became perfectly integrated. The Confucian school calls it Wenqua descending to the mortal realm, the Taoist school calls it innate Tao body, and the Buddhist school considers it immaculate spiritual child.
Aunt Bing tirelessly struck the soul-suppressing pagoda, unaware that she had unintentionally blessed Chen Luo. Noticing the anomaly, she looked up at the tall pagoda with suspicion.
Aunt Bing murmured in astonishment, It's like 200 years ago when I followed Granny to watch real person Ching Wei undergo tribulation. But why is a similar phenomenon appearing now? A pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the soul, suppressing pagoda, pushing Aunt Bing away. She wondered, what is going on? A stream of 7-colored lights swirled and flew into the night sky, creating a spectacular scene. Aunt Bing was now so shocked that her jaw dropped. The path to heaven, an excessive phenomenon, has emerged, so everyone knows. The two distinguished guests who came to find Chen Luo were also stunned and exclaimed, "Path to heaven!" Unexpectedly, "It's the path to heaven, what the heck?" Tian Lang couldn't believe his eyes, saying, "A sage descends, painting the sky green, opening the path to heaven for the Confucian school in purple from the east, opening the path to heaven for the Taoist school with a golden lotus from the earth, opening the path to heaven for the Buddhist school." At Sai hour, the stars lose their color, the moonlight recedes. It means a great sage has opened the fourth path to heaven. Seeing this heavenly phenomenon, Granny Jinchan couldn't help but report to the two seniors. This aura of fortune is descending upon the position of Wanan Marquis Chen Lu. At the Wen Chang Pavilion, Wen General Yan Baichuan, witnessing that 7-colored light, sighed, "Teacher, your wish." A blurred figure appeared in Yan Baichuan's mind, once saying, "The only wish of this old man's life is for humans to become dragons." Yan Baichuan was moved, because he saw that it had the potential to become a reality. He turned around and ordered a family servant, tomorrow, spread Wanan Marquis's Zhongqi biography throughout the capital. The family servant immediately accepted the order. Early the next morning, the local storyteller's version of the Shinnuxia story at the stall, reading the latest news or poems to everyone, included Chen Luo's entertaining books. This decision made Chen Luo's name famous throughout Zhongjing, and even opened up a method of telling serialized novels. Of course, cliffhangers are still a must. At Shuyang Mountain, Grandmaster Qingwei Daojun also learned that Chen Luo had opened the fourth path to heaven, and sighed, "The world is about to change." In the western regions, at the Yellow Sands, atop the Tongtian Peak's giant pagoda, the one who opened this path has a connection with the Buddhist school, so it is my duty to protect him. The other Buddhists listened, and carefully followed the great Bodhisattva's Dharma decree: southern border, 100,000 great mountains, Holy Monarch Palace. Everyone was discussing the phenomenon. Could it be that Han Qingzhu of the human race has attained Daoao? Someone denied it. Everyone wondered, who opened the fourth path to heaven? 3,000 miles of the path to heaven is enough to cultivate to the blood refinement stage. But that is not important. What's important is whether this person has the ability to continue to open up the path. The Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist paths to heaven are all 10,000 miles long. If this idiot opens another 3,000, our demon race needs to prepare to respond. The one sitting in the main seat of the meeting considered. This event needs to be added to the agenda of the Holy Palace. Manyuan Northern Region, Jinjiang City. "Alang, it's late. Why haven't you returned to the palace to rest?" A strong male demon replied to Selena. "The human race has another path of cultivation, and they are now celebrating." The red-haired female demon standing beside him didn't think it was a big deal, saying, "Brother Alang, if you're worried, why don't I find the one who opened the path?" Alang also said, "It's just a 3,000-mile path to heaven, it won't change the big picture, but I'm really looking forward to him opening another 3,000 miles. Back at Floating Cloud Mountain, Aunt Bing, standing near the center of the phenomenon, still couldn't believe it. A mortal whose talent for reading hasn't even awakened. How could he open the path to heaven? She deceived herself, saying, "It must be someone else nearby. It can't be Chen Luo." Chen Luo, at the center of the phenomenon, absorbed a stream of golden-orange energy into his body, the qi of the heavenly Tao. Aunt Bing couldn't deny it anymore. The heavens were rewarding him. He really did open the celestial path. Aunt Bing froze, collapsing to the ground. What have I done? To look down on a genius who opened the celestial path. Even 10,000 years ago, the Confucian sage, the Taoist ancestor, the Buddhist founder. This person's talent could be considered the fourth greatest of all time. Chen Luo's image in Aunt Bing's eyes was now untouchable. After receiving the good fortune, Chen Luo didn't forget to ask, "Aunt Bing, what's up?" Aunt Bing raised an ice spike, aiming straight at her heart. "This one wishes to atone for her sins with death. All mistakes are this servant's. This servant was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please don't blame Granny and Gua Gua." Chen Luo rushed forward and knocked the ice spike away, unable to resist mocking. "When you thought I was trash, you wanted to use the town tower to tear my soul apart. Now that you see I have skills, you immediately want to die to atone for your sins. Is your brain wired with Orion or something?
Chen Lugyu couldn't understand these people's thought processes. Aunt Bing was also confused by his scolding.
From behind, Granny and the Tianling Dao Lord had caught up. Granny spoke first, blaming herself for being muddle-headed. Seeing them arrive, Chen Luo politely clasped his fist and said, "Many thanks to Granny for saving me earlier, but what you guys did with tearing my soul was a bit inappropriate, so let's just say we don't owe each other anything." Chen Luo proactively offered the Toad Bro's separated soul and said, "Here's Toad Bro's soul. From now on, I have nothing to do with you." Jin Chan Granny was speechless, because she knew the opportunity had been ruined by herself in an instant. But Chen Luo still had something on his mind. Guagua is my bro. He risked his life to save me. I should repay him. But right now I have nothing left in my pockets. At this time, the Tianling Dao Lord stepped forward to repay this kindness for Chen Luo. "My Dao Palace has a mystic realm called Star Tomb.
If the gluttonous Star Toad enters, it can receive a great opportunity, enough to repay the kindness of saving a life."
Chen Luo asked, "Who is Tianling and why is he helping me?" The Tianling Dao Lord replied warmly, "I am Tianling Zhenren of the Dao Palace. A great opportunity has come looking for you. As long as you agree to become the Dao Palace's worthy teacher, then what I just said is absolutely true."
Chen Luo pondered.
"What kind of position is worthy teacher? If it's too troublesome, I can't do it." Wei Yan knew how to seize the opportunity to jump into the conversation, he explained. "A worthy teacher of the Dao sect means that the Dao sect will give you money and resources. You don't need to work. Can it be understood as you collecting protection fees from the Dao sect?" Hearing the word money, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Even though the Tianling Dao Lord said it was true, he felt that saying it was collecting protection fees just sounded weird. Chen Luo didn't think for a second, clasped his hands to Tianling, and exclaimed, "I accept. Collect fees, protection fees right away."
Having Chen Luo's agreement, Tianling turned to Jinchan Granny and Aunt Bing, who were standing gloomily in a corner, and told them to leave. Tianling also secretly blamed these two for being faster with their hands than their brains. "This Jin Sanchun is really muddle-headed. Almost had my grandson latching onto the fourth greatest of all time." Jin Chan Granny also muttered to herself, questioning herself, muddle-headed. Chen Luo clasped his hands and asked Wei Yan, "Great Scholar Wei, can we go back now?" Before Wei Yan could answer, Tianling quickly came forward to butter him up. "Worthy teacher, don't rush.
Our Dao sect has the soul pact technique, using a person as the master to merge souls with a demon, which is much stronger than the gluttonous Star Toad's bloodline." But Chen Luo wasn't interested. He wanted to go home early. Tianling psychologically baited him. "Our Dao sect has a heavenly dragon pawn.
Choose a dragon girl with first-class aptitude, suitable for the worthy teacher. What do you think?" Imagining the graceful and charming image of a dragon girl, Chen Luo's interest was immediately piqued, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Are you serious?"
Tianling confirmed, "Absolutely true." But Wei Yan, who was standing next to him, poured a bucket of cold water.
"Those are all a bunch of fake dragons, ones that cross the dragon gate to transform into dragons, far inferior to the gluttonous Star Toad's pure bloodline. I remember. The youngest little dragon is an eel that transformed 260 years ago. Are you still interested?"
Knowing the truth, Chen Luo immediately complained, "I almost fell for it. Sure enough, free stuff ain't good stuff."
Tianling regretted it terribly. Almost got Chen Luo's nod. Wei Yan just smiled, and he suggested taking Chen Luo to Zongjing to receive the imperial decree first. Chen Luo is now the Wan'an Baron of Great Xuan. Chen Luo agreed to go along, leaving Tianling clutching his head, not wanting to miss the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with him. But Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. He still had something he wanted to ask Tianling. Tianling was extremely friendly, telling him to ask whatever he wanted, and if he knew, he would tell him everything. Chen Luo voiced his doubts. "Why do you want me to collect protection fees, why do you want me to be the Dao sect's benevolent teacher?" Tianling gave Chen Luo a general explanation of Zhongkui's importance. Chen Luo now understood that because Zhongkui could pacify souls, the Dao sect wanted to use him to exorcise demons, so they hoped Zhongkui would work under the Dao sect's name. Tianling praised Chen Luo's ability to understand, but thought to himself that if that were the case, Zhongkui would no longer be an ordinary spirit. Chen Luo would also bear responsibility to the Dao sect, and the more Tianling thought about it, the more he worried that Chen Luo might become close to the Dao sect. But in reality, Chen Luo didn't think so much. He readily agreed, simply thinking that exorcising demons was a good thing, and whether or not he had a title didn't matter. This straightforward answer unintentionally raised his value in Tianling's eyes. Tianling assessed him as a person of high moral character, then secretly reflected on the Tao sect's low standards. Tian Ling humbly bowed to thank Chen Luo for his guidance. Chen Luo, on the other hand, was completely unaware that he was unintentionally showing off, and was only concerned with asking Wei Yan about trivial matters. Wei Yan and Chen Luo traveled in a flying carriage. The two of them sat inside chatting about the events of Chen Luo's trip, especially the attack by the Yudangjiu men. Thinking back, Chen Luo still felt lucky. He had the opportunity to risk his life with the spirits to protect each other, and because of this, he was valued by Wen Xin. Wei Yan consoled him, but also had to tell him about the troubles to come. Chen Luo wanted to ask another important question, which was related to his path of cultivation. Hearing this, Wei Yan waved his hand. "This is beyond my authority. When you arrive at Zhongjing, a Wenxiang will personally ask you. But before that, I have something I want to ask you, and you must answer honestly. Is the cultivation path you opened related to the Great Confucian Wen Xin before?" Chen Luo honestly admitted. "It is related." He asked if there was a problem, Wei Yan said. "There are some extremely old-fashioned guys in Confucianism. You are not a Confucian disciple. Yet you have accepted the Great Confucian Wen Xin and even opened up a cultivation path. I'm afraid some people will have unrealistic ideas." Chen Luo was unconvinced. What does Wen Xin choosing me have to do with them? If they want to cause trouble, let them come and fight me for fun. Wei Yan advised him not to get excited. This matter is related to reputation and righteousness. This is a fundamental principle, so we can't blame them, but we also have ways to deal with it. Are you willing to join Confucianism? He was surprised and asked if Wei Yan wanted to be his teacher, but Wei Yan quickly waved his hand. This old man is not qualified. The status of someone who accepts you as a disciple must be above this old man. You have opened 3,000 miles of Tongtian Road, while this old man has only entered the realm of a great Confucian. If I were to be your teacher, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to protect you. Chen Luo saw Wei Yan's embarrassment, but he still respected him as an elder. Shuyang Mountain, Xuantan Palace, the deepest part of the dungeon, Qingwei Daojun, stood in front of a large stone door, carrying something like a golden talisman in his hand. The stone door opened, and in the very center of the room was a pyramidal ice pillar sealing a person inside. Qingwei Daoren confided to the person in the ice, or rather, his senior sister. Was he wrong? Then, Tian Ling returned and said that the benevolent teacher he had appointed was actually the person who opened the fourth path of cultivation. He wondered if he had known earlier, would it have been better to directly take him as a disciple? He thought that if his position as Grand Celestial Master belonged to the Sleeping Beauty in the ice, he probably wouldn't be as muddle-headed as he was. One early morning in Zhongjing, in a carriage, Yan Baichuan sat listening to his subordinates report on their work. Wan Anbo's articles have been distributed to the storytellers, just waiting for the early morning to open for the listeners. The official flattered, Wen Xiang really knows how to choose talented people, a nobody like Wan Anbo. Yet his works have been personally arranged and distributed by you, sir. What great fortune for him. Yan Baichuan sternly told him to be careful with his words, and retorted, "This is not Chen Luo's fortune, but Yan Baichuan's, his, and Dai Xuan's fortune." The official was full of question marks, not understanding how an unknown nobody could be Dai Xuan's fortune. At the early market, at the storytelling place, people were looking forward to the storyteller's arrival. They complained about his lateness. Chen Luo was sitting at a nearby table, gobbling up delicious food and fish sauce. He was so moved that he could finally eat well after many days of being a waiter. Suo Mo told him, "Eat slowly. How can you afford it if something happens?" A man holding a book, eating and rushing, bumped into the edge of the table where Chen Luo was eating. Chen Luo smelled the scent of rouge from him, assessing, "This person's style is a bit chaotic. Maybe it's something good. Wake up, this is a memorial." Because of the modern comparison, the waiter behind him didn't hate Chen Luo's strange words. That hurried guy was Nan Wangxi, a storyteller. Knowing he was late, he apologized as soon as he got on stage and introduced today's particularly special story to the audience. Chen Luce sat eating, wanting to see what kind of story this guy could tell, and then heard the storyteller clearly say, "Today's news only has one thing. About Qingzhou, Wanqian County, Chen Lusao, Chen Donglu, conferred the title of Wanqian Baron by His Majesty." Today's article is the extraordinary tale written by the Wanhan Baron. Zhong Kui's brief biography. Chen Luo choked when he heard it was his own right. Chen Luo quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, secretly thinking this was Wei Yan's PR work. The audience was buzzing. They were hearing the name Chen Luo for the first time, and he's already the Wanyan Baron, currently receiving a real title at court. With the system already in place, what merits did Chen Luo have that people don't even know about?
Even the waiter next to him was cluelessly asking Chen Luo who he was.
The source himself, Nan Wangxi, had to introduce the basic info. Chen Luo, 19 years old, a loyal subject, wrote the extraordinary tale Zhongqui's Brief Biography, which can ward off demons even if you don't have the talent to fully understand it. At this point, Chen Luo started taking this storyteller seriously. Nan Wangxi jumped into the story. Zhongqui was a person from Zhongnan Mountain in Shaanxi, with outstanding talent in his youth. At that time, all the storytellers in the 4 tea houses in Zhongjing were telling Zhongqui's brief biography. Through the storyteller's engaging narration, the audience started to get invested in the characters in the story.
Chen Luo couldn't help but rejoice. Old Zhong might be coming back soon. He also realized that the storyteller was very good at setting things up, so he planned to use this guy for future serialized stories.
The waiter behind him whispered,
"Baron, it's getting late. You should go check out your mansion."
Chen Luo didn't linger. He got up and left, leaving behind a crowd of listeners who were eagerly curious to meet him.
Chen Luo was thrilled to hear those words. Such a small story, and it's already blowing up in this world without entertainment. What if I release multiple installments of Smiling Proud Wanderer? I can't even imagine. The carriage was already in front of the Wanhian Baron's mansion. Wei Yan was standing in front of the door welcoming Chen Luo. Chen Luo was surprised by the scale of the mansion. He even asked again, "Are you guys sure you're just giving me a house and not a whole damn residential complex?" Chen Luo again blurted out modern phrases that the locals didn't understand. A family servant suggested taking him inside to have a look.
Chen Luo straight up refused. Too much. He was already worried about getting lost in there. Wei Yan only came to greet him. He still needed to meet with Minister Wen, so he just left a message that he would come back to pick him up in 3 days. Chen Luo knew better than to keep him, and saw Wei Yan off, who hurriedly left. Wei Yan sped straight back to the Wenchang Pavilion. Wei Yan hoped that his teacher could accept Chen Luo as a disciple. Then Chen Luo's future would definitely be bright. Wei Yan opened the door and greeted his teacher, who was the same rank as the Grand Xuan's Minister Wen. That teacher was sitting with Minister Wen and calmly asked, "Have you arranged things for that kid?" "All done," Wei Yan reported. "Someone is taking care of him. I came to inform Minister Wen." Minister Wen dismissed him, and then asked the person sitting opposite him, "Do you want to meet Chen Lugo?" The other person immediately retorted, "Meet what? You old fart, lost 2 games?" The 2 people lunged at each other, grabbing each other's collars to argue, "What Song Tuizi are you talking about? You think I didn't see you use the foreknowledge divine power before playing chess with me?" The teacher named Song Tuizi retorted, "Don't be a hypocrite. You were the one who used the foreknowledge divine power to make 2 moves first." The 2 of you are comparing Great Confucian divine powers, foreknowledge, to see who's better. Wei Yan, standing outside, was speechless. He had to ask, "Excuse me, to interrupt you 2, my teacher has something to ask. Can you accept Chen Luo as a disciple?"
Both of them stopped, turned to him, and Song Tuizi said sternly, "He cannot accept Chen Luo as a disciple."
Back to the Wanchan Baron. The wealthy family servant professionally led Chen Luo to tour the mansion. Wherever they went, he described the areas and rooms of the mansion in detail so that Chen Luo could easily recognize them.
Chen Lugo's eyes lit up at the vast scale of this mansion. He planned to sell the whole damn thing and use the money to live extravagantly in Wanchuan County for the rest of his life. The servant standing next to him thoughtfully said that if he needed anything else, he would send people from the inner Wusenti squad.
Chen Luo was already planning to sell this mansion, so he went straight to the point. "How many square meters is this house?"
"How much does a square meter cost in Zhongjing?" This guy's really getting into the real estate business. The servant immediately understood his intentions and said awkwardly,
"That's a beheading offense."
Chen Luo wasn't about to let go of a potential income source right in front of him, so he tried to find a loophole. If not sell, then rent. But the servant gave him the same answer. He realized this free pie wasn't something he could just eat.
That's basically a disguised way of trapping him in Zhongjing. Not only would he not get any extra money, but he'd also have to pay land tax and rack his brains to make money. It's just as tiring as before. Chen Luo complained, holding his head. Couldn't they just let him sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor? On Wei Yan's side, he asked Song Tuizi, "Why won't you accept Chen Luo?" Song Tuizi replied, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." Wei Yan tried to put in a few good words for Chen Luo. Even though his talent hasn't awakened, the Tongshuan pathway he unlocked after reading extensively allows him to strive for a path of advancement. So Song Tuizi had to explain more clearly. "It's not that I won't accept him, but that Shizu wants to." Wei Yan was thunderstruck. "Shizu wants to accept him," Song Tuizi even jokingly added. "That kid will be my junior brother and your granduncle in the future." Leaving old man Wei Yan petrified. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was facing another problem. He was given a huge house, but he didn't have a single coin, no servants, and no carriages. He sat on the roof, sulking and complaining.
Why does a carriage ride in Zhongjing cost 300 taels of silver a day? Do they think he's a freaking millionaire? After ranting enough, he slumped down and sighed. He thought about asking Chen Xuan to send money, but that would be like hanging a sign saying, "I'm broke, AF."
He was going crazy over the money issue, trying to find ways to get money fast. Jumping down from the roof, Chen Luo rushed out to find ideas to make money. He didn't want to transmigrate and still be troubled by money. After taking a few steps, he opened the door and saw that the servant hadn't left yet, which made Chen Luo wonder. This servant lingered for a reason, because Chen Luo was the emperor's darling. So he offered some fruit as a gesture.
He scratched Chen Luo's itch perfectly. Immediately offering a 1,000 tael silver note as a gift, Chen Luo was blown away by the note. It was like sending charcoal in snowy weather.
Chen Luo had to give this servant a like and commend him. He's got potential. Knowing that Chen Luo was going out, he directed Chen Luo to the most bustling area in the capital. Chen Luo was also excited to see just how bustling Zhongjing really was. The servant muttered to himself, "This move is perfect. Chen Luo is still naive. 1,000 taels is enough to satisfy him. There will be even more people trying to suck up to him in the future."
On the roadside, two strangers saw Chen Luo running out and immediately confirmed that he was the person their master needed.
Chen Luo strolled around the streets of Zhongjing and had to admit that it surpassed Wanyan County in terms of liveliness. The two strangers followed Chen Lugu, looking for an opportunity to capture him, even though they didn't understand what was so special about Chen Lugu that their superiors wanted to see him. The two of them rashly jumped out and asked, "Is Chen Luo the Xinfeng?" Wanchan Baron. Chen Luo munched on a fried dough cake, denied it without hesitation, and even gave the name Chen Xiang.
The two guys were just going through the motions. They knew exactly who Chen Luo was, so they held him back and forced him to go with them. Chen Luo was annoyed at being disturbed in the middle of the street. "Looks like I'm destined to become famous in Zhongjing today." One of the two strangers made the first move. Chen Luo quickly blocked the surprise attack, while simultaneously poking the eyes of the other one. Since they dared to offend him, he'd give them a taste of their own medicine. Two chickens trying to kidnap someone. But it wasn't over yet. Another person was planning to give Chen Luo a devastating kick. Chen Luo raised his forearm to block it. He seemed to recognize this newcomer. It was the #1 eagle-eye great swordsman.
This person attacked aggressively, spouting nonsense about An. Chen Luo heard the name and figured they wanted to bring him back to some master.
Chen Luo said, "He doesn't know who that is. He was taught not to follow weirdos since he was a kid." The attacker's hand turned into claws like a bird, attacking Chen Luo and revealing,
"Our master is Marquis Quen Li. The Marquis is just inviting the Baron for a drink."
Don't be ignorant. But before his hand could touch Chen Luo, it was chopped off. A sword instantly severed both of the enemy's hands. A woman calling herself Ling Bao First Lineage Cheng Yu stood proudly on the hilt of a sword and bowed to Chen Luo.
She said sharply, "Attacking our sect's virtuous teacher. Consider those two hands a small warning." That guy cautiously said, "Thank you, Fairy Cheng Yu," from the second floor of Building C. Beside him, the person who ordered Chen Luxio's capture yelled loudly, "The Marquis of Wan An is too much."
"This Marquis just wants to invite the Marquise to have a drink. Are you not giving face?" The speaker was a young man, clearly showing his annoyance. Chen Luo immediately knew he was Marquis Quen Li.
Not letting Chen Luo waste words, Cheng Yu made an excuse. "Our little prince has something to ask the Marquis of Wan An. Please postpone your appointment, Marquis Quen Li." Marquis Quen Li arrogantly turned and left. Chen Luo turned to thank Cheng Yu for helping him. Cheng Yu said,
"He shouldn't be thanking me. Who should he be thanking then?" But before he could ask anything further, Cheng Yu flew away. He pondered. What had he done to Marquis Quen Li? He didn't even know the little prince, so why were they targeting him? Chen Luo now had money, so he didn't hesitate to hire a carriage. Yi, the driver, sitting outside, asked, "Are you sitting tight?" Chen Luo was preoccupied with other matters, so he replied absent-mindedly. From the encounter just now, he could see the waters here were too deep, completely unpredictable. But it was just a small matter. What he lacked now was a servant. Without one, it wasn't befitting his status. In short, it all came back to money. He suddenly noticed a piece of paper placed in the carriage. Opening it, he saw it was a small news item about counterfeit medicine being sold on the street. As soon as he saw it, the light bulb for big money scheme lit up. Chen Luo held the paper and asked the driver, "Where can you get this?" The driver said, "This is the morning report. Tea houses, ziguan, brothels all have people selling it. 1 yuan per copy. The people like to read it, and after reading it, it can be recycled as toilet paper." Chen Luo was disappointed to hear that because the price was too cheap. Chen Luo inquired further, "Are there any more expensive newspapers?" The driver didn't mind chatting. Of course there are. The Wenbao, published by the Wenchang Pavilion, is worth the money. It has the latest poems and even classical essays with commentaries by teachers, even great scholars. But the price is too expensive. Ordinary people can't afford it.
Smelling a potential money-making opportunity, Chen Luo asked, "How much does that Wenbao cost?" The driver replied, "It's 10 liang a copy, and it's only published once a month."
Found a gold mine here. Chen Luo wanted to know more. With such an expensive price, what's the customer base like? The driver said. There are more book readers in Daishuan than you imagine. Not only are there many buyers, but you also have to line up to buy it. I once saw a line of people stretching from the east gate to the west gate, just to buy a Wenbao.
At this point, Chen Luo was certain. He remembered when he used to go buy books. He wanted to buy 10 mid-grade books, but the servant told him he didn't have enough silver to buy them.
In his memory, books were divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Authors wrote the upper grade, Grand Masters copied the middle grade, and readers copied the lower grade. But even the lower grade was expensive, requiring at least 100 liang to buy a single book. In this world, the power of the heavenly Tao supports and highly values authors' rights. There's no such thing as copyright infringement. The author can receive a portion of the money that readers spend on the book. In fact, every penny spent on that hobby goes into the author's pocket. In this world, writing books is the true path to making money. A guy with a head full of entertainment books like him would sooner or later get rich. The driver thought to himself, here's another madman. Writing books isn't as simple as that. Teachers and great scholars might not produce a single valuable sentence in a year. It's not like cabbage at the market.
The carriage had returned to the Wanan Marquis' residence. A figure was standing in front of the door waiting for him. As soon as Chen Luo got out of the carriage, that figure pounced on him and called out to him.
That person was Qi Zhong. Chen Luo's attendant, Qi Zhong, was excited that he had finally found his young master.
Qi Zhong's face was covered in dirt, eating like a starving ghost, scaring the shopkeeper. This guy's gonna eat himself to death and then ghost the money. Seeing Qi Zhong's miserable condition and his starving-to-death eating style, Chen Luo had to ask, how long has he been starving?
Qi Zhong finished the last bowl of noodles and replied, after you were taken away, Xuanji became skin and bones. Chen Luo imagined his older sister sitting and wiping tears and said helplessly, it's true that he experienced a near-death experience, but it wasn't like a deathly farewell. Qi Zhong received news from Wei Yan that his young master was safe and sound and immediately rushed over.
He was also given a mission by Xuanji to find Chen Luo at all costs. Qi Zhong took out a stack of silver notes entrusted by Xuanji to Chen Luo, fearing that he would be penniless and struggling. That's why, throughout the journey, Qi Zhong didn't dare spend a single wen to buy a horse, relying entirely on his human strength to persevere and run non-stop to Chen Luo's location. Chen Luo was very touched. Afraid that his young master would dislike them, Qi Zhong added, he didn't let those silver notes suffer along the way. They're very clean.
At this point, Chen Luo couldn't help but hug Qi Zhong tightly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude.
He was so touched he almost cried, vowing to become a big shot so the people who cared about him wouldn't have to worry anymore.
Seeing Chen Luo so emotional, Qi Zhong comforted him, saying, he knew Chen Luo must have suffered a lot. The moment his emotions calmed down, a wave of intense BO assaulted him, the stench so strong Chen Luo felt like he'd been hit with a bioweapon,
causing Qi Zhong to panic and say he had endured at the Wanhan Marquis' residence. When Chen Luo needed water, Qi Zhong rushed in to bring him what he needed, fulfilling his mission without shame. Qi Zhong had bought the literary gazette. Chen Luo wanted to see his young master seriously reading the news, which Qi Zhong found puzzling.
Chen Lugo wasn't a scholar. What did he need the literary gazette for? Chen Lugo replied succinctly. Know your competition.
Chen Luo asked.
Why is there such a long name at the end? Qi Zhong explained. That's the ranking of scholars, called the Talent Qi ranking. The masters call it the Shanghai ranking.
Then Chen Luo playfully asked,
why isn't your name on it? Qi Zhong said with fiery passion. He'll be on that list sooner or later. Chen Luo wanted to know, are there many of these literary gazettes? Qi Zhong said. There aren't many, one issue per month. Most of the market is filled with morning papers, but they're all just gossiping and not worth the money.
That's even better. For Chen Luo, this was the same even in another world. In this world, the heavenly Tao was the parent. Everyone was under its influence, becoming deaf to outside news, focused only on reading the books of sages.
Geez. Aside from gambling dens and brothels, there isn't any developed form of entertainment here.
Truly a wonderful world. What it lacks, Chen Luo has. Sporting a villainous grin, making Qi Zhong think his young master had gone crazy, Chen Luo switched to merchant mode, saying, little Qi, what do you think about me starting a newspaper?
At Wei Yan's residence, Wei Yan looked up at the sky, calculating the time. My mentor should be returning soon.
Song Tuizhi landed dramatically. Wei Yan asked superficially, how was his observation of Chen Lu? But looking at Song Tuizhi's expression, he guessed something had happened again with Chen Lu. Song Tuizhi heard Wei Yan call Chen Luo a brat and corrected him. That's right, he said. If this old man acknowledges him, then he's your junior master. Does he have any manners?
Wei Yan was speechless. Afterwards, the two entered the room to talk, and Song Tuizhi asked about Kuei Li Hao. Wei Yan explained. Kuei Li Hao was an example of the Ministry of War being on equal footing, but when he was uniting the small Man Yi tribes for Deishuan, he was killed by the Man King, sacrificing himself for the country.
From the old days, he was also posthumously granted the title of Kuei Li Hao. Currently, it's his only son, Qi Huaiyu, but this guy relies on his father's merits, and his grandfather being the great scholar Qi Kexiu, so he's a bit arrogant.
Wei Yan asked, why is Song Tuizhi mentioning this person? Song Tuizhi said sullenly. That guy made things difficult for your junior master right in the middle of the street today.
Song Tuizhi speculated that Qi Huaiyu was resentful because Chen Luo's Zhongqi stories were becoming popular, so he intended to forcibly take a portion. Because in his eyes, Chen Luo was just a peasant from a remote place with no backing, no mountain to rely on, very easy to order around.
Wei Yan angrily shouted. If it weren't for his grandfather and father, he wouldn't deserve to inherit the title of Kuei Li Hao.
What a huge nerve. Seeing Song Tuizhi get up, Wei Yan asked him where he was going. Song Tuizhi didn't turn his head, rolling up his sleeves. If the son is not taught, then it's the father's fault. If the father is dead, then it's the grandfather's problem. This old man will go and catch that Qi Kexiu and beat him up. Wei Yan gave up on his mentor's hot temper. He was eternally unchangeable. Back to Chen Luo and Qi Zhong. Qi Zhong was disheartened when he heard Chen Luo wanted to start a newspaper. Giving his opinion, does young master want to make morning papers?
That's just toilet paper. Why would you want to do that? Chen Luo said brightly. I don't know refined writing, but what if I serialize Smiling Proud Wanderer on a morning paper? But Qi Zhong didn't think it was worth it. If you want to, you can directly bind books and sell them. Chen Luo then posed a question. How many people can afford to buy the entire Smiling Proud Wanderer?
He wanted to divide it into multiple installments, so he could attract the largest possible readership, accessible to everyone, with prices within reach of commoners. Hearing these words, Qi Zhong remembered how many times he was chased away as a child for not being able to afford a classic text. Seeing that his young master had the world in his heart, wanting to allow even poor scholars to read books, Qi Zhong's loyalty rose another level. If he met someone trying to stop this, he would definitely go all out to support Chen Luo's great virtue. Chen Luo naturally became the center of attention without understanding a thing. Looking at the worshipful eyes of the attendants, he wondered if he had just unleashed some kind of conqueror's haki or something. Ignoring the nonsense, the problem now was, besides the novel, what could Chen Luo add to attract readers? He had to find other sources of content. Sitting and choosing what he could do. Writing exposé articles, he didn't have reporters. Writing poetry, his memory was limited and it would be hard to plagiarize later. Sending out invitations for collaboration wasn't feasible, because he was worried about his own survival. He had ideas, but hadn't completed the process. Chen Luo clutched his head and screamed, I don't know what to find, to fill the other sections of the newspaper. At night, the sky was clear and the moon was bright. Chen Luo couldn't sleep peacefully when he heard someone calling him in his heart. Chen Luo found himself standing in front of the wooden spire that was appearing, on which there were ripples of crimson light. The crimson light gathered and formed Zhongqi, returning to meet Chen Luo. Chen Luo excitedly hugged Zhongqi tightly, causing Zhongqi to say, He's still weak, be gentle. After celebrating, Chen Luo immediately asked, Zhongqi, how did you come back to life? Zhongqi enthusiastically replied, More and more people are reading the Zhongqi Chronicles, so his spiritual energy recovered quickly. He's extremely grateful to Chen Luo. Thanks to him, he has another chance to manifest. Chen Luo dazedly woke up, thinking to himself that storytelling was actually so effective. He had to go see how popular an episode of the Zhongqi Chronicles had become. The kitten had also faintly materialized back onto his shoulder. If things were going well, he also needed to quickly release Smiling Proud Wanderer. Chen Luo tidied himself up and summoned Qi Zhong. He had to go out and check out Takao province. The two, master and servant, Chen Luo, went out onto the street together, and Qi Zhong happily said, I've heard about it. The storyteller from Beifeng Pavilion is called Painted Hammer Nansheng. He tells stories with so much soul. He's the best at telling the Zhongqi Chronicles in the entire capital. He led Chen Luo to a story listening spot. A large crowd had gathered. Everyone wanted to get in to hear the story, showing that this Painted Hammer Mister was no ordinary guy. Too many people had come, so the waiter had to block them.
saying that there wasn't enough room inside anymore, advising everyone to come early tomorrow. Chen Luo assumed that he wouldn't see that painted hammer mister today, so Qi used his righteous qi to try and pull Chen Luo through the sea of people. The two of them successfully squeezed in, but the inside was packed, many times more crowded than when Chen Luo went to eat before. The time had arrived, and the main character of this storytelling session took the stage. Painted Hammer Mr. was none other than the familiar face, Nan Su, cupping his fist to express his gratitude for the audience's affection, and then launching straight into the story he would tell today, the Zhongqi Chronicles. The atmosphere was extremely lively, the heat turned up, and everyone couldn't wait any longer, shouting, "Tell the story, mister! Start quickly!" Nan Su took out a mask. He put on the mask, telling the story in a way that transformed him into the character, making the story even more vivid and captivating. Both Chen Luo were surprised. In awe of this creativity, Nan Su wore the Zhongqi mask, taking on the role with supernatural flair, and the whole Han room was stirred up, with people whooping and cheering for the character Zhongqi. Chen Luo suddenly realized that because this world lacked entertainment, even just an episode of the Zhongqi Chronicles was enough to be a climax for the people here. The more he thought about it, the more smug Chen Luo became. So little culture, isn't this turning it into a big field for me, Chen Luo, to romp around in? On the stage, the storyteller had stepped out of character, taken off his mask, and concluded the storytelling session. Next, he said that he would update everyone on news about the imperial court and the world through rumors. He let everyone know and invited them to listen, just like a news anchor. He delivered news from the man to the Yao races, and the listeners all discussed their opinions. Chen Lugo's method reminded Chen Lugo of editorials. Finally, he had something to fill the empty newspaper spaces with. His newspaper would have novels on one side and editorials on the other. The idea had taken shape. Chen Luo instructed Qi to invite Nan Su. He wanted to launch this newspaper project right away. Nan Su came to meet Chen Luo, thinking this was an audience member who wanted to hear more stories, so he said to Chen Luo, "Today's storytelling session has ended. Come again tomorrow." Chen Luo began to introduce himself. Nan Su was stunned. Thinking the name sounded familiar, he asked again, confirming, "Which Chen Luo?" Qi proudly introduced, "Wan An Marquis Chen Luo." Nan Su was bewildered, not quite believing it, and asked Chen Luo for proof. Chen Luo called out, "Zhongqi." Zhongqui's phantom image clearly appeared behind Chen Luo. The book spirit Zhongqi was the proof. Nan Su greeted Chen Luo. Chen Luo lifted him up, praising. The storytelling was very good. Nan Su politely said, "That's because Chen Luo's writing is good." But Chen Luo said he wasn't talking about the Zhongqi Chronicles, he meant he was praising Nan Su's analysis of official notices. Nan Su realized, guessing that Chen Luo perhaps wanted to take him as a disciple, Chen Luo was about to go straight to the point when Nan Su blurted out, "I'm willing," while Chen Luo completed the remaining half of the sentence, asking if he had any colleagues as outstanding as him. The two were thrown into confusion. Chen Luo still didn't understand what Nan Su was willing to do. He brushed that aside and elaborated further, "I want to publish your and your friends' argumentative essays in my newspaper, and furthermore, I want to invite you, mister, to be the editor-in-chief of this new newspaper, responsible for selecting suitable content." Nan Su immediately refused. He thought Chen Luo wanted to make tabloid news. As a Confucian disciple, he couldn't allow himself to be so cheap, because he himself had misunderstood before. When he heard Nan Su refuse, Qi immediately understood what was going on and said, "His young master doesn't make gossip rags." Chen Luo sincerely expressed, "Scholarly newspapers are too highbrow, and vulgar newspapers are too base. Can't our great Xuan have a people's newspaper?" Chen Luo wanted to start a revolutionary newspaper, bringing the party's light to the common people, a newspaper that everyone buys and everyone can read. Qi keenly sensed the strange aura. He rushed in front of Chen Luo, ready to protect his master if anything happened. Song Tweedshe, sitting far away, overheard the story and thought to himself that he had been careless in letting this junior discover his plans. But what interested him most was Chen Luo's idea of starting a newspaper. Song Tweedshe wanted to sit back and watch what kind of storm Chen Luo could stir up. Inside the room, Qi remained vigilant. The feeling is gone. Did some great Confucian pass by? Chen Luo fantasized. Maybe some rich, beautiful woman has taken a liking to me. Qi gave him a deadpan look, telling him to have some self-respect. Getting back to the main issue, Chen Luo's words had indeed impacted Nan Su, but he still had one problem. Nan Su was quite insecure, not seeing the value in his essays. Chen Luo patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. "Your writing is aimed at the current situation, of course it has value, but if we want to sell newspapers, I need a secret weapon," he confidently revealed. "This secret weapon is my story. I guarantee it will be even better than Zhang Kui's anecdotes.
Nan Yuansu was very surprised. He was about to ask to see a preview of the new story, but Chen Luo was in no hurry. He gave Nan Yuansu time to think.
If you want to start a newspaper, you have to talk to the Wencheng Pavilion. As for the news story, Chen Luo cryptically said, I'll have someone send it to you later. Nan Yuansu looked at Chen Luo and left, still in a daze.
As far as he was concerned, was it a literary newspaper or a street newspaper? And a street newspaper that had to work with the Wencheng Pavilion, a place he would never have the chance to set foot in his entire life. That being said, this could be a heaven-sent opportunity. Nan Yuansu was really excited about Chen Luo's new story. He wanted to know how good it could be.
Outside, Qin Zhong thought that the story Chen Luo was planning to show Nan Yuansu was Xiao Aojiang Hu. But the protagonist had a golden finger. How could he only have 1 or 2 stories in his bag?
Chen Luo wanted to bring out a completely new story.
Qi Zhong ran after him, clamoring to see it first.
Chen Luo looked for Zhang Kui to get Ni Yin Yang, but Zhang Kui had no way to give him exactly what he wanted, because the books required Chen Luo to use the heavenly Tao's Qi luck to draw lots. They couldn't be specified.
Only now did Chen Luo learn that the books couldn't be specified. He had planned to use the story of the legendary female knight-errant to become famous, but now he had to play a gotcha game.
What if something weird comes out?
Chen Luo had no choice. He asked, TC, draw lots. Zhong Kui only knew that the books drawn were related to the amount of Qi luck consumed. He didn't know anything more.
Talking more was useless. Chen Luo raised his hand and just did it.
A golden cloud shone above his hand. He wanted to see what he could exchange for.
The cloud dissipated into streams of smoke, like golden ribbons. From those ribbons emerged swarms of red butterflies. There were too many of them, and they all looked the same on the outside, making it impossible to choose. Among the swarm, one was particularly fierce and irritable, attracting Chen Luo's attention.
Because of that outstanding personality, Chen Luo decided to choose it. The red butterfly agreed, and countless streaks of light went straight into Chen Luo's sea of consciousness.
Chen Luo closed his eyes,
carefully pondering each word. He suddenly understood why that red butterfly was so angry.
Paper, ink, and brush were all ready.
Chen Luo, with a pensive expression, raised his brush. Ready to make a stroke, he said. The main character in this new story will not be as dashing as the previous one.
This story is quite simple, depicting the courtesan Du Xinyang's resolute decision to redeem herself for love, entrusting herself to the imperial student, Liu Jia. Chen Luo wrote attentively. Li Jia was not a good thing. As soon as he discovered that Du Xinyang was out of money to support him, he sold Du Xinyang to the rich man Sun Fu. Afterward, Du Xinyang threw her chest of treasures filled with gold, silver and jewels into the river, retaliating against Li Jia. In the end, Du Xinyang, filled with resentment, threw herself into the river and committed suicide. Tears fell, and the brush was released. Chen Luo secretly lamented the unfortunate fate of a beautiful woman. Those scumbags who tormented her were the ones who deserved to be swallowed by the river. Water escaped from the page. At the center of the whirlpool was Du Xinyang's chest of treasures, which was also the book spirit of this work.
Both Chen Luo and Qi Zhong lingered, wondering what the book spirit in the chest would be. The chest opened, and a red bird rushed out and pecked Chen Luo's face repeatedly.
Chen Luo tried to grab this hot-tempered bird to make it stop, but it quickly entered Chen Luo's sea of consciousness, causing him to miss and end up slapping himself in the face.
Qi Zhong ran over to ask Chen Luo, who was lying on the floor, if he was okay. He said he was fine. A transparent scroll recorded red dust divine power, 7 emotions rage. When urging the divine sense, there will be no pain, no fatigue, and the power of martial arts and spells will be greatly increased. But during the time of use, one will lose reason, and the burden the body must bear is not low.
Chen Luo wondered.
Could there be 6 more? Qi Zhong slapped his face, bringing him back to reality.
Seeing his servant being impudent, Chen Luo said, "If he keeps patting, there will be trouble." Then he sent him to deliver the manuscript to Nan Wangxi. The manuscript was done. Qi Zhong impatiently demanded to read it first. Chen Luo wanted to see Qi Zhong's reaction, so he didn't stop him.
Qi Zhong frowned as he read. He seemed uncomfortable with the story's content. After reading it, he was furious, slamming the table.
He restrained himself, drew his sword, and wanted to find Li Jia and Sun Fu to send these two to the River of 3 Hells to comfort the soul of Du Xinyang.
Seeing his overly excited reaction, Chen Luo said, "The characters in the story are fictional. If someone has the same name, it's just a coincidence. Don't overthink it. Just go deliver it to Nan Wangxi."
Qi Zhong ignored him, grabbed the manuscript, carrying his anger, and said, "Even if it's fictional, anyone who acts like this, I'll chop them all up."
Qi Zhong's burning anger made Chen Luo wonder. Is this kid too sensitive? Qi Zhong, fuming with anger, went to deliver the manuscript. Suddenly, someone used magic to freeze him in place. Song Tweedshee.
He also wanted to see the new story. Song Tweedshee seriously read the manuscript, then sighed with frustration, and couldn't help but praise. The story is fictional but quite good. The characters are vivid, the plot is tight, and the issue is told without being overly dramatic, yet it touches people's hearts. Song Tweedshee felt the aura generated after he just skimmed the manuscript. This was the aura of the fourth cultivation path. The elegant figure of his teacher appeared. Song Tweedshee had to agree that this was indeed a path that anyone could enter the Tao. That's why he somewhat disagreed with Chen Luo's act of publishing it. In his opinion, such a work should be treated as a treasure of the Bamboo Grove lineage. He kept the original safe, and copied another version. Even if it was copied by a great Confucian scholar, it wouldn't be a loss.
Nan Wangxi's spell was released, and Xizhong vaguely felt something was wrong, but getting the manuscript delivered was more important.
Brothels were Nan Wangxi's usual haunts.
Outside, many girls smiled and greeted customers.
Xizhong was embarrassed and didn't want to go in much, but remembering that there was also a Du Xinyang in the story, he believed that as long as he had integrity there was nothing to be afraid of.
A girl noticed him. Seeing a stranger, she enthusiastically asked which girl he was looking for. Xizhong shyly handed the manuscript to the girl, saying it was for Nan Wangxi. Is he here?
The girl tilted her head, not thinking the person he was looking for was Nan Wangxi. In a room, Zhao Hexiang, Nan Wangxi's lover, was sitting and combing her hair when she heard a knock on the door. The girl from before brought the manuscript directly to Nan Wangxi's place. She gave the manuscript to Zhao Hexiang to pass it on to Nan Wangxi, holding the thick manuscript in her hand. Zhao Hexiang thought it was the morning newspaper, and she absent-mindedly read the first few words. Nan Wangxi sat soaking in the bath, wondering what the public newspaper that Chen Luo wanted to make would be like. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of his lover crying. He hurriedly threw on a robe and ran out to see. What's going on? What caught his eye was Xiang Sher with tears streaming down her face, resentfully glaring at him. For no reason, he had to compensate, and Nan Wangxi was wronged and had to endure scolding and a shocking slap. Wondering who had harmed him, Chen Luo, far away, feeling ticklish and sneezing, he comforted himself. Someone must be praising me behind my back. He remembered that he had to go to the palace to meet the emperor tomorrow. He hoped everything would go smoothly. He clearly remembered that Wei Yan said he had ordered a master for him, but so far, there was no sign of the goods. While Chen Luo was worried about why the master Wei Yan mentioned hadn't appeared yet, on the other side, his nominal senior brother was preparing to send a package. Song Tweedshee wrote all the information about Chen Luo that he had gathered from various sources, including his writing of extraordinary tales and his newspaper ideas. Song Tweedshee also didn't forget to tell the master that Chen Lu had just entered the capital and was targeted by Qi Kexiu's grandson, just because he coveted tens of thousands of taels of manuscript fees. Master, the matter was caused by Chen Lucao's publication, but don't worry, I already gave Qi Kexiu a memorable beating. That old geezer broke 2 ribs. And I also conveniently dissipated 1/3 of his wealth, blaming him for not knowing how to discipline his grandson. Tomorrow, there will be disputes in the court. Your disciple will convey your intention to accept Chen Luo into the Bamboo Grove lineage. Song Tweedshee's letter was attached with the full text of Du Xinyang. Filled with righteous anger, he used Yang Bosi's windmail to send it, wanting to invite his teacher to review this work. The next morning, at the magnificent imperial palace, the carriage carrying Chen Luo arrived. The driver dropped him off outside the gate. Seeing the solemn rows of soldiers along the way was a new experience for Chen Luo. He felt the imperial palace wasn't much different from what he'd seen in movies. A guy stepped forward, bowing and introducing himself as Xiao Xiyuan, a clerk from the Wenchang Pavilion, asking if Chen Luo was indeed the Marquis of Wanan. Chen Luo was stoked. Someone knows my name. The clerk said that Grand Secretary Wen wanted to meet Chen Luo and invited him to follow him. Although Chen Luo had some doubts, he didn't refuse. The two arrived at one of the 4 pillars of Great Xuan, the Wenchang Pavilion. Seeing the scale of the Wenchang Pavilion, Chen Luo couldn't help but be amazed by its grandeur. Inside, 2 people were already waiting, Grand Secretary Wen Yan Baichuan and War Secretary Han Qingzhu. The person they were waiting for had arrived, and Chen Luo stepped forward to greet them. Grand Secretary Wen introduced War Secretary Han Qingzhu to him, a pillar of the race. Chen Luo's eyes shone with admiration at meeting 2 big shots. A voice rang out, announcing the Imperial Court Assembly at the 8 Winds Pavilion. Nan Wangxi sat upright, looking grim and deep in thought. After reading Du Xinyang, he had a sleepless night, plus an extra dose of anger.
But he didn't seem to be in despair. Instead, he was filled with the determination to finish reading this entire 10,000-word strange tale. Nan Wangxi then heard news from the owner of the Eight Winds Pavilion. Yesterday, Mr. Wang from the Dead Willow Academy, after hearing your lament, praised it without reservation, and has now led a group of Dead Willow Academy disciples to hear you lament. Nan Wangxi couldn't believe his ears. The Dead Willow Academy was one of the 8 great academies of Great Xuan. He failed the top-tier academy exam that year, but today, people from one of the top 8 academies came to listen to his lament. He had to give them an extraordinary lament. At the Great Xuan Dynasty court, an eunuch read the imperial decree, conferring upon Chen Luo the hereditary title of Marquis of Wan'an, granting him Wan'an County as his fief. With an annual salary of 10,000 taels, Chen Luo knelt to receive the imperial decree. At that moment, an official asked the emperor for permission to ask Chen Luo something. The elderly official, looking grumpy and difficult, accused Chen Luo of stealing Wen Xin. Chen Luo was clueless about who this guy was, but fortunately, someone secretly transmitted a message to him. That's Lu Dazhi, the principal of the Ministry of Rights, a 5th-rank official. Now Chen Luko understood the situation. Lord Lu, don't talk nonsense. The great scholar Wen Xin knows how to choose its master. How can you call it stealing? Lu Dazhi wouldn't let him off so easily, he insisted. The great scholar Wen Xin is a treasure of Confucianism. I see that you don't have any of the aura of righteousness, so you can't be a member of the Confucian school. How could Wen Xin choose you as its master? Wei Yan, seeing the tense situation, immediately stepped forward to protect Chen Luo, saying that Chen Luo clearly had the Tao, and that adapting to the times was the way of the Confucian school. Lu Dazhi sneered, saying, "What you say doesn't count." The only one qualified to acknowledge the Marquis of Wan'an as a disciple of the Confucian school is the current sage of literature, the semi-saint. The emperor only observed, with no intention of intervening. He wanted to see where this was going. The other officials were all discussing this. Lu Dazhi was really bold, not afraid of putting pressure on the Bamboo Grove semi-saint. How could it be that easy? How come neither General Huo nor Lu Fangquan showed up? Why would they appear just for a Wen Xin? Even if the Marquis of Wan'an agreed to hand over the Wen Xin, it wouldn't fall into his hands. I heard that Lu Dazhi recently took a concubine who was the daughter of the top scorer of the Feng clan in Suizhou. So what's the deal? Seeing Wei Yan looking troubled, hesitating about something, Chen Luo didn't know why. Lu Dazhi, emboldened, became even more stubborn. Lord Wei, do you have anything to say, or should you send a message to your master Zhu Sheng and ask him? This official will wait right here. So, Wei Yan had to sacrifice his old face to help Chen Luo. Before he could speak, Chen Luo shouted, "Disciple Chen Luo greets junior granduncle Wei," which shocked Chen Luo. Everyone at the court was stunned. Wei Yan just gave up on his reputation like that. Is this considered a grand master, accepting a disciple? Isn't he afraid of his own master beating him to death? Amidst all the discussion, the emperor realized that things had gone beyond his expectations. He jumped up and asked, "Wei Yan, do you know what you're saying?" Although Wei Yan was embarrassed to death, he still stated firmly, "This is true." Chen Luo still couldn't recover, thinking that Wei Yan was sacrificing so much to help him. Lu Dazhi stubbornly refused to believe it, demanding clear evidence. Then, the Great Xuan's Grand Secretary of Literature, Yan Baichuan, stepped forward to confirm it. Since the Grand Secretary of Literature also confirmed this news, Lu Dazhi had no way to refute it, Yan Baichuan reported. The Bamboo Grove semi-saint accepting Wan'an Ba Chen Luo as a new disciple was personally recommended by him. The emperor was also delighted to hear that Zhu Sheng had taken another disciple, and it was the newly appointed Marquis of Wan'an. The emperor himself stepped up, immediately bestowing upon Chen Luo the title of Attendant Reader of Chongming Palace, along with 10 blocks of man-blood ink, 100 bolts of celestial silk, and a royal estate outside Zhongjing. He also announced he would no longer comment on Chen Lukao's literary talent and prepared to adjourn the court. Just then, Wan Butong, the Vice Minister of Rights, requested an audience. The emperor sighed, his head aching. What is it now? Wan Butong was clearly targeting Chen Luo. He had devoted 10 years to studying scholarship, and discovered that the poetry of the current dynasty paled in comparison to previous ones, and wanted Chen Luo to compose a poem on the spot to prove his worth. Lu Dazhi seized on this, making things difficult for Chen Luo. Some officials were also unconvinced. If Chen Luo was favored by a demi-saint, he must possess some poetic ability. The emperor happily joined in, proposing a theme for the poem, soldiers and generals. He too wanted to see just how talented Chen Luo was. Wei Yan and Yan Baichuan both felt uneasy. They knew Chen Luo wrote stories but had never seen him write poetry. Wei Yan cautiously observed Chen Luo's expression, and was surprised to see him smiling excitedly. Chen Lugo confidently accepted the challenge.
Easy peasy, he already had a stash of timeless poems ready to go. Wan Butong, seeing this, assumed Chen Luo was just putting on a brave face. How could someone without a talent for literary understanding produce any decent poetry? Chen Luo selected a suitable poem and asked for brush and ink to be prepared. He swiftly wrote the first few words. Rong Zhu borrowed the green bamboo imagery from the general Han Chengzhu, which made sense, and it was a double entendre. He had just joined the green bamboo lineage.
Some praised it, while others remained skeptical. Since ancient times, poems about bamboo were as common as travelers crossing a river. They had to see how he finished it.
Chen Luo didn't even need a moment's thought. He completed the first 2 lines. Everyone was full of praise after reading them.
The wording was harmonious, the structure tight, and the poem had multiple layers of meaning.
It was hard to believe that someone without a talent for comprehension could write it.
Wan Butong couldn't find any fault with the poem itself, but he still nitpicked, claiming that the words, although good, were filled with a bloody aura, which was inauspicious. The soldiers and generals behind him remained silent, not reacting. Chen Luo paid no mind, and completed the final 2 lines, finishing the poem. As soon as the poem was finished, a phenomenon occurred. An azure whirlwind emerged from the words, catching everyone in the court off guard. The literary chancellor explained. This is the wind of clear mind. Being cleansed by it will reduce confusion by 2-fold when traversing the mountains of books.
This time, even officials with objections had to accept it. Chen Lugo's poem had been recognized by the heavenly Tao and had become a timeless masterpiece. The soldiers and generals were the most delighted, especially liking the poem Chen Luo had just written, and quickly asked Chen Luo for it.
That wouldn't do. But the literary chancellor intervened. This is a rare poem of uprightness. The Wencheng Pavilion manages literary fortunes, so the original should be preserved in the Wencheng Pavilion. The general angrily retorted. The theme was clearly for soldiers and generals. If the poem doesn't end up in his hands, then whose will it be?
The literary chancellor challenged, saying,
he only needs 1 sentence to become a general.
The emperor also saw Chen Luo's immeasurable value. Someone like this must be put to good use. The general swiftly packed up the poem and asked the emperor for permission to withdraw, making sure to arrange another meeting with Chen Luo before leaving.
The literary chancellor, seeing the general booking it, decided not to interfere for the moment, only to curse under his breath. He then turned to advise the other officials to regularly read the poem to purify their minds and reduce worldly desires.
At the Wencheng Pavilion,
Zhao Xiyuan was the first to thank Chen Luo for the poem, prompting the other officials to follow suit. However, Wan Butong still found fault with the poem's title.
Chen Luo asked him what he thought it should be. Wan Butong gave a backhanded compliment. The Marquis of Wan'an is exceptionally talented, but this poem only originated from this official's initial idea.
Following this, the officials from the Ministry of Rights chimed in, saying, No, without Wan Butong, Chen Luo couldn't have written that poem. The literary chancellor was disgusted by the thick skin of the Ministry of Rights, and many people were displeased by their unreasonable and senseless behavior.
Wan Butong was clearly trying to take credit.
He wanted the poem to be titled, Written at the Invitation of Vice Minister Wan on Bamboo, dedicated to the soldiers and generals departing for Wanzhen City.
Who could tolerate such a shameless request? Wei Yan rolled up his sleeves, ready to give these thick-skinned officials a beating.
Chen Luo stopped Wei Yan and said he had another poem to give to Vice Minister Wan and the officials of the Ministry of Rights.
Vice Minister Wan was thrilled and eagerly anticipated it.
Chen Luo recited.
Wind howls, rain lashes against the high city walls, clouds press down, thundering rumbles. After the rain, who knows where the dragon has gone?
He then pointed at the Ministry of Rights and recited the final line. A pond full of frogs croaking incessantly.
It was clearly a poem with hidden insults. Zhao Xiyuan added fuel to the fire. Analyzing that the wind had stopped, the rain had stopped, and a bunch of frogs felt like they were the greatest,
the vice ministers of the Ministry of Rights were too furious to retort. The emperor happily watched this comedy, telling Wan Butong to accept the poem, as someone who tried to play others ended up playing themselves. Wan Shilang had to swallow his anger and accept the poem.
An hour before Chen's performance at the court, a noteworthy event took place at Beifeng Pavilion.
A student from the academy, Liu Shuyuan, was eagerly anticipating Zhang Kui's abridged retelling of Nan Wanxi's story.
Nan Wanxi suddenly uttered one word. Hateful. Everyone below was bewildered, Nan Wanxi said.
Today, I want to let everyone here enjoy a piece of extraordinary literature.
He began to passionately narrate. The famous courtesan, Du Nin, named Wei, ranked 10th in the brothel, called Du Ne Xinyang. Her whole being was enveloped in alluring beauty and fragrance. A pity that such a bright and precious jewel fell into such a debauched and licentious place.
Du Xinyang entered the profession at the age of 13, now 19. In those 6 long years, she had encountered countless princes and nobles, all of whom were infatuated with her beauty, squandering their fortunes without regret.
Each listener had a bowl of noodles. Engrossed in the story, eager for the next development, Wang Fuzi saw his students so captivated by the story that he decided to punish them all by making them copy Junzi 10 times when he got back. Nan Wanxi continued to tell the story. One day, the scholar Li Jia met Du Xinyang. Du Xinyang and Li Jia immediately connected. Li Jia's exams were not going well, and Du Xinyang comforted and encouraged him.
Li Jia said, "I've already spent all my money and even borrowed to continue my studies and exams." Du Xinyang said, "From now on, I will refuse all clients. I will only be with you for the rest of my life. You can use this money as you wish."
She presented Li Jia with a tray full of silver. Hearing this, the listeners envied Li Jia, lucky to have found such a sincere beauty. But if the story ended here, it would be too perfect. The madam saw that Du Xinyang was a cash cow, and was extremely angry that she refused to take clients. So she made a demand. If she didn't want to take clients, she had to redeem herself for 300 taels of gold, not a penny less. Du Xinyang bravely accepted the deal, while Li Jia stood silently beside her. No one knows what he was thinking. The listeners all thought this was a good deal. Li Jia's family was quite well off, so 300 taels of gold shouldn't be too difficult to get. Once he paid the money, he could take his virtuous wife home.
But things weren't so simple.
Li Jia was unwilling to borrow money for a courtesan, so he went to borrow from his friends and countrymen, but he couldn't borrow a penny for several days. He didn't have the face to see Du Xinyang, so he hid in his fellow countryman Wu Chun's house, who advised him to break off relations with Du Xinyang to save himself the headache. After 10 days of not seeing Li Jia, Du Xinyang came to find him herself. Li Jia made excuses, saying that he didn't believe he could climb a mountain to catch a tiger, and that asking for help was really difficult. Wang Zifu was so annoyed that he slammed the table. His outburst silenced the students, and looking back, he didn't even understand why he was so emotionally invested in the story. Nan Wanxi was not interrupted by this. Du Xinyang not only didn't blame him, but even offered 150 taels herself. She gave the bag of money to Li Jia and said, "This is 150 taels of gold that I've saved up over the years. I'm still short half, so I'll have to rely on you, young master."
Wu Chun was also moved by Du Xinyang's sincerity, so he volunteered to lend Li Jia money to help them both, reminding Li Jia not to let her down. The madam saw that the two of them were about to prepare enough money to redeem her, and regretted not asking for a higher price. She only successfully redeemed herself after Xinyang risked her life to threaten her, but Li Jia still didn't dare to bring Xinyang home, because he was afraid that his father would beat him to death if he knew he was bringing home a courtesan.
Du Xinyang subtly realized his embarrassment. Being tactful and understanding, she said, "That I don't need any title yet. Send a letter to your family first, and we'll go home together when they accept me." She traveled around with him, but all the small expenses were paid by Xinyang, and in less than half a year, her money was running out.
The listeners were now furious and asked, "Where is Liu Jia? Let us give him a beating. He's too embarrassing for a scholar."
Nan Wanxi didn't know how to respond to the audience's excitement. Wang Fuzi knocked on the table, telling everyone to be quiet, and invited Nan Wanxi to continue the story. Once a wealthy young master, Sun Fu, took a fancy to Xinyang. He came to Li Jia to persuade him. Li Jia sold Du Xinyang for 1,000 gold. In this way, Li Jia can return home with honor, saying that he got rid of a courtesan, and has a reputation for not being indulged in pleasure.
"A teacup fell," Wang Fuzi said. "An accident. Please continue," Li Jia tearfully discussed with Xinyang, wanting to sell her to Sun Fu in exchange for 1,000 gold. At this point, Du Xinyang had seen Li Jia for who he was, and she was completely disheartened. The next day, Sun Fu came to pick her up. Du Xinyang helped Li Jia count the silver taels herself. Everyone felt that she had resigned herself to her fate. Sun Fu said smugly, "To have you as my wife, it's worth spending 1,000 gold. It's a pity that some people are blind." She didn't mince words blaming Li Jia. She took out a treasure chest. Sun Fu looked inside. It was filled with exquisite and precious jewelry, making Sun Fu surprised by their value. But Du Xinyang indifferently threw the jewelry into the river, to the astonishment of the witnesses. The second and third layers of the chest were full of ancient jade and purple gold jewelry, worth thousands of gold. But Du Xinyang didn't hesitate. She threw them all away, and Liang Jia couldn't stop her. She held up the last layer for everyone to see. It was full of luminous pearls, cat's eye gems, and emeralds, all priceless treasures. But no matter how valuable they were, they couldn't fill the emptiness in her heart. She sang with sorrow, I have jewels in my bag, but I hate that my love has no eyes. I didn't fail you, Ligia, you failed me. With that, she hugged her treasure chest and threw herself into the river.
What a pity for such a beautiful and talented courtesan, to be buried in the belly of a fish, her 3 souls returning to the water mansion, her 7 spirits drifting in the underworld.
Nan Wangshu finished the story, still feeling heavy-hearted. Some listeners wept, others lamented Seventh Sister's misfortune of meeting a heartless man, but the most vehement reaction came from Master Wang.
He flew into a rage, determined to find Sun Fu and Li Jia to punish them on behalf of heaven. The others all agreed on making mincemeat of those 2 bastards who had wronged Du Xinyang.
Despite everyone's uproar, Nan Wangshu himself was strangely calm. A peerless beauty gambles for love, hiding in a brothel, a twist of fate. Melancholy tunes under red candles, faint fragrance on soft clothes, lavish wine, a mountain of thoughts, no bright moon, a longing gaze towards Jiangnan in dreams. Alas, the east wind blows away the grass, reminding us of her tragic fate. Nan Wangshu, stagnant for over a decade, now saw his writing reach a new poetic level. He didn't expect that just telling the story would break through his bottleneck of many years. Not only him, but other listeners also achieved similar breakthroughs just by listening to the story. Master Wang calmed down, witnessing this phenomenon, realizing that the story he had just heard was no ordinary one, but contained a great opportunity. Without hesitation, he hurried to ask Nan Wangshu about the origin of the story. Nan Wangshu honestly replied,
"This story is co-authored with Zhang Kui's biographies. You wrote about the Marquis of Wan'an, Chen Luo, but I don't know about the other stories." Receiving this answer, Master Wang had even more questions.
Chen Luo was nodding off in the carriage. The sudden stop woke him up. He looked left and right, realizing he had arrived home after dozing off.
Qi Zhang informed Chen Luo that the imperial rewards had arrived, with a long line of people standing neatly outside holding the gifts. Chen Luo had become quite conceited after his audience with the emperor, so this little bit didn't surprise him anymore. Qi Zhang thought this was already a lot, but hearing Chen Lu's words, it seemed there was more. Chen Luzuo had asked Xiao Xiyuan about the royalties, and learned that he would receive no less than 100,000 taels of silver per month from Zhang Kui's biographies. Basically, money was raining down. Transforming from a penniless scholar to a big shot, Qi Zhang was simply happy to have money and not have to worry about starving. But Chen Luo had more plans. Now that I have money, I need to buy gifts and find an opportunity to bring Cece to the capital. Meanwhile, the storm caused by Chen Luo's script was far from over. From inside the Northern Wind Pavilion, a shocked voice exclaimed, "The Zhe-Liu Academy, one of the 8 great academies of the capital, is inviting me to lecture." The one being invited was none other than Nan Wangshu. He pinched his cheek. "I thought I was dreaming." Xiang encouraged him. "This is an opportunity for you to become famous." He was a little embarrassed because Du Xinyang was Chen Luo's work, and he couldn't just casually take it to lecture everywhere.
The messenger added a word from Master Wang. If he agreed, Master Wang would recommend Nan Wangshu as an honorary lecturer at the Zhe-Liu Academy.
These words struck Nan Wangshu's long-cherished wish, his eyes sparkling. He immediately agreed. "This opportunity doesn't come often. Even if there are 1,000 obstacles, I will go to the Zhe-Liu Academy to tell the story."
Nan Wangshu grinned as he saw off the messenger. Xiang teased, "You were still hesitating just now, but now you've agreed. Aren't you worried about Marquis Wan'an's affairs anymore?" Nan Wangshu optimistically said, "My agreement has 2 layers of meaning. First, Marquis Wan'an invited me to tell stories to become famous in the capital, making it easier to open the news report. What faster way to do that than to lecture at one of the 8 greatest academies in the capital?"
Xiang continued to ask, "What's the second thing?" This is the key point for Nan Wangshu. He was paid handsomely. The honorary lecturer position at Zhe-Liu Academy is the dream of thousands of scholars in the world. Who would have thought that a scholar who failed to get into one of the 8 great academies like Nan Wangshu would have this day? To be able to stand on the podium of the Saintly Literature Plaza, where only great scholars are qualified to lecture, is a dream come true for Nan Wangshu. He secretly thanked Chen Luo for this blessing, resolving to dedicate all his strength in this life to assisting Chen Luo.
He took a breath to calm himself down. Easier said than done. Today, I must make Wan'an famous.
Because Nan Wangshu was just a storyteller in an ordinary tea house, it caused a lot of dissatisfaction, such as Master Zhu Hongda said, "Master Wang is too absurd to invite a storyteller into the academy."
Another master, Shi Jingfeng, was not satisfied, saying, "Master Wang is relying on the academy head to start the Qidong Saintly Literature lecture for a storyteller. If this gets out, the academy will lose all face."
But there were also masters who had positive thoughts. Yang Ziting believed that the launch of this saintly literature lecture had the consent of the 3 vice presidents, so this storyteller must have something special about him. The other 2 did not think so. They had heard rumors about Nan Wangxiu being a frustrated scholar, living as a parasite with Xiang Liu, relying on his tongue to make a living in brothels. And it was said that Master Wang used his literary reputation to force the vice presidents to open the saintly literature lecture, so it was no wonder they did not take this seriously. A cough interrupted the 3 people's discussion. The person who came was the vice president, the great scholar Tian Cheng. Style name Hai Yi, he said. You are not allowed to speak nonsense.
Master Wang isn't forcing it, but using his literary reputation as a guarantee. Master Wang guarantees that Nan Wangxi will narrate a heavenly classic, greatly benefiting the students of Dying Willow Academy. Even after hearing the words from the deputy dean, the 2 remained skeptical, saying, "The aura around Nan Wangxi is faint, clearly just reaching the poetry realm. Where would a heavenly classic come from? A poetry talent might get lucky. But a classic isn't just about luck." Knowing this, the deputy dean had to explain, "The author of the classic isn't Nan Wangxi but Chen Ludu." The 3 froze upon hearing the name Chen Luo, as he was the author of Zhang Kui's concise biography. But even as the Wan An Marquis, he only has one Zhang Kui's concise biography. How could he possibly possess the power to rectify the literary atmosphere? That's all. These words showed that this master was extremely unconvinced. The deputy dean revealed another piece of news. Do you know why the deans were summoned to the Wencheng Pavilion this morning? Because the Wan An Marquis, the one you say only has that much literary talent, composed 2 poems today that could move the dynasty, one of which is a mind-rectifying poem. A rare literary master personally ordered the gathering of the deans of all the major academies to discuss popularizing this poem. At this point, they could only gape in astonishment, not daring to utter another complaint. The deputy dean looked up at the sky expectantly, wondering how many more surprises this Wanan Marquis could bring. A moment later, Nan Wangxi's story reached its end, and the audience's reaction was far different from that in the tea house. Everyone was in an uproar, demanding to chop up Nan's father. Following this, literary fortunes resonated, and everyone listening received blessings. The big shots of the academies were shocked.
That group of people rushed forward together, all screaming and going crazy. Where did Li Jia and Sun Fu end up? Sisters, follow me and wipe out his family. Let's fight them to the death. Everyone held knives and swords in their hands, charging forward ferociously. Damn it! A blue light emanated from the Dying Willow Academy's ancestral hall, a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. I broke through. A student jumped up from his desk, his whole body emitting a blue light. From within the Dying Willow Academy's schoolhouse, countless beams of blue light rose into the sky, and countless joyful cries rang out. I broke through too. Me too. Boom, boom. A classic. It really is a classic. Zihai was seeing such a phenomenon for the first time, and his jaw dropped. These kids are resonating with literary fortune. Their future is immeasurable. All the masters couldn't believe their eyes, and some were even extremely ashamed. Let's go! Some clenched their fists as if extremely angry. Zihai pointed and instructed, This Nan Wangxi is a true genius, we must keep him. With the Wan An Marquis, those 2 are a bit of a headache. Let the dean worry about it. HMPH. Xinting, you're over there. Xinting sat in meditation, his whole body also covered in blue light. Zihai was surprised. Xinting, you broke through too. What's going on? The masters were also extremely confused. Xinting burst into tears. Master, Xinting has had doubts in his heart for 10 years, hopeless to become a great Confucian, and ashamed of Master. But today, Xinting understands. Master. That person walked over and bowed to Zihai. Xinting was implicated by literary heart 10 years ago, letting down his family, so even today his beloved is still imprisoned in a brothel. Today, after hearing Sun Shensheng talk about Du Xinyang, the confusion in my heart has been cleared away. This student wants to ask to marry my beloved, and hopes Master will be the matchmaker. The masters in the schoolhouse were also extremely surprised. Ji Qingfeng opened his mouth. Do you really think there are good people in brothels? Zihai couldn't believe his ears. Zhu Hongda also gaped. Yang Ziting even called out the student's full name. Is he crazy? That's just a classic that Wanan wrote. Go marry her. Zihai grabbed his student's shoulder. This old man will personally be your matchmaker. Do you dare to go? Who needs to listen to dog barking? Only you would support me. Xinting heard this, then turned around and ran off without hesitation. He's calling us dogs. Zihai gnashed his teeth uncomfortably after hearing that. Zhu Hongda was no exception, but he couldn't say anything.
because the other party was in a high position.
But that was the deputy dean, and he didn't dare to respond at the Wencheng Pavilion. Dean of Dying Willow Academy, Bu Tian, took out a book and read it, praising, "Excellent,
This is Eternal Bamboo Combining Military General Sends 10,000 Blade City, written by the Wan An Marquis. It really is. Why is the dean's seal showing a strange phenomenon? He was surprised to see the seal emitting light. Who is contacting this old man?" The dean's seal pressed a button to answer the call. "Master, you need to come back quickly. Our Dying Willow Academy is about to explode," that person reported, his voice sounding extremely urgent. "Urgent? What's the rush? A scholar needs to be calm." He frowned. That person pointed outside. "You should see for yourself." Outside Dying Willow Academy, countless beams of light rose into the sky, along with countless cries. "I broke through. I broke through too. I broke through too. Me too." Kong Tian scoffed. "Never seen the world, just a group buff. What's with the blowing up?" "I'm going back to take a look," he said, but he immediately used all his strength to run back. Great Confucian Divine Power, Kui steps thousands of miles.
This Kong Tian used the Great Confucian Divine Power, Kui steps thousands of miles again, surprising everyone. Who said he wasn't panicking? He's running faster than a ghost. Such a big thing happened at the Shiliu Academy. Don't you guys want to know? How strange.
Let's go back and see. The people who remained also followed the academy's dean, everyone speeding back to see what was going on.
At the Wan An Baron's residence, Qizong was sitting and eating with him. The table was full of delicacies. He gnawed on a chicken leg, smacking his lips. "Young master, this is the best thing I've had in the past 2 years.
Chen Luo picked up a glass of wine and said, "This stuff here is called Cold Sky Fragrance, and it costs a tael of silver a cup. So expensive.
In my hometown, this stuff is called Joy Water. 3 yuan can buy a big bottle."
Qi Zhong was stunned, stopping his eating Joy Water.
He took a big gulp and burped. "So refreshing. I feel so happy. I'm a rich man now. Tell them to bring 2 more jars here tomorrow." "Drinking too much of this cold spring nectar can cause osteoporosis," he said. "Oh right, young master. The most difficult part of making the newspaper is copying it," I asked very clearly just now.
"What's so difficult about copying?" He smiled. Qi Zhong said seriously. "Books written by people need to be copied by writers. They can't be printed. And only Confucian students with the lower brush heavenly tongue technique can do it. And one person needs 800 taels a month."
Qi Zhong said.
800 taels. He frowned. "Damn, if I find 50 people to copy, the salary alone would be 40,000 a month, not including distribution. 1 month can publish 4 issues. A total of 40,000 copies. And each copy needs to earn at least 3 fen to recover the costs."
He calculated in his heart. "And my expected price is 3 fen per copy. Once it's too expensive, ordinary people can't afford it, which means every copy sold is losing 1 tael of silver. 40,000 copies will lose 40,000 taels.
He held his head. "If I popularize it to the world, wouldn't I lose heavily? I'll go bankrupt and close down directly." He was depressed. "But the more people who read it, the higher the probability of generating red dust energy. The more feedback I receive, the faster Miao Mi and Zhongqi can awaken. Back in my previous life, how did the capitalists control costs?" So he thought back, and worriedly pondered. "Got it." Looking at Qi Zhong gnawing on his food, he calculated, "Isn't this kid going to the central capital to study?" "Little Qi?" he asked. "Didn't you say you were going to the central capital to study?" Qi Zhong replied, "Yes, Teacher Wang Weifeng recommended me to Shiliu Academy. I still need to ask the young master for leave tomorrow to go to Teacher Wang to explain the situation, and I need to reserve a year. After all, I promised the young master to be your bodyguard for a year." "Wang Weifeng?" he asked again in his heart, calculating. "The most economical method is to cooperate with schools. I need to make good use of this point." At Shiliu Academy, Wang Weifeng clasped his hands. The dean summarized, and the teachers behind him strained their ears to listen. The dean was silent, his eyes full of displeasure, causing Wang Weifeng to be afraid. "It's okay, speak."
"Yes,"
Wang Weifeng presented. "Today, in the Holy Text Square, there are a total of 963 students, of which 153 people have reached the level of radiating righteousness from nurturing vitality. 96 people have entered the realm of falling brush from the realm of self-observation, and 63 people have entered the realm of becoming poetry from the realm of falling brush.
In addition, almost all the students have increased their reserves of righteousness by at least 1 part. Furthermore, the teachers present have also improved. But most of them are not as obvious as the students."
The dean suddenly asked, "Most of them? Are there any special cases?" he said. Reporting to the dean, Yang Ziting has been promoted from Enlightenment Realm Teacher to Development Realm Teacher. The dean stroked his beard happily. It seems that child has also resolved his inner knot. Thinking of Yang Ziting's case, someone stood up and asked, "These are all because of the Yang." Du Xinyang angrily sinks the 100 treasure chest. Wang Weifeng nodded, not refuting a word. Everyone fell silent, saying nothing. Nan Wanye needs to come to our academy for a visit. The teachers are fighting for each house to get a visit, no favoritism. This makes sense. Very much sense. The dean was forced to lean back. Everyone, don't play hooligan. The dean waved his hand. Nan Wanye is just a storyteller. The most important thing is probably Wanan Baron standing behind him, right? So how can the teachers stand together? Wanting to compete for Wanan Baron's attention,
our great academies must rely on our abilities, Kong Tianfang said. Wanan Baron is now a famous person in the eyes of the literary general and the military general. His Majesty doesn't even give face to the Ministry of Rights for him, and he's also a disciple of Bamboo Sage.
Our Shiliu Academy can't reach that high. You guys can't either. We need everyone to work together.
He wrote Zhongqi and he wrote Du Xinyang. Who knows what he'll write next? He stroked his beard, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Now that's a real 100 treasures chest. Looks like this matter needs a thorough discussion. The scholars seriously discussed how to invite Wan Anbo. Meanwhile, the panda, munching on bamboo, looked utterly annoyed. "Master, hurry it up.
Tell me what's up once you're done. I gotta be quick. All my wifey poos are waiting for me to come home for dinner."
"Shut up," Tuizi snapped.
"This is a letter personally written by Master. How can you skim through it so fast?" Tuizi read from the letter. "Letter received. Since you've accepted Chen Luo, go ahead and take care of your junior brother as his senior brother. Don't slack off. When you come to Bamboo Grove to pay respects to me, you and H can decide for yourselves. It seems Master really likes this junior brother." Tuizi was overjoyed upon reading that. "Are you still worried about our junior brother causing trouble?" The advice continued. "Your junior brother has opened the fourth heavenly path, the path of all beings."
That story in the new newspaper is probably the source of power for this fourth heavenly path. You need to help a lot with this new newspaper venture. This is a crucial step in your junior brother's path to Dao. Of course, anyone who dares to stop him, I'll beat them senseless. As for the Dua Xinyang essay, I've researched it for half a day and gained some insights. I'll share a bit with you.
Tuizi was surprised. Although this Du Xinyang essay writes of separation, sorrow, and joy, it carries a profound meaning that awakens the world.
Though it's within the mortal world, it transcends it, much like our Confucian sect. Your master discovered after half a day that because this Du Xinyang essay produced this fusion of seven-colored qi and grand righteous qi,
the power of our Confucian sect's divine rage techniques can be amplified. Your master can even say, if your junior brother can produce enough essays covering emotions like joy, rage, sorrow, love, hate, anxiety, fear, and shock, the overall strength of our Confucian sect could increase threefold. Reading this, Tuizi was stunned. Our Confucian sect's strength could increase by three times. That sounds like total BS. Can't believe second senior sister actually took action. Tuizi read on. It seems Master is truly enraged now. Bamboo Grove has gained 3 more Sarira. Perhaps it's time to find a suitable opportunity to officially meet junior brother. Tuizi took out paper and brush. This meeting needs careful planning. How can I really showcase the prestige of our Bamboo Grove sect? Maybe I should drag Chikekshu out and beat him up again. On the other side, Chikekshu seemed to sense something with a sixth sense, flinching and dropping his food into his bowl at Wenchang Pavilion. So your idea is for Chen Luo to hand over control so you can also read and copy the Du Xinyang, Rage of the Sunken 100 Treasures. All the Academy's scholars approached him. Wei Daru, please accept this small token of our appreciation. We hope you'll form a good connection and help us get in touch with Wan Anbo. Yes, please help us out. I want to help you guys too. But the problem is, Wei Daru was recalling that scene. I already had to bow as a junior in front of so many people to Chen Luo. Now you want me to go find him?
Do I, this old man, have any face left?
I absolutely refuse to meet Chen Luo again, not even if I die. But Kong Tianfang thought differently. Looks like this little gift won't sway this old geezer. We need to add some stronger flavor.
Cough. The dean coughed twice.
Doesn't Wei Daru always wanted Grandmaster Shen Dajia's Ode to the Deep Void from the previous dynasty? If you can ensure this matter succeeds, I will give it to you. Is that for real? Wei Daru was instantly swayed, his heart rippling. Grandmaster Shen Dajia was a true grandmaster, whose calligraphy reached the level of dragon serpent calligraphy. His Ode to the Deep Void and Ode to the Other Shore, written in the Starry Night Pavilion, were treasures countless people dreamed of. I've had the Ode to the Other Shore. For many years, only missing thee. Ode to the Deep Void. A Gentleman's Word.
Kong Tianfang, the dean of the academy, raised his hand. He smiled, thinking, looks like Wei Daru has been swayed. After this, everything will be easy.
Wei Daru touched Kong Tianfang's outstretched hand. What's said is said.
He secretly rejoiced.
What's a little loss of face compared to the Guggen? Ode to the Deep Void. I, your humble servant, agree with you all, he bowed. This matter will surely be handled well. Please await good news. Oh, wait, scholars, what's up? We actually didn't mean that. The dean stroked his beard. Wei Yan, why don't you still help arrange a meeting with Wan Anbo? We'd like to discuss it with him personally.
If possible, our Chunfeng Academy would even like to invite Wan Anbo to be an honorary scholar. Exactly, Wan Anbo, being a disciple of Bamboo Grove, having previously created the National Guardian Literary Arts and later the Righteous Heart Poetry, it's really not fitting for him not to open a few classes for our students.
Your meaning? Wei Daru asked again. You want to talk directly with him? That's right. The crowd nodded.
He felt like he'd dug his own grave.
If I did this quietly by myself, I wouldn't lose face. But with so many people watching, my dignity will truly be nowhere to be found. Wei the great scholar lowered his head. Everyone, please don't be impatient. It's not that I don't agree to arrange a meeting with little Martial Uncle, but the truth is, little Martial Uncle is currently preparing for his initiation ceremony. With my master watching over him, he can't slip away. What a pity, the deep void scripture is beyond our reach. The people at the academy immediately looked disappointed. So that's how it is. What a pity indeed. Wei the great scholar was secretly relieved, he sighed. Although I couldn't get the deep void scripture, at least I managed to save face. Little Wei, I need your help with something. It's like the main character always arrives at the most opportune moment. Wei the great scholar gaped, and the scholars at the academy were taken by surprise.
After a moment of awkwardness, the deans introduced their intentions.
Chen Lugo understood what they wanted from him. Wan An, what do you think? No, Tian Feng is asking you. Let me think. He stroked his chin. Considering copying books. Although they're scholars, I still need to think about my reputation. I should set a reasonable price. I need 50 people to help me copy 10,000 copies of the newspaper. 300 taels of silver per person per month. What do you think? He asked. Is this kid stupid? Wei the great scholar facepalmed, while the academy scholars were confused. What does he mean?
Chen Luo held out his hand. Obviously, you guys want to help me copy books, right? I'm planning to start a new newspaper with serialized original works, but I need calligraphic copies. So there are original works, and they need to be serialized. As expected, Wan An is a treasure trove. All the academy scholars were dumbfounded, not expecting him to make such an attractive proposal. Kong Tianfang grabbed his hand like an old friend, his voice urgent. Wan An, don't be polite. It's an honor for my academy students to help you copy books. Me too. Me too.
The two behind him eagerly raised their hands. Chen Luo was dumbfounded. What's going on? They actually agreed so easily. What the heck? The three deans of the academy were overjoyed. Mentioning money is too vulgar for scholars. After all, copying books is an honor, and the students need continuous practice anyway. It's no effort at all. My academy students won't take a single coin for helping you copy books, but we can't let them work for nothing.
Chen Luo still seemed a little embarrassed. I'm really indebted to you. It's fine. The academy has its own credit system. We'll use credits as compensation for the students. Wan An, rest assured.
After hearing him, everyone immediately introduced their ideas. Just say the word, and the academy will copy as many copies as you want. But the dean seemed to have something to say. What is it, Dean Kong? He was a little worried.
There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. 10,000 copies are too few. How can our 8 academies divide that among themselves? The scholars spoke as if it were an honor they had to fight for. Chen Luo was truly speechless. What's with these people? They actually like copying books that much.
Is this real? What's happening? Is everything too easy? Everyone was surprised at the same time. Kong Tianfang raised his hand. Let me say a number. 40,000. 40,000 copies. Right. He said that, and no one stopped him. The scholars applauded in unison. Right. 40,000 copies it is.
Are you guys sure? Chen Luo was shocked. Deep down, he couldn't understand how the thing he had worried about for so long was resolved so easily.
But we have one more request. Kong Tianfang reported back. I hope Wan An won't refuse. What is it? He immediately asked. Instinctively taking a step back, Kong Tianfang said. After handing this over to our 8 academies, I hope Wan An won't look for anyone else.
He pointed directly at him.
Of course. He raised his hands in surprise. Hey, Kong Tianfang drew closer. Then we have a deal. But I wonder if Wan An has any ideas for his first serialized story.
He leaned in like a close brother. The Academy scholars also leaned in, perking up their ears, as if they could absorb everything Chen Luo said.
Of course I have ideas, he said. Everyone was startled. He already has ideas. Is writing so easy? Do you have a draft? Kong Tianfang looked pleading.
The scholars seemed incredibly eager for the story written by Chen Luo.
Of course I do. Xiao Ji.
He called Jizong over. The boy immediately appeared. Bring a stack of papers and let Dean Kong have a look. Then Jizong brought the manuscript forward. But not just to Dean Kong. All the Academy deans pounced on the literary masterpiece, and he's letting them read it first.
Amazing. Unparalleled. Kong Tianfang frantically read the manuscript he snatched. You flatter me. You flatter me. The other deans were dumbfounded. Can Dean Kong really be this infatuated?
Seeing Kong Yanshu's entranced expression,
the others were itching to take a peek. Let me see.
The other deans also crowded around, vying for a look.
Let me see. Let me see. Chen Luo chuckled inwardly. Pleased. Go ahead, take a look. You'll all know what it means to have your life ruined by a single novel. Ha ha. At the Grand Tang, in the Zhengsheng Hall. Has the matter been investigated yet? Grand Xuan Zhengxiang, Zhu Zhaofeng, asked solemnly as he sat in judgment.
Yes.
The subordinate bowed his head. The large-scale breakthroughs by the students of the Zhuliu Academy were caused by the gentleman Qing Zhaonanyuan, who lectured on Du Xinyang's Wrath Sinks the 100 Treasure Chest, leading to breakthroughs in Saintly Square. He wrote the strange tale, Zhu Zhaofeng continued to ask. You must ascertain the truth of this matter.
Reporting to the Zhengxiang, the Confucian official replied. The author of this article is Wanhan Baron Chen Luo.
Chen Luo, the one who opened the fourth path to the heavens. As expected, his actions cause a storm. He nodded upon hearing this. If it's Chen Luo, then everything makes sense. Zhengxiang, your student has another piece of news.
It is said that Chen Luo wants to start a new newspaper. Not a trashy tabloid, but a refined literary publication.
Investigate thoroughly, Zhu Zhaofeng urged. The Confucian scholar below nodded. Yes, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Zhu Zhaofeng looked at the map of the path to the heavens. Could this man possibly possess all 6 heavenly paths? That's impossible. No one has ever achieved that in thousands of years. At the Wenchang Pavilion, the master said, Du Xinyang sinks the 100 treasure chest can indeed help our Confucian school level up. It just happened to be the right time.
But what you say is also true, he nodded. Please explain, master. The student, seemingly confused, clasped his hands.
Yan Baichuan held up the article. The rarity of this piece lies in its use of emotion to hook and stir the mind, allowing people to breathe and share the fate of the characters in the story. Young people are full of vigor, especially prone to anger. And this article happened to coincide, leading to the situation of advancement at Zhuliu Academy. The Confucian scholars who improved because of this article are most likely impetuous heroes. He frowned. So that's how it is. The students seemed to understand. Master, you said that Chen Luo wrote another article, Yan Baichuan. His eyes shone as he pointed. It's over. On this side, the scholars finished reading his draft and exclaimed, It's already over.
Where's Wanhan Baron after that? Everyone asked in unison, full of anticipation. The after that. There's a lot more to come, he smiled. Read it or not. I can't let you read it all at once. Where's the fun in that?
Haha. Happily copy the book for me. But it's not convenient to take it out now, Chen Luo announced. Everyone clamored to ask. So who is the one who destroyed the sect in the end? Why does Feng Renji know the exorcism sword technique of the Lin family? What will be the fate of the Lin Pingxi family? Reveal a little bit at least. Everyone was unwilling to give up, and came to question him immediately. Wait for the second issue, and there will be a second chapter. Chen Lugo smiled lightly. Clang. Someone actually closed the door from behind, effectively locking him in. Chen Luo, facing the scholars, gazes like tigers eyeing their prey, felt uneasy, and immediately retreated. What do you want to do? Wanshan Baron. We are all virtuous Confucian scholars of Hanlin, very trustworthy. Why don't you write the next part of the manuscript, and we will be the custodians. That's right, that's right. Brother Kong's words suit me very well. These words make sense. Wan Baron is busy with many things. Every day, we deans can take care of such small matters for you.
We can make an oath to the Tao of Heaven, absolutely not to spread it out. Sure enough, the people at the academy were so influenced by Chen Luo's writing that they went crazy.
Little martial uncle, Great Confucian Way came out. I said, one chapter is one chapter. Don't be so talkative. Chen Lugo felt a disaster pass and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, the scholars at the academy were speechless.
In that case, we'll have to do with this manuscript. Kong Tianfang held on to the manuscript as if trying to snatch it, and he was also calculating in his heart. He almost forgot that Chen Luo was a disciple of Zhulin Bansheng and could not be forced, so he had to bring the manuscript written by the author himself back.
After all, this is a treasure, little martial uncle. I will help you keep the original manuscript safe. He sucked the manuscript into his hand.
The scholars at the academy were confused. We don't have the original manuscript. How are we going to write?
That's right. That's right, Wei. The great Confucian, Kong Tianfeng, really regretted this manuscript. Ah, haven't you great Confucians awakened to never forget something once?
You want to deceive my little martial uncle's manuscript?
That is our Zhulin's treasure, great Confucian Wei said, again holding the manuscript tightly in his hand without letting go. Ah, he. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and made excuses. The scene just now was really embarrassing. The weather's not bad, eh? But some people are even more shameless. Even Kong Tianfeng is, yeah, not bad, but still too much.
How can you tell what the weather's like when you're cooped up inside?
Chen Luo clasped his hands. Gentlemen, I'll leave the copying to you.
Just copy it quickly, and I guarantee the second chapter will be out real soon. Hearing that, the scholars rushed off. The library disciples have been too lazy lately. Gotta make them pull all-nighters practicing. Exactly.
Indeed. Our library's the same. We'll take our leave now. Let's go. Gotta get back to copying.
They're totally fiending for Volume 2, heard that, and they turned tail faster than the wind.
You guys can leave if you want, but did you have to use divine powers? Chen Luo felt like it was a bit much. You really want to read it that bad? He turned to Great Scholar Wei and said, Senior, I've got things to do. Gotta head out too.
Great Scholar Wei bowed.
Junior Martial Uncle, take care. He held the manuscript in his hand, happily turning back. Is this manuscript really that good?
Gotta see for myself.
Just then, Wei Yan saw someone jump down in front of him. Great Scholar Wei was startled, backing away, clutching the manuscript tightly.
Minister Wen, why are you here?
He backed away in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat. Minister Wen replied, I've come to see what kind of story your junior martial uncle has written that could make those stinky scholars want to block him. A moment later, he finished reading the first volume of the manuscript. That's it. Seemed a little disappointed. That's all.
More than 27,000 words. That's it. Great Scholar Weiss stroked his beard and sighed. This guy's hateful. Daring to end on a cliffhanger. He was furious, clenching the manuscript, almost wanting to go right up to Chen Luo and ask, Where's the new chapter?
Hand it over now, Minister Wen said. Exactly, Great Scholar Wei chimed in. The most important thing in writing is the flow of ideas. To cut off a book at a crucial point is insane, a disgrace to writers.
Minister Wen frowned.
If I tell someone to lock him up and force him to finish your Bamboo Grove ancestor story, will your ancestor come looking for trouble? Probably not my ancestor, but my second senior uncle, Great Scholar Wei thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. Your second senior uncle. Minister Wang thought of that demonic figure, and his heart filled with an uncontrollable fear.
Uncontrollable, he chuckled. Just kidding, just a joke. At the Wanjian Marquis Manor, Chen Luo happily said, Today's events went smoothly, all thanks to that Nan Yuan guy.
Gotta figure out a way to give him a red envelope. I've got money now, after all. The Marquis's butler came over. Chen Luo was taken aback. What's the rush, Mr. Nan? Didn't expect to see you here. This is great. He immediately grabbed the man's hand, looking friendly.
Mr. Nan said,
Marquis, your writings are like a second life to me. If you don't mind, Nan Yuan is willing to join the Marquis's disciples. Chen Luo was surprised. What's going on? Is my luck just too strong? When the kingly aura is released, little brothers from all over rush to take advantage. Isn't it just too OP? Come on, Nan Yuan told Chen Luo everything about what he'd encountered in the nearby academies, and how he'd broken through realms.
After Nan Yuan gesticulated for a while, Chen Luo understood. So that's it, no wonder.
He said those words. Nan Yuan clasped his hands and bowed to him. Marquis, your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain.
Chen Luo stepped forward and lifted Nan Yuan up. We're helping each other out, Mr. Nan. About the new newspaper I mentioned last time, Nan Yuan interjected. Marquis, please don't call me mister, I'd be so embarrassed.
For the new newspaper project, as long as the Marquis doesn't mind, I'm willing to give it my all, Chen Luo happily said. Consider this little bro recruited.
Xiao Qi. Give Nansheng 5,000 taels of silver.
Then he turned to Nansheng and said, Nansheng, just look for Mr. Shuo Wen. Remember, you don't need a lot of people, but they have to be good.
Qi Zhong handed Nan Yuan a stack of materials. Mr. Nan, here's 5,000 taels for you. Don't let the Marquis down. Xu Feng cheerfully hopped over. Xiao Qi, later go order some takeout, 2 roast chickens and 2 liang of wine.
The two of us, we absolutely have to have a feast. Today is just one good thing after another. Zhong followed. Roast chicken? What are you talking about, young Master Zip?
Xu Feng calculated in his head. The writing and promotion are all done. Now all that's left is the final step. How to get it into the hands of the buyers. And also, looks like someone's here to bother my chill time. Lord Ba. Save me. Lord Ba, please save me. Help. Xu Feng was taken aback. That guy kneeled down, followed by someone walking over. Lu Tong, don't disturb Lord Ba. Xu Feng leaned down.
You're called Lu Tong. I don't know you. Why are you asking me to save you? Lord Ba, please calm your anger. This man, Lu Tong, is the manager of Three Streams Manor. Someone spoke up on his behalf, and Three Streams Manor is the imperial manor that His Majesty granted you before, with 3 streams surrounding it, very fertile. Lu Tong was still kneeling. He then asked, "Oh, you're a manager I've never met. What law did you break, my manor?" "And there haven't been any complaints. Just asking." That guy replied, "This humble one wouldn't dare, huh?" The person next to him explained, "Lord Ba, let me tell you, the thing is, although our dynasty is very stable right now, because of natural disasters and human misfortunes, there are still many children without homes. This Lu Tong has a good heart." Seeing this, he couldn't bear it, so he kept the children at the manor. Just like that, Lu Tong has taken in over 200 children. If it were normal, as long as he could pay the monthly dues, this could be overlooked. But Three Streams Manor is your property, so it can't be like that. Lu Tong cried, "Lord Ba, those children can't be driven away. If you drive them away, they won't survive." The monthly losses of Three Streams Manor are 12,000 liang of silver. If the harvest is good, there's 11,000 liang. If Lord Ba can let me keep those children, I'll pay 12,000 liang every year, not a single liang short. Xu Feng frowned. How can it be such a coincidence? It just so happens to be the amount to support the kids on my manor. Investigate, he whispered to Jizhong. He immediately complied. Yes, young master. On Xu Feng's side, after handing it over to Jizhong to investigate, he brushed it off. You guys, come in and rest with me. Pointing inside, after going in, he sat down and asked about the matter in detail again. You said the manor only makes 11,000 liang if the harvest is good. How can you give me 12,000 liang now? Where does that extra 1,000 liang come from? Lu Tong said again. This old servant will lease out some of the farmland and have the children farm it themselves. What one adult can do, 10 children can do. We can squeeze out some income. If that's not enough, he stammered. This old servant will pulse. He blurted out. Sell the children to make enough money. This old servant, Lu Tong kneeled again. This old servant doesn't want to either. But without the protection of Imperial Manor, those children have no way to live. Xu Feng now seemed sympathetic, he said. Get up first. The problem isn't this right now, but whether I can really believe what you're saying. If you're monopolizing Imperial Manor, putting on an act with Wang Li, or you're not even taking in children but selling them, wouldn't I be becoming an accomplice? Wang Li immediately denied it. Lord Bai is definitely not like you say. Lu Tong raised both hands, pretending to be wronged. Lord Bai, don't think like that. This Lu Tong is known as a good person. Xu Feng waved his hand. I'm just suspicious. Don't be so tense. When Jizhong comes back later, everything will be clear. Just as he finished speaking, Jizhong burst through the door and ran in. Young master, I've investigated everything. He approached him and whispered. What Lu Tong said is all true. I even went and asked the neighbors around. Lu Tong has been taking in orphans for 3 or 4 years. The older kids leave on their own when they turn 13. Nothing abnormal. Lord Ba, Lu Tong, upon hearing this, immediately begged Xu Feng. All right. He patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Lu Tong was startled. Go where? Could it be that I'm going to be arrested again? No way. Go to Three Streams Manor to visit the kids. He waved his hand. Lu Tong was surprised when he heard him say that. It's that easy, Xu Feng also reported. No need to take back the leased land. Huang Zhuang can continue to let the children stay there, but the children have to work for me. Lu Tong then ran after him. That's for sure. It's just that they're too young. I'm afraid they'll mess up Lord Ba's great plans. He waved his hand. Can't mess up anything. I need them, as little Lang Jun, to sell newspapers. For small shop owners. After speaking, he even laughed at his own way of speaking. At the Red Sleeve Academy, the student of the Red Sleeve Academy, Cheng Diafei, she held the book in her hand and was reluctant to leave. Du Xinyang angrily sinks by bow. Just hearing what my brother said roughly makes people want to yearn for it. Or sneak away from class tomorrow to go to Baifeng building to listen to Nan Xiansheng tell the story. I don't even know if Mr. Nan still talks about Du Xinyang. Or maybe call for a request for the head of the academy to come forward and look for Wan An Ba. She held the book in her heart, full of thoughts. At this moment, someone came looking for her again, and that person gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She had to be stunned for a few seconds. Difei, what are you dazing about?
Is it because you miss your sweetheart?
Liu Meng'er hugged Defei from behind, and the two big buns pressed on her head, causing her to blush.
Defei said, "Sweetheart what? How can such words be said out loud?" Her face was flushed red.
Liu Meng'er laughs. What can't be said? My father says that a charming man and a seductive woman are the natural order of things. Only hypocritical gentlemen avoid them like venomous snakes. Then she takes her hand and helps Defei up. Defei replies, "If you could compose something like, 'Once reunited, surpassing all earthly scenes,' then I'd accept anything you say."
Liu Meng'er retorts,
"It's because of that poem that my home was nearly trampled flat by my stepmothers, forcing me to stay at the academy for 2 months.
Meng'er, looking annoyed, puts her hands on her hips.
All right. Seeing Liu Meng'er's bad mood, Defei tries to smooth things over. "Aren't you going to attend the literary gathering hosted by Siemu and the others?" "Why are you still looking for me? I almost forgot," Liu Meng'er exclaims. The academy posted an announcement, saying they need scholars whose calligraphy has reached the dragon and snake dance level to copy and edit refined literary works. They're selecting 1 out of 100 applicants for a course credit.
"I came specifically to call you along."
Defei looks confused.
"What literary work do you know to the point of using course credit as a reward?" "It's apparently called Zhao Ao Jianghu or something," Liu Mengdi says, "and it doesn't seem to be the work of a renowned scholar. Who knows why they want us to copy it? If it's not by a great scholar, then who's the author?"
Defei asks. A little perplexed, Liu Meng'er thinks for a moment. "Oh, it seems to be Jiwanhan Ba. That's right, that's the name."
Liu Meng'er claps her hand.
Defei is shocked to hear the name. It's already here.
"Hurry up and copy the book."
She hurriedly drags Liu Meng'er along. Meng'er, not understanding what's happening, asks, "What's so great about that book that you're in such a hurry?"
On the other side, Lu Tong finally leads Chen Luo to Sanxi Manor. He bows and reports, "My lord, we've arrived at Sanxi Manor."
"Where are the children?" He looks around. "Why aren't there any children? Not even a sound."
Lu Tong replies,
"My lord, they are all orphans. Without anyone to care for them, I fear they might offend you."
He breaks out in a cold sweat.
If Chen Luo doesn't like this, then these orphans are really done for.
"It's fine."
He waves his hand and opens the main door to enter. Lu Tong seems to want to say something more.
"My lord, as soon as he opens the main door, his heart is filled with joy, but when he looks inside, he's truly stunned, as if he can't believe his eyes." Chen Luo is speechless. These children really look so pitiful, thin and weak, without food and with patched-up clothes, without anyone to teach them. A group of orphans just gathered together like this, playing with each other, covered in mud. Lu Tong shoos the children into the house. "All of you go to the backyard, don't offend the Lord." Then he waves the children away. The orphans obediently listen to Lu Tong. They quickly run away, but not before glancing at him. He remembers the past, the children in the modern world. Happy, healthy, clean, and neat.
"Hello, Mr. Xia."
"Hello, Teacher Xia."
He thinks this scene is like when he hadn't transmigrated, how he looked as a teacher.
"Ya."
A child running to the backyard trips over a tree root. Lu Tong panics. This is bad. Once he falls, he'll definitely cry, and then the Lord will get angry and we'll all be finished.
"It's alright."
Just as Lu Tong is worried, Chen Luo uses his divine power to go forward and catch the child.
Thank you, sir."
The child politely thanks him. His eyes are sparkling, Chen Luo tells them. "Stop. Don't run anymore. From today onwards, you are all my people." Then he tells the children running towards the backyard to stop. Chen Luo even picks up the child from before. The child, suddenly being picked up, isn't scared at all. The children listen to what he says and stop. "What's going on? Are we about to be kicked out?" Chen Luo announces. "Starting today, you are all family of Wanhan Ba Chen Luo. Your home is right here in Sanxi Manor. Starting today, you are no longer orphans." Really? We have a home?" The children burst into tears when they hear this. Unexpectedly, after losing their families, they still have a place to return to. "Thank you, Lord." Without any prompting or reminders, the children kneel down to thank him, the words coming from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Luo is taken aback by this scene. "Before, I was just a student. I couldn't do anything. Now I can easily change these children's lives. The design is complete." He just finished sketching the uniforms for the children and puts down his pen.
Shu Feng handed it to Lu Tong and instructed, "Follow this design and get winter and summer clothes made for each of the kids. They're the face of our Earl's mansion now. Don't skimp on the quality. Go and thank the Earl." Lu Tong was delighted to see these children taken in by Chen Lugo. He was overjoyed. They finally had a place to call home. Wang Li pointed out, "Didn't the Earl say to have these kids work for him? If they can contribute, they'll gain more skills to survive in the future." Chen Luo nodded. "Right, we'll divide the kids into groups.
Those over 7 can help me with work. The rest can stay here and grow up in peace.
Next, hire some scholars to teach them reading and writing. Chen Luo waved his hand. Get to work. I need to work too.
Lu Tong happily nodded, then turned to the children. Come here, don't be scared. Come to me, spread your arms, I'll teach you all a song. Then he sat down directly in front of the kids. You guys have to learn well. Chen Luo looked genuinely friendly now, and the children surrounded him. La 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 la, I'm a little newsboy expert. La la la, I'm a little newsboy expert. The children listened to him sing, and immediately followed along, their innocent voices ringing out. Wang Li was surprised. If I had met the Earl when I was young, I probably wouldn't have needed to be castrated to enter the palace.
Lu Tong was filled with gratitude. The Earl is different from all the nobles we've met. He probably already placed Chen Luo at the highest position in his heart's order of respect. Qi Zhong, seeing the scene, shared. I was also saved by Gongzi. Back then, I knew early on that Gongzi was no ordinary person. Chen Luo happily played with the children, thinking to himself. Indeed, a person's value is reflected in others. At the North Wind Tower, everyone. The reason I invited you here is because of Wan and Earl. And Wan and Earl recruiting us is a stroke of luck. I hope you don't avoid it, Nan Xiansheng said calmly. Xiansheng sighed. Wan and Earl asked us to write essays and commentaries, and pays us well. Of course it's a good thing, but in the long run, he sighed. Wan and Earl is only temporarily favored, but if he falls out of favor in the long run, where will we go? Nan Xiansheng smiled. Tang Kun is overthinking it. The Earl isn't relying on anyone. Do you guys know who wrote Du Xinyang? That shook the entire Zhongjing, you mean? Tang Luo was surprised. Could it be that everyone here was also surprised by that information? Nan Xiansheng nodded. That's right, it's Wan and Earl's work, and he's even giving us new works. Shuo Wen has also been written, and it's called Zhao Ao Jiang Hu. Everyone discussing literature there was stunned. Is Wan and Earl's writing speed really that godlike?
He just wrote Qi Wen Du Xinyang, and he can immediately come up with a new work. Is the probability really that high? He's just like a breeding pig. Someone even compared Chen Luo to a breeding pig, showing no respect at all. He was immediately glared at by everyone, and he immediately covered his mouth, my bad, as if knowing he had said the wrong thing.
Nan Xiansheng went forward and handed the manuscript of the new play to everyone. He didn't blame the person from before. This literary piece is the Earl's new work, you can take a look.
After everyone finished reading it, the room immediately erupted. Where's the rest? Why isn't there a next part? How can the Earl be so short? I take back what I said. This isn't a high probability at all. This is a disgrace to scholars.
The person from before slammed the literary piece on the table, filled with anger. Nan Xiansheng said, as long as you agree to Wan and Earl's invitation, you'll receive new works every month, and they'll be fresh off the press.
As expected, capitalism thinks of this way. This guy's thick-skinned. His knowledge really comes from the modern era. Everyone asked in unison. Really? Nan Xiansheng smiled. Absolutely. Following the Earl's words is definitely the right thing to do, but the Earl also has conditions. All the scholars frowned upon hearing this. As expected, it's not that simple. He's just the type who wants to read but doesn't want to work. What are the conditions? Someone asked directly. Is it that we're not allowed to be our own masters? If that's the case, then our livelihood is as good as ruined.
Nan Xiansheng waved his hand.
No. It's that each issue must be divided into 6 parts to talk about, to help Bajia's new newspaper sell well.
So wouldn't we become a literary laughingstock? Hearing this, the Qishu crowd started clamoring again.
Divided into 6 parts, I'm afraid the audience will die of impatience. But that's right, the more urgent they are, the better the new newspaper will sell. Nan Xiansheng laughed. So are you guys doing it or not? I don't believe that with Bajia's appeal, anyone would refuse such an attractive offer. Everyone shared information through eye contact. A moment of silence swept across the meeting table. Let's do it right away. Soon everyone raised their hands. They want to see the next part, huh? And not only that, but they also get paid. That's a bit too much.
Chen Luo was on the carriage returning to Qi Zhong, who was driving for him. Inside the carriage, he leisurely thought, everything's going my way lately.
Next, I just need to print and release the new newspaper. Then I can wait for the worldly aura to gather. By then, both the kitty and the money will crawl into my pocket.
Should I bring Big Sis to enjoy the riches next? He looked outside, missing his hometown, missing the big sister who always helped him during his toughest times. That's right, he remembered the Man Jiyu Dan and Wanbao Pavilion in Zhongjing, which could cure his big sister's eyes. Thinking of this, Chen Luo said to Qizhong, go to Wanbao Pavilion. At Wanhan County, Chen Manor, the young lady from Taichi County also has new news about the young master. Huang ran into the house, shouting loudly, what news? Chen Xuan, who was enjoying tea, saw Xiao Huai running in, looking extremely happy. Xiao Huai read directly from the letter. The young master was made the Wanhan Baron. accepted a demi-saint as his master, was granted a large manor, and has also written very impressive poetry and literature, apparently about the girls in the brothels. Chen Xuan snatched the letter. Don't read anymore, let's prepare to go to Zhongjing soon. In her heart she definitely looked forward to seeing her younger brother more than anyone else.
Xiao Huai was caught off guard. She giggled. Okay. In her heart she thought, the young lady is probably worried about the young master being drained dry, isn't she? Chen Xuan thought of Chen Luo being withered, and without any energy she clenched the letter. If he can write poetry about brothels, then I should keep an eye on things. So young. What if he gets his kidneys drained? Her face flushed with worry. I should still go to the capital, she recalled when she was a child, when her father held out a baby.
Xuan Guer, look at this baby. Do you want him to be your husband or your little brother? Chen Xuan blankly said. What's a husband? He's so young, he's definitely a little brother. Chen Xuan's face turned red. Why do I remember this after all these years? He was so small back then. How did he suddenly grow up so much in the blink of an eye?
If it's been 19 years of being a big sister, then let's keep it that way. Perhaps Chen Luo is in Chen Xuan's heart, but she doesn't dare to go any further, just staying where she is.
At Wanbao Pavilion, he had arrived at the place. Damn. A business district pedestrian street seen from the outside. Chu Tiqizhong scratched his head, not understanding.
Pedestrian street, business district. Isn't this great? Bajia? Someone's recommending Manji Yudan. The person wants it. We have the door. Please come with this servant.
Wang Gonggong invited him in.
Bajia, please come this way. We're here. Their methods are very powerful. I've seen Manji Yudan at their place before. That person smiled. A VIP has arrived. Hurry and greet them. Wang Gonggong, the shopkeeper, was surprised to see him. The shopkeeper then changed his expression. What treasure does the VIP want? Come out and greet him.
Chen Luo asked.
Do you have Manji Yudan? This shopkeeper was half a head shorter than him, he replied. Of course we have it.
Really have it? Chen Luo seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Qizhong added. Hurry and bring it out. We're not short on money. That's right, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands. We don't have any in stock right now. If you really need it, we'd have to go rob it right now.
His tone even seemed helpless. Chen Luo was surprised. Rob it now? What do you mean? Are you really going to rob it? The shopkeeper explained in a dangerous manner. The important ingredient of Manji Yudan is the Man tribes in the north. But destroying one tribe can only yield at most 5 portions of the ingredient. And to destroy a Man tribe in the wild and ferocious territory of the Man tribes requires at least 3 great Confucians to act at the same time. And since we don't have any stock right now, if you insist, we can only arrange for people to set off to the territory of the Man tribes right now, so it's called robbing now. Chen Luo was doubtful. We need to massacre Man tribes to get the Man bone pill. Isn't that too cruel? His kindness wouldn't allow it, Eunuch Wang appeared. Massacring Man tribes is cruel. Dude, do you know how many Confucian scholars of our great Xuan sacrificed themselves to stop the Man tribes from advancing south? Before he could even listen, he was startled. Eunuch Wang continued, looking extremely hateful. Those Man tribes massacred countless innocent commoners of our great Xuan.
Bro, Chen Luo nodded. I get it. The Man tribes in this world are basically equivalent to demons.
Looking at the very angry Eunuch Wang, he couldn't help but think. His Majesty is unpredictable, but this anger isn't hidden at all.
He was afraid that Great Xuan hated the Man tribes to the bone. Chen Luo bowed to admit his mistake. I misspoke.
Demonic beings should be killed. Eunuch Wang was surprised. Bro actually apologized. Maybe I didn't suck up to the wrong person this time. This person is a gentleman, worth befriending. Eunuch Wang also admitted his mistake. This servant was rude. I was just too emotional. Please don't blame me, bro. The shopkeeper walked over. Bro wants the Man bone pill, but it's a good thing for our great Xuan. Not only will it eliminate a Man tribe, but it will also fulfill Bro's wish. He accepted it, of course. He agreed. Money is no problem, just name your price. The shopkeeper seemed happy to hear him say that, and immediately said, it requires 3 great Confucian scholars to take action. I think 3 great Confucian literature treasures should be enough. If the esteemed guest doesn't have great Confucian literature treasures, smaller ones can also be evaluated.
Chen Luo was terrified. He's not that rich at all. He stammered. Then just give me a direct price.
A wave surged in his heart. Where am I going to find great Confucian literature treasures? Asking Senior Wei Yan for a few isn't appropriate, plus, I'm his senior now. The shopkeeper quoted the exchange rate. 1 million taels of silver can be exchanged for 1 tael of heavenly Tao essence, and 10 taels of heavenly Tao essence for 1 great Confucian literature.
Treasure, how does that sound? Chen Luo mentally calculated. He freaked out.
Isn't that 30 million taels of silver? Holy crap. My annual copyright tax is 100,000 taels. So, wouldn't I need to earn it without eating or drinking for 30 years?
30 years of grinding. I can reincarnate 90 times. Everything will be ice cold. Are you missing something?
The shopkeeper frowned at his attitude. Ha ha! Chen Luo laughed lightly. How could that be? I just wanted to ask if I could haggle. He whispered into the shopkeeper's ear. The shopkeeper's face was no longer as cheerful as before, and only said one word. Number. If you don't have money, then please go back. What are you doing here asking if you don't have money? Wasting my time. Chen Luo watched the shopkeeper turn and leave, constantly shouting in his heart. No, it's not easy to have hope. I absolutely can't give up like this. He pulled the shopkeeper back. Wait, can you tell me if there's another way? What am I getting out of this? The shopkeeper was annoyed. Chen Luo gave him a silver note. Have you forgotten? We're long-lost besties. Right. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw the money. I almost didn't recognize you with that hunchback. He said, I'll only tell you this way. You can't go around spreading it. We still need to do business. The shopkeeper muttered. Our man-bone pills are all refined by the immortal fox ancestor of the Tao sect. He might have some stock left. The old ancestor is at Fox Mountain outside the East City. 10 miles, it's easy to find. Immortal fox ancestor of the Taoist sect. He thought of the image of an old man carrying a gourd everywhere. I've never met him. Is that really it? Chen Luo started thinking. Now that I have information about the Tao sect's immortal fox ancestor, I wonder if my title as a virtuous teacher will work. Useless. In addition, I still need some gifts for him. It's not good to go empty-handed anyway. As Bro was thinking, someone called him, startling him. I'm Nan Wan, the one who needs a social commentary for Wen Shansheng's theory. I've finished it.
You don't come early, you don't come late, but you come when people are thinking. He was surprised. So fast. Nan Wan immediately reported. If I hadn't stopped them a bit, they would have been even faster. Picking up the stack of papers, he gave a thumbs up. Nan Wan reported that as soon as they heard it was Bajia recruiting, everyone was overflowing with enthusiasm, not only writing faster, but also writing more.
I held them back a little, otherwise the length of our newspaper wouldn't be enough to contain all those drafts. He nodded. These editorials are simple and clear, yet they don't lack depth. The common folk can understand them, and scholars won't find them too shallow. I can't wait to see the release date of the new newspaper. The devil in Chen Luo arose, and he smiled menacingly. The new newspaper is sure to be a resounding success. The moon is really bright tonight. Wei, the great Confucian scholar, went out to admire the moon last night, but who knew he wasn't enjoying the scenery? His heart was full of regret. Ah, this moonlight. Why does it look like the Xiao Ao Jianghu manuscript that my master snatched from Chen Luo and gave to me? He really can't accept it. Shut up, Wei's master, as if hearing his inner voice, scolded him. This manuscript is to be given to your grandmaster. What are you crying about? I'll personally rewrite it later. Wei immediately stopped crying after being scolded. How could master hear that?
Tuo Zihe on the side is writing a letter to his master, benefactor. The story of the first new newspaper, Chapter 1 of Xiao Ao Jianghu, is included with the letter.
This writing is unlike the others. It's a world of martial artists. Yet he speaks of inner strength in his imagination. His heart is wise. He is striking a stone. He rubbed his chin and continued to write. This disciple tried to use the mundane qi to practice the martial arts in the book but failed. What? This disciple originally thought that little junior brother's literary path needed my Confucianism to supplement it. But judging by the present situation, it is very likely to be the fourth great path of cultivation, separate from Confucianism and Buddhism.
In addition, today I learned that little junior brother needs a man-bone pill, and someone is directing little junior brother to inquire about old Hulu of the Taoist sect.
Why does this disciple Zhu Lin need to do this? This disciple intends to take a trip to the man tribe, to get a few pills for little junior brother. Consider it a small gift, to meet the benefactor. What do you think?
At this time, the students in Zhongjing are very busy.
The students are seriously copying books. The scene is unusually quiet. The teacher walked back and forth. This is Wan Anba's writing. You must all concentrate your will to copy it. Everyone copying the text is also complaining. This Wan Anba really knows how to cliffhang. It's too uncomfortable. Just thinking about having to wait 7 days to continue reading makes my scalp tingle. After copying, let's go find Wan Anba together, the students said in unison.
Over here, Cheng Difei shares the same feelings with everyone. Wan Anba wrote such wonderful writing. It's truly extraordinary.
I really want to know what it says later. I've never anticipated 7 days from now to come so quickly. The students in the library competed to express their dissatisfaction while copying. Damn it, cutting the chapter like this unexpectedly forced me to say impolite words. Why end the chapter here? Wan Anba's intentions are malicious? I'm even more indignant than Du Xinyang.
Surely everyone wants to tie up Chen Luo right now and force him to write the next part.
It's unbearable to have someone like this, not caring about the readers wanting closure. Wan Anba is unworthy to be a writer, a disgrace to scholars. Agreed. A disgrace to scholars. Zhao Ao Jianghu is such a wonder. Cliffhangers, son of a BTCH. A disgrace to scholars. Everyone is cursing. Every student who has read it is cursing. Copying books are all cursing. Almost wanting to drown Chen Luo. That night he was in his room, trembling all over. At the Wananba residence, Chen Luo asked Xiao Qi, "Is the front door securely locked?" What is the young master asking this for? Qizhong was confused. He hesitates to say, "I just feel like someone will throw knives into our house. It's justifiable being treated this way for ending the chapter at the wrong part." Zhang Jing. Early in the morning, countless children went to sell newspapers. They sang the song he taught them the day before. La 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 la, I'm a little newspaper seller.
Today's People's Gazette is really good. 5 copper coins for 1 newspaper. These little kids are really weird. I wonder who is managing the draft sales. Who cares who is drafting the newspaper? It's just the same old stuff, isn't it? La la, I'm a little newspaper seller. Asking for 5 silvers for 1 newspaper. They're crazy for money.
Everyone passing by is uncomfortable and discussing. At Beifang Lu, a black cat is also delivering a newspaper to a white cat on the roof. Alright, everyone's here. Master Nan's here. Master Nan, we want to hear Du Xinyang.
Master Nan, I spent a fortune to snag this spot. Nan Xiangwen clasped his hands. Today's the launch of Wanxian Lord's Great Xuan Gazette. It features the first chapter of a literary wonder called Xiao Ao Jianghu. Today we'll be discussing Xiao Ao Jianghu.
Want to buy a gazette, sir? The kid greeted a passerby, who directly refused. Nah, I'm good. What's interesting about this trash paper?
Qizhong observed. Young master, it seems the gazette sales aren't doing too well out here. No rush. Chen Luo leisurely sipped his tea. Let the bullets fly for a bit. Once the wind picks up, then I'll casually roll out in style. Everyone who heard Xiao Ao Jianghu was furious. What kind of cliffhanger is this? Where did this story come from?
Quick, tell us. I know, I can't wait anymore. This, Xiao Ao Jianghu, is too damn good.
Even for 100 taels of gold.
I gotta have this amazing story, the storyteller said. The then Great Xuan Gazette has the full story.
The complete story is in the Gazette, sold by the kids on the street.
The storytellers all said the same thing. Nan Xiangwen even told them where to buy the gazettes. Where are the paper boys? Everyone rushed off to buy a copy. Give me a gazette, quick! Looking like a search party, the kids selling newspapers were immediately surrounded. I want one too. Me too. Don't rush. Don't rush. There's enough for everyone. Here's yours. And yours too. 5 fen of silver apiece. Chen Luo watched the scene outside, chuckling to himself. The gazette is a hit. Chen Luo was secretly happy. Hehe, the first step is solid. Next up, we take off.
Qizhong watched from outside, saying to Chen Luo, "Young master, lots of people are cursing." Looking outside, a bunch of people were standing there, swearing. Mother FCKER. Who's spreading rumors? Who said the complete story's in the Gazette? This is just the first chapter, it's killing me. Wan'an Lord. I swear I'm not gonna let this go. The shame of us scholars. When people are backed into a corner, there's nothing they won't curse and no words they won't say.
Haha. Chen Luo smiled faintly and closed the curtain. Qizhong, feeling uneasy, asked, "Young master, should I go down and argue with them?"
Chen Luo patted Qizhong's shoulder, telling him to restrain himself. "Shut your trap. Let's go to Sangxi village. We're not going back to the Marquis's mansion today."
Qizhong asked, "Is young master scared? You think someone's gonna throw a knife into our house or what?" That night, at Sangxi village, Qizhong was on guard duty outside, sleeping like a log. Chen Luo took out the Gazette. After just 1 day of release, the red dust energy of millions of readers had gathered. He never expected there to be so much. Chen Luo checked his own red dust energy. I wonder if this energy will let me advance to the next level. He pondered for a bit, then tossed the red dust energy into the air. I'm currently at the 2nd realm of the red dust realm, nourishing chi. I just need to break through a few more acupoints, and then I can charge to the next stage.
Boom, boom. The surroundings were as bright as fireworks. Chen Luo had prepared everything. He raised his hands as if to welcome it. Whoosh whoosh, the red dust energy seemed to have a mind of its own, immediately flying towards him, creating a completely gorgeous scene, everything shining brightly.
Chen Luo also flew off the ground, thud. After absorbing everything, he fell to the ground with a plop, looking incredibly silly.
Shit, that's it, he cursed. Such a huge pile couldn't even fill 1/10 of an acupoint. Mother Chef CKER. He cursed. My entire body, based on this cultivation method, has 720 acupoints. How much red dust energy do I...
Creating a new path is indeed not that simple. Chen Luo stood up, determined. But the future is promising. As long as there are more and more readers, my red dust energy will only increase. Now, I need to test how much my strength has improved. Yeah, Chen Luo was so happy that he skipped, forgetting all his previous worries, and ran out into the courtyard with boundless energy. You really know how to guard a door. Opening the door, he saw Jizhong snoring loudly, drool running down his face. Testing my strength, take this. Standing in front of a rock, he rotated his wrist. Behold, my one-finger divine skill. Then, Chen Luo attacked. Whoosh! The one-finger divine skill gathered at his 2 fingers, looking incredibly dazzling. Whoosh! Hey! Accurate! He shot at the rock. Swoosh! Boom! The rock was actually pierced with a bigger hole, as if it had been melted by high heat. Shit! He cursed. I was just posing earlier, and that wasn't true martial arts. My red dust energy is actually this strong. Then, if I truly master the 6 Meridian Divine Sword in the future, wouldn't I be able to transform into a magic machine gun? Imagining himself flicking his fingers and shooting out dazzling 7-colored lights non-stop, Chen Luo felt incredibly cool. At the Zheliu Academy, Kong Tianfang was taken aback. What did you say? All 40,000 copies are sold out. Isn't that even faster than the top-selling news publication of the dynasty? That's right. From the announcements, we've even received a large number of petitions requesting to continue selling the Daishuan People's Gazette tomorrow. Kong Tianfang stroked his beard and pondered. Originally, there's no problem. If it really can't be done, I'll do it myself. But the question is, will the Wanshan Marquis agree? But the newspaper itself is meant to be sold. He will definitely agree. He didn't even bother asking Chen Luo's opinion, Zhu Hongda pointed out. It seems that in some places, the first edition of the People's Gazette has been priced up to 10 taels of silver per copy. If it continues like this, we might get accused of hoarding newspapers. Dean Kong Tianfang was startled. It's been priced that high. Wouldn't that ruin the reputation of Wan Marquis? Forget it, he immediately instructed. Quickly have Emperor's Majesty rush to Nanwan at top speed to contact the Wan Marquis. The other deans and I will arrange for copying now. The two nodded. On the other side, the Emperor sighed. The eunuch beside him was full of worry. Your Majesty is so anxious. If you don't work and rest properly, your body will break down sooner or later. Is your Majesty tired? This old servant has something here, the eunuch approached, that can help your Majesty relieve your worries. In his hand was a copy of Ying's news publication. It's unknown whether it can relieve worries, but adding more worries would be unmanageable. The Emperor picked it up and read the title, Daishuan People's Gazette. What big words. The eunuch said. Your Majesty, this newspaper is currently the rarest in the capital. Please take a look. But this Mr. Shuowen does have some independent opinions on the court's policies. Not bad analysis. He looked through Shuowen's content and commented, HMPH, Xiaojianghu. Unexpectedly, it's a refined piece of writing. Finally, he saw Chen Luo's refined writing. Yes, Your Majesty, the eunuch said. This newspaper is from the Wanyan Marquis, and this refined writing is also his. Now, whether it's the literati or the common people, they all greatly appreciate this article. The Emperor was surprised. I have to see if it's as magical as you say. Then he started reading from the first words. After a while, the eunuch saw the Emperor's face becoming more and more unpleasant, and he asked, Your Majesty, is there anything inappropriate about this article? He was genuinely worried. Could there be anything offensive to the Emperor in the content? Impossible. The Emperor put the newspaper down on the table, annoyed. Too hateful. He dares to cut off the story at a crucial moment. Truly a disgrace to Daishuan. What do you say? Should I imprison Chen Luo and make him write day and night? The Emperor was truly driven mad after reading it. The eunuch immediately dissuaded him. Your Majesty, doing so would be beneath your dignity. It's not allowed. No way. Tuo Zihi, on the other side, was reading, drinking wine, and enjoying the moon. Good wine, good writing, good moonlight. The greatest joy in life. Then, sensing something, he stood up abruptly. Which ghost dares to sneak around here? Show yourself. It's Zicheng, Liu Jingzhuang. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. Song Deru, it's me, it's me. In Liu Jingzhuang's hand, he was holding a bottle of wine. Tuo Zihi unhappily asked, Liu Zisheng, what are you doing here? Don't call me Zisheng, Liu Jingzhuang poured wine for him. Just call me the brothel scholar, it sounds better. Tonight I happened to see Song Daru drinking alone, so I came to drink with you. Tuo Zi smiled faintly. HMPH. Brother Liu is still loafing around in the red dust. Why are you looking for me here?
Afraid you want to get close to my little junior brother, right? Liu Jingzi directly stated his intention. Liu Mao blurted out after drinking that he could get the sequel manuscript of Xiaojiang, so Tu Youzi refused directly. Even the 8 deans of Zhongjing couldn't make my little junior brother open his mouth. How can you do it?
This, Liu Jingji, is actually a wealthy man, so he immediately stated his conditions. Wanhan Marquis, if you agree to give me the second manuscript, I will help him level all 72 brothels in Zhongjing. I mean what I say. How about it? Tuo Ruo didn't say anything after hearing it. He cursed. Get lost, you old geezer. If you dare get close to my little junior brother again, I'll break your legs. That's right. How dare he touch his cute little junior brother? Liu Jingji smiled awkwardly. It's a pity your little junior brother missed a good opportunity. Before running away, he shouted back. Tuo Zihi frowned. This opportunity is not needed. It's already the 3rd watch. Chen Luo lay on the bed, looking exhausted. Just now, I expelled way too much worldly energy. My whole body aches. Young people really need to learn moderation. I'm not daring to do that again.
Speaking of which, I've been transmigrated here for a while now. Time really flies. He looked up at the ceiling, unable to help but praise. Grandma treats me the best.
In my previous life, I still had a secret crush on the literature teacher from Beijing University, who taught back then. Now I won't have the chance to see her again.
His heart was filled with countless regrets. Looking up at the bright moon, looking down, I miss my hometown. Indeed, only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly understand those timeless poetic words.
Unexpectedly, even in the dead of night, he thought. After all, I still maintain the mindset of an outsider in this world. He thought of his elder sister. But everything here is so real, and my feelings aren't fake. All my worries are just me being unreasonable. It's time to truly integrate into this world. He thought of the scene where he and Chen Xuan were together. Yet, someone ruined it right at the 2nd act. Young master. Young master. Strange. He sat up. How come I woke up before even entering the Flower Sea dreamscape? This is great, you're finally awake. In front of him was a group of Confucian scholars along with Ji Zong, all sobbing profusely. Chen Luo was startled. What the heck? Why are so many of you gathered here? What are you doing staring at me while I sleep? Don't tell me you guys have some weird fetish. His mind was full of question marks. Grand Confucian scholar Y informed him. Junior Marshal Uncle, you've been asleep for 6 days.
6 days? What happened? Chen Luo was also extremely bewildered, his master said. You fell into a cognitive block. If you still couldn't wake up, you would have suffered quick deviation.
Chen Luo clutched his stomach. My stomach is still rumbling. So hungry. Looks like they weren't lying to me, but what exactly is a cognitive block? Tuizi explained to him. Cognitive blocks usually only occur to Grand Confucian scholars at their level, where a moment outside is 1,000 years within it. Fortunately, Junior Marshal Brother only experienced 6 days of cognitive emptiness. Otherwise, I would have had to invite our master to intervene. Grand Confucian scholar Wei greeted him with a customary clasp of his hands, saying, Junior Marshal Uncle, let me introduce you. This is my esteemed master, the 4th of the 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove, a Grand Confucian scholar of the Righteous Heart realm. He is also the 4th senior marshal brother of Song Tuizhi, so he's a senior marshal brother. I've been rude.
As soon as he finished speaking, he fell backward. Tuizi rushed over to support him. It's all right, your body is still weak, don't make any sudden movements.
All right, he said, I heard you're looking for barbarian bone pills. Your eldest senior marshal brother took a stroll on the grasslands and picked up a ton of them. If you feel it's not enough, eldest senior marshal brother said he'd take another stroll. All the Grand Confucian scholars were shocked. Who are you kidding? No, Tianfang was startled. Are barbarian bone pills something you can just pick up casually? His eldest senior marshal brother is called the Blood Butcher Grand Confucian Scholar, and he's willing to go pick up stuff. I'm afraid he must have slaughtered quite a few barbarians.
The other academy heads were also full of surprise. Chen Lupo took them, his heart deeply touched. Many thanks, 4th senior marshal brother. And please thank eldest senior marshal brother on my behalf.
No. Tianfang walked up to him and bowed his head. Wan Anbo, your body has no major issues now, right? Chen Luo asked back. My body is perfectly fine. What's up with you guys? Well, Wan Anbo, you've been asleep for 6 days. Isn't a new report supposed to be released tomorrow? Tianfang stammered. He got annoyed. I knew you guys weren't being so kind-hearted for nothing, so you're here to get the draft.
His mind was full of question marks. No, Tianfang, representing the academy heads, pleaded. The common people of Dashuan are all waiting for your second chapter.
This is a masterpiece rarely seen. In the imperial palace, Changming Palace, His Majesty issued a decree. Starting today, every 7 days, in the early afternoon, before entering court, the Dashuan Daily shall be read first. Unwillingly, the civil officials who heard this were stunned. What? This is so weird, Zhao Jiefeng angrily said. How can entertainment newspapers be read in imperial court? I can't just sit by and ignore this, the emperor said. Gentlemen, the daily reports in your hands are provided by Wenchang Pavilion. They contain the insights of the Grand Elder of Will and commentaries by Grand Confucian scholar Ye, which can be referenced for court affairs. Zhao Jiefeng crumpled the report, feeling annoyed. This is dangerous. If I really object, these stubborn old farts will curse me to death over this report. All right, everyone, read the report first. The emperor smiled kindly, repeating, Your Majesty, please. The chief eunuch walked forward and presented the report to him. As expected of the head eunuch, he knows what's most important. He opened the newspaper and saw Xiao Ao Jianghu on it, murmuring praises. The officials reading the news were surprised. The problems the common people talk about, it's not like we haven't thought about them. What's the point of reading this exactly? Isn't this just a waste of time? I'm in a hurry to get home to feed my sparrows. This Xiao Ao Jianghu is the refined writing of Wan Anba. Someone whispered, Don't talk. This story is actually really good. The officials manage the world. One newspaper knows the gains and losses. Later generations praised this scene as the writing of the early court. Finally home, he happily stretched. Tuo's Dihi, his senior brother, also followed behind. Seeing his senior brother, he thought back. Previously, fourth senior brother had lectured him on the levels of a great scholar, distinguishing them as investigating things, knowing falsity, and kun, rectifying the heart. And he was in the rectifying the heart realm, on par with the four generals of Daishuan. Chen Luo laughed inwardly. Lucky me, awesome. I'm latching onto a tree even bigger than great scholar Wei. Tuo Zihi looked at his little junior brother, feeling quite upset, not expecting the credit to be stolen by the eldest senior brother's casual remarks. I must find an opportunity to win back a victory. Meanwhile, Chen Luku was about to enter the house when someone came over, smiling and saying, Chen Xiaoyu, I heard you solved Zhang's problem, congratulations. But Tuo Zihi didn't understand what was going on. He turned around, looking annoyed. Liu Zisheng, how dare you come and bother my little junior brother? Liu Jingzhong chuckled, looking a bit embarrassed. Song, Mr. Song, why are you here? Chen Luo rushed over immediately, as if wanting to hug Liu Jingzhong. Liu Zisheng, you are the Liu San Bian, Hei Tu Lun De Sang. His eyes lit up. The crooked character considers himself the white-robed sage of spring, all resounding, willing to exchange fleeting fame for a hairpin, exchanging a forge for drinking and chanting. I've heard of your lyrics before. Brother Liu Yang. Ah, this is Liu Yang. He felt like a fan meeting his idol. Liu Jingzhong waved his hand. These lyrics are indeed mine, but I'm not called Liu Sanbian. Tu Ziqi introduced. His name is Liu Jingzhong, a very famous great scholar of the pleasure quarters. Little junior brother, don't ruin the reputation of a gentleman. Different Liu, Chen Lu Kuo thought to himself. He already had the answer. Even if this was Liu Yang of this world, he wouldn't underestimate the relationship he must pull. Chen Luo then shook hands warmly with the man, as if they were old acquaintances. I am Chen Luo, courtesy name Dong Liu. Greetings to great scholar Liu. If you have free time, please don't hesitate to visit my house. This is not a problem. But I don't know if Mr. Song here, Tuo Zihi looked like a kid guarding a baby, angrily leaving. He also brushed it aside. Since little martial uncle admires you, then chat a few more words. Tuo Zihi turned away, feeling extremely frustrated. It's fine if little junior brother is a reckless youth for a few years, but if that Liu dares to do anything improper, then I'll let second senior sister teach him a lesson. Chen Luo pointed at Tuo Zihi, innocently asking great scholar Liu, does my fourth senior brother have a problem with you? Liu Jingzhong smiled. This matter is very complicated to explain. He scratched his head, he invited him into the house, then let's go into the manor and talk further. Then he led the person in, conveniently showing the way. Later, the world is embarrassed to mention love, but I disagree. Love clearly understands human feelings the most. It was still talking late into the night. Liu Jingzhong put his wine cup down on the table. I just like to wander in the midst of flowers and willows. I just like to visit the pleasure quarters. Chen Luo also smiled. Greedy for a night on the bed, like a mad horse crossing the Ganges, seeing people's hearts easily, is greed for a night of spring like a horse shaking. Then when will you see the true heart, vulgar? But I like it. Liu Jingzhong rubbed his forehead. The two of them were like old friends meeting again. It's just that I'm so old, and I've never been to a place like that. I wonder what it's like. He looked up at the ceiling. Expressing his thoughts, Liu Jingzhong pointed. If you want to understand, I, your big brother, will take you to see. Chen Luo refused. It's not good for great scholar Liu to do that. What's not good?
Thinking, he led him away, pulling his hand forcefully.
Young people must explore many new things. That's right, just call me Big Brother Liu. Brother, slow down. Chen Luo couldn't keep up. At this moment, Tuo Zihi appeared behind them, advising him. The fire energy is very strong at night in Zhongqua. Just look from a distance is enough. No way sully your nose by visiting Lanxiang. Then he stopped his movements. Since his fourth senior brother had said so, how could he dare to go?
But finally, the two arrived at the Linglong Tower, the top of the 10 major pleasure quarters in the capital city. Big Brother Liu, he exclaimed. The young ladies here are all so beautiful. Liu Jingzhong looked at the person visiting a pleasure quarter for the first time, introducing Linglong, Ji Yu Zian, Hongdao Ton Ji Yu, Xiangxi Ji Biyu Qi. At this time, great scholar Wen Fei Qing are all frequent guests. How could the girls here not be beautiful?
The madam herself came to greet them. Liu Darren is here again. I wonder which young lady you're looking for today. Liu Jingzhong walked to the madam's side and embraced her. How can green apples compare to ripe peaches? Why don't you entertain me instead? The madam waved her hand, but her face flushed. I'm old and fading. Darren is just joking. Liu Jingzhong pointed at Chen Luo. Today, I'm here to broaden my brother's horizons. Pick a suitable one for him. Chen Luo's face turned red upon hearing this. The madam immediately recognized him. Isn't this Wanan? The young ladies all adore the literary works you write. What type do you like? Let this older sister pick a good one for you. Chen Luo waved his hand. I'll keep watching with my big bro. No rush, no rush. The madam laughed. Ba Ye is so shy.
You're very popular with the ladies like this. Be careful not to get eaten clean. Liu Jingzhong laughed at him. Still pretending after all this.
Chen Luo replied awkwardly. I'm not pretending, I'm just not used to it. It's easy. Liu Jingzhong led him away. Let Big Bro show you the ropes. Over here, Meng and Cheng Difei inexplicably disguised themselves and entered the brothel. Difei blushed. Should we go back? My father would beat me to death if he knew I came to a brothel. Don't worry, Meng reassured. I'm very familiar with Mama and the older sisters at Linglong Pavilion. We can get a private room, listen to Da Ji Luo's flying tune, and then leave. No problem, trust me. You're a saint-level cultivator anyway. What's there to be afraid of? She pulled Difei inside. What's wrong? Did something happen? Meng Rui stopped. Her expression gloomy. Difei asked. I saw my father. She looked ahead and saw Liu Jingzhong and Chen Luo holding hands intimately as they entered the brothel. So Liu Jingzhong is Meng Wei's father. Cheng Difei was filled with worry. What do we do? He's not here to catch us, is he? But Meng wasn't worried at all. She carefully used her sleeve to cover her face. Meng comforted Cheng Difei and pulled her into a room, running like the wind. Don't panic. My stinky old man is just here for fun. We'll have fun on our own. Cheng Difei still looked back with concern, thinking about Meng Rui's father. Luckily, Meng Rui is a girl, or she would definitely be a player.
Meanwhile, Liu Jingzhuang led Chen Luo into a room, pointing things out like it was his own home.
Haha, dear brother, quickly sit down. Then he turned around and said to the beauties inside, Han San Niangzi, if you're not going to sit and pour us wine, why are you following us? Han San Niangzi pointed. You're such a shrewd woman. There were too many people just now, so I wanted to ask Liu Shisheng for help.
Chen Luo realized that she probably wanted Big Bro Liu to help with poetry or something.
Ba Ye is right. Han San Niangzi looked pleased. My Linglong Pavilion invited Daji Luo here today to perform flying tune.
Liu Jingzhuang raised his wineglass and replied, Isn't that a good thing? Chen Luo was puzzled. Big Bro, why is this a good thing? Who is Dagi Luo? He explained to him. Dagi Luo's name is Luo Hongnu. At 14, she entered the Confucian Tao with her melodies. Now, after only 10 years, she has become a master of melody. Isn't it a good thing to hear one of her songs? Chen Lucho nodded. So she's a musical genius. Interesting. Liu Jingzhuang turned to Han San Niangzi and asked, So what do you finally want me to help with?
Han San Niangzi rubbed her head, looking tired. The people from Fuchi Society are also coming. Those guys definitely have nothing better to do, so they came to make things difficult for us. At that time, please ask Liu Shisheng to lend a hand.
The reputation of the St. Linglong Pavilion being damaged is a major event. Liu Jingzhuang held his head. The Memiyem.
This time, it's going to be difficult. I'll do my best. Han San Niangzi bowed her head in gratitude. I'll cover all of your expenses. I thank Liu Qisheng and Baye in advance. Chen Luo was still doubtful, so he asked again. Big Bro Liu, what is this Fuchi Society? Why do you feel it's so difficult to deal with? Liu Jingzhuang held the wineglass in his hand, feeling a little depressed.
This is a long story, but simply put, it's a debate over melodies. Chen Luo was surprised. He didn't expect that to happen. Aren't they all refined literati?
Why are they arguing? Liu Jingzhuang drew on the table, explaining the story. Because both sides are singing melodies, but their fans are different, so they don't accept each other at all. Both sides have their own styles. The literary world has had debates over melodies continuing to this day. It's truly a competition between the refined and the vulgar.
Chen Luo still didn't understand much. So, big bro Liu, you, as Xing Sheng, why are you helping Daji Yi Luo?
He chuckled. In the end, Siqua isn't about scheming. We're brothers. What's there to fight over? Then, waving his hand dismissively, he turned back to Liu Jingzhuang with a serious expression, furrowing his brows.
Those from the Fu Si Society insist on pursuing elegance in lyrics, viewing popular songs as eccentric and vulgar.
Chen Luo, upon hearing this, was surprised. So there's another layer to this. It's just like Song Si and Yuan Kuo.
But whoever said you only need vulgarity and not elegance?
They're so naive. He finished his cup of wine and set it down. A different scene arose. Chen Luo started reciting poetry. Old vines embrace crows, a small bridge, flowing stream, a humble home. The wind is like silk, the waves like rage. Mountains and rivers on both sides of Tung Pass. This time, I need to put on a big show. Elsewhere, Zhao Yungan was raising his wine glass.
This man had a simple and honest look, he said. Today is the premiere of Luo Ni's new performance. I hope Qian Bro doesn't hold back.
Qian Erkang replied. Am I that kind of person? Facing the debate between Si and Quan, most of them are terrible.
Erkang must be clear. Zhao Yugan took the lead in pouring wine. As long as Erkang Bro can handle her, all entertainment expenses in the future are on me, Zhao Yugan.
What bold words. Without another word, Qian Erkang looked at the stage. Luo Ni was about to come on. And in his eyes, there was a hint of anticipation. Tang tang. The music gradually started from the still dark stage. Tang tang tang. Luo Ni slowly appeared in front.
Charming in every way, captivating all who saw her. She held her familiar moon lute in her hands. Chen Luo was taken aback. What a goddess in a painting, beauty, truly satisfying.
Miss Luo, slow down. Luo Ni looked up, her eyes full of flirtation. That Qian Erkang was actually drooling because of her beauty. But he pretended to be a gentleman. Today, we from the Fu Xin Society have come here. I wonder what kind of lyrics your song has. Meng Er and Cheng Difei peeked out. Meng Er cursed. Why are these Fu Sai Society gnats yelling nonsense? So annoying. Meng Er worried. Can Master Luo deal with them? Meng Er angrily clenched her fist. Wait and see. If worst comes to worst, I'll go up and smash their heads. Cheng Difei also felt uneasy. Is it appropriate for a young lady to do that? She was about to dissuade her when she saw Meng Di's fist starting to rise. Meng Di smiled nonchalantly. Isn't there still my dad? If it really doesn't work, we'll let him go up. Cheng Difei sighed helplessly, seeing her friend like this. You really are a filial daughter. Luo Ni held her lute and smiled. This young master with the bleeding nose. Does this humble one not please you? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall sneered at Qian Erkang, his nose bleeding more and more. What kind of random performance is this? This kid really can't resist. He's already shooting blood after seeing a beauty. But he immediately covered his nose with his sleeve, wiping away the blood, and pointed, Don't disturb my mind. Under the heavens of literature, popular songs are now sinners. First, I advise you to carefully study elegant lyrics, and don't sing lewd songs anymore. Luo Ni smiled lightly. She didn't even look at this guy who drooled at the sight of pretty girls. Donain talking. Then get lost. She officially told him to get out. Qian Erkang felt like he was struck by lightning, and his companions rushed forward. A woman who opens her mouth and speaks vulgarly, what kind of decency is that? To make vulgar songs like this shows no quality? I think this woman is just outwardly beautiful. But facing all the scolding, Luo Ni remained the same, still smiling, her aura ethereal like a fairy. The two Liu Jingzhuang sighed. For you students to surround and attack a weak woman, where is your dignity? Qian Erkang heard this, and, together with the pretentious scholars, clasped their hands as if acting on behalf of heaven. So its grand scholar Liu, student is bold. I invite the master to establish the prestige of poetry. I will block the path of vulgar songs. Liu Jingzhuang smiled. The fact that vulgar songs can be spread is the choice of the people. How can I change it? Qian Erkang still insisted, with only a mocking look in his eyes. Master is a master of poetry. He should take subduing chaos and correcting wrongs as his mission.
Students represent thousands upon thousands of Confucian scholars, earnestly requesting you to uphold the righteousness of poetry. Liu Jingzhuang was angry. This kid is directly putting a tall hat on my head. Difficult. Seeing this, Chen Luo stood up. He put his hand on Liu Jingzhuang's shoulder, signaling, "Just rest assured." He said, "Old bro, your identity isn't convenient. I'll go meet them for you." "That's fine then." Liu Jingzhuang nodded. Just as Chen Luo said, he really wasn't convenient. Chen Luo walked out, handsomeness exploding. He attacked. "What gives you the right to represent thousands upon thousands of Confucian scholars?
You think you're a great literary genius, huh?" Qian Erkang steps back, insistent. "As a student of Qingbo Academy, what's wrong with that?" Chen Luo plays dumb. "Qingbo Academy? Never heard of it," Meng Er told me. "It's just a third-rate academy. It's only natural that you, my literary brother, haven't heard of it." This adds fuel to the fire. Chen Luo acts like he's got the upper hand and starts to mock him. "Oh, so that's it? No wonder your skills are so—" Qian Erkang points a finger. "Oh. Then what academy did you come from, brother? Don't be shy, tell us." Chen Luo answers right away. "I'm not a student." Qian Erkang laughs, as if he's found a weak spot, and his buddies all laugh along. "Not a student, and you dare to come mock me? I think you'd better mind your own business." Chen Luo holds up a token. "Why are you so happy so soon? I'm a professor at an academy. What's wrong with that?" The jade token clearly reads, "Academy Professor, Dead Willow." Qian Erkang is shocked. This is a professor's token from Dead Willow Academy. Not only that, Chen Luo also holds up a whole bunch of jade tokens. If you don't believe me, I have more here. Go ahead and take a good look. Who knew he'd carry so many jade tokens with him? It looks like he could make a curtain out of them and hang it up. Qian Erkang feels something is wrong. How can a professor be so young? No, I can't back down. Otherwise, I won't have the face to go back and look at others. He gives in and bows his head in apology. "This student was blind and couldn't see Mount Tai. I apologize for my offense, but folk songs are, after all, a disgrace to literature. I still hope for your wisdom, esteemed sir." Liu Jingzhuang sighs at the sight. "Even my two virtuous brothers Chen have fallen for his trap." Chen Luo smiles. "You mean folk songs can never win against classical poems?" Of course, if he enters the ring, he must have prepared in advance. Qian Erkang feels like he's been hit in the right spot, and his confidence returns. That's a given. Only classical poems are bestowed by heaven with elegance. They're the true literary style. Chen Luo immediately refutes. "Absurd. Who told you folk songs must be vulgar?" The students are all silent, not knowing how to respond for now. What do we say now? They didn't even consider this scenario. Luo Ni, who is also mischievous, looks confused. Folk songs can be elegant. Qian Erkang remains stubborn. "This student has shallow knowledge. I only know that everything else is vulgar." If you think there are elegant folk songs, esteemed sir, why don't you bring one out to open our eyes? This also means if he can't, he loses face in front of this bunch of uncultured and pretentious so-called scholars. The other scholars also step forward. "Even an academy professor can't talk nonsense. Aren't you afraid of getting your mouth crooked? I want to see how a folk song can be as elegant as a classical poem." A bunch of know-nothings jump in to attack him. Chen Luo secretly laughs. "In my previous life, with my grandma's guidance, I read Song Dynasty long poems and Yuan Dynasty folk songs. If I can't write one, can't I just plagiarize?" Liu Jingzhuang whispers. "Virtuous brother, don't push too hard now. It's not a loss of face." Chen Luo points to himself with a confident look. "It's a bigger loss of face to run away. I'll compose a folk song right now. I hope Brother Liu will give a fair assessment." "All right," Liu Jingzhuang sighs. "You two youngsters are really full of yourselves, but a folk song can't be composed in an instant." Qian Erkang presses his advantage. "Has the esteemed sir agreed? Hurry, I'd like to hear it." His face shows only two words. Contempt. Chen Luo crosses his arms, still with that leisurely swagger. To avoid people talking trash about him, "Give me a theme and I'll compose a song right away." Qian Erkang says, "I won't make it difficult for you. It's late autumn now. How about a folk song with autumn as the theme, esteemed sir?" Chen Luo laughs to himself. "I'll use the ancestor of autumn poems, the one with withered vine, old tree, and evening crow. It's totally bullying you." He says, "Listen carefully. Lone village, the sun sets low. Light smoke, old tree, the cold returns. A glimpse of red across the cliff, descending green hills. Water of the Luo. White, grass, red, leaves, yellow, flowers, willows." Liu Jingzhuang is shocked. This is what my virtuous brother composed on the spot. I can't believe it's so beautiful. Absolutely magnificent. He immediately stands up and claps. With just 28 short words, he has painted a picture of autumn. What a brilliant stroke of the pen. Luo Nai also praises him. Wow, this young master is too awesome. Who would dare say this isn't an elegant folk song? Dai Fei peeks out. Such literary talent and so young, could it be him? She thinks of Chen Luo, who wrote the stories published in the newspaper a few days ago. Chen Luo smiles. It completely crushes those talentless show-offs. So, is this autumn song I wrote to your liking? Qian Erkang takes out his handkerchief to wipe away his cold sweat, but it seems he still hasn't given up. Esteemed sir, your literary talent is outstanding. A single autumn scene has made this student sweat, but I'll be bold enough to ask you to compose another song with isolation as the theme. The people in the tavern were getting annoyed. Some were pointing fingers, saying he was shameless. He's deliberately trying to embarrass that handsome young man, Luo Ni, up there scolded, despicable. Wen Xiang comes naturally. How can you make things difficult for this young master? Luo Chen mediated. Miss, don't worry, I'll accept it, trust me. Luo Ni blushed. I'll listen to you, Gonggizi. She'd never seen anyone so handsome and talented, and he even stood up to protect Yakua. Qian Erkang gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. This student admires Wan Anba, and once wrote, Yongqua Kiem presented to General Fa Wan Ren. Master Chen, why not compose a song about parting and longing, and harmonize with his song? Chen Luo was startled. Good one. Trying to get me to harmonize with myself? Qian Erkang, emboldened, pointed and gestured, his previous timidity gone, now only despicable. Master, can't you do it? That's right. How can vulgar songs easily become elegant? Chen Luo smiled. Oh, you want farewells and longing? No problem. He turned back, pondered for a moment. When parting, the heart inevitably feels a little regret. When will longing ever end? Leaning on sleeves, brushing off snow, hesitating to speak, words are covered again, and you've already left. Chen Luo finished reciting, happily. Is everyone satisfied? This Qinyan Erkang was cornered. He didn't acknowledge others at all. No, impossible. How could he create two elegant songs in such a short time? Liu Jingzhuang seized the opportunity to step out. Haha, what a wonderful song. Wonderful song, clap clap clap. Liu Jingzhuang, appearing drunk, explained. Farewell and longing both lie within the tender emotions of a woman, the entanglement within. How many people who can understand? Han Sanyangzi clapped. We're rich, we're rich. I didn't expect that Master Ba is also very talented in composing songs. In the future, this old woman will invite him more often. Whichever girl I fancy, I'll personally offer up. Qian Erkang, failing to achieve his goal, began to act up. That can't be, cough, shucks. There's no such thing as elegance. I'm not convinced. The melody of your song is not enough. Do it again, do it again. A petty student dared to point fingers at a teacher, extremely disrespectful. Now he was like a mad dog biting, until he was satisfied. Chen Luguo cursed him. Your face has been slapped so hard, and you still dare to spew nonsense like a barking dog in front of me. Qian Erkang, pained, said loudly, Master, if you can use rhyming to create a song, I, Qian Erkang, will leave Fusen society. If you can't, you have to apologize to me. Dare to bet you can't. I guess it's over for him. Someone spoke up. Young master. Slowly, wait a moment. Luo Ni, holding the zither, bowed her head. Thank you, young master, for protecting these songs. This servant won't sing. Young master should reject the bet. Chen Luo raised his hand to stop her. Good songs should continue to be sung. It's not the clown's turn to speak. You want to repeat the rhyme, right? Then listen carefully. He began to recite poetry. Before, I didn't know what longing was. Now that I'm experiencing it, I'm afraid of it. The body is like floating clouds. The heart like fluttering catkins. The breath like silk. Everyone in the brothel who heard it was teary-eyed. Only a lingering fragrance remained. Waiting for the wanderer, waiting for the opportunity. When the lights are about to go out, when the moon is half full. Then he ended with expression and feelings. The people there became melancholic. Qian Erkang was also teary-eyed. After listening, I always thought the pain of longing couldn't be described in words. But unexpectedly, little Ye, I wonder if you're doing well now. Qian Erkang knelt down. Master's writing style is far beyond ordinary people this student has lost. Liu Jingzhuang nodded in admiration. Chen Luo, the lights sometimes bright, sometimes dim. The moonlight sometimes clear, sometimes hazy. This worthy brother of mine seems to have experienced heartbreaking pain to have such insights. The people around were surprised. Look, the poetry of the previous dynasty is glowing. This is Gongming's poetry, with lingering charm. Not only that, sniff carefully. This. Could it be the drifting fragrance of Ya Yun?
Everyone in the brothel was surprised by such a scene. Chen Luo asked back, "Big brother Liu, what's the situation?"
Liu Jingzhuang laughed. The elegance in this song is recognized by the Tao of Heaven. This little brother is considered to have opened up the path of elegant songs. Congratulations. Chen Luo was awkward, mocking himself in his heart. Isn't it because your songs are too terrible? Lu Ni also came to pay her respects to him. This servant, Hong Nu, dares to ask for the young master's name. He scratched his head. Do I need to say it? If everyone knew that I was that disgrace to the literati, wouldn't I be killed on the spot?
Liu Jingzhuang pats his shoulder. A beauty asks and you don't answer. Let me help you, little brother. A piece of writing that kills. Liu Shuangxi of the Great Tang Court. My brother here is the one who founded the Great Xuan civilian newspaper, the author of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Marquis Wandian, Chen Lu.
Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then they burst into laughter. Wan Marquis, I didn't expect to be visiting a brothel with him. Truly, a hero emerges at a young age. The brothers are grabbing him, demanding he finish writing Zhao Aojiang Hu. Chen Luo panics. Hey, hold on, gentlemen use words, not fists. The beauties, upon hearing this, all clamor. Get out of the way, I want a closer look at young Master Chen. Step aside for this old lady, don't block the way, we'll crush all the scholars tonight. Chen Luo is terrified. No, please, I can't breathe. Liu Jingzhuang chuckles. Little brother, your experience is lacking. Take this opportunity to slowly gain. Dai Fei also pounces. Once they meet, across the gold and jade, far better than countless encounters in the mortal world, then vanishes before everyone's eyes. The beauties in the brothel suddenly disappear. Then Liu Jingzhuang looks around. Di Fei, that girl, what's she doing running to a brothel? She didn't bring little Rui of my family here, did she? Actually, it's the opposite. Meng over here is scared and trying to sneak away. Whoosh! The two fly out of the brothel. Dai Fei gasps for breath. Safe. Marquise, this is Wan An. She can't even speak clearly anymore. Chen Luo is also embarrassed. Thank you for the rescue, are you Dai Fei? Stuttering. My name is Cheng Luo. No, my name is Chen Di Fei, also not. It's really like a fan meeting their idol. I can't even speak clearly anymore.
Chen Luo has to ask again. You're Cheng Di Fei, right? Di Fei nods, her face flushed. Why, yes. She mocks herself inwardly. What's happening to me? She can't even say her name clearly.
Chen Luo affectionately takes Di Fei's hand. Okay, I'll remember that.
Thank you this time, Ms. Cheng. Meng seizes the opportunity to run over, shouting, Di Fei.
Di Fei is already spacing out from being held by her idol, her eyes are glazed over, and her face is flushed. Meng couldn't brake in time, and crashes into them. Didn't you say you were just flying to the entrance of the Linglong Pavilion? Why are we all the way here? Then Meng Fei sees that the two are still holding hands, so she asks, what happened between you two? Dai Fei's face is flushed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I flirted with Wan Marquis. I misspoke again. She can't even control her words anymore. Chen Luo tries to put her at ease. It's okay, don't call me Wanjan Marquis, just call me Chen Luo. Di Fei refuses. That would be too impolite. No way. No way, I'll be 18 next month. Can I call you Brother Chen then? Meng points at him and laughs. Seriously, just call him Uncle, you can't go wrong. Di Fei is shocked. This is Chen Luo. Confused, Uncle. What's going on again? Di Fei introduces him with a smile. Brother Chen, this is my fellow disciple, named Liu Mengrui, the daughter of Liu the Great Confucian. Mengrui gives a playful look. Waving hello to him, Chen Luo clasps his hands. So you're the daughter of Brother Liu? It's a pleasure. A pleasure, Meng whispers. Uncle Chen, we brought someone out of the Linglong Pavilion. Don't tell anyone that Dai Fei and I went to a brothel. Chen Luo waves his hand. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't go to the brothel for that. I just went to listen to some tunes. How can the affair of a book reader be mentioned in a brothel? Saying I went for that will ruin my reputation. Meng waves her hand. Being able to be brothers with my old man, Brother Chen, doesn't need to explain, I understand. Di Fei is embarrassed and wants to drag Meng away. Di Fei directly hits Meng stopping her from speaking further. Meng holds back her tears. Okay. Don't make things difficult for Brother Chen anymore. We should still leave this place first. Chen Luo holds his head, worried. I'm done for. My lifetime of reputation is ruined. Dai Fei leads Meng away, and she continues to shout. In Wanhan County, Zhao Huai happily runs to report the news to Chen Xuan. Miss, the young master sent a letter. He said to tell us to go to the capital, and that he found the medicine that can cure your eyes. Chen Xuan is sewing clothes, thoughtfully reminding her. Don't panic. Be careful not to fall, Xiao Huai tells her again. The young master is really getting more and more capable. Young miss, you can finally relax now, right? She sighed. I really can't do anything about this, Yahuan. She pointed at Xiao Huai. All right, go tell Uncle Ping that we're setting off tomorrow. Hearing the order, Xiao Huai immediately ran off. Overjoyed, Chen Xuan was still diligently sewing. It's been so long, I wonder if Xiao Luo has gotten fatter or thinner. I wonder if this outfit will fit him. Even though her eyes can't see, her heart is filled with so much longing poured into this outfit. Piaft, Chen Luo suddenly spat out his wine, and Zizhong looked horrified. He quickly rushed to his side. Young master, are you all right? He rubbed his mouth and coughed. Cough, cough. I always thought I can hunt eagles all day, but who knew I'd get pecked in the eye by one? Pointing at the newspaper, he felt really uncomfortable. The headline read, Wan An Brothel's Young Master's Romantic Escapade. A night of frenzy at the exquisite pavilion shocks the nation. Chen Luo said, I never expected that the trap I set would be used on me first. Chen Luo pondered. This guy is too cunning. He insulted Qian Erkang and the others until they're worthless. If it's my story, he could have just said it was me, but this title is going to be the death of me. Ji Zhong reported. That's right, I went out for a stroll today. Young master, do you know what the commoners are saying about the three schools of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism? Chen Luo was curious. Oh. What are they saying? Ji Zhong repeated. Corrupted Taoism, evil Confucianism, filthy Buddhism, making people feel uneasy. Chen Luo didn't understand, but he felt uncomfortable. He frowned. Zhao Qi, translate that for me. What does that mean? Ji Zhong pointed to his head. Taoism cultivates the soul. A slight touch, and the soul will dissipate, so it's corrupted. Buddhism considers killing as salvation, and robbery as fate, so getting targeted by them makes you panic. As for Confucianism, he thought for a moment, and then gesticulated wildly. Confucian scholars pay attention to a lot, saying one sentence can have multiple meanings. If you're not careful, they'll scold you until you can't lift your head, and you can't even argue back. Hearing this, he laughed. What he said was right. Those who play tactics are all dirty-minded. I'll try not to provoke them in the future. People like that can't be provoked, because we're fundamentally not the same kind of people. Over here, Nan Xiangwen began to show off his skills. It could be seen that the flower fairy of man, Lu Xiangxi, has been restrained. Xiao Bajia Feng Liu. It's true that the more something is fabricated, the more wrong it becomes, but the listeners are still enthusiastically responding. Nan Xiangwen smiled. Again, he could see Luo Hongnu on the stage, thanking him for his affection, and wholeheartedly showering love onto genius Chen Dongliu. Everyone applauded. Uncle is indeed a talent of this era. I'm not convinced. Another person was caught in endless longing. He, Hongnu, my Hongnu. Nan Xiangwen pointed, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. At this moment, Qian Erkang and his gang were just trash and stray dogs, buzzing flies. It matched the saying, Young Master Ba, incomparably romantic. 3 Linglong Lu tunes of heartbreak. Then a smack on the table. May I ask for the honored young master's name? The devastatingly beautiful woman shyly lowered her head. Everyone applauded loudly, praising him. Excellent. Nan Xiangwen lowered his head to thank everyone. Someone below even spoke up. What does it mean to be a stranger like Jade? What does it mean to be an unparalleled young master? Broba's a perfect example. I need to learn from him. A man should be like this. How could he be a disgrace to scholars? Just one story can change the course of time. The other scholars all rubbed their fingers. That's reasonable. It's decided. Before Zhao Aojianghu comes out, I won't call anymore. Brother is right. Over here, Chen Lubo was gathering every strand of Hong Chen Qi, gathering them in his dantian, shimmering with 7 brilliant colors. He happily anticipated. The Xuanmin newspaper will print 100,000 copies this time, giving me a lot more Hong Chen Qi. When it fills all 13 provinces of Deishuan, the circulation should be 700,000 copies. By then, my Hong Chen Qi should be enough to break through to the Yangqi realm, right? If any of my readers comprehend martial arts, I can naturally learn it too. Chen Luo grinned menacingly. Remember, write books for 30 years, and you'll become a saint while lying down. So refreshing. He stretched, feeling happy inside. But it seems like in the current situation, how should I reduce the cost of books? Chen Luo thought. That's right, open the door. He went outside. Isn't 4th senior brother at home? I'll go ask him. On the other side, Zihi was reading the newspaper in anger. Why did it stop at the good part? My little junior brother is deliberately stalling for time, isn't he? Is 4th senior brother home? Tuo Zihi immediately used his purple void crow to send a message, but hearing that kid cutting him off mid-sentence, it's infuriating. He adjusted his robe and spoke up, his tone still annoyed. Chen Luo bowed respectfully.
Fourth senior brother. Are you settling in okay here, senior brother? Tuozihi chuckled. For a scholar, a bowl of rice and a flute of water are enough to live comfortably. This room is quite nice,
Chen Luo complimented. This is how a true great Confucian should be, not like those people who only know how to eat, drink, and be merry. At that moment, both the great Confucian Wei and Liu Jingzhuang simultaneously sneezed. Both thought, "Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back?" Tuozihi raised his hand to signal. "Enough with the praise," he asked. "Little junior brother, what brings you here?" Chen Luo cut straight to the chase. "I have some questions that I'd like to ask senior brother to explain."
Tuozihi was overjoyed. It's finally here. Little junior brother finally needs to ask me questions. I can finally show some of my senior brother's prestige.
It's here. I, the old man of Bamboo Grove, can finally rise up. Tuozihi was burning with excitement, radiating vigor, and extremely thrilled in his heart. But on the surface, he remained silent. "If junior brother has any questions, feel free to ask," Chen Luo pondered. Fourth senior brother, have you eaten?"
Tuozihi was taken aback. Eaten? Why would little junior brother ask such a vulgar question? No, this question must have some deep meaning.
Lust is a natural instinct, Tuozihi thought. Little junior brother must have had some enlightenment after going to the pleasure house yesterday.
Mencius advocates for the goodness of human nature. Zunzi advocates for the evilness of human nature. And Gaozi advocates that human nature is neither good nor bad. He really has a profound understanding of Confucianism, even if that's not what he meant.
This is a question of great significance for a great Confucian. Is junior brother trying to explore the path of our Bamboo Grove school? Little junior brother is indeed worthy of being the master of Tongtian Dao. He's not afraid to touch the basic doctrines of our school. This is not good. I can't answer this for the moment, Chen Luo smiled. Senior brother, if you haven't eaten, how about I order a feast at Man Yu Lu? What are you implying? Tuozihi thought too much. Hearing Chen Luo's simple words, he suddenly felt enlightened, as if he understood what he meant.
Chen Luo smiled. How about we eat and chat, senior brother? Tuozihi was now speechless. He didn't expect his little junior brother to be so clueless. Tuozihi coughed twice, as if dismissing his previous thoughts and his embarrassment. Ahem, I'm not hungry. Just tell me what troubles you have, don't be shy.
Chen Luo was surprised to hear this. Why do I feel like senior brother's righteousness was very agitated just now? Is this the coercion of a great Confucian at the peak of his mental state? It really is a match made in heaven for an overthinker to meet someone who thinks too much.
Hearing his senior brother say that, Chen Luo began to explain. I have some ideas, and I hope fourth senior brother can enlighten me. After Chen Luo finished explaining, it was already dark. Tu Zi nodded. The entire Xiao Ao Jianghu book has 4 volumes. Each volume only costs 10 taels of silver. Don't you think this price is too low?
Chen Luo was distressed. To be honest, it costs a lot, and I'm also very sad, but there's no other way. Chen Luo reiterated. It's not low. Ordinary people can't afford it, Tuozihi asked. Do you know why the books of Ya Wen are priced so high? Chen Luo explained. I heard that it's because copying Ya Wen requires descending Bintian's words, and scholars who can descend Bintian's words have more ways to make money, so they can only raise the price.
Yes.
His senior brother nodded. But not entirely correct. Do you really think that we Confucian scholars really care about money and wealth? No. Not only our Confucian school, but also the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist canons are the same. Chen Luo was surprised, extremely puzzled. Why is this? His senior brother explained. The principle is very simple. Copying classics is a way to approach the Tao of predecessors. Copying and the Tao of the classics are different from one's own Tao. In order not to cut off the path of cultivation, the high price is just a kind of compensation. After thinking for a while, Chen Luo guessed. The Buddhist saying is that the transmission of the 6 ears is lost in translation, and the Taoists teach that the Tao should not be spread outside. It seems to be the same principle. In that case, there's no way for my book to be published. Chen Luo lowered his head sadly at the thought of that prospect.
Tuozihi stroked his beard. Your book has a special characteristic. There's no need to think like that. Your story doesn't talk about fighting for the great Tao, and there's no separate discussion about great righteousness, so it naturally doesn't affect the people who copy it.
Those wise people in the academy already know that helping you copy it will bring merit, otherwise they wouldn't be so kind.
Tuozihi spoke the truth, he sneered. Chen Luo was shocked when he heard this. Damn, those old guys are hiding their own benefits, and they can still sell favors, their hearts are too dirty,
he asked. If Junior Brothers' writings don't affect the people copying them, why can't they be sold at a low price? He was also super confused inside. Man, Senior Brothers' 2 answers totally contradict each other.
Tuozihi then explained.
If you release the complete collection of your writings at a low price, will Minbao still exist? Chen Luo found it hard to explain. It feels a bit stuck somewhere. Why is it so hard? At worst, I'll just copy a few more classics. Tuizhi, however, disagreed. You surely know the story of selling human remains for tribute, right? If you sell all your books dirt cheap, what will those moralistic scholars think? He finally gave in. Fourth senior brother is right. It's not good when the effort doesn't match the reward. Over time, no one will want to put in the effort, and the knowledge they possess will only harm humanity. All right, Tuizhi stood up. If you've understood, then go. After he left, Tuizhi watched him. A hint of smugness in his eyes. He. Slowly digest the principles senior brother told you. Chen Luo, on the other hand, wasn't thinking about anything his senior brother had just said. He smirked. This method won't work, but that doesn't mean there aren't other ways. Didn't my previous life already have the Feng An method of resolution? Is Liu Academy's Kong Tian Feng here? A question mark, a blank stare, as if he didn't understand anything. The supplement. We still hope Count Wanan can elaborate, he explained. What's called the supplement is an issue published in addition to Minbao's regular issues. Kong Tianfeng nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. So, Count, do you have any relevant plans or proposals? Chen Luo stated his idea. For example, if Minbao publishes Chapter 3 of Zhao Aojianghu on its first release day, then the supplement publishes Chapter 4 the next day, followed by Chapter 5 the day after, and so on. Just make sure not to publish the supplement before Minbao's next scheduled issue. Kong Tianfeng immediately stood up. How much does Count Wanan plan to charge for the supplement? Kong Tianfeng secretly praised in his heart. Nice. 6 days of joy out of 7, just gotta get through that one tough day. He stated the price. 3 fen per copy, cheaper than Minbao. I get 7, the Academy gets 2, and Wenchang Pavilion gets 1. Ah, Kong Tianfeng stammered. Why so low? Chen Luo countered. Is there a problem? He looked troubled. Weekly publication is now daily, requiring several times more investment than before. Students naturally don't need a return, but Wencheng Pavilion has some opinions. Chen Luo grumbled. Oh, so what are Dean Kong's opinions? He cursed inwardly. This old fox is cooking something up again. I'll play your game. Hearing this, Kong Tianfeng stopped beating around the bush. Count Wanan, this old man calls you. Little friend, Liu Academy isn't even worried about this news. If you want to make it work smoothly, just need a little something from you. Hehehehe. Chen Luo pretended to understand. Oh, so Dean Kong is having such difficulties. I'll go find my senior brothers to discuss it a bit. Then he acted as if he was really going to find them? At this point, Kong Tianfeng panicked. Ah, you want to find those monsters? He immediately refused. No. How can such a small matter involve the Zulin sect? Chen Lugo frowned. But if you don't give something, it'll be inconvenient for you, he chuckled inwardly. This old man is so scared. Just mentioning, senior brothers, is enough to make him piss his pants like that, Kong Tianfeng chuckled, rubbing his hands. I was muddled just now. The Academy still has some reserves. I'll go back now and gather the other scribes, and we'll start immediately. Chen Luo watched the dean rush off and laughed inwardly. Hey, still want to milk me for money? Dream on. The next day, at the Count's manor, revered master. Your disciple has been away from Zulin for over half a month. I hope esteemed master is well. Tuizhi continued writing to his master. Senior brother stated that junior brother has achieved a lot recently. First, there were the 3 melodies of the Blue Tower, then the latest original manuscript of Xiao Aojianghu, and 3 Yaquan pieces for the supplement strategy, which have all been sent to esteemed master. Junior brother's literary talent has grown far beyond what ordinary people can achieve, leaving everyone astonished. Now Xiao Aojianghu is widely circulated among the Baixing, and officials all love it. With just a bit more time, this 4th Grand Dao will surely flow smoothly without obstacles. Esteemed master's full hopes are on it. After writing, Tuizhi put down his brush, sighing as he thought of his junior brother. There's just one bad point, which I don't dare tell esteemed master. What exactly happened after the Sigu Cliff? How should Ling Hucheng's relationship with Ye Lin and Yue Lingshan be handled? He angrily crumpled the newspaper. Why does his junior brother know how to end the story like that? He truly has a special talent for making people infuriated. That night, Tuizhi was still yelling, Junior brother is truly despicable, a disgrace to scholars. Chen Luo, who was sleeping, also woke up. Strange. Why am I dreaming that someone's scolding me? Whatever, my writings have been selling super well lately. Let's see how much mortal qui I've accumulated. He cheerfully rotated his head. Awesome, it's totally full. Mortal qui radiated brightly ahead, he exclaimed happily. Gotta use it up quick, or it'll overflow and be such a waste. Thinking that, he gobbled up all that mortal qui. Boop! and patted his belly. Let's see if I can break through the first acupoint in one go. He was a little excited, meditating to absorb the mortal key.
Kang. The mortal key slammed into the acupoint but couldn't break it. Ugh, almost. He frowned but pushed harder. Break, acupoint. Break for me.
Whoosh! Success! Chen Luo cheered. I'm now a master with the power of the first acupoint. A dazzling light appeared around him. Zoom! He dashed outside, full of energy. Not bad. Not bad. I'm no longer a weakling who can't even trust a chicken, huh? If I run into danger later, I'll beat them up. He burst out of the room, looking ecstatic. But oh no, Ji Zhong slept in today. His eyes were confused. Young master, are you sick or something? Chen Luo froze at Ji Zhong's voice, feeling super awkward. Ahem, he coughed twice. It's nothing. I'm just cultivating. Trying to brush off the awkwardness.
Ji Zhong walked closer, eyes full of suspicion.
I've never seen anyone cultivate while shouting like that.
Young master, are you practicing some kind of evil art?
Chen Luo retorted. Why don't you go away and ask less questions? Have you finished reading your books? I'm going to get fourth brother to come and discipline you. Ji Zhong ran off, disappearing. No, I'll go back and read myself. Won't bother you, sir. Chen Luo's face turned red. Luckily it was little Ji, or where would I put my beautiful face? The next morning, while he was having breakfast, someone came to report. Master, early this morning the steward from General Bing's residence came with an invitation, saying General Bing invites you to meet him. Let's see what's on the program this week. Remembering Han Qingzhu, he paused his eating and asked, Isn't General Bing Han Qingzhu usually in Wanren City? Chen Luo said. The person wiped their hands. General Bing is planning to depart on the 1st of next month. He's still in Zhongjing these days. Chen Luo pondered something. Speaking of which, we still haven't gotten any money into the treasury, have we? The steward reported. Master, salary and manuscript fees are only available next month. We really have no income right now. Chen Luo laughed. Then what's the point of giving a meeting gift? What a waste of money. Get me some paper and ink. The steward nodded. Understood. Chen Luo chuckled. Not much money, so I'll just write a poem. General Bing probably won't refuse, right? Poverty really inspires creativity in life. The next morning, Ji Zhong drove the carriage to take him out of the residence. Chen Luo asked, Little Ji, have the Marquis of Wanhan insignia on the carriage been removed? Ji Zhong replied. They've all been removed. Don't know why you're being so cautious, young master. He was a little surprised and confused, Chen Luo explained. You don't understand. If readers find out, we're in for a world of hurt. Ji Zhong repeated. A world of hurt, so that's it. He understood. Chen Luo frowned. After all, the cliffhanger in my latest chapter 5 was way too much. He was gloomy inside. Seeing him worried, Ji Zhong laughed inwardly. Serves you right, you know what's up. Finally they arrived. The carriage stopped in front of the general's mansion, and General Bing's daughter, Han Wenge, came to greet him. Brother Chen, I've been waiting for you, she greeted him warmly. Greetings, Sister Wenge. He bowed with clasped hands. She happily took his hand. Let's go inside. Seeing her welcoming attitude, Chen Luo was pleased. Worthy of being the daughter of a military family, she doesn't care about complicated etiquette. It'll be easier for me to interact, he thought, feeling relieved. Han Wenge, he pointed to the luxurious pavilion over there. Imperial envoy, she explained. We have guests at home today, and my father is unable to leave, so he asked me to entertain. Brother Chen, please don't blame us. He waved his hand immediately. Not at all, not at all. On the contrary, I'm being presumptuous. If it's really inconvenient, I'll head back first and come again next time. Big mistake. Chen Luo felt embarrassed. The invitation clearly said these days, not specifically today. Why was I in such a rush? They definitely weren't prepared. Since you're already here, why go back? A voice boomed from inside. Han Wenge continued to lead him in. My father has already said that. Let's go in. Guess I'll have to listen. He forced a smile. Inside was immortal Lake Old Ancestor, who wasn't sitting but floating above the ground, the only thing touching it being his gourd cane. You look like a gourd grandpa, you're saying? This is the Zhu Fang that little Han mentioned. Not a bad kid, Han Wenge introduces. Xiao Luo, this is immortal gourd old ancestor who has an extremely high position in Taoism. Even Grandmaster Dang Shi Qingwei Daojun needs to call him Shishu when they meet. He bows his head. This humble Chen Luo greets immortal gourd old ancestor. The old ancestor smiles kindly, appearing extremely amiable. This old one is just a little old, not worthy of being called old ancestor. You are a virtuous teacher of Taoism. No need to be polite. Just call me Granny. General Han Qingzhu sees him, holding a scroll in his hand, and speaks first. What kind of gift did you bring when you came to my house for dinner, you little brat? Take it back. Take it back. He presents it forward, appearing extremely polite. Han Baba, This little one didn't bring any gifts, just a little poem, nothing of value. Yet both Han Qingju and Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor seem excited. What? A new poem? Quickly open it. Chen Luo is also overjoyed when he hears this. Don't rush, you too, this little one will open it now. He opens the page, and the words appear before the two. Fallen blossoms aren't heartless things. They turn into spring mud to nourish the flowers. Tears of sorrow fall like setting suns. A jade flute frozen in the east, ending at the horizon. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Han Qingju slaps the table. This general has only sought to protect the nation and its people my entire life.
This poem moves my heart, it's too good. Chen Luo seizes the opportunity to hand it to the martial general. The title of this poem is Ode to Flowers. With a second offering to General F.A. Wanyan Cheng, I hope you will accept it.
Haha, this name. Today, we're cooking the emperor-bestowed pig, let's have a feast. And so, he successfully pleases Han Qingju, who seems to really like the poem.
Even Immortal Gourd Old Man praises Chen Xiaoyu, a talented youth, a force to be reckoned with. Chen Luo scratches his head.
This little one just had a moment of inspiration. You flatter me too much, Gran. It's just copied.
Anyway, I'm getting embarrassed by all the praise. Immortal Gourd.
Old man raises a finger, pointing one, she says. This old one has a request. I wonder if Zhao you can help.
Chen Luo nods.
Granny, just say it. Don't be shy. As long as this little one is capable, I will definitely help.
Chen Luo thinks to himself.
Opportunities to make Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor owe a favor are rare. I came at the right time.
Swish, swish. A row of gourds appears from her hair. Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor makes the proposal. This old one would like to invite Qin Xiaoyu to make these 7 gourds bloom.
Chen Luo is surprised when he sees them. Could these be baby gourds? Looking at the colorful rainbow-like gourds, he asks again, Granny, these little gourds have already opened their minds, enough to transform into demons, right? As if to clarify his assumptions, Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor nods. That's right, these 7 have long since gained sentience, but they lack some familiarity, which is the spirit within the essence. Without spirit, they cannot take form.
Chen Luo strokes his chin in thought.
Have you had someone from the Confucian school give them lessons? I remember reading that books can generate spirit.
Won't listen. Won't listen.
A turtle reciting scriptures. Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor recounts what happened then. I even had your 4th brother try, but these gourds simply wouldn't listen. I remember at that time, these gourds almost became steamed gourds. Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor strokes the gourds. The methods of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, I've all tried, but they are completely useless on them.
I figured I could only try you out. Chen Luo waves his hand.
Granny, so many characters have had no way. I'm afraid that this little one also has no way.
Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor smiles.
Chen Xiaoyu's path of cultivation is a system of its own. This old one wants to give it a try. It seems he can't refuse. And Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor gives an even more tempting offer.
Regardless of whether it works out in the end, this old one will transfer 1% of the gourd demons under my command to you.
As if seeing money, his eyes light up immediately when he hears the condition. He accepts with cupped hands. Since Granny trusts me so much, this little one will definitely help no matter what. He rejoices in his heart. Oh ho! 1% stake in the Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor's enterprise. What a bargain. This old one, thanks you again, Immortal Gourd. Old Ancestor bows her head in thanks. He hurries. Granny is too polite. Then he touches a green gourd. Little gourds, I will definitely need to incubate you to bloom.
Clop, clop, clop. After finishing the meal, he and Zhizhong return home.
He asks, Gongzi was doing so well in the city, why did you suddenly want to come to Sangxi village?
He nods.
It's too lively in the city lately. Not beneficial to incubation. Isn't the baby gourd of Immortal Gourd Old Ancestor what Zhizhong joked was? Afraid of hiding like people begged for poetry in order to stay at the door? Chen Luo thinks back and feels panicked. Don't mention it. I also don't know how, General speaks. I gave poetry to the outside world. Now there are many people waiting in front of the house. If I don't run, I will be annoyed to death.
Alright, he leans his head on the carriage and sighs.
I need to rest a bit. You just drive the carriage.
Understood.
Zhizhong immediately followed suit, not saying anything else. As he was racking his brain on how to make those gourds hatch, class was just about the 4 books and 5 classics. Or storytelling, which was all he could do. He just needed to see if the dreamscape spirit could tell the story.
Dreamscape spirit. He entered the dream and summoned the being. The dreamscape spirit slowly appeared as a hazy green cloud, and it asked, What does Master need me for?
He asked, I'm asking you, if I remember the sword story myself and just tell it, what will happen?
The dreamscape spirit said.
Within the dreamscape, all kinds of books are in Master's head, only obscured by the heavenly Dabo. If Maester were to tell the story like that, then that story would no longer exist in the dreamscape, which means Maester can no longer obtain that story from the dreamscape. He thought of water margin. If I tell others about Wusong fighting the tiger, will the water margin stories in the dreamscape disappear? The dreamscape spirit nodded. Stories told by mouth won't condense the spirit of literary culture. If there's not enough, elegant writing can't be used to write the books. If you insist on telling the story by mouth, then the story will not exist in this world, and it will also consume luck and mortal energy.
Chen Luo was depressed. Alright, all the avenues are blocked, these rules are too evil, fine, I get it.
He brushed his hands twice, and the dreamscape spirit disappeared. He left the dreamscape at the same time as Jizhong announced, "Young master, Sangxi village has arrived." Chen Luo woke up with a start. "So fast, I'll go out right away, Zhao Qi, go find a stand." Holding the gourd vine in his hand, he instructed Jizhong. "Little rascal, stroke the gourds, you guys have to listen obediently." The gourds jumped and yelled, "Damn it! Get your dirty hands away, ouch! I've been touched, I'm not clean anymore. Tell grandma to kill him. Such fussy gourds, just need to be boiled and they'll be fine." Chen Luo pointed angrily. "Hey! You little brats, do you believe I'll turn you into displays?"
The gourds retorted. "Little gourds can't be slaves." Chen Luo held the gourd vine angrily, his hands trembling. "Damn it.
Wait until I hatch you guys, then I'll teach you all a lesson."
Jizhong set up the stall. "Young master, the stand's found."
Thankfully, he didn't have to be with these unruly gourds anymore. When he put the gourds on the stand, they kept yelling, "Don't touch us." They were all equally unruly. A child pointed at the gourd vine, and the baby asked, "Grandpa, are these talking gourds demons?" Grandpa stroked the child's head. "Not quite yet. They're just like you, all kids." He looked at them and thought, "That's right. Isn't this the perfect time to tell stories? If I can make the kids happy, maybe I can try to encourage the little gourds." He called the children over. "Come over here today, I happen to have a story about gourds to tell you."
He pointed to the gourd vine. Legend has it that an old man in the mountains once picked up a string of gourds. The children gathered around and sat neatly.
Then he continued the story, telling it until the climax. So the seventh gourd believed the snake demon and sucked all his brothers into the gourd. It's a pity that the youngest gourd was tricked into harming his family. His voice filled with regret as he told this part.
The gourds on the vine also stirred. "How could seventh brother do that? We spoiled you for nothing. Don't come here to escape the sun in the future."
Gourd 7. "It wasn't me. It didn't happen. Don't say that." Gourd 7 anxiously explained. He smiled and glanced at the gourds. "Sure enough, this trick worked. I'm on the right track." Chen Luo continued. After the seventh gourd was also sucked in, Grandpa fought the demons to save them. But how could a mortal deal with demons? Grandpa was ultimately stabbed, and the children teared up for Grandpa.
"What about the gourds?" a child asked. Chen Luo clenched his fist. Fortunately, Grandpa broke the seal before he died, releasing the 7 gourds. They used all their strength to kill the demons and finally transformed into 7-colored divine light, forever suppressing the demon energy. Those demons deserved to die. The kids cheered instantly. Xu Feng touched his throat, feeling troubled. The Chen Qi aura had been halved, and the luck expenditure was twice as much as when telling the story of Du Xinyang. But as long as the kids are happy, it's all worth it. He spoke to the gourds, asking, "You 7, don't you have any reaction at all? Are you okay?" Waiting for the song, all the gourds wobbled. "What song?" they asked. He was scared. "Don't tell me something's gonna happen." They jumped and struggled. "No song. We can't transform. Hurry up and sing. I can't take it anymore." Yeah. It has to be epic," Zhu Feng pointed at the kids. Hurry, sing the song I just taught you." The kids sang happily. Gourd, each vine has 7 flowers. La la tang. Each gourd glowed with its color, starting with red, then orange, then yellow. "I'm coming out. Whoosh!" The gourd emitted light, and then a hole appeared. Swoosh! Vroom! The kids jumped out of the gourds, carrying the luck of heaven and earth as they flew out. "The gourd's here! Here!" Chen Luo was caught off guard. "You're all girls," he shouted. "Why are you posing like Power Rangers?" That's not right. He was stunned. "Why do I feel like this isn't good?" The gourds ran towards him. Gee. Then they pounced. Each one was completely different from their earlier cheeky demeanor. Zhu Feng spat blood. "Great, you want your master to die? I'm so young, how can I handle G like that?" The next day, when the gourds had passed out, he sat in the middle, looking thoughtful. "Actually, I have insomnia." He yawned widely. "Finally, they're not causing trouble anymore. They kept clinging to me all night, demanding I tell the gourd story. What if they heard the second part?
He tiptoed up, walked out of the group of gourd children, went outside to open the door early, and told Xianhu Laozu about the transformation. Old Granny, why did you come yourself? Opening the door and seeing Xianhu Laozu in front of him, he was startled.
Xianhu Laozu bowed her head. Last night I sensed the sky-piercing qi of Tongyuan in Sangxi village, and guessed that Shangxi had allowed the little gourds to transform. Seeing it today, I didn't expect all of them to succeed.
Please accept a bow from this old one. Xu Feng went forward to help Xianhu Laozu up. Granny, this is shortening this junior's lifespan. Not that much. Not that much. Xianhu Laozu looked at him and asked. This old one is curious. How did Shangxi finally get the 7 of them to tell the truth? I told him a story. Before he could finish speaking, the 7 gourds jumped out, making a lot of noise.
Each one shouted, Gee, Grandpa, 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 Grandpa.
Xianhu Laozu was dumbfounded. Who's Grandpa?
Xu Feng covered one of their mouths.
Granny, listen to me explain. Don't listen to their nonsense.
Xu Feng recounted the events of yesterday to Xianhu Laozu. After a while she nodded. So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful story.
Granny, quickly look. We also have abilities. One lifted a stone, one shot lasers from their eyes, one used their head to smash rocks, one spat fire, one spat water, one was dazed. That's 7 gourd brothers.
Hey,
where's my gourd? Xu Feng scratched his head. After hearing the story, they each have corresponding abilities. I don't know if it's good or bad.
Hu Yao Laozu smiled at him. Back then, I also relied on the master's bestowed divine luck to awaken my divine power. I didn't expect you to grant it to 6 of them in one night.
It seems we need to evaluate the abilities of the virtuous teacher. Thank you very much, Shangxi, for helping these little ones open their divine powers.
Xianhu Laozu offered 2 gourds.
Granny, these are gifts of gratitude from this old woman. This is 1% of my Hu Yao command token. Refine it and you can use it. The other is a storage token, like this old one's divine art of concealing heaven and earth, which can store objects within the body.
He was delighted.
A command token is a bit too much, thank you, Granny. Qi Zhong came forward and presented a letter. Young master, a female Taoist, sent a request for a meeting. The female official, Cheng Yu Ying, read, Paying respects to Shangxi, my master, Ye Daifu, the heir apparent of the Jing prince, reads, I have greatly enjoyed reading Shangxi's great work. Tonight, at Shu hour, I have prepared a banquet at Linglong Pavilion, awaiting your esteemed presence.
Again, Linglong Pavilion again. He sighed and folded the letter. It's just that I owe Chengyu Daozhang a favor that I can't refuse.
Qi Zhong sneered. Isn't it because the young master didn't have enough fun last time? As if struck in the heart, Xu Feng blushed and retorted. What are you talking about? A bookworm visiting a brothel can be called touring the pleasure quarter, but if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll make you copy scriptures as punishment. He immediately scurried into the room like a rat, his face flushed red, which made Qi Zhong couldn't help but think that way. Thus, only Qi Zhong remained in the courtyard, carrying the demonic old fox and the gourd kids, muttering to himself. That night he went into the brothel, constantly fanning his flushed face. I'm a good young man. How come I've ended up in this place twice in such a short time?
Qi Zhong, who followed behind, was also a bit embarrassed.
Ah, yeah.
Han Sanyang directly greeted him. My esteemed sir, you've finally arrived.
This way, please, Qi Zhong muttered. The Jingwang's son was regarded as the great-grandson of the founding emperor, with illustrious war achievements. How did his descendants end up in a brothel?
Chen Luo shrugged.
How would I know? Maybe it's a genetic mutation. Qi Zhong didn't quite understand. Hey, uncle, how would people here know what a genetic mutation? It's the same as a mutation, he said it like that. How would Qi Zhong understand? Chen Luo gave up explaining and mused. Considering that the Jing Mai were loyal and dedicated to the country, I'm afraid the reason this little Jingwang is looking for me isn't as simple as it seems.
Esteemed sir.
It's right this way, please. Han Sanyang pointed to a room that looked quite secluded, and then left. He opened the door and stepped inside. I want to see what kind of person this Jingwang's heir is. Start the music and keep dancing.
But this Jingwang's heir, Ye Daifu,
turned out to be a lustful pig, his eyes almost popping out of his head when he saw him. What the heck, a horny pig? Damn, the blessed heir, he cursed inwardly. Cheng Yu pays respects to the virtuous master. This here is our heir. Someone stepped forward and greeted him with cupped hands.
Heir, this is the Wan An Marquis, I, Chen Luo. Pay respects to little Wang Ye, he sighed. He thought it would be a frail young master with kidney deficiency, but he didn't expect this.
Little Wang Ye? He went in front of him, held his hand as if they were very close and friendly. Wan An Marquis, you are too polite. The little Wang has admired you for a long time. Today, let's not talk about titles, only about brotherhood. How about you and I address each other as brothers? Chen Luo was stunned when he heard that. He immediately composed himself, not daring to accept. I wouldn't dare. How can I address the heir as a brother? He waved his hand. It's okay. That little Wang Yi raised his hand. Let's have a drink first, Han San Niang. Call the girls in. He shyly took a glass of wine. Sitting beside the beauties who were as lovely as flowers and the moon as they walked over. Marquise, are you refusing to let little Wang Yi spend money on inviting so many people? I'm so embarrassed. That little Wang Yi smiled. As long as it can make the Wan An Marquis happy, this money is worth it. Little Wang Yi is too kind. He also turned to propose a toast. And little Wang Yi responded very enthusiastically. Without saying anything else, I just hope that Wan An Marquis can let me see your works as soon as possible, hee hee. In order to meet Wan An Marquis, these girls all paid a fee to come here voluntarily. This prince actually has such great ambitions. Cooperating with Han San Niang, I can get 500 shares for every person who comes.
Great. That Ye Daifu waved his hand behind him and shouted, Keep going, we won't go home until we're drunk tonight.
He looked like he was really reuniting with a long-lost brother. After a while, Chen Luo and that Ye Daifu were happily singing with their arms around each other.
This drunken immortal brew isn't strong enough. It's only at the level of a great life-threatening tonic. Little Wang Yi asked him, Lao Chen, let me tell you, are you a god of wealth descended from heaven? Because of your revamped and trendy breakfast stalls, my investments have increased revenue by more than 30%. Chen Luo was surprised. He's a prince, yet he's invested in breakfast stalls. That Ye Daifu laughed. Don't understand. Right, I just took the secret recipes from the palace. It doesn't cost anything. They get the techniques. I get the money. It's called a win-win. Chen Luo found it credible. His perspective on this prince seemed to have changed. He couldn't tell that little Jing Wang was also a business genius. Maybe cooperating with him wouldn't be bad. Chen Luo whispered to Ye Daifu. I feel that little Wang Ye, you can expand the alliance. Just collect membership fees and profit shares. That way, you can just lie back and have money come to you. Amazing.
That prince's eyes lit up after hearing his suggestion. If Chen Dage agrees, I'll now open a subsidiary magazine on one of your newspapers. How about it? Called the Dashuan Brothel Ranking. Ranking all the brothels in the world. Chen Luo looked sinister. I've really met the right person. He also contributed. Then we'll add a death-level evaluation system to seize the right to judge. That way, the people take food as their heaven, and this kind of magazine will definitely sell well. Chen Luo imagined counting money in the future, and wished he could launch this kind of magazine right away. Haha. The two hadn't signed the contract yet, but they already shared the same goal. Haha, Daifu, you're a genius, hee hee. Chen Daifu, you're like a real brother to me. Everyone, come out and see. The big spender has arrived. There were loud voices outside. He pulled Ye Daifu outside. Luo Hongnu is about to sing her best song. Let's go out and listen together. Luo Hongnu outside was still as beautiful and charming as ever. She sang the elegant melody. Before, I didn't know what longing was. This scenery is truly delightful. Luo Hongnu thought of Chen Luo. Feeling a bit longing in her heart. Will he come out and see me? Chen Luo actually appeared, holding a wineglass in his hand. Luo Hongnu immediately noticed. How wonderful, he complimented. Raising his glass as if to offer a toast, Luo Hongnu blushed and continued to sing. Now that I know longing, I fear longing. She was secretly happy. He still cares about me. After all, this is great. Luo Jia really sows longing wherever he goes, not even letting the ladies of the Red Chamber off the hook. Ye Daifu whispered to him. Chen Daifu, this Luo Niangzi seems to have feelings for you. Should I send some assassins to capture her for you? Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly. Stop talking nonsense. He was about to continue speaking when someone on the other side laughed. It was Fan Feng, he said loudly. As expected of a big spender, a voice given by the heavens, Wan Anba is indeed worthy of being called a master, truly the best elegant song in the world. He pointed at Chen Luo. It's just that I've read Xiao Ao Jianghu 100 times from beginning to end, and can't imagine what the music in that song is like. Today I heard that Wan Anba is here. I still hope Banjia can enlighten me. Why does this idiot have to come and cause trouble when everything's going well? Can't he let people enjoy the music in peace? That's right, the crowd next to him chimed in about the song in Xiao Ao Jianghu. What's it like in the end? Since it came from Ba's hands, it must be extraordinary, right? I want to hear it too. The crowd in the brothel seemed to be led by the nose. Fang Feng snorted sinisterly. Daring to have a relationship with the heir apparent, I will definitely ruin your reputation. Ye Daifu whispered. Chen Daifu, I'm afraid this matter is related to me. You're being implicated. He looked very helpless. It's okay, Chen Luo said confidently. It's just that there's another group of people who like to come to my door to slap themselves in the face. Meeting his lackeys won't take much time, so Chen Luo walked over, full of confidence. In my previous life, I majored in musical performance at the Academy of Arts. You've messed with the wrong person. Fan Feng bowed to him, but without a hint of sincerity. He seemed to want to see him humiliated, laughing secretly.
Since Wan Anba has agreed, he must have prepared something, right?
Chen Luo walked over and said to Luo Hongnu, Luo Niangzi, "Are you interested in playing a duet of Zhao Ao Jiang Hu with me?"
Luo Hong was overjoyed, her mood soaring, almost shooting hearts. She said happily, "Ba Jia can just call me Hongnu.
It's just that, I don't know. It's okay." Chen Luo reached out his hand. "I will personally teach you." So close. So close. Hongnu's eyes were dizzy. Her face flushed red. She had never had such close contact with a man before.
"Have you memorized it all?"
After Chen Luo finished teaching, Hongnu's face was still red, but she nodded, looking extremely confident. "Daring to offend you, I will teach those people a lesson."
"No problem, I can start any time." Chen Luo looked at Fan Feng and frowned. "Xiao Aojiang Hu is a flute and Xiao duet, listen carefully." Zhang, Zhang, Luo Hongnu started first. Then it was Chen Luo's turn to play the flute. Huit, hu, zhang, zhang, zhang. The sound of the blue sea and laughter resounded, and the rolling music began to spread from both sides, melodious and ethereal. Everyone there had to open their mouths in surprise. After the song was finished, Luo Hongnu stopped, and everyone praised. "Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't expect the song from the novel to be so good. Too good, excellent." Chen Luo smirked. "How is it? Are you satisfied with this song?" Fan Feng's face darkened. He couldn't help but praise it in front of everyone, otherwise he would lose face. He was uncomfortable in his heart. Impossible. How could he write such a song? I don't accept it. People without talent are often jealous of what others achieve. He's still being stubborn, Marquis Ba. If you have such grand ambition, dare I ask if you dare to fight me?
Then he draws his sword. I may not be good at other things, but when it comes to fighting, Fan Feng will crush you. You want a duel with me, he asks. From Ye Luo Fu's place, lend me a sword. That young prince throws him one. Big bro, catch. Ye Luo Fu says expectantly. Big bro is actually going to make a move. Awesome. I definitely have to support, Chen Luo says confidently. Right now, the worldly aura in my body can easily slap random people on the street. Taking the sword, Fan Feng's eyes are full of killing intent, he says. I've offended you. Then his flying sword comes at him, without a shred of leniency. HMPH, is that all you've got? He rushes to fight the sword, but after he strikes, Fan Feng's sword veers towards Luo Hongnu. He curses in his heart, crap, clang. He quickly turns around and deflects the sword, protecting Luo Hong. Chen Luo frowns, he curses. Despicable villain. You actually want to harm innocent people? Luo Hong is so scared she's crying. That shameless Fan Feng doesn't stop. This was an accident. My bad, hey hey. If Luo Hongnu is injured, you'll be blamed for not being strong enough to protect her. What an ultra-despicable little man. Crawling out of some grave, I've decided, Chen Luo says, enraged. Trash like you doesn't deserve to stand up straight. Fan Feng also rushes out. He flies his sword, laughing madly. Ha ha, you dare to charge in, I'll use the Dugu 9 swords, sword-breaking stance on you. He directly goes in to use a move, blowing Fan Feng away. P-Feft, PFFT. Wherever the sword passes, streaks of blood are left behind. Fan Feng falls down, still in disbelief. He's really shocked. What kind of swordplay is this? In the end, he doesn't understand why he lost to a kid who's the same age as his grandchild. Chen Luo says leisurely, with the air of a victor. Want to learn it? Look for it, in the smiling, proud wanderer. Everyone in the brothel is cheering. It's definitely the Dugu 9 swords. Marquis Ba is both scholarly and martial. So cool. Everyone is praising him. Everyone is shouting his name. Luo Hong's face is flushed red. Marquis Ba saved this little girl once. This little girl will remember it in her heart, he smiles. Just a small favor, not worth remembering. Luo Hong is surprised, not understanding. Don't all heroes hope for the girl to repay them with her body? I thought for a long time before saying this, Marquis Ba really doesn't do things like normal people. Chen Luo looks at Fan Feng being carried away, calculating in his heart, I need to get uncle to help me investigate this person's identity. In the city, everyone is happily singing. Laughing in the vast sea, let the tides flow, drifting with the waves. Just remember today, I want to be a hero like Juan Marquis in the future. Not only adults but also children are influenced by him. The boy is practicing with a sword on a scarecrow. The girl next to him says, Wanshan Marquis must not sleep day and night to become a hero, a lazy bum like you can't do it. That boy says,
Well, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully a poor young man.
Hero. We were drinking in the royal palace all night. Passed out until the next morning. Where is this? Chen Luo wakes up, holding his aching head. I remember drinking a lot yesterday, and chatting happily with Luo Hongnu. Thinking of that girl, he imagines adult things and his face turns red. I didn't do anything wrong, did I?
Phew. Luckily there's no one here. He looks around and breathes a sigh of relief. No, it should be a pity there's no one to see.
My words are wrong. He immediately corrects himself. Luo Hongnu, Marquise Ba, you're awake. Come wash your face, she says unexpectedly. Something's not right. Why is Marquis Ba's face so red? Cold sweat pours down him. As soon as I think of her, she's here. He stammers. I have a little high blood pressure, Hongnu. This is your home, Hongnu says blankly. The duck blood cake here sounds the same as high blood pressure, she says. How could this servant have such a beautiful and delicate home? This is the Jingwang Palace, Chen Luo breathes out. That's good.
You were tired yesterday too. Did you rest well?
Then, Hongnu blushes. Yes, yesterday this servant was for Marquis Ba. This servant feels it was all worth it.
Her shy appearance makes it seem like something actually happened last night, he blankly said. Huh. What does this mean?
You were really wild last night when you were drunk. Keep drinking. Drink. Hongnu had a really hard time coaxing you to sleep. Young master, don't mess around. Go to sleep. Then you hug the pillow. Hee hee, this feather pillow is so soft and smells so good. What the FK? Chen Luo froze. What's with this feather pillow in this era? What exactly did I bury my face in last night? Hongnu shyly said. Young master doesn't need to blame himself. It was Hongnu's own choice.
He was speechless. Never thought he'd do something so petty when drunk. Chen Luo walked outside, feeling like a chain had been unlocked in his heart. Good thing nothing actually happened. Scared me to death. Qizhong was practicing his sword outside, looking at him with a confused expression. Young master, did you sleep well last night?
He flicked him on the head. What do you mean, slept well? Do you think you don't have enough homework, you little rascal?
Qizhong ran away as soon as he heard homework. No, I was just kidding. Hongnu came out, she happily said. Young master, if you're okay, I'll head back first. Chen Luo scratched his head. Hongnu, thanks again this time.
Oh right, where do you live? Is it far? I can take you home. Qizhong rubbed his head, which was now sporting a bump from where he'd been hit. Luo Hong blushed. If young master wants to know, I'll tell you. My house is Qizhong teased him again. Young master, you still dare to say you have no feelings for this girl? Chen Luqiu refused to admit it. She took care of me for a night. I should thank her by visiting her home. A bit of kindness must be repaid. This is the nature of a gentleman. Luo Hong blushed on her side. She thought completely differently from Chen Luo. He actually asked where I live. Young master is so straightforward. What am I going to do if that day comes? She was still immersed in a love fantasy. Brother Chen, you're finally here. Ye Luofu was sitting there. He was surprised. Awesome. Why is your entire room filled with account books? Ye Luofu said. This little brother doesn't have any other hobbies. I usually just like doing business, and doing a lot of business means a lot of account books. He laughed. Then your business must be huge. If you have time, give this old brother some pointers. Ye Luofu waved his hand. Big brother is just joking. With your skills, you don't need to worry about these things, right? This little prince, frowning, his tone became serious. The person who fought Big Brother, I've investigated him. He's Wen Shi from the Bureau of Palace Affairs. He asked back. The Bureau of Palace Affairs is an organization established under the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. Is there something going on? Ye Luofu said awkwardly. Not gonna lie to Big Brother, I've never gotten along with the Crown Prince. This is probably him trying to make things difficult for you. Chen Lugo touched his chin, lost in thought. You're saying this is the Crown Prince's warning to me? The fatty Dai Fu spread out his chubby hands to explain. Impossible, Big Brother. You're a disciple of Zhu Sheng. He's trying to recruit you. He wouldn't dare. He sat down at the table, gesticulating wildly. I think his subordinates are afraid you'll go over there and take a cut of their profits, so they use this stupid trick. Hearing that, he felt relieved and laughed secretly. Ha ha ha, a bunch of clowns, not worth thinking about. The two people sat facing each other, and he keenly realized from the words and tone, I feel like you don't care much about the Crown Prince. What's up? The fatty squinted his eyes, looking quite cunning. His cover-up answer? Heh, he's the Crown Prince when things look good, but if they don't, he's just the Emperor's son, trying to show off his power. Let's talk about it when he becomes the Emperor. Seeing how straightforward this guy was, he picked up his teacup and said with a smile, You're pretty wild, kid. I like it.
Seeing that he was interested in him, the fatty clasped his hands together and smiled obsequiously. Not trying to brown nose here, but Zhu Sheng is top 5 to step into the semi-saint stage. Your backing is way stronger than mine. He drank his tea without much concern and asked, "Oh, so how many semi-saints are there in the world?" The fatty crossed his arms. His attitude was serious. Roughly 80. Not even including those reclusive old monsters.
He spat out the tea he had just drunk when he heard that. Seeing him choke, he hurriedly asked with concern, "Big brother, are you okay?" He said awkwardly while coughing. Cough, cough. Just choked a little? Chen Luo looked away. He raised his sleeve and wiped his mouth. He thought to himself, "It's decided. When I get back, I have to ask fourth senior brother what my master likes. I need to hug this big tree tightly." Remembering something important, he immediately raised a finger and asked the fatty, "Oh right, what crime did the crown prince commit?" "You got the goods on him." He clasped his hands together seriously, replying, "It's nothing too big, just bootlegging Heavenly Daddio essence." I broke out in a cold sweat and stared at him in shock. "That's not a big deal. An ounce of Heavenly Dao essence is worth 1,000,000 silvers. "Where did he get that from?" Dafu honestly replied. "The Ice Realm." Hearing this place name for the first time, I asked in surprise, "Where's the Ice Realm?" The fatty then acted all knowledgeable and started explaining everything to me. To talk about that, we gotta go back to ancient times. Legend has it that in ancient times, before Confucianism and Buddhism were established, the world was divided into two aspects, yin and yang. The yang part is this world, and the yin part is the death realm of the underworld. Between the yin and yang realms, there's a realm called the samsara realm, which connects to the yang realm above and the yin realm below, serving as a passage. Back then, the very first Heavenly Dao being wanted to devour the Heavenly Dao but was killed instead. Its body transformed into the ancient race, while the Heavenly Dao's spirit split into two, Heavenly Dao and Mantian. He continued, "The Heavenly Dao's power greatly diminished and had no choice but to collapse the samsara realm, leaving behind a long river of life surrounding the two realms, facilitating the transition between life and death." Hearing this, Chen Luo asked curiously, "Mantian, the man, as in the barbarian race?" The fatty confirmed, "That's right. We humans receive power from the Heavenly Dao, while the barbarians have faith in Mantian to become stronger." The battles between the two races are essentially to devour each other and condense the complete Heavenly Dao spirit. Now I understand quite a bit. I crossed my arms and sighed. No wonder the hatred between the two sides is irreconcilable. So what happened to the samsara realm after it collapsed? The fatty replied, "After the samsara realm collapsed, a part of it merged beneath our human world, becoming the ice realm." Thinking about that fertile land, he said, "As long as you find the right entrance, you can obtain all kinds of treasures from it." The two soldiers outside exclaimed, "No wonder it's so familiar. Isn't this just a dungeon?" The bald guy sweating asked, "What's a dungeon?" Hearing this, I stood up to say goodbye to the fatty. "Don't mind the local slang. It's getting late. I still have a few gourds at home to take care of. Talk to you another day." The fatty also waved, "Goodbye to me, big bro. Come visit often when you're free," I happily replied with a smile. "Sure, I will next time." As soon as I stepped out of the house, a group of people rushed in front of me, shouting, "Wan Anba is out! Wan Anba, don't go. Leave behind the draft of the next part of Zhao Aojianghu." Seeing such a large fan group, I thought in fear, shit, demanding drafts even at the royal palace. I quickly jumped onto the wall and ran like the wind, yelling to the fatty, "Bro, I'm escaping first, farewell!" Those people chased after me when they saw me running. Don't run, I could only look up and curse. The shame of a writer. The fatty watched me jumping awkwardly from house to house, fleeing from the crowd, and he was also sweating in fear. "Looks like being famous isn't a good thing, big bro, be careful." Chen Xuan was pacing back and forth, worrying. "We've arrived at the dock. I can see Zhao Luo tomorrow." Suddenly, her maid ran over, shouting, young miss, I just heard the female guests say that the young master is very impressive now." She looked in the direction of the sound and asked, "Did they say anything specific?" Xiao Huang whispered in her ear. "They said the young master is now the top dog of the brothels in Zhongjing, and many girls have the urge to see through the young master's clothes." Chen Xuan, hearing this, was so angry that flames ignited in her heart. She cracked her knuckles and asked, grinding her teeth, Anything else?" Xiao Huang was still oblivious. They also said that the young master played a duet with a girl and dedicated the song to her. Chen Xuan, her face contorted in anger, continued to ask, "What else did he do?" Only now did Xiao Huang realize that the young miss was not normal. The little maid scratched her neck, no longer smiling. "There's also, young miss, your complexion doesn't look too good." She turned her back and left. "It's nothing, Xiao Huang. On the way.
Keep an eye out for any big sticks." She was so angry that her face turned black, thinking of giving Chen Luo a beating, and said, "I've been feeling a bit nostalgic lately, and thinking about the past." At this time, Chen Luo was standing outside the door. Before welcoming his sister, he had to instruct the gourds carefully. "Remember, don't call me Grandpa later." The two gourd girls looked up at him innocently and asked, "Okay, Grandpa knows, Grandpa." He saw the little girls were naive, annoyed but helpless, and could only cover his face and sigh. "You two little brats." Just then, Zhao Ji came out. "Young master, the carriage has arrived." He rushed out to welcome his sister, Zhao Huang, standing next to Chen Xuan, pointed forward. "Young miss, the young master has arrived." She touched his face with concern, and asked Zhao Luo, "Has your health been all right lately?" He caught her too, holding her fair hands, and said with a smile, "Excellent. My sister got the man bone pill. Her eyes can be healed." She suddenly flung his hands away, her face changing, and said, "I'm not talking about that right now. I heard you went to a brothel and became quite the celebrity." Chen Luo was shocked to hear that, and he hurriedly raised his hands, shouting to explain, "Sis, don't listen to gossip.
"I went there for important business." He quickly turned to the little Lolis and shouted, "Hurry up and help me set the record straight." The little girls turned to discuss amongst themselves, and one of them said, "Let's not go up one by one, let's all go together." Another girl said, "Grandpa's asking us to save his life, should we?" Another girl chimed in, "That's right, don't call him Grandpa." So the girls came to a decision and went up to the two of them, saying clearly, "Sis, don't be angry, Daddy just went out for a night of drinking." The girls' words were like adding fuel to the fire, and Chen Xuan immediately flared up with anger. Turning to question Chen Luo, her dad was helpless. Staring at her in fear, Chen Xuan showed no mercy, pinching his ear hard, scolding and hitting him. "HMPH, I haven't kept an eye on you for a while, and you're playing wilder and wilder," he shouted in pain. "Sis, stop!" Fourth senior brother, don't just stand there and watch. Seeing him begging for help, Song Tuizhi stepped forward to mediate. Huo Ying clasped his hands and stood in front of Chen Xuan. "You must be Chen Luo's older sister, right? You've had a hard journey." Seeing another person, she had no choice but to let him go. She politely clasped her hands and bowed. "Chen Xuan greets great scholar Song." Chen Luo stood beside her, only feeling the pain in his ear. He touched his ear and turned to his senior brother, saying, "Fourth senior brother, let's not talk about other things first. Can you check my sister's eyes?" The guy went up to her. "Don't rush. Let me check the specific situation first." A strange light flashed in his eyes like two laser beams. She staggered unsteadily, and Chen Luo quickly rushed up to support her, asking anxiously, "Fourth senior brother, how is it?" He replied, "It's all right. It's indeed a damaged soul. The man bone pill is the perfect medicine." Hearing this, he quickly took the medicine out of his pocket. "Then I'll immediately give my sister the medicine." Fourth senior brother quickly raised his hand to stop him, shouting, "Restoring the soul is not something that can be done in a flash. After taking the man bone pill, she will fall into a coma." He quickly replied, "It's not too late to take her to her room, get everything settled, and then give her the medicine." With that, he helped her into the house, not forgetting to turn back to his senior brother and say, "Thank you, fourth senior brother. Let me take my sister into the house first." Fourth senior brother said nothing, watching the two figures leave, pondering. Strange, this girl's soul seems to reveal something that can't be clearly stated, as if she has died once. Half a month later, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Luo was lying on a lounge chair, sunbathing. He rested his head on his arms, looking into the distance, muttering to himself, "After taking 3 man bone pills in a row, my sister has been sleeping soundly for half a month. I wonder how many pills it will take to fully recover." He lay on the chair, frowning in contemplation. "My red dust chi has filled 30 acupoints. Just one step away from a minor success of 36 points. Smiling Proud Wanderer is almost finished. I need to prepare a new work to accumulate more red dust chi." He comfortably closed his eyes, taking the time to do something else. "Since there's nothing to do now, I'll take a trip to Huahai." Instantly, he was transported to another space, dark all around, but with many red butterflies surrounding him. "It's too bad I can't take them all." He reached out and grabbed the closest butterfly. "It's you." As soon as he touched it, 2 lines of text appeared. "Mother and wife are delighted. Fan Jin returns home from school." As soon as he read those few lines, he wrinkled his face in annoyance, saying, Why is it Fan Jin passing the imperial exam? If I were to write something like this, I'd be tortured by the literary star and the upright star in turn." He immediately shouted, "Secret realm spirit." Instantly, a beam of light appeared, emitting a sound. "Does master have any instructions?" He touched his chin, looking at it, and asked, Why are all the texts I summon long passages? The anthropomorphic light beam raised its hand, and the golden light above it explained. Long passages of text can generate red dust chi, which requires more luck to maintain. The amount of luck master chooses to expend can only receive the corresponding books. He frowned and asked, Then how much luck does smiling proud wanderer need? The light beam turned and said, At least half as much.
He scowled and shouted, That much? What a capitalist! He then waved his hand, saying, All right, you can go back now. I'll take a look myself. Saying that, he raised his hand, and the golden light above sighed twice. Forget it. Forget it. Consider it an investment to improve my strength, he yelled. Come here for me. The golden light immediately rushed towards him like a tornado, and swarms of butterflies followed the light, flying around him.
He looked at them, thinking there were too many, and felt conflicted. It was even harder to choose than before. He simply closed his eyes and grabbed one at random, saying, Hey little one, do you want to come out with me? Let me see what you are. The butterfly he caught revealed ancient text and scenery. His face lit up with joy as he said, Little Le Flying Dagger, quickly find a fay. Isn't this the sentimental swordsman, ruthless sword? Oh ho, I picked up a treasure. He was still rejoicing when a rough voice shouted, Baxia, wake up! The call brought him back to reality. He opened his eyes and saw a young man in front of him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at him. Eunuch Wang, why are you here? The man pointed to the imperial decree in his hand. Baxia, I'm here to deliver the decree. Seeing this, he quickly knelt on the ground from his chair and apologized. I fell asleep just now. Please begin, eunuch. The man unfolded the imperial decree and read, By the great Xuan Emperor's decree, to the inherited Marquis of Wannan, Chen Luo, now 10,000 demons from the south have arrived, seemingly wanting to use the list to enter the demon realm. The court debated without resolution, so the Lin Huang arena is opened to settle the dispute. You are a noble marquis of the nation. Act as a witness. You must not refuse this decree. After reading, he stood up and accepted it, immediately asking, Why are they suddenly opening the arena? Is it some kind of talent show? The eunuch Wang smiled and said, I cannot explain the specifics, Marquis. You only need to know that it is to deal with the demon race. He bowed respectfully, replying, It seems it's another political matter. Sorry to trouble you, eunuch. The eunuch instructed him, Tomorrow, the Lin Huang arena will be set up in Dongji. Marquis, don't go to the wrong place. He took the decree and bowed to the old man, but he was a little worried, sweating, thinking, Do we even need to fight over the list? What exactly is this demon realm? Just then, Fatty Dafu arrived, bouncing into the house, cheerfully laughing and saying, Big bro, I came to visit. Seeing him, he quickly ran over and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, You came at the right time. Translate for me, what is the demon realm? Hearing this, he smiled and reached into his pocket. Don't rush. Let me first show you something related to it. He held out a piece of blue stone, sparkling and transparent. This is the heavenly Dadio stone. He reached out and touched it, and it immediately emitted brilliant, colorful light. He exclaimed, I can feel the energy inside. Is it taken from the demon realm? The fatty replied, That's right, the demon realm is an alternate dimension. Saying this, his eyes shone with the light of gold and silver, wealth, as he stretched out his hands, covetously saying, The demon realm produces demons. After they are killed, you can obtain heavenly Davio stones. I've been craving them for a long time. He then handed the stone back to him. After so long, the demons in there must be all killed. He shook his head, raising his hand to reply, No. The alternate dimension is extremely unstable. Each time it opens, only a few people can enter, and the strength of those selected cannot exceed the city lord realm. They can't be all killed. He rubbed his hands together, smiling and saying, If you have any extra slots, big bro, how about selling me a few? He pointed to the imperial decree in his hand, honestly replying, Where would I get any slots? See for yourself. He angrily opened the imperial decree to read, What the hell? What? The demon race wants to occupy it? Even fighting all the way to the demon realm. Unexpectedly, they even want to compete with us. He held out his hands and asked him, Dafu, is there anything inappropriate here? He placed the imperial decree on the table, his face wrinkled and troubled. Big bro, you don't know. Besides heavenly Dadio stones, this place also produces fortune. He didn't understand, so he leaned over and asked again. Fortune? Explain it in detail. The fatty waved his hands and explained. In the demon realm, there is a magical tree called the fortune wood, which can absorb the evil energy of heaven and earth and transform it into fortune. Anyone who brings things out from there can receive 3 portions of fortune. He clenched his fists, his expression serious, and sighed. If our 2 families give the list to the demon race this time, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. Hearing this, he excitedly slapped his hands on the fatty's shoulders, loudly saying, "Isn't there an arena for—
Can I go up there and compete for a few slots?" The fatty looked at him with a frustrated frown. "It's obvious that it's for those scholarly types your newly appointed marquise title, I'm afraid." He was splashed with cold water by the fatty and stomped his foot in annoyance. "Is that so? Our human race's stuff. How can we let the alien races have it?" In his heart, he thought, "Such good fortune, I can't let others have it." With that, he immediately ran off. "I'll go talk to fourth senior brother about this. I don't believe I can't get a slot." And with that, he was gone, leaving Fatty standing there. He stared at the massive hole Chen Luo had created in the ground, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is my bro getting even more OP?" At the same time, in Lanlang City, miles away, a scholarly-looking dude was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivating his spiritual energy. His name was Ren Ji. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, drenched in sweat. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and said, "No way! It shouldn't be like— The technique is right there in my head, but why can't I use it?" With that thought, he opened his book. He clearly got the chi from reading The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, but has no clue how to actually use it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He thought of Chen Luo. "That's it! I need to find Wan An Lord. He'll definitely know what to do." No sooner said than done. He stood up, determined to go immediately. "I've grasped the star-sucking great art. Why would I be scared of anything? Ugh. Renji wants to live a life that I can just do." At this moment, Chen Luo had already arrived at his fourth senior brother's place. He saw Xiaoji reading a book, who asked when he saw him, "Young master, are you here to see Song Daru?" He raised his hand in greeting. "Yeah, I'm looking for fourth senior brother to chat." As he was talking, a circle of light started to emit from him. Nada looked down, exclaiming in surprise, "This is— someone has comprehended the star-sucking great art from the book." He quickly stretched out his hands to receive it, thinking to himself, "Awesome. As long as someone comprehends a technique from the book, I can also learn it. And the proficiency is already maxed out. Talk about cheating." Seeing Chen Luo's delighted, head-in-the-clouds expression, Zhaoji sweated, asking puzzledly, "Young master, are you all right?" He laughed gleefully, clenching his fists and saying triumphantly, "I was just thinking about something fun, Zhaoji. How about you and I try out a new move?" Hearing him say that, Zhaoji got super excited and immediately agreed. He clenched his fist and raised it. "All right, how does young master want to spar?" Chen Luo reached out his hands, leaning towards him, his face a little mischievous. "It's not a spar. Just stand here obediently and don't move." Chen Luo's hooligan-like, ready-to-devour-him whole look made him tremble with fear. "Young master, I don't have weird preferences." Chen Luo touched his chest, coaxing, "Just a moment. The feeling might be a little strange. Just bear with it." Although he didn't want to, he still had to stand still and endure it, only able to complain, "Be gentle." Chen Luo smiled slightly, raised his hands, and used the star-sucking great art. Xiaoji immediately felt something was wrong, his strength being sucked out of him. He cried out, "Why, young master, I can't breathe." Chen Luo also started to swell up, his face as round as a ball, veins popping out. He tried his best to think, "I can't suck anymore." After a moment, the two of them were thrown away from each other, shouting in unison, "Ah, Xiaoji lay on the ground." He looked up at Chen Luo. "That hurts, young master. How are you?" A powerful energy burst out from Chen Luo. "It hurts so much. This chi can't even enter my acupoints, and if I don't push it out of my body, I'm gonna explode." Chen Luo clenched his fists, trying to endure it, thinking about when Xiaoji was fighting. "That's it. I can imitate the speed that Xiaoji used." Then, he retreated rapidly. 1,000-mile courier, wind at a touch. The Haoran Chi even made fourth senior brother, who was practicing calligraphy in the room, sense something was wrong. He exclaimed, "Impossible." Outside, Chen Luo was jumping all over the place, finally getting rid of the bloated feeling. Just then, Song Tuizhi came out of the house. He stood in front of Chen Luo, pointing at his face and asking, "Why is there righteous chi of heaven and earth in your body?" Chen Luo looked up, saw him, and shouted, "Ah, fourth senior brother, I was just about to find you." He pointed at Xiaoji and said, "I sucked it from him." Fourth senior brother was stunned. He asked again, "Sucked this? What exactly is going on?" Chen Luo then explained, "I call this move the star-sucking great art. It can suck away the chi of others, but I can't keep it. I have to expend it." He immediately stretched out his hand. "Suck mine and see." Chen Luo touched fourth senior brother's hand, and immediately a rainbow of light radiated out. Chen Luo said, "It's not working. I can't feel anything to suck." Fourth senior brother retracted his hand, frowning and saying, "Your martial arts can only be used on completion stage cultivators for now. Those with higher realms can withstand it as long as they defend their original chi." Chen Luo looked down at his hands, thinking, "It's just an incomplete version anyway.
If I could learn the Northern Abyss divine art, I could probably absorb it above my level.
Fourth senior brother pointed at him and said,
Besides the 1,000-mile wind of shattering immortals, can you recite any other poems or songs?
He confidently grabbed her hand and replied,
Heck yeah. I totally get the new artistic conception now. Let me give it a shot.
With that, he put his hands together, closed his eyes, and recited a poem. Biting firmly onto the green mountain, never relenting, establishing roots amidst shattered smiles.
As soon as he finished reciting, a giant bamboo tree instantly appeared before everyone's eyes, Xiao Qi exclaimed in surprise. Poetry manifesting as phenomena. The La family's heirloom, Chen Luo, then spread out his arms, his entire body seemingly glowing, and continued reciting. Bearing the winds from east, west, north, and south for you, enduring 10,000 demonic strikes with steadfastness.
Seeing him succeed, fourth brother stroked his beard and murmured,
Oh, I didn't expect it to be a defensive war poem, possessing both external and internal defensive attributes.
Chen Luo joyfully raised his hands to the sky, strutting back and forth boastfully. That's the dual defense of physical and mental toughness, not bad at all. Seeing him start talking nonsense, fourth brother waved his hand, gesturing him inside. All right, I'll tell master about this. Go get some rest.
He hurriedly called out to him. Fourth brother, my matter hasn't been discussed yet. He looked at him with a light smile and said, Isn't the spirit demon realm needing spots this time around?
See if you can find a way for me to snag a few spots too. He turned back, frowning at him. Trying to squeeze some benefits out of those stingy old farts at the Wenshuang Pavilion won't be easy.
As he was speaking, a voice suddenly cut in from outside. Not necessarily. If Wanan Marquis agrees to cooperate with us, it's not impossible.
Fourth brother crossed his arms, looking at the newcomer and asking, Why aren't you staying at the Wenshuang Pavilion? What are you doing here? He approached the two, cupping his hands and smiling. I happened to be passing by and saw Wanan Marquis displaying some mystical technique, so I came to take a look.
Chen Luo looked at him, frowning as he asked, Wenxiang, what kind of cooperation are you talking about? The old man stroked his long beard and said frankly, Tomorrow is the Lin Huanglei stage competition. I want to invite you to fight for the Wenshuang Pavilion. If you win, the Wenshuang Pavilion can give you a spot. Hearing this, fourth brother angrily questioned, HMPH, my junior brother's cultivation isn't high. Are you trying to send him up to be beaten? Hearing this, the old man broke out in a sweat, hurriedly explaining, Song Daru misunderstood. A literary talent like Wanan Marquis is naturally suited for the Upper Wenlei competition. Chen Lugo smiled smugly upon hearing this, thinking to himself, Upper Wenlei is just what I needed. Watch me fleece this old man. He pretended to scratch his face, signaling to fourth brother, and said, So fourth brother, what's your take on this? He immediately turned back to the other guy and said, Too bad, junior brother. I need him to come back to Lingzhou with me tomorrow. The old fart had no choice but to raise 3 fingers, pointing and saying, As long as Wanan Marquis participates, I'll give you 3 spots to enter the spirit demon realm, but for the 2 of you, 3 spots aren't enough. Fourth brother turned back to him and said, Oh right. Second senior sister received the silk you gifted her. She wants to visit you soon. The reason was absurd. But Chen Lugo cooperated and said, Oh, then I need to prepare well at home. The old man was furious looking at the 2 of them, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he had to raise 5 fingers, shouting, 5 spots! No more than that. Fourth brother had been waiting for this, and he replied with a smile. As expected of Wenxiang, you're so generous, I'll agree on behalf of my junior brother. The old man clutched his head in frustration and sighed, blurting out, You two, you senior and junior brothers, are truly birds of a feather flocked together. Since it's agreed, Dongguizi better not be late tomorrow. With that, the old man turned and left immediately. Chen Luo turned to Song Tuizhi and said, Fourth brother, you truly understand me the best. He smoothed his hair, reminding him, Don't get too cocky. You need to know the rules of the competition tomorrow. He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Fourth brother, please explain. He had no choice but to say, The arena is divided into 2 parts, Wen and Wu. The Wen part that you'll participate in includes debating classics, discussing doctrines, calligraphy, chess, poetry, and lyrics. He smiled smugly, pointing at himself. Just these. Then I'll definitely win. He smiled so wide that his eyes squinted shut, not seeing fourth brother raising a finger for a painful flick to the forehead. He flicked him on the forehead, saying, Enough showing off, don't embarrass our bamboo grove. He clutched his head in pain and replied, Fourth brother, don't worry, I'll definitely get those 5 spots. That day, at the Ministry of Rites, Wan Bing Lu, the rabbit-eared girl presented a sealed box decorated with exquisite patterns. Young master, I've brought the 4 scrolls of spring and autumn saintly verses.
The young lady in the red dress sat cross-legged on the chair. She was the daughter of Dan Luo Princess, the demon hybrid Bai Qing Qing. She said, "Open them up." The maid opened the box and said, "Your Highness, according to the rules, if they propose a challenge on the Lei Tai arena, we have the right to set the questions." "Young master, are we sure to win with these?" Bai Qing Qing glanced down at the box. "I can't say for sure." "The young talents of Great Xuan also include Wan Shan, Lord Shufeng," the maid confidently replied. "Based on all the information we've gathered, this servant is certain he doesn't have the talent of perfect recall. He's nothing to fear." Hearing this, she was intrigued. "Oh, even without perfect recall, he can still create such interesting, refined literature." With that, she waved her hand, and scrolls flew one by one in front of her. "Open them! Since that's the case, I must prepare a really good gift." The next day, at the Lin Huang Lei Tai, the emperor sat on his high seat, looking slightly worried, thinking, "The aura of the myriad demons is higher year after year. Those who don't know would think it's a battle." He looked at Bai Qing Qing, who was sitting cross-legged, holding a fan. An old man next to the emperor said, "Your Majesty, the time has come." He replied, "Then let it begin immediately." The old man stepped forward and announced to everyone, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Open the righteous and honorable formation. Let the Confucian scholars begin their literary contest on the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the arena suddenly emitted golden lights all around. Then, streaks of light flashed across 3 corners of the arena. It turned out that people had arrived. They were the contestants for today. First up is the Wang family from the northern region of Manhua, 12th generation descendants, Wang Xiaobo, Wang Biu Kui. Next is the Fang clan of Mao Zhao, Fang Shuji, and the third person is Xiang Wen, of Dead Willow Field. As soon as the 3 of them stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted below. Everyone had their fans, shouting loudly. Some shouted, "Big Sis is so cool." Some shouted, "Young Master Wang is so magnanimous." And some said, "I just love little Fang's sleepy look." Suddenly, an old official sitting on a chair asked the person opposite him, "Who is the 4th person? Where is he from?" The other person replied, "I don't know. The Wenchang Association refuses to say." While everyone was wondering, suddenly a shout rang out, "Sorry for the wait, everyone." His foot slammed on the ground. Chen Luo stood in the middle of the arena. He clasped his hands, bowed, and greeted, "Great Xuan Wanyan Lord Chen Luo greets everyone." The people in the audience immediately reacted, shouting, "Him! He's a guy with no talent of perfect recall. What is he doing here?" Someone angrily said, "Why is it this disgrace to scholars?" Someone even spat out a mouthful of water they had just drunk in surprise. Seeing him appear, the emperor stroked his chin and turned to look at Minister Wen, asking, "Minister Wen, isn't Wan Kenyan Lord Chen Luo a Confucian scholar? How could he be arranged to be on the Lei Tai?" The old man confidently looked at the emperor and replied, "Your Majesty, please don't rush. Let this minister keep it a secret for now. It will be clear immediately." The emperor didn't ask any further. He smiled meaningfully and said, "All right, since he can write laughing in the rivers and lakes, I'll wait and see." The old host continued to say, "Please invite the envoy of the demon clan to come to the Lei Tai to set the questions." In the blink of an eye, Bai Qing Qing was standing beautifully on the arena. As soon as she appeared, everyone who came to watch couldn't take their eyes off her, praising, "Wow, so beautiful. Is this the fox demon? Too sexy. Cut the crap. Don't you want to live?" She clasped her hands and bowed, bowing so deeply that she almost revealed her chest, and said, "Qingqi Fox Clan Bai Qing Qing, receiving the orders of the Saint Lord Hall of the Myriad Demons Kingdom, originally from Great Xuan, pays respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Xuan." She glanced at Chen Luo, thinking to herself, "This is Wangan Lord Chen Luo. Apart from being handsome, there's nothing special about him." And he also glanced at her, thinking, "I was hoping that Qingqi Fox would be a husky who has turned into a spirit." The emperor, sitting high above, reached out his hand and replied, "You may dispense with the formalities. Back when I was young, Luo Dan protected me a lot. Qing Qing, stay and play in Lin Huang for a few days and see the capital of Great Xuan for your mother." She bowed her head gently and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Qing Qing will now set the questions." With that, she released 4 mysterious purple lights. Whoosh! She waved her hand, and those 4 specks of light transformed into 4 scrolls. The old minister Wen gasped, exclaiming in surprise, This! Could it be the spring and autumn sacred decree?" Bai Qing Qing glanced at the old man and said, "That's right, it is the spring and autumn sacred decree." The old man sitting next to him looked at the old man and asked, "Minister Wen, what is this thing that makes you so fearful?" The old man frowned, sweating,
thinking of that ancient tree, and said, "Legend has it that an ancient tree of 3,000 years transformed into a demon called the Spring and Autumn Ancient Tree. Taking the bark of the tree to make paper is the Spring and Autumn Sacred Decree. This sacred decree has been infected through many years. It is said that non-passed-down poems cannot leave a trace on it." After hearing his explanation, the other person also broke out in a cold sweat, shouting, "Ah! Isn't this adding another restriction to the two existing restrictions of the Lei Tai?" Minister Wang quickly looked at Chen Luo. He calmed down and reassured, "Don't panic. With Wanzhan Lord here, we don't have no chance." At this moment, on the arena, he was twisting and stretching his body, looking at the girl provocatively. "Young Mistress Qing, hurry up and set the questions. I'm still waiting to go home and touch my gourds." The girl frowned at him, thinking. Seeing the Spring and Autumn Sacred Decree without any panic, either he's an idiot or he really has some skills. Interesting. Let's see what kind of person you are. She tossed 4 scrolls onto the table, saying, "This time, I, Wenlei, have 2 conditions. First, you need to create 4 poems on the spot. They must be related to each other and connected to time." At this moment, Feng Xuji stepped forward, looked at the pile of papers, and said, "The Spring and Autumn Holy Decree is very sensitive to the concept of time, and the requirements for poetry are even stricter. Young Master Qing has really put in a lot of thought. What about the second condition?" She raised her hand to cover her mouth, saying, "This second condition requires that all 4 poems must be consistent in terms of form." Hearing this, all the civil and military officials above were furious, and someone said, "Is this demon race here to mess with us?" That person replied, "The young people on the Lekki platform are not great scholars. How can they do that?" Others agreed. "This is bullying." Bai Qing finished speaking. She stood with her arms crossed and said, "Gentlemen, the topic has been set. You have 1 Xinchen to complete it." "Please." Chen Luo rubbed his hands, looked at her smugly, and said with a smile, "Is that all? Looks like I'll pass this round easily." But just as he was about to step forward, Wang Biyugi was already standing next to the table. He flicked the fan in his hand and said, "Miss Bai has gone to too much trouble." Xiao Ke hurriedly wanted to write a poem first. With that, he took out a pen and began to write poetry attentively. Chen Luo frowned as he read, and he thought, "An old woman, a guest in a foreign land, missing her hometown. Not bad. But unfortunately the writing style is not good enough." As soon as he finished thinking, the words that guy wrote on the paper were gradually disappearing. He was still holding the pen in his hand, and exclaimed in surprise. Finally, looking at the blank sheet of paper, he folded his hands and sighed. "My poetic talent is not enough. I failed to get the Holy Decree's approval. I have disappointed everyone." The emperor immediately raised his hand to gently comfort him. "You are still young. As long as you study hard and practice diligently, you will surely become talented in the future." Next was Feng Xiujie. As soon as Wang Beigui stepped down, he rushed to the table. "The Holy Decree is not something that everyone can touch. Let me." Then he forcefully picked up the pen and wrote very quickly. After finishing writing, he looked back at Bai Qing triumphantly and asked, "How is it? Is my poem good?" Chen Luo frowned at Xiujie, thinking, "Idiot. Whether you can pass or not, the Holy Decree will tell. Moreover, this is just a family disciple, forcing himself to express sorrow because he was given the task." But before he could be proud, the words he had just written were gradually fading away. He stared wide-eyed, angrily thinking, "Damn it, it turned out that my poem was not recognized." Seeing his failure, Chen Luo prepared to step forward. "It seems that in the end, I still have to rely on me." But this time, before he could do anything, Tian Xiangwen quickly ran up and took the spot first. He thought annoyedly, "Why was it taken by someone else again? Forget it. Let's see what the famous senior sister Tian from the Zhilyu Academy can do." Before writing, she turned back and clasped her hands, saying, "Your Majesty, Minister Wen, this student can only write 1 poem. Please forgive me in advance." Then quickly picked up the pen and wrote, one stroke." Seeing the surging waves and the drifting boat appear, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Poetry becomes an image. This is a world-passing poem." Chen Luo was still looking at the poem when she turned her back and left. "I have done my best. Farewell." The audience below cheered wildly. "Senior Sister Tian, I really like you, sister," others shouted. "I will give birth to monkey cubs for you." Tian Xiangwen, Bai Qing, looked at the poem. She raised her hand to congratulate. "The human race's Minister Wen has another world-passing poem. Indeed, there are many talents." Then, she flicked the poem towards Wen Shuangge. "This article, the demon race dares not occupy. Return it to the great Xuan." He received the poem and replied, "Thank you, Miss Bai.
Then she collected the paper on the table, looked at Chen Luo and said, "Wanan Marquis, I see that you do not have the Haoshan righteous chi on your body. Why not give up now?" He spread his hands out, confidently said, "I have been waiting for so long. I can't just run away like this. Moreover, I am not a Confucian scholar now, but I will be a Confucian scholar immediately." Then he shouted loudly, calling, "Xiao Qi!" As soon as he called, he immediately appeared in front of him. He knelt down, clasped his hands respectfully. "Young master, I'm here." Bai Qingqing frowned at him and asked, "What does this Wanan Marquis want to do in the end?" He stood in front of Xiao Qi, clasped his hands, and looked at him, asking, "Xiao Qi, are you ready?" He answered loudly, "Ready? Any time is fine." Hearing this, he immediately placed his hands on him. Then, let's get started. A 7-colored rainbow light appeared. The emperor, sitting above, anxiously pointed down and asked, "Minister Wen, what is Chen Luo doing?" The old man stroked his beard and reassured him with a smile. "Your Majesty, it will be over soon. This is the ultimate move of the Wan Marquis." Xiao Qi, being drained dry by him, weakly said, My lord, I can't hold on much longer." Then he fainted instantly. He looked at him lying on the ground and said, "Xiao Qi, you can't even handle this little bit. Your body isn't in good shape." Bai Qingqing, standing behind him, saw him radiating spiritual energy and frantically asked, "Marquis, what are you doing?" He clenched his fist, spiritual energy bursting out, enveloping him. And he smiled lightly. "Don't be nervous, just absorbing a little bit of righteous chi." Everyone sitting below was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "What?" The beasts also looked at each other, wondering, have the humans grasped this divine power? The chicken turned and replied, "If they are all like this, the situation is not good." The civil and military officials also turned to look at each other in panic. They asked. Someone said, "How is this even possible?" Another person said, "I don't know, I've never seen anything like it." Chen Luo picked up the brush. Before writing, he said, "Young mistress, Qingqing, may I begin?" Bai Qingqing was sweating profusely, answering with a bit of worry, "Marquis, please," she thought. "He's clearly just a fake scholar, so why does my heart feel so uneasy?" He held the brush and smiled confidently, thinking, "It's just 4 world-renowned poems. No biggie." He wrote in one go, and a spring scene appeared. Everyone pointed and shouted, "It's a spring scene!" "This is truly a refined song," another person said. "Everyone, look, Xingye is reacting." As soon as he finished writing the poem, Xingye flew into the air on its own, emitting a golden light. He picked up the brush and wrote the second poem, thinking lightly, "Next, I'll finish it all in one go." Next was the autumn scene, with the image of a girl holding a fan sitting by a stream appearing. Then came summer, with the scorching and arid land. Next was the poem about winter, with snow everywhere. He finished all 4 poems in the blink of an eye. Chen Luo stood with his arms outstretched comfortably, the 4 poems floating around him. He said triumphantly, 4 world-shaking phenomena. Princess Qingqing, can it be said that Great Xuan has won this time?" Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. She was so scared that she was sweating, exclaiming, "Unbelievable! He can actually do it under such harsh conditions." "The Wanban Marquis is truly a divine being," people shouted again. "Look quickly! That holy leaf is transforming again." A giant tree sprouted from his poem, with a beard and hair like an old man. The tree said, "Wonderful tune. I wonder which kid wrote it." The tree emitted an extremely powerful green light. Everyone looked up at it, feeling a terrifying pressure. Even the emperor and the officials ran out to see. Minister Wen stood in front of the emperor, worriedly saying, "Your Majesty, please be careful." The old emperor said, "What exactly is this willow tree?" Bai Qingqing immediately knelt down before the tree, respectfully saying, "Little fox Bai Qingqing greets ancestor willow." The tree looked down at her and replied, "You're the half-demon little fox who begged for holy leaf at my branch. Do you know who wrote this heartbreaking song?" She honestly pointed to Chen Luo, ancestor willow. "It was this Wanshan Marquis who wrote it." The old man stroked his beard and laughed. "So it's you, little brat. You have an aura that's very familiar to me." Chen Luo raised his hand to shield his eyes, because the light emitted from the old man was too dazzling, and he frowned, thinking, "This is uncomfortable. I can't breathe." Seeing him like this, Song Tuizhi hurriedly appeared, blocking between him and old ancestor willow. He clasped his hands and said, "Tuizhi greets ancestor willow." "My master is Bamboo Saint Yu Wuji. This is my junior brother, Chen Luo." The old man smiled kindly and replied, "Yu Wuji? Oh, he's an old friend of little Bamboo. I've met him before. So he's become a saint too." The old man looked down at the two of them and said, "This kid also has a lot of potential." Fourth brother bowed deeply and replied, "Reporting to ancestor willow, my master has attained the great Daddio. and has indeed become a saint.
The old man floated in the air, hands clasped together, always smiling kindly. Don't be so tense, everyone. This autumn longing melody is quite beneficial to this old one. Came especially to thank you. Then he reached out and plucked a leaf from himself. Your master once possessed this as well, but you are better than him. Accept it.
The old man released the leaf, and it landed right in Chen Luo's hand. He looked at the small leaf and said, "Many thanks, Ancestor Willow, for the gift."
The old man looked at him and replied, "After you return, carefully study it. It will greatly benefit your cultivation." With that, he flew higher and higher, gradually disappearing. Before leaving, he cheerfully said, "Ha ha! The human race is not bad these days." The emperor stared up at the old man, mouth agape, stammering, Minister Wen, that old sage is," Minister Wen replied. "Your Majesty, that is Ancestor Willow, one of the Chan Dao's sacred trees." Upon hearing this, the emperor exclaimed in surprise, "To think that this little brat could summon the ancestor of the sacred trees. The younger generation is to be feared," he sighed, saying, "So, Wanan Marquis has been gifted the sacred tree's present. It is the fortune of our great Xuan." The silver-haired general spoke up. "Everyone, haven't you noticed that these 4 melodies of Wanan Marquis still don't have names?" At this moment, Minister Wen remembered. He raised his hand to his mouth, pondering. The old general was given 2 poems before he left. If not, I would have just thought of it. With that, he hurriedly jumped up to argue with the old general. "Everyone, don't you move. I'll be back in a bit," the old man also shouted. "You shameless old bastard." Fourth brother turned back and said to Chen Luo, "Now that you've received a gift from Ancestor Willow, you absolutely must be careful of the demon race."
He also lowered his head to listen to his senior brother, I will remember. Just then, Minister Wen came to their side.
He cunningly said, "Wanan Marquis, have you thought of names for these 4 melodies?" He cautiously asked the old man, "Minister Wen, what do you mean?"
He rubbed his hands together, smiling with a troubled expression.
He, I was wondering if you could choose one to give to me." Seeing this, fourth brother immediately collected all 4 poems and put them away. "The original copies of these melodies are extremely precious. I fear that bad people will covet them. Senior brother will help you keep them."
Seeing this, the old man was so angry he almost cried. He hurriedly stopped him. Song Tuiji's melodies were composed on Wen Lei, so the original copies should be kept in the Wenchang Pavilion.
Fourth brother immediately jumped up and struck the old man Minister Wen with a blow, scolding him at the same time. "HMPH, still dare to cause trouble.
Second sister's 18 skills, wait for me." With that, he vanished without a trace. The old man stood below, unable to fight back, only able to watch and resent. Earlier they were snatched by the general, now they are snatched by the Bamboo Grove hooligan. Where is justice? Seeing the old man become so angry because of his poems, Chen Luo approached him and said, "Forget it, Minister Wen. If there's a chance in the future, I'll give you a poem separately." The old man was like a child hearing him coaxed him, and immediately became happy, his face blossoming into a smile, saying, "Then it's still Wanan Marquis who is understanding and reasonable." He went to Bai Qingqing's side, clasped his hands politely, and said, "Demon Envoy Bai, can the results of this Lie stage be announced yet?" She looked disappointed, sadly lowering her head and replying, "Wanan Marquis is full of talent. This little fox admires you. The human race truly has treasures and talented people. This time on Wenlei, our demon race admits defeat." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud shout rang out. "Wait a minute, Wanan Marquis. Where did your aura of righteousness come from? Isn't that cheating?" Both Chen Luo and Minister Wen were startled and turned around to look. It was an old man with white hair and beard wearing a red official robe stepping out. He stroked his beard while haughtily questioning, "Wanan Marquis, how did you suddenly transform into a scholar? I still hope you can answer everyone's doubts." Hearing this, old Minister Wen was extremely angry. He immediately pointed at the old man and scolded, "Lu Dazhi, do you know what you are saying?" But this ignorant old man continued to frown and say, "Minister Wen, I am doing this for the good of Great Xuan. Wanan Marquis using unclear demon magic is harming the human race." The old man in purple robes was also sweating with anger, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Unable to understand the situation, the demon race envoy is still here. How dare he publicly question like this? This Lu Dazhi is truly stupid. What needs to be said should be said behind closed doors. Who knew he would wash his dirty linen in public like this? The old man in purple robes appeared calm, watching the show and saying, "The Lin Huanglei stage is fair and just. Now it's up to Wan An Marquis to handle it himself. Fourth brother, who thought he had already left, saw Chen Luo being criticized and charged back from who knows where, wanting to beat the old man up, loudly cursing, "Beast, today I must kill you." The old guy threw his hands up, scared, stiff. Good thing Chen Luo stepped in between him and the old dude. He quickly said, "Fourth senior brother, no way. If we kill him, my grievances won't be resolved." Song Tui Zihi got it. He thought it made sense and said, "Little junior brother, whatever you want to do, your senior brother will totally back you up." Chen Luo seriously said, "I feel it's time to make the martial Dao public." Fourth senior brother put a hand across his chest, looking straight at Chen Luo and saying, "Our master, Yu Wuqi, said one thing to every disciple, and now I'm passing it on to you. My disciples, Yu Wuqi's disciples, don't need to hold back anything. Go for it." With fourth senior brother's approval, he crossed his arms and stood facing the old man, saying, "You pulled this stunt. Didn't you want to know how I control the Haoran righteous chi?" Old Lu Dazi chuckled sinisterly. Hey, Wananba, don't blame me. I was just thinking of the common folk." Seeing him say that, he threw his hand up to the sky and yelled, "If you want to know, then listen up." This is a cultivation technique from the smiling, proud wanderer. He tilted his head back, arm raised, and instantly, a mystical energy sphere appeared in his hand, growing larger and stronger. Everyone seated was stunned to hear him, even Emperor Wenxiang. He yelled loudly, "That's right, the powers from my stories. They're all real. Even the grandmas in my stories can comprehend them." The demon creatures sitting up there scrunched their faces, gritted their teeth, and broke out in a sweat. He continued, "My stories can even make you guys produce Q and cultivate." Bai Qingqing was speechless too. Everyone was utterly astonished. "And I'll keep writing more and more stories, volume by volume, so even more people can read them." Chen Luo clenched his fist and shouted, "This is the fourth cultivation path for the human race. After Confucianism and Buddhism, this is something I created myself, the martial Damo." Everyone watching was gaping, eyes wide as saucers. The emperor also frowned in surprise and asked, "Minister Chen, are you saying you can allow ordinary people to step onto the path of cultivation too?" He swept his hand around, and instantly, various light orbs appeared. He replied, "Joy, anger, love, hate, worry, sorrow, fear, and shock are the human emotions. These emotions manifest as 7 colors of Qi, which I call red dust Qi. With the comprehension of the 7 emotions, and a will to enter the martial world, all mortals of the red dust can walk this path." Then, brilliant streams of light around him grew increasingly powerful, bursting forth. He then seriously declared, "From now on, there's a new kind of practitioner on the cultivation path, the martial cultivator." The old court officials buzzed with discussion. Some said the martial Dao was a new generation of cultivation, while others said even those who hadn't awakened their scholarly talent could cultivate it. Another chimed in, "Quick, look. We also have red dust Qi in our bodies, and it harmonizes perfectly with the Haoran righteous Qi." Several old guys glared furiously at the demons. "Everyone, watch those demon creatures. Don't let them harm Wan Anba. If they dare to make a move, I'll fight back with my life on the line." The dog, cat, pig, and chicken demon creatures sitting and watching broke out in a cold sweat, telling each other to suppress their aura. Don't let them misunderstand. One of them sighed. "Ugh, how can the human race produce such a talent? So admirable." After explaining everything, he stood before old Lu Dazi and asked, "Minister Luque, are you satisfied now?" Not only was that old man unconvinced, he even intentionally launched a move towards Chen Luo. He roared, "These are all demon arts. Don't be fooled, I'm going to kill you." But how could he even touch a single hair on Chen Luo's leg? Before he could do anything, someone smacked him hard on the back from behind. The one who struck was the Grand Confucian emissary. He pointed at the old man and scolded, "You arrogant fool, how dare you act so unruly here?" Then he pulled out paper and brush and wrote, "Today, old Fu will clearly document your story, making you infamous for 10,000 years." Chen Luo saw this and turned to ask Song Tuizihi, fourth senior brother, "What's with this bamboo slip?" He replied, "It's the emissary divine ability, infamous for 10,000 years. This is even worse than killing him. Totally awesome." He intently held the brush and wrote, "There's a scoundrel surnamed Lu, named Dajhi, with a dark heart, disregarding righteousness, who threatened Wan Anba." Wan Anba truthfully clarified, spreading the Tao to the world and opening the 4th cultivation path for the human race, named martial. After finishing, the old man slapped his chest and spat a mouthful of blood onto the page, yelling, "The Sima family, with blood as testament, must never alter this." Immediately, the old man Lu Dazi collapsed on the ground,
all his spiritual energy completely drained.
He rolled around on the ground, clutching his head in terror, begging for mercy. "No, don't suck away all my cultivation. I was wrong."
At this moment, Bai Qingqing stepped forward, clasping her hands together in a friendly manner, said, "Lord Wan, may I befriend you?" He reached out to her and said, "Of course. How could I refuse to befriend such a beautiful young lady?" Qingqing blushed shyly and turned away. Just then, the fatty Dafu came over and said, "Big bro, Qingqing seems to have a thing for you."
Quick as lightning, he smacked him on the head and scolded, "You idiot!" After settling everything, he sat down next to 4th senior brother Song Tuizhi. 4th senior brother turned to him and asked, "How will your cultivation path develop?" He frowned and seriously replied, "It requires opening up the acupoints. My path of cultivation differs from Confucianism and Buddhism."
He clenched his fist and explained,
"The human body has 720 major acupoints. Forcibly opening them is definitely dangerous.
What I want to do is to provide a guideline for all martial arts cultivators to circulate their inner energy." 4th senior brother clasped his hands and said, "Well, go for it, master, and your senior brothers and sisters will support you."
He clasped his hands together and smiled lightly, replying, "Then thank you, 4th senior brother." Song Tuizhi turned to instruct him. "All right, let's watch the martial arts arena next, to carefully observe the demon race's combat style."
In the arena, a person and a beast were fighting fiercely. The beast kicked out a move at his face. It saw the human being flung away for meters, disdainfully yelling, "Humph!" Not even one decent fighter. Bai Qingqing, sitting in the stands, covered half her face with a fan and said, "The Wu Lei demon clan wins." Chen Luo crossed his arms, looked down, and sighed. "Sin. 3 matches in a row, all losses. The human race really can't beat the demon race."
Song Tuizhi, sitting beside him, was very calm. He picked up his teacup and gently explained, "It's not that the demon race is strong, but our race isn't without geniuses either. It's just that we deliberately feign weakness to be here."
He asked in surprise, "Deliberately feign weakness? 4th senior brother, please elaborate for me." He turned to him seriously and said, "Feigning weakness can lower their resistance and prevent further deepening of conflict." Hearing this, he understood, frowned, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Ah, then my opening up a new path of martial arts, won't that make me a thorn in their side?"
Song Tuizhi patted him on the shoulder and carefully instructed, "So, even with us protecting you, you yourself must be careful." He clenched his fist with determination and bravely replied, "I understand." That afternoon, a young boy was practicing martial arts with great enthusiasm. He punched out and shouted, "Ha ha!" Then, he excitedly turned to show off to his mother. "I've also cultivated Hongqian Qi." The mother, standing by the doorway, teared up with emotion. "Sanlang, are you seeing this?
Our child can cultivate too." Outside the street, a beggar sitting by the road also felt his source of power. He stood up happily, raised his head to the sky, and raised his hands in joy, tears streaming down his face, shouting, "Thank you, Lord Wanan. Thank you, Lord Wanan." All the men on the street shouted happily, "I have it too." A young man carrying goods exclaimed in surprise, "Even a bookworm like me has it." The scene was peaceful after Lin Huanglei. The seed of Hongqian martial arts had completely begun to sprout and grow within the human race. Chen Luo was sitting in his room writing a book. How many troubles in the world are not because of too little laughter? Laughter is like the dew on flower petals. Not only can it shine itself, but also can make others happy. If you can make others smile, then what does it matter if you do something foolish? After writing this, he leaned back and stretched, saying, "All these smiles, I'm about to not recognize the word anymore."
He looked at the piles of paper on the table, assessing the different styles of Jiyulong and Jinyong. "I wonder if everyone can accept it." Suddenly, the piles of paper on the table were blown up. He was surprised. All the flying papers formed a circle, with a golden light radiating from the center. He asked in surprise, "Oh, is a book spirit about to hatch with this formation?"
He smiled lightly. "Will the book spirit of passion be a flying knife?" At this moment, a tiny old man appeared on the paper. He looked at the old man who was sleeping and snoring in shock and yelled, "What the hell is this?" He reached out to chase and catch it, but it, the tiny old man sitting on the page, quickly weaved up and down, avoiding him, annoyedly saying, "It's fast at dodging." Suddenly, the old man woke up, stretched, and yawned, saying, "Such a chaotic mess, the affairs of the Jianghu, grudges and grievances. What martial arts hero's heart can be without a famous name and heroic ambition?" Especially since the old man was mid-sentence, Chen Luo quickly grabbed him with both hands, staring intently and saying, "Trying to show off in front of me?
Who are you trying to compete with here?
Reveal your true form. The old man nimbly escaped his grasp in an instant. Continuing to float in the air, he chuckled. How can the Lord be so rash? Hear me out. My true form is the book below, not some old talisman. As he finished speaking, the book flew up and smacked him in the face. He picked it up, saying, Early, isn't it? Let's see who you are. After reading the book, he asked in surprise, You're Bai Xiaosheng, the author of the Weapon Compendium. The old man replied, Precisely. Or rather, the book spirit based on him. He kept his eyes on the old man, stroking his chin with curiosity as he asked, So, what can you do? Another ranking list. The tiny old man sat down on the table, resting his head on his hands leisurely, and replied, Indeed. The path of martial arts is all about competition. If there's no desire to win, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Finishing his sentence, he stood up again and walked towards him. As long as the ranking is spread throughout the world, those not on the list will want to be, those at the bottom will want to climb higher, and those at the top will naturally strive not to be pulled down. Hearing this, he understood and excitedly continued. So you're saying it can encourage people to practice martial arts, ensuring that great heroes emerge in the martial world for generations to come. The old man cupped his hands in praise. Worthy of being my lord, you're truly intelligent. He raised his hand to stop the old man. All right. Tell me, what kind of ranking list can you create now? The old man scratched his face awkwardly and replied, At the moment, I can sense the amount of Hongchen Qi produced within everyone in the world, and can use that to create a mortal ranking. He glanced at the old man. What's the standard unit for Hongchen Qi? The old man raised a fiery finger and said with a smile, Let's use this as the standard unit. What does the Lord think? He clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. Does your ranking list have any prizes or something? It can't just be empty fame, can it? The old man flew up and touched his finger to his forehead, immediately causing it to light up. He said, Of course there are rewards, Lord. Please don't move. I'll get them right now. As he heard this, his whole body emitted a magical, beautiful light. He asked in surprise, What is this? The old man said, This is martial Tao emphasis. Being influenced by it can rapidly increase the cultivation speed of Hongchen Qi. Based on the Lord's current cultivation, you can grant this to a maximum of 100 people, he explained. The first place increases by 3 portions, the second place by 2 portions, the third place by 1.5 portions, and the rest gradually decrease depending on the actual situation, down to the 100th rank. Hearing this, he was very excited and laughed. That's great! Show me the current ranking list so I can take a look. As you command. The old man waved his hand, and immediately a massive book appeared. Lord, here it is. He squinted as he read the names on the ranking list. First, Ren Ge, 228 Chen. Second, Zhang Qianqian, 227 Chen. Ji Zhong, that kid, is only ranked 3rd. A disgrace. He needs to increase his training. Looking at the end of the list, he read silently in his head, 99th, Yan Baichuan, 100th, Song Tuizhi. Reading this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Puffed! Why is it those guys, my 4th senior apprentice brother? He imagined the scene of those guys crowding around reading the book, self-consciously writing poetry. No, I can't let them know that I know their secret of being my book fans. If those guys find out, I'll definitely feel awkward facing them from now on. He rubbed his head and said to the old man, Old Bai, in the future, don't let any great scholars appear on this ranking list. At most, just keep it to Confucian scholars. That's right. Also remove the specific amounts of Hongchen Qi. The old man simply waved his hand to finish, saying, Done. I wonder what name the Lord wants to give this ranking list. He put his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth as he thought. Cultivating Hongchen Qi is considered entering the martial Tao, so why not call it the Hongchen martial ranking? The old man laughed heartily, cupping his hands. As you command, I'll remember it. With the Lord here, the Hongchen martial Tao will definitely have a bright future. The next morning, as soon as the sun peeked over the horizon, there was already a long line of people waiting to buy Chen Luo's books. The hawkers' voices echoed loudly. New Hongchen martial ranking report. Don't miss it. A cultivator holding the book read, As long as you continuously cultivate Hongchen Qi, you'll have a chance to be on the list. What are Duke Ba's profound intentions? A scholar standing behind him said. Wan and Duke created this ranking list to encourage martial practitioners in the world to work hard and compete for a position similar to the other 3 Daos. Hearing this, the other man's eyes lit up as he replied. In that case, having a name on the list means you can be recorded in history. The scholar unfolded his fan and laughed smugly. You're right. After making it onto the list, you can also increase your cultivation speed. Who knows, the next Dafo Venerate or semi-saint might be you.
These words planted a seed of hope in his heart. Hearing this, he immediately stood up, clenching his fists with surging momentum. Increase cultivation speed. This martial Davio is the only path of cultivation for ordinary people like us. The sky is about to change. Chen Luo held a stack of papers in his hands, walking and laughing happily. He, fourth senior apprentice brother, this is the first draft of Sentimental Swordsman Ruthless Sword, once Smiling Proud Wanderer, is finished. I plan to serialize this novel. Song Tuizhi took the stack of papers and said, "All right, just leave it here. I'll keep it safe from those shameless old geezers who might break your serialization rules."
He looked at him and asked, "Hey, fourth brother, did you feel anything strange earlier?" He chuckled, sweating all over, and brushed it off. "I think there was something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. What's up?" He walked to the door, waved goodbye, and said, "It's nothing, just asking. I have some things to take care of outside." But in his heart he thought, looks like fourth brother didn't notice the probing of mortal energy. The common folk are doing well too.
Song Tuizhi watched him run off, feeling uneasy, and muttered, "Does this kid know I'm a fan of his books?"
Chen Luo walked outside and ran into someone standing there. The man clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Lord, you've come out just in time. His Majesty invites you to the palace. This old servant will lead the way." In the court, two senior officials were arguing. One said, "Your Majesty, martial arts is a new thing after all. I think it's fine for the people to practice, but there's no need to participate." The other said, "Your Majesty, I think it's better to practice than not to practice. The court should promote it." The emperor, sitting on the throne, had a headache. He touched his forehead, frowned, and listened in frustration as the two continued to argue. Such nonsense will make the demon race restrain themselves. The other old man wasn't to be outdone. They should be afraid. The emperor didn't say a word, just thought to himself, "You two, every time we have a meeting these old guys argue for half the day." Seeing the two arguing back and forth endlessly, the emperor had to speak up. "Ahem, Minister Wen, Minister Zheng, what do you think?" Minister Zheng stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed, and replied, "This debate ultimately needs to see if martial arts is strong or not. Before fully understanding, I dare not conclude." Minister Wen replied, "Your Majesty, Wan Sherhan Lord should be arriving soon. Why not wait a bit and ask him directly?" Both old men were avoiding answering the question. Just as things were heating up, Chen Luo arrived. He stood with his hands clasped in front of the emperor and said, "Chen Luo greets your Majesty," the old emperor asked. "As always, you don't need to be so formal. I ask you, is the martial art you created powerful?" He glanced in another direction, a little hesitant. "Well, how should I put it?" Minister Wen saw him hesitating and stepped forward to diffuse the situation, looking at him and saying, "Don't overthink it, just tell us how martial arts compares to the Confucian school." Hearing this, he closed his eyes and honestly replied, "My situation is special, roughly similar to the Luo Beats realm in the Confucian school, but in terms of combat," Chen Luo said confidently and clearly, "the way of a martial artist is to bravely charge forward. At the same cultivation realm, in a one-on-one fight, I am invincible." The old ministers, hearing this, immediately became anxious and broke out in cold sweats, not daring to say a word, but everyone had their own thoughts. Some thought, just the Luo Bai realm, daring to speak so boldly. Another thought, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Another old man thought in surprise, this Wan Naoyan lord has some talent, but he's a bit too arrogant. Minister Wen heard what he said and immediately scolded, "Chen Luo, you can't joke around in court." He turned to look at the old man and said with a smile, "I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, you can try." The old men present immediately started discussing, "Is it really that magical?" The old man next to him replied, "It's unclear. If it were someone else, that's one thing, but he's Wan and Lord." At this time, both Minister Wen and Minister Zheng stood on either side. Holding his hands, Minister Zheng said, "No need to be invincible. Just being able to defeat the enemy is enough." Minister Wenz pulled his hand and said, "I ask you, is this true?" He was full of confidence, and said definitively, "Of course." The old emperor stroked his beard, looked at him thoughtfully, and then shouted loudly, announcing, "Someone, send a challenge letter to the demon race delegation. We need to bet a one-on-one fight. At the early stage of demon transformation realm, this old man is really playing big." Chen Luo turned to look at Minister Wen and said, "Minister Wen, why is this?" He said seriously, "The barbarians are increasing their winter attacks. If we can't suppress the demon race, this year won't be easy." Chen Luo understood the situation and said, "I understand. If there's anything I can do, Just say the word. Minister Zhang stepped forward and said, "Well, if martial arts is so strong, tomorrow it can completely destroy the demon race's morale." The sun was shining brightly today, and the arena was quickly prepared. The red-haired demon was named Shu Bao Lang Xiao Xiao Kan Kwa, and he sat cross-legged on a chair looking very sophisticated. Next to him was Bai Qing Qing, who covered half of her face with a fan. She said, "Canopy Wolf, remember that we absolutely must get the first news of martial arts from this match." He darkened his face, glared, and gritted his teeth, retorting, "This young master doesn't need reminders from a half-demon like you." His eyebrows shot up. He stuck out his long tongue and licked around his mouth. Really want to tear his throat apart. On the other side, Chen Luo sat silently with his arms crossed, staring at him without a word. The fourth senior brother, sitting next to him, turned and said, "Little junior brother, wolf demons are characterized by their speed. You shouldn't compete with them in leg strength. The wolf clan has many divine abilities, so be careful of attacks targeting the soul, also." Just as he was about to finish, Chen Luo interrupted, "Fourth senior brother, you've told me many times, I remember already. This matter concerns the entire Great Xuan. I will definitely do my best." It's clear these two brothers care deeply for each other. Suddenly, a young man covered in bandages approached him. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Marquis Wanyan. This one is Lu Nianfeng, and I previously competed with the wolf demon." He also clasped his hands in a polite greeting. "Greetings, I wonder, how are Lu Xiang's injuries?" He was covered in bandages, even with one eye bandaged. But he still placed his hand on his chest and calmly replied, "These minor injuries are nothing. I came here hoping that Marquis Wanyan will create prestige for martial arts in this fight." His face turned sorrowful. Tens of millions of commoners in the Northern Territory, hundreds of thousands of ordinary soldiers who aren't afraid to die, but are afraid of dying from helplessness. Saying that, he bowed deeply before him. "I have the honor of witnessing the first battle of martial arts. May Marquis Wansan's martial arts flourish." It was now his turn to enter the arena. He leaped up like the wind, saying, "I'm off." He darted away like lightning. At this moment, a circle of light opened in the sky, and the openly fair magic formation to start the bet began. That Tan Kuei also jumped onto the stage, his whole body bulging with veins, cracking his knuckles, arrogantly saying, "Little brat, I'll let you live," gasping for breath. Chen Luo calmly drew his sword. "I suspect that the Milky Way has fallen down from the ninth heaven," he said. Luo Ju Tian. According to legend, the immortal poet Li Qinglian recited this famous poem, leading to the starlight clearing, condensing the water in the air to form a sword. Saying that, he slashed a cold blow into the air, looking at him, warning, "The fight hasn't even started, and you're already thinking about running away." Upon hearing this, that guy immediately became furious. He stood with his legs spread wide and his hands out, beginning to unleash his spiritual energy. He shouted, "HMPH, arrogant and conceited humans." Saying that, he charged forward quickly, his sharp claws raised. "Watch me break your spine." Chen Luo also rushed forward with his sword, and the two collided. That Tan Kwa actually used the wolf clan's innate divine power, shadow concealment, he shouted. "Too slow." Then his whole body disappeared, Chen Luo exclaimed in shock, sweating. "I can't see him anymore. He didn't expect it. This is bad. I didn't expect him to be able to become invisible." He flashed in and out of sight, suddenly appearing and striking him hard. "Die!" He only managed to raise his arm to block, taking the hit head on. He was kicked to the ground. He had to brace himself with his sword to hold back. Too careless. He unexpectedly appeared behind Chen Luo again, smiling sinisterly. "What are you spacing out for?" Then, he kicked Chen Luo hard in the back. Chen Luo soared into the sky, this time unable to resist at all. He attacked continuously. Chen Luo flew up again, striking down with a palm. The spectators below looked up. Seeing him being beaten miserably in the air, they couldn't help but worry and discuss. Someone, sweating profusely, said, This can't be." Someone else questioned, "Why doesn't Marquis Wanen have any power to resist?" Some people mocked him. "If you can't fight, why force yourself and lose face?" Just then, in the arena, that Tan Kuei clenched his hands, bringing down a fatal blow straight at Chen Luo. Chen Luo fell to the ground, creating a large crack in the earth. He landed on the ground, smiling smugly. "What Marquis Wanyan? What martial arts? In the end, you're just meat on a chopping board." He thought he had won, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "Haha. What? Everyone is like a dragon. You can't even withstand a single blow. Humans, are you all seeing this? This is your fragile hope." The fourth senior brother angrily wanted to rush up. "I will kill all the envoys of the demon race." Fortunately, Wen Shang managed to hold him back in time.
Unable to retreat, the old man looked towards the arena, reassuringly saying, "Calm down, Chen Luo hasn't lost yet." That Tan Qua was about to rush up for the final strike. Next up, the final attack, to destroy the hopes of you humans, but he didn't expect that before he could even touch him, he'd already shot up from the ground, slashing a sword across his chest, drawing blood. He stopped in his tracks in pain, glaring at him, and said furiously, "Impossible. At the same cultivation level, no one can withstand my attack and still fight back." Chen Luo stood with his sword, brushed the dust off his shoulder and acted like nothing happened. He taunted it. "Just because others can't do it doesn't mean my martial Dao can't. Besides, was the little tickle over just now?" Everyone present cheered happily. Martial Dao is awesome. To take a beating like that and not even be injured? The guys who were mocking him earlier also changed their tune. Hee, I knew Van Amba was just playing with his opponent. The guy next to him shrewdly turned to him. "That's not what you said just now." In the arena, the greed wolf was fuming with rage, clenching his fists as his spiritual energy surged violently. He roared madly, his body beginning to transform. Good. You're worthy of me using my full power." He tilted his head back, and a crimson power surged around him. Chen Luo watched this scene and thought, "The flow of the mortal world quiz quite suitable now. Time to get serious." With that, he summoned countless swords of various colors, forming a circle of swords. Seeing this, the opponent jumped up, raising his hand to attack him. "Weak human, what good is drawing a circle?" He calmly unleashed a move, pointing his sword directly at the opponent. Immediately, the circle of swords behind him shot out a barrage of sharp swords. He was knocked back a great distance, thinking in a panic, "So much sword quit. What kind of technique is this anyway?" But he didn't expect that Chen Luo had already appeared behind him. He used the opponent's own words to mock him. "Yo, what are you spacing out for now?" With that, he slashed a sword into his back, splashing blood. Huashan sword sect, life-snatching tri-mountain chain. He immediately fell to the ground, covered in blood. But he was still conscious and thinking, "His physical strength is very high, and the force of his attacks is not weak. What should I do? That's right, I have speed, I can use it." Thinking that, he immediately jumped up and ran like the wind, he said smugly. "So what, if your offense and defense are both strong? As long as you can't hit me, it's meaningless." But he didn't expect Chen Luo to come out of nowhere, using his sword to land a precise slap on his mouth. "What are you mumbling about? I'm a 6 transformation warrior." He clutched his face in pain, kneeling on the ground, still pretending, "No, I can't lose. I'm the young master of the wolf clan. I can't be defeated by a human." With that, he truly transformed into a gigantic wolf. The spectators gasped in astonishment. "The primal form of the Bloodstorm wolf, this time it's over," others said with interest. For martial Dao to push a demon race to this point is pretty good. Some people were worried about him and scared. "Van Amba, give up, don't die in the arena." The giant wolf charged toward him, howling powerfully. "To be able to push me to this point, you're not bad." He frowned at the wolf, calmly replying, "Are you the only one who knows how to transform?" With that, his entire body also began to change. 7 emotions. Divine power, wrath. His eyes rolled back, and a mystical red energy emanated from his whole body. The wolf howled and bit at him. "I'll turn you!" It didn't expect that Chen Luo would actually block its mouth with his hand, then he quickly slammed it to the ground. "Fall down for me!" The wolf spewed blood from its mouth, and Chen Luo relentlessly punched its face with his bare hands. "Who told you to talk nonsense? Who told you to dare to insult the human race?" Elder Kuixin saw Chen Luo continuously using the Great Yang Palm and the Icy Palm, and Han Bin, who was focused on watching, quickly tapped Song Kuixi on the shoulder, saying, "Kuixi, why don't we tell Chen Luo to stop?" But he smiled smugly and happily, saying loudly, "Why should we stop? A gratifying moment like this is hard to come by, so we should really fight to the fullest." Chen Luo grabbed his neck, lifted him into the air, his eyes bloodshot. "Weren't you having a great time beating me up just now? What's wrong? Why aren't you arrogant anymore?" At this moment, the greed wolf was beaten back into his human form, his face bruised and swollen. He begged in fear, "Stop hitting me, please, stop hitting me." But Chen Luo had no intention of stopping. He raised a fist. HMPH, this old man hasn't had enough yet. He was about to punch him again when suddenly his hand was grabbed by a foxtail. Bai Qingcheng shouted from a distance, "Van Anba, please calm down. If you keep hitting him, he'll die." It was then that he came back to his senses. He thought in shock, "I was almost completely controlled by my rage just now. That was a close one." Once he regained his composure, he let the dude drop to the ground and walked away. "Out of Qingqing's respect, your young lord will spare your life." Bai Qingqing stepped forward and said, "The demon race concedes. The winner of this match is Wan Anba." He stood in the middle of the arena, clenched his fist, and shouted, "On the path of martial arts, I am invincible."
Everyone cheered excitedly. We won. In a one-on-one, our human race has won again. I'm done being a scholar. I want to learn martial arts. Wan An Ba, I won't call you a disgrace to scholars anymore. The sky was dark and gloomy. Inside the holy Quanta Palace of the Myriad Demon Kingdom, voices echoed. News of Bai Ching Ching has arrived. In a dimly lit room, a white-haired woman sat in the center. She put the paper down on the table and said coldly, "Let's hear your thoughts." A huge ape, with half of its face covered, said,
"Your Majesty, what does Bai Ching Ching think of martial arts?"
She crossed her legs, dressed seductively, and said, "She says martial arts can make every human like a dragon, with extremely terrifying potential." The ape folded its arms across its chest. If that's the case, we must eliminate this path while it's still in the pot."
She glanced at him and replied, "Oh, then what do you think is the appropriate course of action?" He grinned eerily. "Martial arts has only opened a path of 3,000 miles. So no matter how strong Wan An Ba is, he can't be stronger than the Holy Quanta."
He gnashed his sharp teeth. "In my opinion, we should send someone over to kill him. Killing him is the best option."
She rested her hand on her chin, glanced coldly, and said, "Kill him, but Bai Ching Ching highly praises Wan An Ba."
Bai Lan Lan, what do you think your sister thinks? There was no one sitting on the nearby chair, but a dazzling light emitted from it, with no figure visible.
However, it spoke. "Girls lose their judgment when they see handsome men, but she is the closest witness to martial arts. We must first take this suggestion seriously."
The huge elephant, also wearing a hat that covered part of its head, folded its arms and said, "To enter the Great Xuan and kill Chen Luo, we need to send 3 ancestral realm great saints. I, Zhao Ji, will go." The monkey-faced guy from before heard this and replied, "He's from the Bamboo Forest sect. Who here wants to go against those madmen?" The white tiger woman folded her arms and looked at these guys and said, "Does that mean the Holy Quanta's intention is to increase cooperation with the human race?" The strong elephant replied, "There's no need to increase cooperation. After all, Chen Luo hasn't truly grown up yet. Our demon race should maintain the status quo and wait and see." Suddenly, a sharp-toothed guy shouted, interrupting them, "A bunch of weaklings! I've already delivered Chen Luo's information to the barbarians. He won't have a good time later." The white tiger woman glared at him and asked, "You dare to contact the barbarians without my orders?"
He looked at her a little flustered. "Wasn't I thinking about the demon race? If the human and barbarian races have a great war, can't we sit back and reap the rewards?" But the white tiger woman was really angry. She slammed her hand on the table, so angry that she revealed her true form, and roared, "Shut up!" She stood up, her claws extended, looking extremely powerful, and warned him word by word, "Next time you dare to contact the barbarians alone, you die." The guy quickly put his hand on his chest and bowed his head to admit his mistake. Understood. In the courtyard, 2 children were practicing martial arts together. "Take my heart-shattering palm," the bigger kid also shouted. "Take it, take my super slap palm." Just then, another kid stood outside with his hands on his hips, looking at these 2 kids and said, "You're just posing? Only I can use martial arts after unblocking my meridians." But both of the other kids didn't believe him, and pinched his cheeks, saying, "Liar! Wan An Ba hasn't written about meridians yet." That's right, you're lying." The kid who was teased by his friends cried and ran away, HMPH. "If you don't believe me, then fine, I'll practice myself." In a spacious 2-story house, the lights were still on, and there was a voice inside, "Finally finished writing it. I'm so tired." Inside the house was Chen Luo. He was holding a stack of papers in his hand, saying, "Now that the meridian theory is out, martial arts can be considered to be officially on track. Using worldly aura to open the meridians is the first realm for martial arts cultivation, called the Meridian Opening Realm. This realm changes the tendons and washes the marrow. The ears are clear and the eyes are bright. The body and soul are strong, and walking on water is not an obstacle." He stretched comfortably and said, "Releasing it tomorrow, I'm afraid it will cause another sensation. I'm a man with a lot of karma." After finishing his work, he comfortably laid his head on the pillow on the bed to rest. Hee, I wonder how much worldly aura I can get this time. I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, something like a ball rolled into the arena. Pop! It transformed into a chubby panda. The panda exclaimed, "Oh, so bored. What a pain to find this place." It waddled to the door and familiarly called out, "Hey, you errand boy! Open the door already, Songhuaizi. Get your butt over here." He saw it and asked, "My teacher got a letter here so fast." The panda scratched its head. "Take a closer look.
I'm not GU. He thought of the three identical pandas. And it clicked. Right, the oldest one hangs with the master, the little sisters hang with the senior sisters. This must be another one that second senior sister gifted to first senior brother. With that thought, he gestured for it to come inside. So, you're here to tell me, has first senior brother returned to the bamboo grove yet? The panda spat a small, rectangular box out of its mouth and said, Nah, still goofing off like crazy in Manhua. I'm just here to drop off some stuff for you two. Check it out yourself. Song Huizhe opened the box and took something out. A letter from first senior brother. What's this bone thing? He opened the letter. It read, This is a rare find I stumbled upon. It contains a map of the Star Demon Realm. Isn't little junior brother about to go seek his fortune? Remember to give it to him. He read the letter, thinking, Found it, my ass. He definitely went looking for it. First senior brother is so not straightforward. He continued reading. The letter went on. Now, for the real deal, you absolutely have to read this carefully. He held the letter, tensing up, wondering, what could be so serious that it made first senior brother get serious? He expected something important, but the letter actually said, This panda is second senior sister's spy. Help me keep it here. I want to roam free. I'm counting on you, junior brother. Reading that, he blurted out in annoyance, That's it, seriously. Talk about building suspense for nothing. Chen Luo lay swinging on a large leaf, saying comfortably, It's still so comfy to sleep here without being disturbed by the outside world. The tiny old man flew on his staff, suddenly appearing before him, saying, My lord, I have something to report. People on the rankings have died. The news was like a bolt from the blue. He jumped up in panic, asking, Died? Show me the list of their names right now. The tiny old man waved his hand, revealing the list. 66th place, Tu Shan from Suzhou. 71st place, Li Kuei from Suzhou. 92nd place, Huang Yiding from Suzhou. 99th place, Wu Sanquan from Suzhou. He stared intently at the list of the dead, realizing they were all from Suzhou. Could something have happened there? Suddenly, a frantic shout came from outside, calling him, Bro, wake up! He recognized the voice as Dafu's. I was just about to ask him, he said, emerging from dreamscape. As soon as he got up, he grabbed the fat guy's shoulders, peppering him with questions. Dafu, has anything been going on with the defense line in Suzhou lately? The fat guy took out a token, saying, Suzhou, I can help you check the back and forth documents of the military. He looked on approvingly, thinking, this kid has a military rank. He's really useful. The fat guy looked through it for a while, saying, the recent military reports say there's nothing, not a single problem. Hearing that, he was a little surprised, touching his chin and pondering. That's weird. Go back and have some people look into it to see what's going on. The fat guy put his things away, replying, Easy. I just have to give the order to those below. Suddenly he remembered that the fat guy hadn't said why he was looking for him, so he asked, Right, what's the urgent matter that you came here to find me for? He smiled happily, saying, Hee bro, the Star Demon blessing has arrived. I'm taking you to make some money. He asked in surprise. Star Demon blessing? What the heck is that? The fat guy spread his hands wide, replying with excitement, When heavenly Daomao beings want to enter the ice realm, they need a heavenly Daomao blessing. This blessing is the related ritual. He crossed his arms, not really caring, and asked, So how do you get the blessing? Do you need to pay money or something? The fat guy began to explain knowledgeably. Well, it's different everywhere. The demon race worships the moon to receive the blessing. The barbarians have the man-heaven altar, and we humans of the three sects naturally use our silver tongues. He pointed to the sky, saying with enthusiasm, Simply put, it's that we need to coax the heavenly Davio to be happy, and then we can receive the blessing. He frowned at him, saying, This feels like sucking up to a sugar daddy. He grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Let's go. Anyway, we're both gonna make money. With your literary talent, bro, we'll definitely rake it in. At that moment, in a large mansion, Bai Qingcheng stood before the people of her house, saying with power, Because Tanqua failed, we lost 10 slots to enter the Star Demon Realm. The remaining slots require you to participate in the Heavenly Dao Blessing. She crossed her arms, looking seriously at the people before her, saying, The Chengjun Hall has issued an order. Whoever seizes a fortune wood will be rewarded with a drop of Great Saint Essence blood. The people below immediately stirred. Great Saint Essence blood, someone said with a delighted smile. If I can receive that blood, my bloodline can be more profound and pure. Bai Qingqing pointed with imposing manner. Your literary talent is no less than that of the human race's scholars. You must go all out for your own future. At that moment, in front of the tall tower, everyone turned around. Someone shouted, Make way, everyone, Lord Wanohan is here. The surrounding people immediately surrounded Qianluko, all bowing respectfully. Greetings, Lord Wanzan. Greetings, Martial Dao Lord. Greetings, light of literature. He glanced at the fatty. Dao Fu, didn't you say the Wenchang Pavilion only had 2 spots? I see at least 300B here. The fatty pointed towards the tower and explained, Big bro, this is the star-picking tower. It doesn't have stairs. To ascend, one must recite poetry. Only by receiving the appreciation of the heavenly Tao's power can one fly up to perform the second blessing ritual. He pondered. So it's the first round of elimination. It's actually quite scientific. Suddenly, the fatty grabbed his hand and pointed in another direction. Big bro, don't just stand there. I've prepared the house for you. He looked at him, confused. What house? I didn't say I was buying anything. The fatty grinned. Don't you have extra slots to the Star Demon Realm? You don't have a family. Why not sell them? Qianluo raised his hand to his forehead. So that's what you meant by making money. All right, but I can only sell 3 slots. As soon as he finished speaking, the fatty's eyes lit up like glittering gold coins. Don't worry, big bro. I'll help you sell these 3 slots for 5 coins. Watching the fatty happily skip away, he looked at his disciple. Zhao Ji, I'll give you a slot. You need to try your best later. The boy clasped his hands and bowed. Rest assured, even if I'm not as good as you, young master, I'm confident in defeating others. Just then, old Leng Hanbing stepped in front of the tower. He raised his hand and shouted, The time has come. The poetry blessing ceremony officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a large circle appeared on the tower, emitting a mysterious blue light. The formation activated. He stood before everyone participating and said, The scope of the poetry for blessing can express aspirations, can evoke emotions, can reminisce about the past. But it must not be resentful, it must not be desolate, and it must not write of small feelings without grand meaning. Do you all understand? Everyone cupped their hands and bowed, answering in unison, We understand. Just then, 2 half-demons walked over. Everyone turned to look at them, criticizing, Why are there half-demons? Disgusting. These mongrels are stealing our slots. The cat half-demon, holding a pen and paper, reminded the chicken half-demon, Don't mind others, focus on writing poetry. As soon as they wrote, they immediately flew up. Old Leng Hanbing looked up at them, annoyed. Damn it! I didn't expect the demon race to snatch the first step. The other old man turned to him and said, Don't rush. The demon race has been preparing for a long time. Of course, they seized the initiative. Look over there. On the other side, Wang Bugi, Fang Suji, and Tian Xiangwen had also ascended one after another. Now the old man happily exclaimed, Yes, that's more like it. Chen Luo looked up at them and said, Oh, I can even meet acquaintances here. But it seems they can't surpass the first half-demon. Xiao Ji came up behind him and called out, Young master, can you defeat him? He smiled confidently. Not to brag, dealing with small fries like him is as easy as flicking water. I'm starting to write. The leading cat half-demon smugly smiled, thinking, First place. First place. I will definitely be the first to step onto the star-picking tower, he blushed, thinking of the beautiful Bai Qing Qing. If I can get first place, maybe I can pursue Qing Qing young mistress. But before he could enjoy his happiness for long, he suddenly noticed something behind him. He glanced over in surprise. What's that? He didn't expect Chen Luo to be flying up behind him like an arrow. The old man Leng Hanbing was now extremely excited, looking up and shouting, Wild winds pave the way, steady steps rise to the clouds. Ha ha. This is a rare phenomenon. The old man next to him stroked his beard. Our shift is worth it. I can't wait to see what poetry Lord Wan will write. At this time, he had also flown to where the 3 people from the previous day were. He waved to them. My 3 fellow disciples, I'll go ahead. The young Wang Bugi smiled politely, cupping his hands in reply, Lord Wanyan is truly a divine man. The girl Tian Xiangwen also replied, A paragon. Only Fang Shuji crossed his arms, snorting with disdain. Above, the cat half-demon covered his head in fear, watching him rush up. He shouted, Stop, stop quickly! He looked miserably as he passed him like a gust of wind. No, you can't steal my Qing Qing. He didn't even bother with him, flying past him and then saying, Was that a mosquito buzzing just now? Screw it, I'm grabbing that number 1 spot. These guys are just gnats to me. I'm stepping onto the highest point, shouting out loud, First place, at Star-Plucking Tower, all mine. At the peak of the tower, under the dazzling golden sunlight, everyone present eagerly exclaimed, Look everyone, look! Lord Wan An's poem is about to appear. His poem is plastered in big, bold letters in front of the shining tower, and that old fart Leng Hanbing strokes his beard, praising, What a display of elegance and talent. Wan An Lord's poem is getting even this old man fired up.
the old man happily chuckled. Speaking of which, Li Qinglian and Su Baxian, the grand scholars chosen for the previous 2 blessing poetry gatherings, really hit the jackpot. The old man behind him said, "Old Lang, let's make a deal." But before he could finish, Lang Hanbing cut him off. "You want the qualification of a grand scholar? Bring me a grand scholar's literary treasure, and I'll trade you." That old guy teared up, frustrated and aggrieved, and left, grumbling. He's thinking in his heart, isn't he just trying to discuss poetry and kiss up to Grand Scholar Lang, protecting Star-Plucking Tower? I don't care, HMPH, not one bit. At this moment, Xiaoji also arrived. He high-fived Chen Luo, panting, Young master, I got 5th place, didn't bring you shame." He patted him on the shoulder, asking with concern. "You all right?" he replied weakly. "I'm fine. It's just the first time flying so high, I'm a little out of it."
As the 2 were talking, the other 3 arrived from behind. Wang Bugi clasped his hands, looking at him and saying, "Lord Wan An, I've heard so much about you." Li Qianlei wasn't able to speak before, but he's very happy to see me today. He turned and clasped his hands politely in reply, "Young Master Wang, Miss Tian, greetings." Tian Xiangwen also raised her hand to her chest in response. "I was fortunate to have Lord Wan An's help when things got chaotic. If the demon race had snatched 1st place, I'm afraid it would have left a bad reputation." He smiled smugly and said, "Literature is born of heaven. I just overheard the discussions of some scholars and suddenly had some inspiration." In contrast to the friendliness of the 2, Fang Shuji looked down on him with a disdainful expression. He crossed his arms, looked at him, and said, "TCH, just luck." Someone who isn't even a Confucian scholar, how could he have any real literary talent? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Bugi immediately pointed his fan at him, criticizing, "That's wrong. Many classics come from the mouths of the common people. Who says you have to be a Confucian scholar to write poetry?" Seeing this, the guy said nothing, turned away unhappily, and huffed, refusing to admit it. Seeing his attitude, Chen Luo said, "This brother Fang, why is he so hostile towards me?" Miss Tian Xiangwen stepped forward to explain, "This person's personality is a bit strange. No one can guess what he's really thinking. Chen Sheng, if you go to Star Demon Realm, you must be careful of him." Hearing the reminder, he smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll pay attention." But he thought, if he really makes a move on me, I won't hold back. Just then, the old man Lang Hanbing walked up. He stood in front of everyone and said, "Everyone, congratulations on reaching Star-Plucking Tower and being able to proceed with the 2nd blessing. This 2nd blessing doesn't come from the power of the heavenly Dako, but from the road to heaven." Those standing below listened attentively to him. If you can use the intent of poetry to touch the road to heaven, a large amount of righteous qi will be bestowed upon you. This is a great opportunity given to you by Wen Changji, don't miss it. The half-demon cat rubbed his chin, thinking, no wonder they made us swear not to reveal what happened on Star-Plucking Tower, so that's it. He glanced at Chen Luo, secretly sizing him up. It's all this guy's fault. Otherwise, I would have been the first one to step up. Let's just wait and see. The old man pointed to the floating stone tablets, excitedly saying, "For this blessing, apart from the first 5 people, the others can start writing now." Looking at the glowing, floating tablets, he said, "For the first 5 people, your poems written on these tablets are all treasures of the ice realm, capable of containing a bit of the fragments of the heavenly Tao, which can help people touch the Tao." Chen Luo lightly patted Xiaoji on the back. "The righteous qi is too strong, Xiaoji. You write first and see." He picked up the brush and replied, "Understood, young master." He quickly wrote something. He craned his neck to look up, and the poem he wrote was being rolled up in the air. The old man stepped forward and asked, "Righteous qi forms a book, which can be considered 3 years of this young friend's cultivation. What classic are you mainly studying?" He cupped his hands and bowed his head, saying, "Great scholar, it's the spring and autumn annals." The old man stroked his beard and smiled contentedly. "At such a young age, you have such vision, truly a talented one." The next person, Wang Bugi, took the brush and stepped forward, saying to Chen Luhao, "Wanhan Lord, I'll go first." But the poem he wrote wasn't even as good as Xiaoji's. His poem was curled into the shape of a hammer, old Lang Hanbing shouted. "Righteousness transformed into a hammer, consider it 2 years of hard study wasted." He dejectedly hung his head and lamented, "Only 2 years. And I really wrote a hammer." Then it was Tian Xiangwen's turn. She wrote a beautiful butterfly, righteousness transformed into a butterfly, 5 years of hard work. Next was that half-demon cat. And he also wrote a butterfly, another righteousness transformed into a butterfly. He said displeased, "I didn't expect it to be only 5 years. The cultivators present turned to look at each other, exchanging glances. "Truly worthy of being among the first 5. Why can't I?" Another person said, "Don't rush. One Hand Lord, who tops the list, hasn't written yet. Another followed. But he has a very bold idea. Do you think it's possible to rope in Bai Fei to the human race? It was Chen Luo's turn. He stepped forward, thinking, there are too many great poems in my head. What should I write? Old Lang Hanbing stepped forward and looked at him, smiling. One Hand Lord, you're just going to write like that, without any preparation. He turned to look at the old man, confidently saying, yeah, what's the problem? The old man rubbed his hands and replied, the Confucian path to heaven needs a bit of grand righteous qi. He thought of Xiao Ji, whose qi he had drained, and said, I can't absorb Zhizhong's qi. He's already very weak. But he didn't expect the old man's eyes to shine like stars. He patted his chest and volunteered himself. My grand righteous qi is abundant. You can absorb mine. Seeing him like that, Chen Luo's skin crawled, and he stayed away from Leng. Great scholar, please respect yourself. I don't have that kind of preference. Seeing that he refused, the old man stubbornly asked, is that really okay? Chen Luo picked up the brush, looked at the old man, and said with a smile, trust me, I have my own way. The half-demon cat folded his arms and watched him, saying, the literature of Li and Duquesne, passed down through countless mouths, is no longer fresh. He didn't expect that as soon as he said that, the people outside immediately reacted, scolding him. This demon race is deliberately causing trouble here. Shen Ling muttered, what is it? He wasn't afraid at all. He folded his arms, his face dark, and said, Xiao Hu finished writing his own poem and thought of Wanshan Lord's poem, and it was really much worse, so he couldn't help but recite it, interrupting Wanshan Lord's train of thought, I hope you'll forgive me. But Chen Luo didn't care. He didn't reply to him, but just thought, I didn't expect this Nanyan to be a green tea too. Disgusting. He smiled secretly, thinking, but being interrupted like that, I've remembered an even better one. Then, he wrote a poem in one go. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished writing, the stone tablet immediately lit up and cracked in half. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Look, that stone has cracked again. A sky-splitting thunder sounded. Old Lang Hanbing looked up at the sky and sighed. 9 peals of thunder. This is a phenomenon shaking the path to heaven. Could it be? Could it be? Chen Luo smiled inwardly. It's not over yet. He continued to write another poem, and the sky immediately darkened. The old man looked at the sky again and said, seeing the day turn to night, this is an anomaly. The path to heaven has opened a new path. A stream of colorful aura soared into the sky. Song Tuizhi was sitting outside the courtyard drinking tea. He saw the strange changes in the sky, and raised his head to look, immediately recognizing it. This aura is my little junior brother's path to heaven. The emperor also clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the sky, and sighed. Is this Chen I Ching's martial Tao path to heaven? So beautiful. Everyone present exclaimed in surprise. 7 colors. This is martial Tao. It's Wanyan Lord's path to heaven. This magical light is shining on him. Quick, look. That light is for Wanyan Lord. In the sky, in front of the pagoda, an image of him formed from countless colors appeared, its shape growing larger and larger, finally encompassing the entire capital. Today I open the Red Dust Poetry Dao. On the path to heaven, all who write of the red dust shall enter this Dao. He spread his arms and looked up at the sky. Immediately, thousands of lights of all colors fell from the sky. These lights fell on everyone, and everyone immediately received red dust chi. Everyone cheered happily. The red dust chi in my body has increased greatly. My bottleneck has broken through. Old Lang Hanbing also gasped in shock. Fallen chi becomes rain, a grace for the world. This is the 3rd anomaly. Chen Luo sighs softly. Whoosh. He points to his poem and says, this is the first poem of the mortal martial path. Everyone present cheers thunderously. Wanganba is number 1 under heaven. Wanganba, you are the god of martial arts. The half-demon cat looks at this scene in confusion, thinking, young master, I've let you down. If only I had listened to him and built a good relationship with him. I'm so stupid, really. The sky finally brightens again, and people walk on the street, all happily talking to each other. Jiangshan has talented people coming forth, each leading the way for hundreds of years. 2 old men on the street are also talking. If it weren't for that Bai Hu interrupting, Wan Kan Ba would probably have even better poems. The so-called Bai Hu's sabotage was intended to play a dirty trick. But unexpectedly, it brought good karma to a good person. That guy replies, you're right, brother. We all need to thank that demon clan. Inside the house, sobbing sounds are heard. It's Xiao Huang, wiping away tears and crying. It's been days since young miss woke up. I don't know if something's wrong. Chen Luo looks over to Song Tuizhi, who is examining her, and asks, 4th senior brother, What's wrong with my sister in the end? He replies, everything is fine, her physical body is slowly recovering, but your sister's injury is, to her soul, it's not simple. I'm afraid she suffered mental damage when she was young. He panics and sweats, asking, what do you mean? Could it be that my sister had some childhood trauma?
Hearing this, Xiao Huang wipes away tears and says, I remember something. When young Miss was little, there was a time just like this before the young master was born. He quickly turns to her and asks urgently, Xiao Huang, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? The girl recalls, when Chen Xuan was little, before you were born, young Miss was once on the verge of death. The old master found a spiritual medicine for her, and that's how she recovered.
He hears her say that afterward, the old master found it very strange. Clearly, the spiritual medicine wasn't enough, so why did she recover? He asks, confused. There's such a thing, Song Tuizhi strokes his chin and thinks. Severe illness nearing death, the soul is unstable. Even if there's a soul-soothing spiritual medicine, it can only return the soul to the body. Little junior brother, your father went north many times afterward, mostly to search for mangu pills. He calms down and replies, it seems like it. So, this time it's truly a blessing in disguise, helping to heal my sister's childhood injuries.
Song Tuizhi says, as long as you use the spiritual medicine I brought at the right time, it will only take time to recover to her former state.
Chen Luo clasps his hands and bows, thanking him. Thank you, fourth senior brother. Then he sits down and instructs the gourd spirits. The pure key in your bodies is to protect Chen Xuan. Use your spirit to nourish her body.
They obediently reply in unison.
Understood. Just put it on us. Song Tuizhi sits at the table, resting his chin and looking at him, seriously saying, little junior brother, have you really decided to enter the Xingyao realm? He sits opposite him and replies, yes, my path to heaven needs luck. Even if it's dangerous, I have to go. Seeing his determination, he picks up a cup of tea and replies, if that's the case, I'll tell you the specifics of the Xingyao realm.
This time, the Xingyao realm can only accommodate those who have cultivated to the first major realm, which means the Chengxi realm is the highest for the demon clan, and the Man clan has the 7th rank Manjiyu as the highest, or Manling.
What I want to tell you is the greatest danger in the Xingyao realm, the Man clan. The Man clan is divided into Man Shenmai and Man Jimai. The Man Shenmai have strong bodies, and the Man Jimai follow the path of the soul.
They are also divided into 10 ranks.
Hearing this, he touches his chin, thoughtfully considering.
It seems that I'm very likely to fight with the Man clan in the Xingyao realm. Song Tuizhi raises a finger, frowning and saying, the Man clan and our human clan are mortal enemies. You must be absolutely careful at that time. Next, I will talk in more detail about their methods of attack. After speaking for an hour, it's unknown how much Chen Luo can understand and absorb. Only he is seen walking outside, his arms crossed, extremely focused on thinking.
This Man clan sounds very strong, but within the same level, I still believe martial arts can prevail. Waiting for the fat guy Da Fu to run in, panting and yelling, big brother, it's bad! He quickly helps him up, asking, what's wrong? I've never seen you so nervous. The fat guy is covered in sweat, out of breath, saying, I sent a death warrior to investigate in Tianyan City to help you find people, but he was caught by Zhen Xuanxi.
Seeing this, he is also covered in cold sweat, asking urgently, Zhen Xuanxi, do these guys dare to arrest even the people of Prince Pan? They didn't torture you, did they? The fat guy calms down, raising his hand and saying, it's okay, they still don't dare to touch our Jing Prince's faction. I'm not nervous about this, but about the news the death warrior brought back to me. He said that Tianyan City became an empty city overnight. This news is like a bolt from the blue. He hears it and exclaims, what? According to the fat guy, he says, the scene there is so desolate. Chickens and ducks in cages, cats and dogs in houses, boiling water and burning fire. The food is still fragrant, but not a single person can be seen. Chen Luo hears this, and sweats profusely. He stammers. The entire city of tens of thousands of people suddenly disappeared. Did the Man clan do it? The fat guy also says embarrassedly, no, but based on past experience, this kind of trick is most likely done by the Buddhist sect. He thinks of those bald monks, asking, the Buddhist sect? The fat guy replies, they are different from the Taoist sect, focusing on establishing reincarnation. The Buddhist sect has few people in the western regions. Some Buddhist followers occasionally come to capture the people of our Dashuan. Speaking of this, the fat guy sweats, saying, to be able to lead away tens of thousands of people in one night, I'm afraid it must be a bodhisattva-level figure who could do it.
He suddenly falls backward, exclaiming, "A bodhisattva? Then the two of us brothers really can't deal with it."
The chubby dude leaned in, sealing the deal with, "Bottom line, this whole thing is super sus. We can't get a read on it, so we should probably steer clear of poking around." Then, he scurried off again. Chen Luo stayed silent, thinking, if the Buddhist sect really was behind it, why not target Hanzhou? Wouldn't that be closer?
Something's definitely fishy here. Just then, a few figures in black robes and face-obscuring hats showed up in Tiayan City, their faces completely hidden. One of them said, "There's not a single lead here, what the heck happened?" Another, holding a small bottle, said, "The top priority now is to find the one who used that trump card."
He uncorked the bottle, releasing a stunning beauty named Li Qingzhao, the lay Buddhist of the Western Garden, Shi Wang Yi An. As she snatched the bottle of wine, the men in black robes immediately knelt, shouting, "Greetings, West Ruler." As soon as she appeared, she asked, "What have you dug up about Tian City?" One of them held up a piece of paper, saying, "Reporting, West Ruler. We've found some clues related to the Buddhist sect. Please take a look." But she just glanced at it once, and the paper instantly turned to ash. She turned away and declared, "Fake." Hearing this, the disciple stubbornly clasped his hands, saying, "But aside from them, who else would pull something like this?" Seeing this, she glanced at him and said, "I have a rough idea of what's going on. No need to rush." "Oh, right. What's the status of the investigation on Tiayan City?" one of them reported. "It was someone from the Jing Prince's mansion, but the true mastermind is probably the Count of Wanyan, Chen Luo." Hearing that, she asked, "Is that the Count of Wanan who wrote Smiling Proud Wanderer?" After asking that question, she immediately vanished, leaving only the wine bottle behind. "Continue investigating here. I'm taking a trip to Zhongjing." At this moment, Chen Luo was sitting at his desk, holding a large piece of paper, reading. He read and thought, "The sentimental swordsman, Ruthless Sword, is about to start posting too. What should I do?" Zhang, who was full of expectations, felt a slight change in the space around him, and he immediately realized it. It seems like the Dreamscape flower garden has changed. Thinking this, he instantly disappeared. "Let's go take a look." Arriving, he saw flowers and grass everywhere. He exclaimed with delight, "Smells amazing. What a beautiful flower garden." A shadowy green figure appeared. "Greetings, master." He looked at it and said, "Spirit of the mystic realm, what's the deal this time?" The figure clasped his hands together and said, "Master, spread the Tao throughout the world. Now someone has successfully performed martial arts for the first time, knowing how to initiate the creation of all living things, so the creation flower garden is blooming. Congratulations, master." Chen Luo looked at him in disbelief and said, "So quickly someone has performed martial arts. So what does the creation flower garden do, specifically?" This person pointed to a blooming flower and said, "Master can touch those flowers with his hand." Chen Luo listened and sat down to touch a flower. Beautiful is beautiful. But what can flowers do? He lightly touched a white flower, thinking, "Five Immortals Great Supplement Medicinal Wine," he exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this something from Smiling Proud Wanderer? Could it be that each flower represents something?" His head quickly touched other flowers. Sustaining Life Singing Pills, Hagong's Ice Palm. The more he touched, the more fun he had. The other person appeared next to him and said, "All the things that appear in the books that the master publishes in the world will be transformed into a flower in the garden of creation, in which martial arts do not need others to open up and can be understood on their own." Hearing this, his eyes lit up like stars, and he blurted out, "Speaking like this, I can take it casually." The other person replied, "This is creation. Naturally, it can't be casual, it will be born." The master can carefully sense the changes in martial arts. Suddenly a spot of light appeared in his hand. This is the heavenly Tao merit. As long as someone practices martial arts or breaks through the realm, it can be increased. The master can use heavenly Tao merit to exchange for items in the garden of creation. Chen Luo plucked a flower, sunflower manual. 666 merit, he said. "What's it like?" Chen Luo's face darkened, as if two knives were about to chop down on his head. "I just grabbed one casually. Why did I grab something so unlucky? Bad luck." He pointed to the light spot in his hand and asked, "Spirit of the Dreamscape, how much merit does my sesame-sized light spot have?" He raised his hand and said, "Roughly only 10%. Chen Luo's face turned purple, his eyes widened, and his jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "Only that much?" "Then how long will it take to exchange for an item?" the guy explained. "Anyway, this is automatically created by consuming the heavenly Daweo merit. It can't be cheap." He mumbled dejectedly, "Whatever."
At least I've learned the Dugu 9 swords and the star-absorbing art. He rubbed his hands together, calculating with a sly grin. I'll wait until the golden cudgel, universe ring, and exquisite pagoda of the mysterious heavens appear. Then it won't be too late to exchange for them. He put his hands together, and a golden halo appeared above his head.
Looks like I still need to keep striving.
On the street, a newspaper boy briskly delivered papers. Newspapers. Get your newspapers. Wan Anba's latest martial arts romance novel is out today. Everyone was stunned and gaping as they read, 7 days without an update, I was dying. Let me see what new story it is. Inside the newspaper it read, Amorous Swordsman, Heartless Sword. After reading it, he chuckled happily. Well written, amorous, heartless. Just by reading it, you know it's a masterpiece. The guy next to him asked, Brother, aren't you reading the Meridian Theory first today? He sweated, his eyes embarrassed as he said,
For martial artists, experiencing the romance of heroes, this cultivation thing, is, tell those words to others next time.
Hearing this, he laughed loudly, mockingly. That's right. Can a lazy martial artist be called lazy or not?
The other guy chimed in to tease him.
It's called gaining experience, haha, well said. In the garden, Chen Luo leisurely lay on a long chair. While everyone was excitedly waiting for the next chapter, Chen Luo was idly lounging around.
He rested his head on his arm, saying, How ridiculous is the mortal world. Being love-struck is the most boring. Thinking you're the bee's knees is the best. This life is over. There's no more worry in my heart. I just want to exchange for half a lifetime of wandering.
Suddenly, a faint fragrance floated over, along with the words, That is indeed a fine poem. A girl appeared. It was Li Qingzhao, the girl from the wine jar earlier.
She looked at him seductively and said, Could you give it to me? Chen Lugo startled off the chair, standing in a defensive posture, thinking, This woman's aura is too strong. Who is she? Seeing his vigilance, she leaned down and touched his face, teasing, This little guy has quite the handsome face. Not bad. He suddenly felt that his body couldn't move.
There's something wrong with the wine. He screamed in horror. Fourth brother, save me. But he didn't expect Song Tweedshee to have neatly tied up his hair. Standing behind him, he bowed with his hands clasped. Is Kushi well? Many years since we last met. Are you still well? She tilted her head to look at him. So, it's the fourth of the Bamboo Grove 7 sages. Wait a moment. I'm busy? He was as obedient as a praised puppy, unlike his usual self, replying, Okay, you go ahead, just call me if there's anything. Chen Luo grimaced as he looked at him, thinking, What's going on? Why is fourth brother like a tail-wagging dog in front of this person? The girl blew a breath of wine into his face again. Little guy, I'm asking you, give me that poem, and I'll treat you to wine.
Before he could answer, fourth brother clasped his hands and said, Junior brother, Kushi, he thought. Judging from the poetry of Su Pongshan and Yu Yangsheng Ren, is there even a chance my poetry could catch her eye?
He gaped in astonishment, thinking, Kushi, could it be? Then he clasped his hands and said to her, Are you the #1 talent of all time? Li Rui Rui, easy peace, Kushi Li Qingzhao?
She pointed at her face and replied with a light smile. That nickname is indeed interesting. That's me.
In the room, Chen Luo and Li Qingzhao sat facing each other. He thought nervously.
The profound king of the western garrison of the Great Xuan. Unexpectedly, I've run into her so quickly. She set down the teacup in her hand, looking sharply at him. You're looking at me like that. Could it be you're interested in me? He immediately raised both hands in refusal, sweating profusely. Little brother wouldn't dare. It's just that I heard people talking about Kushi's stories a few days ago. Seeing the real person today, you're even more amazing than the rumors. There's no need to be so polite. Just call me older sister Lin. She looked coldly at him. I'm very close with your second senior sister. There's no need to be so polite. Just call me older sister Lin.
He smiled amiably. Older sister Lin, little brother, is honored to receive your praise. That poem is called Laughing at the Mortal World. If you like it, I'll write it for you right away.
As soon as he said that, fourth brother immediately threw paper and brush on the table, saying, I've already prepared the writing materials here, junior brother. Write it quickly. He was extremely ingratiating towards this Li Qingzhao. He looked at him, criticizing. Fourth brother, although it's very impolite to say this, a tail-wagging dog can't. He even pouted and asked him, What does tail-wagging dog mean?
Liu Qingzhao interrupted them, saying, That's not urgent. I've come here with something else to ask you.
She glanced over, calmly asking him, Why did you ask Prince Jing to investigate Iron Rock City?
He was stunned, his mouth agape. Seeing this, she chuckled softly, reassuring him, Don't be nervous. Some people are involved, and I just want to ask about the reasons.
Song Tweedshee stood by with his arms crossed, saying, It's all right, just explain it clearly to the layperson. Seeing this, he had no choice but to say, I wanted to investigate because the martial artists in Iron Rock City have lost their connection with me. She propped her hand on the table, seriously saying, That's right, you're the creator of martial arts, so that makes sense. He watched her drinking wine, asking, Sister Lai, could you tell us who exactly is involved in Iron Rock City? By now, her face was flushed red from the wine. She laughed, saying, You took one of my poems for no reason. Shouldn't I give you some benefits in return? Li Qingzhao put her wine cup down on the table, saying to his surprise, The matter of Iron Rock City is related to the Chong sect. He thought of those people from before, anxiously saying, The Chong sect. Is it them? She replied. This Chong sect usually only causes trouble in remote mountain villages, but this time they're being very bold. But this matter is considered important by the Zhengshuan division, so don't worry. He scratched his head, puzzled. Sister, the Chong race was exterminated, so why is there still a Chong sect? Song Tuizhi looked at him with his arms crossed, saying, I'll answer that question for you, little brother, since it involves our teacher. He looked at him, surprised, asking, It involves Master? He recounted with his arms crossed. Back then, after the Chong race was exterminated, Great Chuan seized their legacy. Among them, after the Lin Emperor manifested, they used insect tamers to train a group of Chong guards. He thought of them slaughtering and killing everywhere, saying, Those Chong guards are bloodthirsty and crazy. After the Lin Emperor was stabbed and lost his restraints, escaping from Great Chuan, they then established the sect called the Chong sect. He looked at him, asking, So how does this relate to our master? Fourth senior brother immediately coughed and replied, This Chong sect is related to the Lin Emperor, and the Lin Emperor is also considered our master's senior sister. Hearing this, Chen Luo panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fourth senior brother boldly asked, Who is our grandmaster? Even Song Tuizhi didn't know the answer to this question. He raised his hand, saying, I don't know, eldest senior brother asked once, and master was punished to face the wall for 7 days. Second senior sister asked master, and master got so angry that he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. In short, there's no information at all. He was horrified, thinking to himself, All right, at least it made me realize that second senior sister is indeed at the top of the food chain in Bamboo Grove. The girl Li Qingzhao stretched and leaned back, saying, I'm drunk today, I'm just talking nonsense, just listen to it. Chen Luo understood, cupping his hands, saying, Little brother won't spread it, Sister Li. Please rest assured. That night, the crescent moon shone brightly in the sky. Chen Luo stood alone in his courtyard, looking up at the sky. He thought, The Chong sect. Thinking back to how I almost died at their hands. He thought of the cat and the old man. Even if Shu Ling is resurrected, I will never forget the helplessness and despair when they died. He clenched his fists, his spiritual power surging forth. Next time we meet, I will definitely not spare you. Suddenly, Xiao Ji came up behind him, asking, Young master, are you worried about something? He calmed down, turning to look at him, saying, Oh, are you the worm in my stomach? How could you know that? He looked at him, asking, Young master usually has an air of being in control, but this afternoon, after the King of the West left, you've been feeling down. He frowned, looking at him, saying, Xiao Ji, tomorrow is the time to enter the Star Demon realm, and I have something to discuss with you. He seriously replied, Young master, please speak. He said to him after returning from the Star Demon realm, Don't follow me anymore. Hearing this, he exclaimed in horror, Does young master not want me anymore? He grasped his shoulders, saying, That's not what I mean. Your talent is very high. I want you to take fourth senior brother as your master. He began to list the things that would be more beneficial to him. Although your status will be a bit lower than mine, you can indeed learn more. Following me won't teach you anything. You have the talent of Confucianism. But before he could finish speaking, he resolutely interrupted him. I refuse. He didn't expect him to be so forceful. Are you afraid that fourth senior brother won't accept you? It's all right, I'll go talk to him. Xiaoji was annoyed, he couldn't calm down, saying loudly, It's not that I said I would be a guard for the young master for a year. I can't go back on my word. If the young master insists on doing this, I will leave the Earl's mansion tomorrow. He looked at him, at a loss for words. He thought that this silly kid would suffer a lot if he served someone else. Thinking that, he sighed and said, All right, I won't force you. Just protect me well. He happily replied, Thank you, young master. With that he bid farewell and left, not forgetting to instruct, Rest well. Tomorrow, come with me to the Star Demon realm, to slay star demons, annihilate the demon clan, and snatch the luck wood. The next day, 2 old men stood before the tower. One said, Entering the Star Demon realm,
I still hope Wan Bai will take care of us, the other said. Wan Han Bai, you've finally arrived. Chen Luo cupped his hands and bowed modestly, replying, You're too kind. When we arrive at the Star Demon Realm, we should help each other? Just then, a joyful shout came from the fatty, Big Bro.
Big Bro, Chen Luo turned to look at him, asking, What are you doing here, kid? The fatty, out of breath, excitedly laughed and said, Reporting, Big Bro.
I'm also entering the Star Demon Realm, Chen Luo frowned, asking, You didn't participate in the blessing ritual, so how did you get in? Unexpectedly he laughed and said, Hee, I'm a descendant of the royal clan. I just kowtowed a few times at the ancestral sacrifice, and the power of the heavenly Tao had descended.
Hearing this, Chen Luo and Xiaoji were truly petrified, feeling extremely unfair. So it turns out we were climbing the stairs and writing poetry, only to find it's no match for your one sentence. Xiaoji was also speechless, saying, It really is losing at the starting line. No matter how talented and hardworking you are, you can't compare to the son of someone with power and position.
The fatty followed Chen Luo, saying, At least I can help, Big Bro. First, they went to the side of the Great Confucian, and an old man handed Chen Luo something like a map, saying, Wanchan Bai, this is the Sky Patrol Talisman. It can sense the location of other people in the Star Demon Realm.
The fatty took it, saying,
Due to the influence of the collapse force, after teleportation, we will randomly appear in various places within the Star Demon Realm. At that time, we need to use the Sky Patrol Talisman to find our people.
Chen Luo looked at it, thinking,
This thing can sense Confucianism, Buddhism, demons, barbarians. But my red dust aura isn't among them. Being considered ignorant isn't bad either.
At this moment, old Wen Xiang also arrived. He seriously said,
The competition in the Star Demon Realm is a competition for qi, luck. I hope everyone will abide by etiquette and righteousness towards fellow clansmen and unite as compatriots.
Old Wen Xiang shouted,
Scatter! The power of the heavenly Tao is about to enter immediately. A blue circle appeared around everyone.
That Wang Bugui made a circle bigger than everyone else's. He arrogantly laughed and said, Ha ha ha,
the sorrowful sounds of the border are endless, and the bright autumn moon shines on the Great Wall. Wang Bugui's lifelong bloody battle against the barbarian clan starts here.
Xiaoji also smiled, saying,
Young master, I can also expand it this big. The size of the shield can directly show how much heavenly Tao power one has.
Suddenly, there was a commotion.
Chen Luzhou looked over and saw, Look, his shield is about 2 zhang in size.
Chen Luo and the others also looked over and saw that it was Fang Shuji. He was despising everyone around him, saying, HMPH, a bunch of vulgar mortals, so easily astonished. He turned to look at Chen Luo provocatively.
Wan Han Bai, you are the top floor climber, and have opened up the red dust poetry Tao. Can you display the heavenly Tao shield to broaden my horizons?
The fatty heard this and shouted, That Fang, you're just borrowing the power of your ancestor, the half-sage. What's there to be so proud of? Fang Shuji glanced at the two of them, continuing to provoke. In front of such a divine being as Wanhan Bai, how can I compare without using a bit of trickery?
The fatty was so angry that he wanted to hit him, but Chen Luo quickly stopped him. Dei Fu, don't be impatient. With that, Chen Luo stepped forward and looked at Fang Shuji with disdain. Fang Shuji, right? You've repeatedly shown hostility towards me. I suspect you might be Zheng Xuanjie.
Fang Shuji smiled lightly, replying,
Why say so much? If you have the guts, compete with me, he thought. I really want to see your embarrassed look.
Then Chen Luo smirked, looking at him, saying,
I'm warning you in advance. Mine is very big. Don't be scared. With that, Chen Luo took a deep breath and shouted, Power of the heavenly Tao, open! Instantly, a circle surrounded Chen Luo, and his shield was so incredibly large that everyone exclaimed, Heavens! The range is actually so big, the entire Wenchang Pavilion is covered. How did Wanyan Bai do that?
Chen Luo looked at Fang Shuji, asking,
How is it? Are you satisfied this time? Fang Shuji was startled by Chen Luo's question.
Chen Luo was completely dejected, his whole person as if sinking into the quagmire of humiliation, stuttering, How? How is this possible?
I can't accept this. Everyone surrounded him, teasing him, some said. Wan Han Bai once wrote,
Serves you right for showing off. Now look what you've gotten yourself into. Some are pointing and jeering. Serves you right. You brought this on yourself.
Others are deliberately covering their faces, saying, Ah, my skin is too thin to watch this. Old Man Wen gently chides him. Show some respect, at least.
Shu Feng scratches his head sheepishly and says, My bad, I'll be more careful next time. Then the old man waves his hand, releasing a green light, and shouts, "All right, everyone settle down."
The dimensional shift is about to begin. The old man throws his hand to the sky and yells, "Star Demon Realm! Open immediately." A massive yin-yang symbol appears in the sky, tearing open a large spatial rift. Everyone, maintain the connection. Release the power of the heavenly Davio. The crowd also excitedly jumps up. "My flowers aren't ready yet. Let's snatch some luck."
One of them is being sucked in and yells in a panic, "My pants! Don't suck my pants off!" Chen Luo flies up, looking at Zhao Ji and the fatty, instructing, "Remember, after entering, find your own kind first, and be absolutely careful."
Zhao Ji replies seriously, "Young master, you need to be careful too." The fatty also says, "Big bro, I'll definitely find you." He looks up and flies quickly. "Star Demon World, here I come." Old Man Wen stands before the portal, reciting poetry. "I depart far, to wander afar
from my homeland, unaccustomed to this delight. Teasing the servants, not yet burdened. Royal affairs are difficult, only my feet know."
In the Star Demon realm, he has arrived and is lying on the ground. He slowly opens his eyes. Chen Luo sits up, rubbing his head, wondering, "Did I really arrive that fast? Feels like I just dozed off." Before him is a landscape of mountains, lakes, and a golden sun. He says, "Mountains and rivers, I thought the barrier would be shattered and broken, but it's just like the world outside." He looks around, not knowing how Xiao Ji and Da Fu are. Hope those two are okay. He strokes his chin, thinking, should I be bold or cautious, I guess? He already knows. Behind him are a pair of glowing red eyes staring intently. Suddenly, it grabs a big stick and ambushes him. He quickly dodges to the side. He looks at the creature in surprise and shouts, "Ping 2, bro!" The gray creature is very fierce, wielding the stick tightly, roaring. Whether or not the Star Demon realm is in chaos, Ping 2 bro's word is law. He stands in front of it and asks, "What, you want to jump up and hit my knee?" Unexpectedly, the creature actually jumps up high, raising the stick to strike him. It also yells, "Suck it," he doesn't care, flicking his hand at it. The creature is immediately sent flying into a nearby tree, rolling around. Chen Luo smirks triumphantly. "With your tiny body, I could eat 10 of you in one meal." The creature painfully leans on its stick, letting out a strange cry. As soon as it cries, several identical creatures appear behind it. Rushing out, Chen Luo looks at them, putting his hands on his hips, scolding, "Heh, you dare to call for backup? Getting heated? Huh. I'm telling you, no matter how many come, I'll slap them all away." But before he finishes speaking, a swarm of thousands of them arrives. He shouts in horror, "Holy crap, you can't play fair, can you?" Now he's panicking at the sheer number of them. The leader points at him and yells a strange cry, and immediately they rush to attack him.
Chen Luo can only run away, yelling as he runs, "Stinky things, what kind of Jianghu etiquette is this? What do you mean by calling in an army?"
At this moment, nearby, Wang Bi Ugui is looking at a map. He thinks, according to the map, this place is Yonghuang Forest. He thinks of the creature from before. These Yonghuang creatures are extremely vengeful. Did some idiot provoke them? He sees someone running like the wind in the distance. He recognizes Chen Luo and says, "Chen bro, what a coincidence. We just entered, and we already met." Chen Luo sees him and also yells, "Wang Biu Gui, help me. There are enemies behind me." He quickly stands and raises his hand, releasing his inner force. "Chen bro is in trouble. I will naturally help with all my strength. Let me..." But when he sees that the ones chasing him are the Yonghuang creatures, he also shouts with wide eyes, "Ah, it's Yonghuang." Now even he has to run with all his might. Along with Chen Lu sees that he also has to run, and yells, "Holy crap, why do we need to run? Let's just deal with them directly." Wang Biu guy frantically looks at him and yells, "Deal with them, my ass." These courageous delight types get stronger the more you hit them. "The only option is to run," bro anxiously asks him. "Then what do we do? We can't just keep running like this, right?" He points to an area ahead and says, "About 100 or 2 lying ahead is the forbidden zone. They can't enter without the power of the heavenly Tao." Hearing that, bro uses all his strength to run even faster. "Once I get all the treasures in the Star Demon realm, I'll definitely settle things with these courageous delights first." Ahead of him is a pitch-black area, shrouded in mist. He looks at it and says, "Beyond this mist is the forbidden zone. Though it's just the outskirts, there's still plenty of stuff here." He rubs his hands together. "If I encounter a stroke of luck in there, who knows? I might even snag the title of Little Wan and Overlord." Just then, Chen Luo and Wang Bugi run past him, cheerfully saying, "Young Master Wang, Wan and Overlord." What a coincidence. He watches the two of them dash into the dark mist ahead, feeling dejected and wondering to himself, why does no one pay attention to me? Is my presence really that low? No sooner had he spoken than he was ambushed by a courageous delight, startling him. How are there so many courageous delights? These guys don't bother with him. Instead, they surround the area of dark mist, and their numbers keep growing. He looks at them, thinking, I didn't expect them to surround the Forbidden Zone. What kind of terrible deeds did Wan and Overlord ultimately commit? Looks like I can't go in. Let's change locations. Inside the Forbidden Zone, Chen Luo and Wang Bugui collapse on the ground, breathing freely and saying, "Ha, we finally got away." Wang Bugui lies next to him, playfully blaming him. "Chen, bro, I didn't know you were such a troublemaker."
Hearing that, bro takes out a bottle of wine, takes a sip, and offers it to him. "Sorry about that. This is floating snow nectar that big sis Shi Wang gave me. Consider it an apology."
I take the wine bottle, thinking in surprise, Big Sis Ji Wang, Wan, and Overlord usually play so many kind of games.
Bro looks around the area and says, "This Forbidden Zone doesn't seem any different." He takes a sip of wine, wipes his mouth, and says, "We're only on the outer edges of the Star Demon Realm right now. We haven't gone deep into the center of the Forbidden Zone yet."
Bro turns to look at him and asks, "The center of the Forbidden Zone? Tell me about it." He spreads his hands, explaining, "That place is called the Forbidden Citadel. The entire inner area is covered in corrupting force. The area is vast, roughly half the size of a province in Great Xuan." He continues, "Inside the Forbidden Zone, each time the Star Demon Realm opens, the corrupting force is at its strongest. Ours and the barbarians' heavenly Dao power isn't enough, so we can only wait 3 days before we can enter." Thinking of the muscular barbarians, he says, "And the Star Demons and Fate Trees only exist in the inner area. That's where the real battlefield is." Bro clenches his fist, determined. "Heavenly Dalio power, huh? Who knows? I might be able to enter early." He turns to look at Bro, responding, "That's right. Based on Chen Bro's skills, why not give it a try?" With that, he pulls out his map. This is my family's heirloom map, with the locations of the Star Demon Realm marked inside. Chen Luo takes it. "Good stuff. Won't the giver allow me to take it?" He places his hand on his chest, answering, "The Star Demon Realm is related to the great plan for our human race's survival. How could I hide it from myself?" Seeing how righteous he is, Bro's eyes light up, and he says touchingly, "Wang bro, intelligent and righteous. When we leave the Star Demon Realm, I'll definitely repay you." He clasps his hands and bows to Bro. "Then farewell for now. Take care on your journey." Bro also runs off like the wind, thinking, I didn't expect him to give me his family's heirloom. Wang Bro is truly a good person. But little did he know, as soon as Bro left, he sighed in relief. This action should be able to lure the courageous delights away. Chen Bro is truly a good person. So everyone has their own agenda. The Brotherhood is ice cold. Chen Luo dashes out of the Forbidden Zone, cheering happily, "Ha, I finally entered the outer area of the Forbidden Citadel's inner area." Bro even raises his hand to wave goodbye to the creatures. "Thanks for seeing me off, big bros. Bye-bye." The courageous delights are furious to see Bro run off. They gnash their teeth and say something, and their entire bodies erupt with golden power. Elsewhere, a muscular barbarian is talking with them. "My father said, you are all friends of our barbarian race. Abisha will remember your kindness for letting us enter early." This time, those people in black hoods said to him, "Prince Abisha is too kind. This was originally our transaction. You have 2 days, and whatever you get is up to you." This guy laughs heartily at them. "Ha, I just like humans like you guys." Then they slither away. "We're going in to slaughter all the humans now. Just take the treasure." The leader of the hooded people with a mask says, "We're no longer part of the human race." Just then, Chen Luo also steps into this Forbidden Zone. "I'm in. This is the inner area of the Forbidden Zone." Bro sits on a tree root, assessing the situation, thinking, "The corrupting force has suppressed me. My strength is now only 1/10 of what it was outside." Bro jumped up high to peep the surroundings, when suddenly the river behind him started bubbling like crazy. Something was making its way towards him underwater. It was like some kind of massive serpent-type beast that burst out of the water trying to snatch him up. He dodged that shit quick, like, WTF is that? He whipped out his sword, thinking, corruption power sticking. "To me, this is a demon beast. Nice. Talk about perfect timing." He summoned like a bajillion swords aimed at it, yelling, "You little snake, I'm gonna make your death useful." The snake was getting sliced and diced, blood spraying everywhere. He stared at it like, "You ain't dead yet." He unleashed another move. "Take my ice chill palm strike." He slashed with an icy cold blade. The snake got chopped in half instantly. Watching, it crashed down dead, he thought. That was close. Almost bought the farm. Wonder how much heaven's essence this snake's gonna drop. Standing there waiting, with his sword, he realized, with a WTF face, nothing. With my heaven-sent luck, is this some kind of joke? Suddenly the leaf on his hand lit up. He looked down, thinking, the tattoo Old Man Willow gave me is reacting. He held up his hand, and the tattoo sucked up all the spiritual energy from the snake. He gawked like, this This is heaven's essence.
Intense spiritual energy burst out of his hand. He grinned, thinking, heaven's essence fused into my body. I can feel my strength slowly coming back.
He clenched his fist, grinning, like a loon. Can't go wrong with old ancestors' gifts. He always hooks it up. Suddenly, he spotted a white rabbit. He clenched his fist, thinking, all happy, Fourth Bro said. The weakest demon beasts don't drop heaven's essence, but I can still absorb. Aim 'em. This time I can really yeet myself into the sky, thinking, that. He pounced on the cute little white rabbit like a savage beast. Yo, a cutie like this gotta be eaten. A wolf in the forest slipped up for a sec and got its throat skewered by Chen Luo's sword.
He shouted hype. Come on, bro, let me snag that wolf's spiritual energy. Then, he said all happy, number 5, let's go.
Heh, just half a day, and my strength's already recovered. 50%, time to go find that luck wood.
Suddenly, the map in his hand pinged. He looked, surprised, and thought, a black dot, the Man clan. He stared hard at the map, his eyes turning cold. Weren't they not supposed to be able to come in yet?
Could it be these two are geniuses like me? He thought about those two dudes he met earlier. He grit his teeth and ran, thinking as he ran. Under the man-barbarian border, the human race is already at a disadvantage. If they snatch the scholar first, things are gonna get rough. He ran hella fast. Gotta get over there and see what's up. At this moment, two huge man-clan dudes were standing there talking to each other. This path is clear, safe for now.
The big, chubby one with earrings said,
Kabula, you're too cautious. Those guys are still messing around on the outer rim.
The dude with the two-horned helmet looked at him and said,
Mutt, don't underestimate the human race. Bro Hootie gave us this path, just to make sure no humans can get through. But the other dude wasn't listening. He laughed and said, Aw, you're overreacting. Their soft-ass poems can't even break my defense.
The dude with the helmet looked at him and just sighed. You youngins are too cocky. You don't know that every move you make is being watched. Chen Luo hidden in a tree observing everything.
He thought, found. Look at him. They don't seem to have fully recovered their strength either.
He grabbed his sword, starting to strategize, Fourth Bro said. Getting through the man-barbarian border ain't about magic, it's all about physical strength and fighting. Better to use my brain. Then he dove down from above.
Let me try playing the assassin for a bit. He stretched out his sharp blade and powerfully stabbed down, but he didn't expect his sword couldn't pierce through him. It was blocked. This big dude started hacking wildly at him. With his blade, he yelled, Get out of here, I say. As he dodged, he thought, Bodhi's too tough. Maybe I gotta use some poetry to fight. He shook his head and came at him. Human, your sword's too weak. He didn't care and started reciting a poem. At the same time, he dove down and he stood below, yelling with all 4 arms, You dare attack, you're asking for. But he didn't even finish saying death before his throat was pierced through by his blade.
He stood on the ground, pulled out his sword, his blood splattered far away with his sword. He said, If you weren't so careless, you could have put up a fight.
The dude with the helmet saw his teammate get kitten, sliced, his hand reached in, for his sword froze, thinking, Dead, he's dead.
He was killed in a breath. Chen Luo saw him just in time and shouted, Hey, you demons over there, what are you spacing out for?
He was sweating and stunned, saying, Yeah, what are we spacing out for? Running won't get us anywhere, so might as well. Then he charged. Chen Luo raised his sword, ready to strike. HMPH, do the barbarians have eyes growing on their butts? Still daring to charge to their deaths? But he didn't expect that this big guy would actually kneel at his feet, crying and shouting, Sir, I've never killed a human before. Please spare my life. Chen Luo looked at him, eyes shining with pleading, and said, Didn't they say barbarians are fierce and unafraid of death?
What's with this? Chen Luo pointed his sword at him, sternly saying, I ask, you answer? No funny business, got it.
He clasped his hands, kneeling on the ground. Sir, just ask. I will definitely answer truthfully.
Chen Luo glared at him and asked, How were you able to enter so early? How many of you are there in total?
He clasped all 4 of his hands, kneeling on the ground looking at Chen Luo, reporting, Sir, with the help of the human race, we received the power of the heavenly Tao and were able to enter earlier. There are a total of 100 people who have entered this forbidden area.
Hearing this, Chen Luo frowned in surprise and asked again,
Who are the humans? But this idiot really didn't know. He blankly replied, I don't know. The confound them. There are 6 people, all wearing cloaks and masks. Hearing this, Chen Luo was completely angry and a little worried and restless, thinking, 100 people, so I've fallen into the enemy's nest. If I catch that bunch of human traitors, I'll grind them to dust. The barbarian, kneeling on the ground, clenched the knife in his hand. He looked at Chen Luo unguarded, thinking. He finally let his guard down. This is what I've been waiting for.
Thinking so, he stabbed with the knife. At the same time he shouted, "Human bastard, go to hell!"
But Chen Luo gently held his sword, glancing past him as if nothing happened. He was immediately slashed across the neck. Only at the moment of death did he realize.
You were always on guard against me. Chen Luo turned to look at his corpse lying on the ground, cursing, HMPH.
You don't even know how to give someone a chance for a sneak attack. You don't even know how to use it. Chen Luo picked up the senior brother's bone fragment, thinking. Fourth senior brother said that this was specially given to me by the senior brother, telling me to stain it with barbarian blood if I have the chance. Thinking this, he dipped one end of the bone fragment into the blood of the newly dead barbarian. Immediately, the bone fragment acted like a handheld projector, emitting a map.
Chen Luo noticed that it was almost the same as Wang Bugi's map,
except that there was an additional highlight marked on it. Chen Luo frowned, thinking. This place definitely needs to be explored, but first, I need to clean up those barbarians. Then he said, the time for hunting has come. After a period of crazy hunting in the forbidden area, he killed many barbarians.
The barbarian was running like the wind, he thought. That human monster is a monster. Run fast.
I definitely need to go warn Hu Taidaji. But before he could run far, Chen Luo blocked him. Chen Luo flew up and asked, he wants to run. Seeing that he couldn't run anymore, he desperately charged. Ugh! I'll fight you to the death. Chen Luo kicked at his vitals. So painful, he immediately fell to the ground. He said loudly, cough cough. Impossible. How can a human's body be so strong?
Chen Luo stabbed his sword through him.
Then, Chen Luo turned and left, mocking. Want to know? Reincarnate as a human in your next life. He stared wide-eyed, watching Chen Luo. Another Confucian sword saint has appeared in the human race. My tribe is doomed.
Chen Luo walked away like this, continuing to hunt barbarians. Under the bonfire, two barbarians were sitting, one looking at the map saying, the signal from Tangzi's squad has also disappeared.
We have lost several squads in a short period of time. Is this a bit unusual? The one next to him replied. This situation reminds me of the hyenas on the barbarian plains, he continued. That's right, those hyenas will ambush their prey until they devour everything.
The one with the tattoo on his head glanced over and said,
but this isn't the wilderness, and the demon spirits don't have intelligence. Could it be?
The scarred face grimaced and replied, maybe it's really as you think, it's the human race. The tattooed one was quite calm, he said. In that case, we need to change our strategy. In the bustling central capital city, Li Sanviet's eyes fell on the records on two thin pieces of paper. He stared intently at the words on the paper, reading each word, looking a little surprised. Fast sword. A raggedy-dressed young man under Lin Xian care, seeing the heroes of the world as mere toys. The mysterious Mei Hua Dao is here, that's all. And that's how the chapter just ends. What a freaking cop-out. Such a disgrace to writers. What's next? I bet Wananba should just become the emperor's eunuch. Suddenly, Li Sanviet looked up at the sky with a sense of boredom. He felt so alone, he didn't even want to be an official anymore. Li Sanviet wanted to go to the front lines to defeat the enemy and help the people, and even learn martial arts. But fate had other plans and stuck him as an official in the court. Suddenly, an image of a graceful man with a sharp blade in his hand flashed in Li Sanviet's mind.
Suddenly he jumped as he realized something. His pupils widened in shock as he exclaimed, Zhao Li Fei Dao, so that's what it is.
Meanwhile, on Chen Lugo's side, he was still stuck on a large tree branch above the barbarians, unable to make a move. Clearly, the 2-2-1 team formation showed that the barbarians had begun to be more wary of Chen Lu. In this situation, Chen Lugo couldn't rashly make a move if he didn't want to die. But he couldn't just abandon them either. Chen Luo was pushed into a difficult situation and immediately thought of Zhao Li Fei Dao as his savior.
As soon as he came up with a way to deal with the barbarians, Chen Luo quickly regained his spirits, his face full of joy as he mused.
So that's how Ji Yu Long's martial arts work. You can comprehend it as long as the character enters the illusion. Compared to Jin Yong's martial arts, this is indeed a bit more convenient. Then, Chen Luo took out the swords he currently had from the accessories that his older sister bought for him.
Chen Luo only needed to grind them into short blades to use them immediately. After a while of grinding, he finally made some short blades to use for Zhao Li Fei Dao. Holding a short blade in his hand, Chen Luo confidently thought, time to teach those barbarians another lesson.
Some time had passed, but there was still no movement from Chen Luo. Making one of the barbarians feel bored, he spoke up. I'm just saying, do we really need to be this cautious?
It's just a human. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp object pierced straight into the throat of the barbarian, shocking him to the core.
Before he could utter a word, he was knocked down, lying flat on the ground. The others there immediately signaled each other about this sudden attack with extreme panic.
In the next instant, another barbarian fell in disbelief. However, the fear didn't last long and quickly ended in death. He took care of all three in the blink of an eye. Dealing with just 3 barbarians had already taken quite a bit of Chen Luo's strength. He let out a soft breath to steady his breathing and said, "Phew, I didn't expect Zhao Li Fei Dao to consume so much energy, but the power is indeed not bad."
Immediately afterward, Chen Luo turned and left, continuing to attack the barbarians. With Zhao Li Fei Dao and his current strength, he could completely take care of them for a short time.
Then, screams echoed continuously in the air. The barbarians were beaten by Chen Luo, to the point where they couldn't handle it, and suffered heavy losses. They gradually fell into a difficult situation, as all their subordinates were killed without being able to figure out where Chen Luo was attacking from. At this time, a heavily injured barbarian, almost unable to support himself, fell slowly, causing his teammate to worry and ask, "Ashat Pei, what's wrong?" It seemed that Appa was reaching his limit, and he said his last words with difficulty. "Hu Tai, I can't hold on any longer, but you still have a chance. Each of us has been cast with the Man Tian Di Kui curse. It can help you find the one who killed me." Hearing this, Hu Tai was filled with pain upon pain, and replied, "No, I will definitely save you. I've already lost my big brother. I won't let you die. Listen to me, if we continue like this, we will all die here." But Appa was still weakening, and he quickly continued, "Your strength is the greatest. As long as you find him, you don't necessarily have to fight." Hearing this, Hu Tai, although in great pain, made a decision for the sake of the barbarians and those who had been killed, and said, "I understand. When I kill that human, I will definitely offer his head as a sacrifice to you." On this side, Apollo seemed to be content. He smiled and said his last words, "Okay, you must continue to live." Immediately afterward, he grabbed the blade stuck in his heart and stabbed it in further to end his short life. After Apao died, a wisp of red smoke spewed from his mouth, guiding Hu Tai to find the one who killed their barbarian tribe members.
Hu Tai chased after the red smoke with raging momentum, shouting as he went, "Human, I will tear you into 100 pieces." Meanwhile, Chen Lu Gao, exhausted after ambushing the remaining barbarians, sat on a tree branch and lamented, "There are still 2 left, no rush, gotta recover my strength first." While resting normally, Chen Luo suddenly heard a strange sound that startled him. At this moment, Mantian Dijezhuo descended from above, and to Chen Luo's astonishment, Mantian Dijezhuo charged straight at him. But when Chen Luo calmed down, he didn't feel any pain. He looked down at the remnant of red light on his hand and mused, "No injuries. This thing is sensing my aura, like a tracking lock." Before the peace could last, a tree nearby suddenly crashed down where Chen Luo was standing, startling him backward. Hu Tai had also found Chen Luo's location at this time, using all his strength to punch down the tree trunk, then rushing towards Chen Luo in fury, yelling, "You scum human, I finally found you. Die." Before Chen Luo could react, Hu Tai delivered a devastating punch straight to his face. Chen Luo, caught off guard by the punch, was sent flying back hundreds of meters. He was stunned by the strength of the barbarian before him. If Chen Luo had been careless, he might have kicked the bucket already. On the other side, Hu Tai was still burning with rage, his fury at its peak, and he declared, "Human, today I will use your blood to pay tribute to my brothers." "Humph, no Rar, you think I'm easy to bully." With that, he charged towards Chen Luo with 4 fists swinging. Seeing this, Chen Luo also rushed forward, using his sword to slash continuously at Hu Tai's arms, then quickly retreating, as Hu Tai used his strength to fling him away. He couldn't help but feel absurd, as such sharp sword strikes only caused a few minor wounds on this barbarian's body. Hu Tai, on the other hand, became even more confident, as the wounds Chen Luo inflicted on him were negligible, and he mocked, "Is that all you've got? I've changed my mind. I'll spare your life. For now, I want you to witness me torture your fellow humans to death." Hearing this, Chen Luo roused his spirits and retorted, "Then I can't spare you even more." As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, Hu Tai immediately charged towards him with overwhelming force, mocking him, still talking tough in this situation. "Let's see how you withstand this." Chen Luo didn't give up either, finding an opportunity to stab his sword through Hu Tai's hand, shocking him greatly. Immediately afterward, Chen Luo unleashed the Mad Wind Swift Sword, Mount Hua Sword Sect style, to overwhelm Hu Tai and give him no chance to retaliate. Suddenly, Chen Luo's sword thrust powerfully into Hu Tai's heart, causing him to cry out in great pain. The fatal wound in his chest weakened Hu Tai, and he quickly pushed Chen Luo back with a powerful punch. Immediately afterward, he clutched his bleeding wound, struggling to speak.
Ha ha! Impossible! Human, hand-to-hand combat, how can you be so strong?
The situation reversed, and Chen Luo regained the advantage. He pointed his sword at Hu Tai and said calmly, "Times have changed. In the future, there will be martial artists like me.
You barbarians, step aside." Hearing this, Hu Tai was still unwilling to accept it, but his time was running out, and he replied, "Ha ha! To think there's such a powerful young man among the humans. Could he be from the Fang family?" Suddenly, he gripped his flesh tightly and forcefully ripped out his still-beating heart.
Hu Tai raised his heart high and shouted, "Your Highness, be careful, Fang Tujiet of the humans."
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo rushed forward and chopped off Hu Tai's head. After sending Hu Tai back to Mother Earth, he turned back and said mockingly, "Fang Tujiet, you're barbarians." Reaction is a bit weird, but it's awesome. But it's not bad letting the old man take this blame on his shoulder. On the other side, Hu Tai's final words had reached tribal chief Abisa.
Hearing this, his expression immediately became gloomy. The barbarian princess, standing beside her brother, sensed the abnormality and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?"
Abise turned to her, reminding her with a serious expression, "Hun Tai is dead. There's been a change in the humans' situation."
Quickly pinpoint the location of the luck spirit. With that, he looked up at the sky, wondering, "Xu Feng, does the Fang family also know about this news?" After a while, Da Fu stood with Ji Zhong and Old Wang. Perhaps they'd been waiting for this moment for a long time to meet that big brother.
Hearing this, Ji Zhong also said, "Of course, Gongzi must have a lot of information." Old Wang next to him also had no objections. Suddenly, from behind the three of them, a man spoke up. "Grandfather, I'll go in immediately." Then, from within the man's eyes, a vague figure responded, Over here, Tan Feiyan gently stepped into the area where the fierce battle between the human race and the man race had taken place. As he walked, he felt that the inner forbidden zone was extraordinarily dangerous. As someone with considerable strength, he had a duty to pave the way for others who were treading on the dark path. Suddenly, Tan Feiyan's eyes met a familiar figure. As soon as he saw Chen Luo, he hurriedly said, Wan Can Marquis."
Immediately afterward, Ji Zhong, De Fu, and Old Wang rushed toward Chen Luo from who knows where, each of them loudly calling out his title, causing Tan Feiyan, who was standing next to him, to be surprised. The three of them surrounded Chen Luo, each of them unable to hide their concern as they looked at the injured Chen Luo.
Ji Zhong quickly asked, "Gongzi, who hurt you so badly? I'll go kill him." Dak Fu immediately followed up, "Big brother, what did you sacrifice for us in the end?" Before Chen Luo could answer the previous two questions, Old Wang hurriedly asked, "Brother Chen, did you sacrifice yourself to pave the way for us?" Chen Luo's face was full of exhaustion, but he still tried to recount what he knew to the three of them. He said with difficulty, "There's a problem with the man race over there. They use some kind of secret technique to enter this forbidden land first."
Tan Feiyan stepped forward from behind, and upon hearing this, he expressed his desire to listen, saying, "Could you explain the details of entering first and entering later to me?" Chen Luo quickly recounted what had happened earlier to them. 50 man race people entered here to kill all the scholars who entered this inner zone. Luckily, I managed to discover it in time, and I killed them all. These are the corpses I collected as evidence. The rest are scattered all over the place. With that, Chen Luo took out Zhao Qi as a light source and pointed it towards the piled-up corpses of the man race, causing everyone to gape in astonishment. Tan Feiyan looked at the pile of man race corpses and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Each of these corpses had strength comparable to his, yet Chen Luo killed all 50 of them. Tan Feiyan couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did Chen Luo survive this bloodbath? After witnessing Chen Luo's perfect victory, Tan Feiyan was completely subdued by him. He lowered his head to express his admiration for Chen Luo. "If it weren't for Wanhan Marquis' early rescue, I'm afraid this trip would have resulted in the loss of many scholars." Tan Feiyan thanked him for saving his life. Not only Tan Feiyan himself, but the scholars behind him also hurriedly bowed their heads to thank Chen Luchu for saving their lives. Chen Luo felt embarrassed when he saw this, and hurriedly stepped forward to defuse the situation. "It's nothing, it's all something that should be done, you don't need to thank me." As soon as he moved a little, Chen Luo felt extremely painful, and even needed Ji Zhong, who was standing next to him, to support him. With that, Chen Luo reminded those who remained, "I am seriously injured and need to recuperate. Next, please be careful in your actions. Ji Zhong, Da Fu, Brother Wang, follow me." Tan Feiyan quickly responded, "Wanjan Marquis, please rest assured we will definitely not fail to live up to your expectations." After stepping out of the forbidden zone, Chen Luo felt the fresh air outside. He stretched and said, "Haha, I was suffocating." Ji Zhong, who was walking next to him, still felt extremely worried for him,
and even asked, "Are you okay?" several times.
However, Dashfu quickly replied for Chen Luo. Hee, how could anything happen to Big Brother like this?
Tell me, did you get something good? Sure enough, Deifu's guess was correct. Chen Luo took out a handful of heavenly Dao stars that he had collected after the battle.
The three of them stared at the number of heavenly Dao stars in Chen Luo's hand, in astonishment. Old brother, one can't help but wonder, how many demons did Brother Chen kill to get so many heavenly Dao stars? Yet Chen Luo wore an utterly calm expression, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. He flashed a bright smile and replied, "Is that all? Quickly absorb and recover your strength. I'll lead you all to find something even better." Suddenly, Chen Luo remembered the red light clinging to him and held it out, asking the three. Da Fu and Lao Wang recognized it instantly as the Man Tian Jeju. The expressions on their faces were so shocked they couldn't believe their eyes. But Ji Zhong looked at it, not knowing what it was, and scratched his head, asking, "What kind of moth is this toy?" Lao Wang, who knew the Man Tian Jeju best, explained it in detail to the three. He said seriously, "This is a type of man magic that can mark enemies who have killed man people. If it's not removed, this curse will hinder the flow of cure in the body." Deifu couldn't hide his worry for Chen Luo and quickly urged him to try to circulate his energy to push out the magic, because if not, whoever is afflicted by this curse will be unable to regulate their vital energy after 10 days, and Chen Luo will surely be in danger. Hearing this, Chen Luo quickly circulated his energy. But when he reached a certain point, he was suddenly blocked. Chen Luo immediately realized the abnormality and said, "As expected, it's not as smooth as before. Is there any way to dispel this curse?" Daofu's mind raced when he heard this. "Great scholars can dispel it, but now I don't know where to find one." Lao Wang pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luqiao eagerly asked, "Lao Wang?" startling him into staring at Chen Luo. Hearing this, Lao Wang didn't hide anything and told of a place where the curse could be dispelled. He then said, "According to historical records, there's a place called Zhenlei Jiyu, where there's a Lei Ming River. Perhaps it can help." The masked, ancient gate wren race people in black robes, who always appear and disappear everywhere, finally sneaked into the forbidden area. The leader suddenly remembered that Yunling's favorite thing to eat was lightning essence stone, so he ordered his subordinate Wan Du behind him to go to Zhenlei Jiyu to get some for him. Wan Du behind him obeyed the order and left immediately. Under the mask was a look full of hatred. He looked into the distance and said, "This time, our ancient gate will take back everything." Half a day later, Chen Luo's group also arrived at Zhenlei Jiyu. In front of them was the Lei Ming River. Lao Wang's face said it all. He reached out to the blue water and lectured the other three. "The force of disintegration in the Lei Ming River can dispel the curse. Chen Chong can try it." Chen Luo listened and jumped into the water, but as soon as his skin touched the cold water, he jerked back and said, "Ouch! This river water is too cold." Ji Zhong quickly asked, "Gongzi, can your body still handle it?" Chen Luqiao tried to pretend he was okay, but deep inside, his tears were an ocean. He gave a thumbs up and said, "I'm fine, I'm tough, I won't catch a cold." Da Fu seized the opportunity to ask Chen Luo to get some more lightning essence stones for them. Chen Luo felt that Da Fu was too good at taking advantage of the situation, and he scolded, "You little brat, you're good at ordering people around. Okay, I'll get some for everyone." Lao Wang above was surprised to see that Chen Luo could endure for so long, and he sighed. Ordinary people have to use Zheng Qi to protect their bodies at the bottom of the river, but Chen Xiong's flesh body can go down like that. Truly worthy of him. It was clearly a compliment to Chen Luo, but Da Fu next to him was proud as well, and he hurriedly added, "What kind of person is my Da Fijie? What is this little difficulty?" As they were chatting, suddenly a cry for help came from the forest behind them, startling the three, and causing them to turn their heads to look. From the dense forest, two men were running frantically, looking panicked as they ran and begged the group of Da Fu for help. "Shixiang, save us! Someone is chasing and killing us!" Suddenly, behind the two men, a swarm of insects appeared, chasing closely behind their footsteps. Ji Zhong and Lao Wang were about to run over to save them, but Da Fu quickly blocked them and said, "Don't go over there. Those insects are very dangerous." At this time, a man in a black cloak appeared behind them, arrogantly controlling the swarm of insects, and said, "Once you fall into my hands, no prey can escape. If you guys know what's good for you, kneel down and I can let you die painlessly." The swarm of insects had devoured the bodies of the two scholars, leaving only the skeletons and torn clothes. Seeing this, Da Fu created a yin-yang 5-element shield to protect the two people behind him, and didn't forget to remind them, "This person belongs to the ancient gate." This is getting spicy. Seeing this,
Wandu also expressed his interest, pointing directly at Dao Fu and his group, challenging them. Interesting, Taoist. Let me see just how much you're packing. Without another word, Wandu controlled his swarm of bugs, sending them crashing towards the barrier that Da Fu had created. The power of those bugs was too damn high. Da Fu's barrier couldn't hold for long and shattered into pieces. Before his opponents could even catch their breath, he kept pouring on the juice, launching a second attack. But just when things looked grim, Chen Luo soared up from the Thunderclap River, rushing forward, aiming his sword at the enemy and shouting, "Yo, who dares to hurt my bros?" Chen Luo zoomed towards Wandu, unleashing the Dugu 9 swords, mixing in his aura to create a flurry of powerful slashes. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce him, Wandu used his power to retreat. Chen Luo's bugs surrounded his sword tip, preventing him from landing a hit. Suddenly, they gathered in even greater numbers and struck Chen Luo head-on, sending him flying. Seeing this, Lao Wang and Da Fu were shocked and shouted, "Chen bro, you good, can you handle him?" Chen Luo was both horrified and surprised by the last attack, and said, "Not really feeling it. Those bugs are kinda sus, they can actually devour the aura on my sword." Hearing this, Da Fu immediately realized, those are devouring bugs. This type of GU can suppress all kinds of chi. Looks like the one controlling the devouring bugs is a GU master. Wandu was a little surprised to hear this and then continued, "Knowing so much, are you from the Yi clan of Great Xuan? Hey, looks like after all these years you guys haven't forgotten about us." Suddenly, Wandu looked angry. He created countless devouring bugs and shouted, "You of the Ye clan, remember this. You killed someone named Wandu, all my babies. Go out there and drink blood and eat flesh." Wandu had no intention of showing mercy, taking advantage of the situation to rush towards Chen Luo. "Hurry up and become nutrients to feed my babies." Chen Luo unleashed the Taiji sword art. Tens of thousands of swords appeared, forming an extremely solid defensive circle. The Taiji swords shot towards Wandu like arrows, striking into the dark, obscured mist. Dao Fu realized that Chen Luo couldn't hold on for much longer. "Let's all rush in together. If we don't make a move, we're all gonna die." Immediately, Da Fu and the other two joined the battle, using their techniques to summon phantom soldiers, charging towards Wandu. Wandu didn't see them as a threat, mocking Da Fu and his group, "Overestimating yourselves." Wandu spat black mist towards the three of Da Fu. "You three wastes, I'll eat you first." Chen Luo wasn't about to lose, quickly launching an attack to shield the three of Da Fu, not giving Wandu a chance to attack them. Wandu sneered, "Chen Luo, you're so weak, yet you still have the mind to worry about others. You should worry about yourself first." The black mist continued to surround Chen Luo, gathering in one place. Chen Luo was now surrounded. He could only swing his sword in all directions, not letting the mist get any closer. Chen Luo noticed that these bugs were deliberately avoiding the water of the Thunderclap River. Could it be that they're afraid of Thunderclap Stone? Wandu praised, "Chen Luo's chi is very special. I didn't expect it to be able to resist the devouring Chi GU for so long." He ordered Chen Luo to surrender, saying that he might consider sparing his life and making him his servant. Chen Luo despised Wandu's words. "Dream on, you freak." Chen Luo struck a blow at Wandu's inner fighting spirit. He had no more words to say. "I will eliminate all of you." Chen Luo turned to Da Fu. "Help me hold him back for a bit." Da Fu agreed, without hesitation. "Big bro, got it. I'll do my best." Da Fu's art of heavenly descent can only hold him back for a bit. Chen Luo asked Lao Wang, "Did you bring the zither?" Immediately, Lao Wang gave him an ancient zither that his ancestor gave him, named Void Dragon Seeker. Chen Luo took the initiative and quickly grabbed the zither. Lao Wang really didn't understand what Chen Luo was planning. Chen Luo said, "I discovered that those bugs didn't dare approach the Thunder Ripple River, so I guess they were afraid of Thunder Ripple Stone. Using the Thunder Ripple Stone to amplify the sound of the zither might be able to defeat him." Da Fu was about to give out on this side and warned Chen Luo, "Get ready quick." Chen Luo was ready at this point and urged Chen Fu, "Fall back, quickly." Cracks were starting to appear on Chen Fu's shield, and some bugs started flying through the gaps. Chen Luo, zither in hand, hurriedly unleashed his move. From beneath the Thunder Ripple River, a zither note amplified by the Thunder Ripple Stone transformed into a myriad of arrows, shooting straight towards the swarm of bugs. Wandu was careless, thinking his bug shield could destroy this useless attack, but it seemed he was wrong. Da Fu was curious. "I wonder what song Chen Luo is playing that's so powerful." Chen Luo smiled and explained, "This is the #1 killing ballad, Guangling San. It can be played as Fen Fei, Brilliant Spears Clash, Charge." Wandu was losing ground, and he started getting agitated. "You beasts, you dare hurt me. I'll tear you to pieces." Chen Luo smiled mockingly. You poor little punk, do you still not understand your current situation? A zither melody from Chen Luo, like a tidal wave, rolled into a distinct shape like a millstone, weakening Wandu's bug shield. Wandu couldn't believe his eyes. His bug-based protective chi is invincible. How could it be defeated? Finally, the bug shield split in two. Chen Luo seized the opportunity and attacked Wandu with a sword, sending Wandu flying.
He was hit directly, and an overwhelming pain washed over him. His cloak was torn apart, revealing his grotesque body.
Wandu knelt on the ground. Damn it, I actually fell into your hands. Chen Luo pointed his sword at Wandu. Before, the barbarians told me that you were the one who helped them get in here.
Speak. How did they get in?
Wandu spat out black blood and laughed maniacally. You want to know? I'll ask you this. Do you know about the Huangtianji Yu? Dafu's face turned serious. Huangtianji Yu? Are you talking about using the heavenly Dao as a GU insect to enhance your strength? Wandu continued. Using the Huangtianji Yu here is too wasteful. I say, this one here is a new type. Using the spirit of the heavenly Dao as a GU insect. On the day it's completed, the body will transform into GU, and the person will obtain the power of the heavenly Dao. Chen Luo pondered. Is the spirit of the heavenly Dao sacrificing the human race to become a GU insect? Wandu was caught off guard, and he laughed loudly. You must also know about what happened in Tiayan City, right? Hundreds of thousands of people, under our arrangement, will turn into tiny bugs one by one. That feeling is so wonderful.
Everyone who heard him speak became furious.
All of those people were killed. You monster, you're so cruel. Are you scared now? Just wait and see. Your great Shuan human race will sooner or later turn into poisonous bugs.
The world will eventually belong to the ancient gods.
Wandu laughed like a maniac. He'd gone crazy. Danfu couldn't restrain his anger and wanted to kill the freak in front of him with one strike.
Before he could act, Chen Luo made his move first, a single sword strike separating the freak's head from his body.
Even with his head detached, Wandu still chuckled maniacally. The ancient gods are immortal. Their bodies are indestructible. One falls, another rises. The GU path never ends. Dafu gritted his teeth. These bastards, they dare do something like that. That's hundreds of thousands of lives. How dare they? Chen Luo consoled Dafu. His comrades are definitely nearby.
They still have a chance for revenge. Even so, Chen Luo was still very angry. Using living people to cultivate GU.
I, Chen Luo, will absolutely not let you leave the demon spirit realm. At the same time, Wandu's comrades had begun to act. The bug in Wandu's hand is dead, which proves that guy is a goner. Not believing his eyes, his comrades spoke up. How is that possible? Our power has surpassed the limits of the ice realm. How could he have died? Another one explained. His protective chi can suppress the human race. Maybe he was killed by the barbarians.
What a waste. He can't even beat those muscle brains. Even so, these GU sect members must still get to Heavenly Peak origin.
Judging by the time, that chi luck storm is about to erupt. This time, the luck spirit might appear. There can be no mistakes. Over with Chen Luo, Lao Wang sighed in relief. After hearing the thunder and being gnawed on by the GU worms, things are finally quiet.
Chen Luo noticed something was off with Dafu and asked what was up. He didn't know Dafu was a Taoist. Why didn't he study Confucianism?
Daofu chuckled awkwardly. No choice. Confucianism always likes to lecture on some profound principles. Taoism feels more chill. Jizhong was a bit confused. He had seen Dafu use Confucian spells before. Dafu explained. That's nothing. Just conveniently crush a jade pendant when practicing, and bam! Confucian magic. The jade pendant glowed, and Dafu immediately donned the royal hegemon piercing gold armor, looking extremely formidable. Chen Luo was very interested. This is your Taoist's specialty spirit treasure. Dafu grinned smugly. My senior brothers made it. They usually pretend to be Confucian scholars, but when things get hairy, using Taoist magic can catch opponents off guard.
Chen Luo finally saw it. Taoists like Dafu are sometimes even dirtier than Confucians.
After a round of heartfelt chatting, it was time for Chen Luo and the others to set off again. Chen Luo asked for opinions. Where do you brothers want to go? Lao Wang wanted to try his luck, suggesting they go to the Tianfeng Yuan, where Yuanmu is produced. He knew the place's characteristics, but not the direction. Chen Luo guessed. Tianfeng Yuan. He took out a bottle of kui beast bone from his pocket. Dafu exclaimed in alarm. What are you planning, Chen Luo? Chen Luo smeared a man brute's blood on the kui beast bone. It can make a map.
Sure enough, the man brute's blood, once applied to the kui beast bone, instantly turned it into a clear map.
Chen Luo asked Lao Wang. Is it this place? Lao Wang pondered. The earth vein leading to this place's characteristics is indeed Tianfeng Yuan. Chen Luo smiled. Interesting. This place clearly had its traces erased before. That's really strange. Chen Luo immediately made a decision. Time's running out. Let's go to Tianfeng Yuan immediately. Suddenly, they heard a child's voice. Grandpa. All four were bewildered, unsure if they were imagining things. From inside the gourd bottle, Xiao Qi emerged. A tiny and incredibly adorable figure. Chen Luo panicked. "Why are you here, little sis?" Xiao Qi whispered. "The big sisters won't play with me, and I don't want to play with Grandpa. So I hid and fell asleep." Seeing Xiao Qi, Zhizhong thought she was adorable. Lao Wang also wanted to hold the kid for a bit, while Dai Fu never expected Chen Luo to have a kid so early. Xiao Qi hugged Chen Luo tightly, constantly shooing the others away, Da Fu thought. They're bad grandpas. Chen Luo awkwardly explained, "Xiao Qi is a gourd spirit. Consider her a child of the Taoist ancestors." He took out a few tiny heavenly Tao stars to fill her hungry belly. Xiao Qi obediently nibbled on the heavenly Tao stars. Chen Luo looked at the child beside him and said softly, "Xiao Qi, after you're full, go back into the gourd and take a nap." Xiao Qi refused. She wanted to stay outside and play with Grandpa. Da Fu used 2 branches as toys, tempting Xiao Qi to play with him. Xiao Qi calmly ordered, "Da Fu, quickly pick up that smelly thing over there." Da Fu cheerfully went right away. His speed with his body size is truly inconsistent. Zhizhong and Lao Wang didn't expect Da Fu to like kids so much, but maybe Xiao Qi has the potential to become a great sage of the demon race. Perhaps Da Fu wants to build a good relationship. Chen Luo ruffled Xiao Qi's head and said gently, "Good, I'll let Da Fu take care of Xiao Qi later. Let him taste the feeling of babysitting." Suddenly, Dai Fu shouted, "Big bro! Everyone, come over here for a sec." Chen Luo thought something happened to Dai Fu and rushed straight to him with his sword. He asked Zhizhong to take care of Xiao Qi while he went to rescue Da Fu. As soon as he rushed to Da Fu, it turned out there was no danger. Dai Fu was sitting next to a glowing tree stump. Lao Wang was surprised. "This seems to be it." Da Fu nodded gleefully. "This is it. We found it." Chen Luo didn't understand what it was, knocked Da Fu on the head, and ordered him, "Explain clearly." Da Fu laughed. "Big bro, this is Yun Mu." Chen Luo couldn't believe his ears. "This is Yun Mu. Little Seven can sense fortune wood." Chen Luo took Little Seven closer to the tree that Da Fu thought was fortune wood, and asked, "Are you talking about this sprout when you say something smells good?" Little Seven nodded, saying that this thing had a very pleasant, sweet scent. Da Fu exclaimed, "So lucky." "Awesome, big bro, it's real. We're gonna strike it rich now." Lao Wang couldn't hide his excitement either. In the Star Demon realm, any wood can become fortune wood. It doesn't follow any rules. With Little Seven here, we have hope of finding more fortune wood. Chen Luo was also overjoyed. "Then let's quickly take this fortune wood root." Xiao Ji, Da Fu quickly stopped him. "It's not mature yet. We need to wait a few more days." Da Fu marked the spot where the fortune wood was planted. "It won't be too late to take it later." Chen Luo also had his eyes opened. Da Fu's new trick. Chen Luo asked Little Seven, "Do you smell the fragrance from anywhere else?" He promised to take the kid out to play later. Little Seven raised her chin and told Chen Luo, "A promise is a promise." Little Seven pointed into the distance. "There are many fragrances over there." Zhizhong looked in the direction Little Seven was pointing. "Isn't that the direction of the heavenly wind abyss? There's so much." Chen Luo didn't hesitate, and immediately carried Little Seven to that place to snatch the fortune wood. The others quickly followed. "Let's go, time waits for no one. With Little Seven here, we're about to change our lives this time." At the edge of the heavenly wind abyss, the barbarian princess felt that the power of decay in this place was stronger. She could feel it was stronger than before. It's probably going to be more difficult, so it's best not to go inside. Abian thought otherwise. This is a good thing. Who knows? We might witness the magnificent scene that those warriors witnessed 200 years ago. The barbarian princess said, "But this time the ending will be different." Abid also agreed with her opinion. "Because they are here, the ending will be different." At the same time, Chen Luo's group was also on their way to the heavenly wind abyss. The wind was extremely strong, and Da Fu could barely open his eyes. Chen Luo reassured his teammates. Little Seven said, "It's just ahead. There's fragrance everywhere." Lao Wang also excitedly reassured his teammates. "God, brothers, hang in there. Wealth and glory are just ahead." Zhizhong pointed in the direction against the wind for everyone to see. A giant tornado was sweeping forward like a dragon, sucking up everything around it. Lao Wang laughed excitedly. "It's a decay storm. I don't know what kind of luck Chen Luo and the others have to encounter this thing in the Star Demon realm. You wouldn't encounter it even once in 10 tries. But we have to avoid it first." The storm was getting closer,
and Jizong and Lao Wang were about to be sucked into it. Dai Fu decided to turn around and face the tornado. Trying to resist it, Chen Luo immediately stopped him. "Quick, dig a hole."
He didn't believe that this storm could dig up the ground. Chen Luo planned to dig a hole just big enough for himself, which might avoid the storm. He could only take a gamble. Everyone agreed. If we dig deep enough, we might not get blown away. The storm was coming, and Chen Luo hurriedly pushed everyone. "Quick, hide in the hole." Uncle Yin Jizhong was anxious, worried that there wouldn't be enough space to hide. "Tell Chen Luo to switch places with me."
Chen Luo naturally refused, telling everyone to lie down, and he lay on top of everyone. As soon as the storm blew near, it immediately blew Chen Luo away. Before he could stand firm, Chen Luo was blown far away. Dai Fu couldn't just watch his big bro get blown away, so he threw out his magic rope to save him.
The magic rope tightly wrapped around Chen Luo, like a kite flying in the sky above the mound below.
Jizong and Lao Wang also tried their best to hold on to Dai Fu. "Don't let go, hold on tight." The two of them were trying to pull Chen Luo back. Chen Luo ordered his brothers, "Let go, otherwise we'll all get sucked away." Dai Fu said with tears in his eyes, "How can I abandon my brothers?" Jizong promised to go through thick and thin with Chen Luo, and Lao Wang had no intention of letting go either.
Chen Luo never thought of abandoning his friends. As expected, the storm was too violent, causing all four of them to fly into the air in one go.
Chen Luo gritted his teeth. "This windstorm is too strong. Once the heavenly Tao power is exhausted, they will." Chen Luo would never let anything happen to his brothers. He had to save everyone.
A green trace appeared on Chen Luo's hand. He was about to unleash some kind of technique that would surround the four with a light green magic circle. On the other side, Jiyu Men Shu Xia gazed at the collapsing windstorm. What magnificent scenery! It would be even better if it lasted longer. Jiyu Men Shu Xia asked the leader. "Your meaning?" the leader explained. "This storm is a good thing? This is the spiritual energy dissolving the power of collapse? Of course it's a good thing. You all scatter and go find the location of the spiritual energy. If you succeed, you can enter the ancient god cave once more." Jiyu Men Shu Xia immediately obeyed, and immediately scattered in all directions to find the spiritual energy and seize it. The leader on this side thought, instead of calling it spiritual energy, it would be better to call it ancient energy. This time we must obtain the ancient energy. Di Li'er happily said to Abisa that, "We can go inside now." Abisa and his brothers bravely charged inside. Suddenly, intelligence arrived. Traces of the human race have been discovered. Abisa left a team of warriors to deal with them. The man tribe said, according to what the spy heard, "There is a person inside who is the human race, Fang Tuji." And Bisa doubted. Could it be that the human race is the Fang Tuji that he has always been looking for?
Di Li'er intended to deal with the person. Abisa's face darkened. He said, "Fang Tuji killed all 48 man-tribe warriors of mine. Not easy to deal with."
Di Li'er reassured Abisa, "I have grown up, and I am also a 7th grade man spirit. I can definitely kill him." Abisa praised. Di Li'er is indeed his little sister. Ordered people to follow her to eliminate Fang Tuji.
Di Li'er immediately led the man-tribe warriors towards the intelligence, determined not to disappoint Ibisa. On this side, Chen Luo had been blown away to some place. They brushed against people on the grass. A rat thought Chen Luo was a corpse and gnawed on his clothes.
Chen Luo was awakened by the rat. "It hurts so much. Dao Fu and them are not here. Maybe they were blown away." Chen Luo thought to himself. The heavenly Tao power in his body was not severely depleted, so they must be safe and sound.
Strange. What exactly happened? We suddenly weren't harmed at all. After calming down, Chen Luo reached out and brushed off the dust on his clothes, while tidying everything up and thinking incomprehensibly. But on the contrary, it was a good thing. He should still do his work first.
Suddenly Zhao Qi felt uncomfortable in her body and spoke up. "Grandpa, I feel a little dizzy." Chen Luo was worried when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" After speaking, Zhao Qi quickly reassured him. "It's nothing, I'll be fine in a moment. Zhao Qi is very strong."
Hearing these words, Chen Luo was somewhat relieved. He lifted Zhao Qi up and praised, "Good child.
Persist for a while longer. If it really doesn't work, tell me." Then Zhao Qi used her power to release a blue light surrounding the container to find the fragrance. Only a moment later, Zhao Qi couldn't help but be surprised when all the scenery here had a fragrance. Chen Luo was also a little surprised when he heard this, and immediately took Zhao Qi closer to a small tree nearby and asked, "Does this tree also smell good?" And indeed it was. Zhao Qi even felt that the scent was very fragrant. Considering that there was already the first clue, Chen Luo immediately used his power to shoot out a multicolored light to verify whether it was indeed the fortune wood he was looking for.
The tree trunk really had a reaction. It was indeed the fortune wood that Chen Luyo was looking for. Unexpectedly, he could find it so easily.
He immediately praised Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi immediately became complacent when she heard these words. I am indeed very awesome. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo used his sword to chop off the base of the fortune wood tree. Getting it into Chen Luo's hands so early made him unable to help but be happy when thinking about this return. At least he could be a proper marquis as he wished. At the same time, Dao Fu on this side had the same mood as Chen Luo. He jumped up and down and said, "We're rich! We're rich, Lao Wang. These are all fortune wood." Lao Wang's eyes lit up like car headlights when he saw Yunmu. He maintained a calm appearance and said in joy, "People always say fortune wood is hard to find, but we only fell once and found it. The world is indeed unpredictable. That's enough." Celebrating, Dan Fu quickly took out 2 shovels, eagerly wanting to dig up the Yunmu as soon as possible, and then go find Chen Lukuao, who was blown away somewhere. Lao Wang agreed. We must seize the time to start digging as quickly as possible and then go find the others in another direction. Ji Zhong was blown away alone.
He stood up with difficulty, having to rely on the cane next to him to move. He blamed himself. "I've lost the young master again.
I'm such a useless guard." Suddenly, Ji Zhong remembered Chen Luo, teaching him how to find him when something unexpected happened.
Thinking of this, Ji Zhong hurriedly used his power on the staff in his hand, creating a beautiful stream of blue light. Immediately afterwards, the staff pointed in a certain direction, causing him to be a little doubtful. That way,
"Can I really trust this thing?" Gongzi once said that going against this thing will definitely lead you to the person. "Gongzi, wait for me. Jinzhong will find you soon."
Finally, Jinzhong decided to go against the direction the staff was pointing. Meanwhile, on Chen Luo's side, he had chopped down who knows how many Yunmu trees. Chen Luo gently raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "Phew, I finally know how tiring chopping trees is."
But still, getting tired for a bit and being able to chop down 10 Yunmu trees, it's worth it, no matter how you look at it. There are still so many left. Should I chop down a few more? Chen Luo looked at the forest in front of him and hesitated for a while. Then suddenly Xiao Qi announced, his tone a little serious, Master, something stinky is flying over here." Chen Luo was a little puzzled when he heard the words, "something stinky," but Xiao Qi immediately explained that it was the smell of bad guys. As soon as Xiao Qi finished speaking, Chen Luo immediately hid under a nearby rock cautiously.
Sure enough, immediately afterwards, someone wearing a black cloak with the familiar mask of the Jiyu sect landed on the ground. Chen Luo, behind the rock, immediately recognized that it was someone from the Jiyu sect as soon as he saw him.
He looked at the areas that had been chopped down and immediately thought that someone had come here to take the Yunmu trees first. Seeing this, he released 2 tracking Jiyu to find the person who had stolen his goods.
Chen Luo on this side witnessed everything. As soon as he turned around, the 2 tracking Jiyu flew over, causing Chen Luo to panic. "Looks like it's come to this. I can't hide anymore." Chen Luo then rushed out from behind the rock and decisively swung his sword towards Lian Ai. As soon as the powerful blade touched her, Lian Ai quickly put her wings in front of her to block Chen Luo's attack. She said with a sarcastic tone, "Haha, the little bug can't take it anymore." As soon as Chen Luo looked at those familiar wings, memories of a fierce battle before suddenly flashed in his mind. Chen Luo recognized in shock. This demon-faced pattern, it's actually the person he hates so much. Seeing Chen Luo so shocked that he froze, Lian Ai continued, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to keep attacking?" "I won't be soft." Sure enough, Chen Luqiu's guess was correct. He recognized that the woman in front of him was Lian Ai, the one who makes the hatred in him burn whenever he remembers her. Chen Luo shouted angrily, "You little thief, so it's you!" Lian Ai was startled when she knew that her true identity had been exposed. In front of Lian Ai now is a Chen Luo, with an appearance of hatred, ready to kill her today. The killing intent around Chen Luo quickly changed with his mood. At this time he stepped towards Lian Ai and declared, "I said it, the next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Today is your death anniversary." Li Fan Ai was not afraid at all, and even taunted him, "Based on you, little frog, your soul is about to dissipate." Chen Luo swung his powerful sword towards Lian Ai with hatred, and shouted, "Dealing with you doesn't require external power." Lian Ai on the other side quickly released a bunch of GU worms and replied, "Big words, then let me see if you actually have the ability." The battle between the 2 strong people took place without anyone giving what. No matter how many GU worms there were, they couldn't escape Chen Luo's sharp sword slashes. Chen Luo's hatred reached its peak, and now he only had one thing in his eyes: to kill Lian Ai. The red eyes, as red as blood, and the sharp sword pointed at the enemy.
Now no one can stop Chen Luo from killing Lian Ai. He closed the distance with her and continuously slashed powerful swords, cutting off Lian Ai's outer black cloak.
Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Lian Ai retreated backwards, avoiding Chen Luo's sword path. She wondered, not long ago, why has this kid's strength increased so much?
Those red eyes will not disappear until Chen Luo kills Li Qian Ai, his face full of veins showing his anger reaching its peak.
Chen Luo spat out a mouthful of air and yelled, Lian Ai, I don't care what tricks you use, but today you are destined to die here.
Hearing this, Lian Ai knew she couldn't hesitate any longer, and used her last trump card, the Destiny GU.
She spread her purple wings, channeled her power, and used her own wings to hurl a swarm of dangerous GU insects towards Chen Luo. These weren't ordinary GU insects, they were highly poisonous butterflies, so Chen Luo couldn't let them get close. Thinking quickly, Chen Luo poured all his power into the tip of his sword and stabbed straight down at the swarm of poisonous butterflies. The collision of two terrifying forces created an enormous shockwave. Lian Ai, watching from the sidelines, could only cackle, Hey kid, that'll only stir up the ferocity of these bugs, your fee. But before Lian Ai could finish her sentence, Chen Luo emerged from the swarm of butterflies unscathed, his power even greater. He swung a mighty fist at Lian Ai, catching her completely off guard and dealing massive damage, even shattering her mask. She was sent flying, clutching her face in pain, 100 questions racing through her mind. Impossible.
Why can't even my Destiny GU defeat him? No, I don't want to die here.
Death loomed before Lian Ai. Chen Luo stood before her, his hatred still burning, and said, This is the end, Lian Ai.
On the verge of death, she still didn't show any fear, but instead gave a mocking smile. You're really something. But seeing this face, you can still do it. Lian Ai thought she could use a beauty trap at her critical moment, but it backfired. Not only was Chen Luo unmoved, but he felt disgusted. He furiously punched Lian Ai's face repeatedly with his bare hands, cursing, You still want to disgust me.
Finally, Lian Ai's face was bruised and disfigured, her appearance unbelievably miserable. She covered her swollen face and begged, Don't kill me.
I can do anything for you. But the hatred within Chen Luo was too great, and he was determined not to spare her. Chen Luo angrily raised his sword and shouted, HMPH! The moment you killed Shu Ling, you should have known this day would come.
Without hesitation,
he swung his sword and sliced across Lian Ai's neck, sending a geyser of blood erupting, a horrifying scene unfolding in an instant.
Only when her head was severed did Chen Luo return to normal. He snorted coldly and said, Finally, I've avenged her. The revenge was complete, but the person couldn't be brought back to life. Chen Luo looked up at the distant sky, remembering his two loved ones.
He thought to himself, Zhong Kui, Zhao He, wait for me. One day I will resurrect you both.
Suddenly, from Lian Ai's severed head, a GU insect flew out of the sticky pool of blood, startling Chen Luo, who thought she wasn't dead yet. He quickly grabbed the hideous GU insect and said, Trying to run. Get over here. Tell me, do you GU sect guys play with these disgusting bugs all day because you're mentally twisted? So gross. With that, Chen Luo crushed Lian Ai's GU insect in his hand, splattering black liquid all over his hand.
A strange purple jade appeared on top of the sticky black goo. Chen Luo looked at it and snorted coldly. HMPH even got some gear.
Suddenly, Chen Luo thought that the GU sect acted strangely, researching all sorts of weird things, and feared that it would cause disaster. I'll give this to fourth brother to take a look at when I get back, and decide what to do with it if there are no problems.
With that thought, he had Zhao Qi store the purple jade inside. With the matter here settled, Chen Luo hurried to find his other brothers, hoping they were all safe and sound. At the same time, in the barbarian tribe, Diliner led her tribesmen to find Feng Tuju. As soon as she found him, she asked, Are you Feng Tuju? Feng Tuju, faced with the barbarian tribe, still appeared gentle and asked softly, This barbarian young lady, may I ask what you need? But Diliner said without any politeness, in an arrogant tone, Ha, you're quite the looker. Too bad. If you hadn't formed a blood feud with our tribe, I really would have wanted to pamper you. Shu Feng couldn't help but wonder upon hearing this, and retorted, You're the first barbarian tribe I've ever met. What grudge could there be? Before he finished speaking, Diliner hurriedly interrupted.
She believes that the Zhu Feng before her is the one who killed 50 barbarian tribe warriors, so she's determined it's him.
Shu Feng didn't respond to Diliner's question, but thought to himself, What grudge or no grudge? I think you guys just want an excuse to cause trouble. Forget it. Grandpa's arrangements are more important. I'll compromise for now.
Thinking this, Zhu Feng tossed a valuable, heaven-grade spiritual stone towards Di Linier and said softly, "Miss, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. I have no intention of clashing with you. Consider this a small token of my sincerity."
Di Linier caught the high-grade, heaven-grade spiritual stone and praised, "The Shu family is generous indeed." Even after receiving the gift, she didn't show any intention of letting him off, but demanded to kill Zhu Feng and seek justice for the barbarian tribe warriors.
Finishing her words, Di Linier ordered the most muscular and strong barbarian tribe member to attack Zhu Feng. The guy named Meng Sha heard this and charged forward aggressively. Feeling wronged, he reluctantly waved the fan in his hand, creating a beautiful wave of green light, and said, "HMPH, I already said it wasn't me. Don't bully people too much." However, Zhu Feng's strength was nothing compared to the barbarian tribe people. In terms of physical strength, Meng Sha could send him flying with a single punch. Zhu Feng was far weaker in physique, and a single fist could make him vomit blood. In the current situation, Zhu Feng had no choice but to call upon his grandpa for help. He said, "Invincible grandpa, this unworthy grandson is incapable. I still hope you'll lend a hand." His plea to his grandpa was answered, and Zhu Feng's spirit suddenly changed, as if someone else was controlling him from within. That grandpa said, "All right, these barbarians are indeed not someone you can deal with." Immediately, the aura around Zhu Feng changed drastically, and a surge of dark energy enveloped his body. Even his physical strength changed significantly. He said in a slightly frightening voice, "You insignificant barbarians, daring to be presumptuous here." Meng Sha was provoked by Zhu Feng's words and rushed forward, throwing a punch while ranting wildly, "See if I don't beat you into mincemeat." But the fist had only just been thrown when Zhu Feng easily blocked it with one hand. He even mocked that the barbarian tribe people were still mindless. Meng Sha was surprised to be stopped by Zhu Feng's small arm. Immediately afterwards, the dark energy from Zhu Feng shot straight up Meng Sha's arm and destroyed every nook and cranny of his body. In an instant, the one beaten into mincemeat was Meng Sha. The mysterious dark energy emanating from Zhu Feng could kill someone with a single touch. He moved his feet as he said, "You juniors should obediently accept your lesson." The others in the barbarian tribe, witnessing such a terrifying scene, were extremely frightened. Chaos engulfed them, and none of them dared to step forward to attack the devil before their eyes. But before anyone could run, Zhu Feng killed them all with a wave of dark energy, dying in an instant. Only Di Linier was fortunate enough to survive, but perhaps it wouldn't be long before Zhu Feng killed her too. Fear gradually dominated Di Linier's mind. She trembled and asked, You're not Zhu Feng. Who are you in the end? Want to know who I am? Go back and ask your man Tian." Saying this, Zhu Feng reached out towards Di Linier, using that terrifying dark energy to pull her towards him, then unhesitatingly grabbed Di Linier's neck, making it impossible for her to breathe. Di Linier painfully tried to say her last words, Saint Wei, you, brother, quickly, run, run." Zhu Feng easily broke Di Linier's neck with his bare hands. After wiping out the barbarian tribe, that grandpa finally left Zhu Feng's body. He gasped tiredly and said, Whew, thank you for lending a hand, Grandpa." Hearing this, that grandpa quickly responded, "Your body is still too weak. Even using the Mantian Di Shu, I can only exert the strength of the Tao transmission realm." These words from his grandpa made Zhu Feng feel disappointed in himself. He closed his eyes and replied softly, "It's because this grandson isn't working hard enough. I will definitely increase my cultivation efforts in the future." Seeing this, Grandpa reminded him to forget about it, since it was enough in the Star Demon realm, and the main task was to continue searching for Chen Luo. Although Zhu Feng was tired, he obediently followed his grandpa's orders. At this time, on Chen Luo's side, he was still on the road searching for Xiao Qi and the others. But after walking a long distance, he still hadn't seen any trace of them, so he wondered, where did that gust of wind blow the three of them to? After walking a little further, Chen Luo couldn't stand it anymore and complained, In the future I definitely need to create something like a phone, and it needs to have a function to contact across realms." As he finished speaking, Chen Luo noticed the turtle beast bone inside his clothes reacting, so he took it out, and immediately a map appeared before his eyes. On top of the map, there was also a location marked with a star. Chen Luo realized that he was approaching the marked location, which was why the turtle beast bone was reacting. Almost missed it. Chen Luo immediately turned to look at the forest beside him, which was exactly the location marked with a star. He glanced around and saw that it wasn't even 100 steps away. So, Chen Luo decided to enter the forest. "I'm already here.
It'd be a waste not to check it out.
Maybe it's a treasure trove. I'm here, so there's gotta be something, right? Or is it a trap? After wandering around for a while without anything special appearing,
Chen Luo was getting bored, when suddenly Xiaoqi sensed a myriad of fragrances nearby, and said, "Papa, Papa, it smells so good here."
Hearing this, Chen Luo became a little interested.
He walked closer to a large tree nearby and touched it to feel, it all smells good.
It can't be Yunmu. These trees are all Yunmu. Found a large amount of Yunmu trees here.
Chen Luo was overjoyed and didn't forget to pat little Xiaoqi affectionately and praise her. As expected of Xiaoqi, you're awesome.
You've helped Papa with a big thing.
Delay breeds trouble. Let's dig up a few trees and leave.
Chen Luo was eager to get more Yunmu, so he excitedly grabbed his sword and entered the forest to chop down Yunmu.
But he had only taken a few steps when he stopped, hearing Xiaoqi's warning, "Papa, there's a sound in the bushes over there."
Hearing this, Chen Luo quickly restrained himself and tiptoed towards the nearby bushes, thinking, could the Mon tribesmen have found this blessed land too?
Must be careful. He cautiously crawled deeper into the bushes, with his weapon in hand, but when he got closer, he didn't see anyone, just a fishtail.
More accurately, it's a kun-kun.
Chen Luo seemed to recognize this beautiful creature and immediately guessed the reason. The ordinary trees here have all been transformed into Yunmu, probably thanks to the kun-kun.
While Chen Luo was still gaping at the creature in front of him, Xiaoqi kept wondering about it.
"Papa, what's a kun-kun?
Can we eat it?"
Hearing this, Chen Luo could only helplessly instruct Xiaoqi, "Be good, this kun-kun can't be eaten, but it can help us eat even more delicious things."
He seemed to be blinded by the kun-kun, and had already plotted to capture the creature at all costs.
Just then, the kun-kun suddenly turned its head towards Chen Luo, surprising him a little. Immediately afterward, he flashed a bright smile to lure it over. "Hey there, little fish! Come swim over here. Uncle will take you to eat yummy stuff." But the kun-kun suddenly became fierce, using its tail to lash out at Chen Luo, catching him off guard and sending him flying.
Chen Luo's body slammed into a nearby tree, creating a loud noise. He said with difficulty, "Ouch! This fish is too hot-tempered."
At this moment, the kun-kun was still angry, suddenly rushing towards Chen Luo, making him panic, and he hurriedly gathered all his strength to block the kun-kun's head.
But this kunfish was much stronger than Chen Luo, and his body was completely pushed along by its force. If this continued, there were only two possibilities. One was that Chen Luo would be killed by it, and the other was that he would have to kill it.
On the other side, Tian Xiangwan and her subordinates were also trying their best to find the whereabouts of Chen Lushao's group.
Suddenly, one of the two subordinates spoke up, saying,
"Great Shadow Master, according to the scout Fang Shuji's report, they really are here for the sake of Wan Anba."
But Tian Xiangwan didn't seem to care about the main issue that the guy was talking about, and she only paid attention to his title for her. She quickly turned her head back and replied, "Call me Mr. Tian here, don't use that title."
But as soon as she finished speaking, the two guys continued to call her Great Shadow Master, making her feel helpless and hopeless. At this time, Tian Xiangwan spoke out her thoughts. She believed that Fang Shuji's target was very likely that Wen Xin. If that's the case, she was even more determined not to let him achieve his goal. Arriving at a forest, Tian Xiangwan suddenly heard Dafu's familiar voice. "Ha ha, brothers, we've struck it big this time."
After chopping down some Yunmu trees,
Dafu quickly turned around and asked, "Lao Wang, how many trees did you collect this time?"
Hearing this, Lao Wang quickly replied, 8 trees. After we go back this time, I'll see if those guys still dare to mock me." Suddenly, Tian Xiangwan ran over from somewhere, probing the two. "Have you guys seen Wan Anba?"
As soon as the two saw her, they immediately recognized her. Dafu also quickly explained, "So it's Miss Tian.
We were with Big Brother earlier,
but we were scattered by the wind. Are you looking for him, for something urgent?"
Suddenly, Tian Xiangwan's expression changed, becoming serious. She then said,
"Wan Shan Lord is in mortal danger."
Lao Wang and Dao Fu were shocked when they heard this. Like a bolt from the blue, they hurriedly and anxiously bombarded Tian Gunyang with questions. What happened? Could it be that someone wants to harm my big brother?
Seeing their reaction, Tian Xiangwan didn't hide anything and replied, "It's that villain Fang Shuji. He wants to snatch Wen Xin." Knowing that the one targeting Chen Luo was Fang Shuji, made their reaction even more intense.
Dai Fu angrily said,
"That son of a bitch, Tian Gunyang. Can you find out the big brother's location?" As soon as Da Fu finished speaking, Tian Xiangwan quickly used her ability, controlling the fan near Fang Shuji, and said, "Although I can't find Wan Han Lord, I can play tricks on Fang Shuji's fan and lock his location."
Hearing this, the two felt somewhat relieved. Immediately afterward, Dai Fu and Lao Wang hurriedly set off to find Chen Luo.
Seeing that they had spent several hours cutting down yunmu trees, but as soon as they heard the news, they rushed away without even bringing them, she was a little puzzled. "Aren't you taking these precious yunmu with you?" But the two didn't even turn their heads and just rushed forward, even saying, "What time is it?"
How can yunmu be more important than Big Brother's life? Hurry up! Seeing this, Tian Gunyang also hurriedly followed the two, shouting as she went, "Okay, everyone stick together, we can definitely save Wan An Lord." Dafu's mood was extremely chaotic. After hearing that Chen Luo might be in mortal danger, he ran and hoped that his big brother wouldn't be in any trouble.
At the same time, Chen Luo still couldn't get rid of Kun Kun. He got angry and shouted, "You stinky fish, if you keep this up I can only kill you."
The object in Chen Luo's hand suddenly emitted a strange blue light. Kun Kun stopped immediately, and the anger from before completely disappeared. After feeling the blue light coming from Chen Luo's hand, he was relieved to see that Kun Kun was no longer attacking him.
However, Kun Kun unexpectedly became friendlier. It even wrapped around Chen Luo, causing him to be a little surprised, asking, "Kun Ge, what do you finally want to do?" Just one sentence to ignore everything else. If I can just lock its fin, I might be able to tame it.
Thinking this, Chen Luo gently reached out to touch the fin.
However, before Chen Luo could touch it, he was suddenly ambushed. The Gu Men people used silken threads to surround Kun Kun, making it impossible to escape. A black-robed boss from the Gu Men group was overjoyed after capturing Kun Kun and laughed loudly, "Haha, I didn't expect to get Yun Ling so easily." He gently approached Kun Kun in the silken wrapping and said, "If I had come one step later, this guy would have taken it away.
It's just a pity you now." Saying this, he noticed that Chen Luo wasn't in the silken wrapping with Kun Kun and became a little panicked. Where's the person? Where did the person go? Chen Luo was currently moving in another dimension. He couldn't help but ponder the events that had just happened. Did those silken threads belong to the Gu Men people who attacked me? Recalling that critical moment, Kun Kun had spat out a bubble that enveloped Chen Luo, and then he came to this strange place.
He thought to himself, could this be some kind of teleportation magic? While he was immersed in endless thoughts, the bubble surrounding Chen Luo suddenly burst. His body was immediately swept away in that dimension, making Chen Luo extremely panicked. Amidst the mystical sunset, a strange circle of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then Chen Luo was released to fall freely from within that circle, catching him off guard. His body slammed heavily onto the solid ground below with a thud. Just looking at it made one feel the pain. His head made strong contact with the ground, creating a shallow pit. Chen Luo fumbled to get up after the collision, rubbing his head and complaining, "That hurts like hell." Luckily, the landing was relatively safe. If he had fallen into the territory of the Man tribes, he probably wouldn't dare to imagine it.
Xiao Qi, inside Chen Luo's clothes, saw that his master was injured and hurriedly asked, "Grandpa, are you all right?" Hearing Xiao Qi's concern, his physical strength unexpectedly increased. Chen Luo, who had clearly been complaining just now, immediately became healthy again. He confidently said, "Grandpa's body is tough, how could anything happen?"
"That's right, Xiao Qi. Did you smell anything from that fish just now?"
Xiao Qi obediently replied,
"That fish smelled very fragrant, even more fragrant than those trees from before."
Speaking of Kun Kun,
Chen Luo was even more disappointed, because judging from its appearance, it was probably even taller than the cloudwood he had painstakingly chopped down. It's just a pity that he can't have it. Thinking this, Chen Luo decided to let it go and think about something else.
He stretched and regained his spirits, then said, "Forget it, I almost lost my life. Instead of worrying about this, why don't we dig up more trees?" Wandering around, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly caught the azure righteous energy in a stone cave nearby. He wondered, could there be some kind of treasure inside? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he stepped inside. He was a little surprised to see what was in front of him. This tree is clearly withered, so why is it so brightly colored? Chen Luo stepped closer and discovered a person in front of him. Judging by his appearance, he must be a senior from the Yu sect. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Chen Luo, the Grand Xuan Wan An Baron, pays his respects to senior." However, there was still no response, which made Chen Luo a little curious, and he peeked around, wanting to see what was going on. Chen Luo looked closely and saw that it was just a skeleton wearing a jade stone around its neck. Suddenly, he noticed that the closer he got to the skeleton, the brighter the jade stone glowed. He wondered, could it be that this senior deliberately placed it here? Too focused, Chen Luo unconsciously touched the jade stone, causing it to emit an even more powerful light. Chen Luo immediately felt a difference, and was a little surprised. Then his body was transported to an extremely strange place. Chen Luo vaguely guessed, is this the consciousness inside that jade stone? Seeing a figure inside, Chen Luo hurried over to ask,
This humble one is Chen Luo. May I ask who you are? The senior heard Chen Lugyo's voice, and quickly turned his head and replied respectfully. This one is Wang Xian. Greetings to a fellow clansman.
Chen Luo was so surprised that he couldn't believe his eyes when the person in front of him was actually Wang Zichun, the one who wrote the preface to the Tengwang Pavilion.
Wang Bo. He remembered that this Wang Xian had died in the Star Demon realm 200 years ago. How could it be the real person standing in front of him, asking him a question? Wang Xian smiled lightly and replied, Bo knew that he was about to die, so he deliberately left a bit of remnant soul, hoping to meet a member of the same clan who could continue to fulfill my last wish.
Escort Yunling back to the human clan.
Chen Luo was still surprised when facing Wang Xian, and thought in his head, so it's to leave a message. The dry skeleton outside is probably the bones of that person, called the death of love, but in the end no one survived.
Chen Luo heard this and basically understood the situation, so he respectfully bowed his head and said, Senior, please explain the situation at that time to this humble one.
Wang Anbao waved his hand, creating a small tornado that swept up everything around him, and the scenery gradually appeared. Wang Xian brought Chen Luo in front of the ancient green tree and then explained the situation in detail. Everything started from this ancient green tree. Where Yun wood comes from has always been a mystery, until we discovered the scene before us, a secret that is interesting. Those Yun woods are all transformed from ordinary trees. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo felt that the method was exactly the same as the Kunling he had seen before in the forest. On the other side, Great Blessing Old Wang and Tian Xiangwan were still searching for Chen Luo. While moving, Great Blessing suddenly spoke. Miss Tian, I've been wanting to ask for a while, what is your true identity?
Tian Xiangwan maintained her expression, and replied softly while her feet were still moving on the ground. I am Assistant Lecturer Tian Xiangwan of the Dead Willow Academy, and also Tian Ying of the Grand Xuan Spring Rain Guard of Zhenshuan Division.
Hearing that name, Great Blessing seemed to have realized something, and he immediately wondered, Spring Rain Guard, what exactly are you investigating?
The three of them were still moving on the ground with increasing speed. Tian Xiangwan did not hesitate to tell the two of them the whole story. 6 years ago, Zhang Jia Wenxin, the great Confucian scholar, died in the battle with the barbarians, but after that incident, His Majesty Wang could not find his body. At that time there was a Fang Jia, a great Confucian scholar, who also fought side by side with him, but nothing happened to him. Perhaps that is why Tian Xiangwan suspected that the Fang Jia stole Zhang Jia's Wenxin, but Tian Xiangwan had investigated it from before. So she said, 30 years ago, Song Jia's Wenxin was stolen. 20 years ago, Li Jia's Wenxin. 10 years ago, Ma Jia's Wenxin were also stolen. According to investigations, these matters are more or less related to the Fang family. Just as Tian Xiangwan finished speaking, the old Wang suddenly remembered. Wenxin's main effect is to replenish the heaven and earth energy of a Confucian's heart, repairing the wounds of the saint's path. After hearing Tian Xiangwan's investigation, coupled with the old Wang's understanding, Dao Fu finally came to a conclusion. He hurriedly said, I get it. Is it that guy from the Fang family who was crippled by Zhu Cheng and needs a large amount of Wenxin? That's right. Tian Xiangwan seemed to share the same thought as Dashu Fu, so he replied, Yes, Fang Shuji is the direct grandson of that guy. It's very likely that he came because of this. Dai Fu put on a disdainful look and quickly added, Even if that old geezer gets Wenxin, so what? Won't he just get beaten half to death by Zhu Cheng again? But just as Dao Fu finished speaking, Tian Xiangwan interrupted. She said with a serious attitude, This time it's not the same. You need to know, Zhu Lin himself has no shortage of enemies. The Fang family must be secretly contacting people. I'm afraid Zhu Cheng won't be able to do anything to them by then. Dao Fu understood the seriousness of the problem upon hearing this. His attitude and tone immediately changed. As long as it doesn't see us, hurry up a bit, completely burn that Fang guy to ashes. Dai Fu's words boosted everyone's spirits. The movements of all three began to speed up with the determination to beat Fang Shuji to death. At the same time, Ji Zhang was still cautiously taking each step as he searched for Chen Luo. After walking a long distance, Ji Zhang stopped to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, Whew! The direction of the wooden stick only points to this cave. Hopefully I'm not searching in the wrong place. With that, Ji Zhang continued to venture deeper inside. Suddenly, his eyes landed on two figures in front. As soon as he looked, Ji Zhang immediately recognized that it was his young master. He ran over with a delighted expression and asked, Did you encounter the barbarians on the way? Are you injured anywhere? But as he got closer, he noticed that Chen Luko's appearance was a bit strange, so he immediately guessed that he was in a dream. Looking at the jade token that Chen Luo was touching, he quickly guessed.
That's probably the legendary dream entering Jade.
Suddenly, he remembered what Song Daru had once told him, that a person in a dream should absolutely not be interrupted or it could be life-threatening.
Therefore, Jinzhong decided to wait by Chen Luo's side. Just then, a man's voice rang out. "Grandpa, the aura is right here."
Jinzhong immediately sensed that someone was approaching. He hurriedly ran out to block the person approaching Chen Luo's location. As soon as he came out, he ran into Feng Shuji. Jinzhong blocked him and said, "Young Master Feng, my young master is busy inside. Please, brother, find another place."
Upon hearing this, Feng Shuji suddenly emitted a dark aura and reported to his grandpa inside. "Grandpa, this person is Chen Luo's guard. It seems we've found the right place." Knowing that Feng Shuji came with bad intentions, Jinzhong hurriedly took out his sword and pointed it at Feng Shuji, shouting, "Feng Shuji, stop acting mysterious.
If you take another step forward, I'll attack."
But Feng Shuji didn't pay any attention to Jinzhong's words, because that grandpa had completely taken over his body. He emitted a dangerous dark aura and sneered.
"Your righteous energy is purely that of a genius. This old man can't bear to kill you. Why not drop your weapon and accompany Shuji back to the Fang family? I can be your book servant."
On this side, Jinzhong remained steadfast, determined not to be swayed by Feng Shuji's words. He unleashed a powerful aura and said, if you take another step, I'll attack." Unable to lure the chicken, Feng Shuji angrily released a dark energy ball towards Jinzhong to intimidate him. The dark energy ball arrived too quickly, and he didn't have time to react. Taking the full force of it,
Jinzhong was pushed back, but luckily he managed to stay on his feet. Jinzhong painfully clutched his injured abdomen and asked, "This power, you're a scholar in the Dao transmission realm."
Not giving Jinzhong time to catch his breath, he continued to release a large command tablet towards him, angrily shouting, "A teacher must not regret their actions. Today I will teach you the rules of bullying the young." Jinzhong could only sneer at Feng Shuji's childish words, and retorted, "The strong bullying the weak, what kind of shitty teacher are you?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the command tablet struck Jinzhong, but he quickly used his sword to block it.
Seeing this, Feng Shuji shouted, "HMPH, you're only in the sutra forging realm, what can you do to resist me?" Although Jinzhong was at a disadvantage, his determination to protect Chen Luo was greater than ever. He was determined not to let anyone harm his young master. Inside the dream realm, at this time, facing the ancient tree in front, Chen Luo vaguely guessed.
"Could it be that this ancient tree is the source of the luck wood?"
Wang Xian said. These two ancient trees have become demons, but tree and grass demons only have essence and energy, not spirit. When Chen Luo heard this, he couldn't help but remember the 7 Calabash brothers from before, who only gained spirit after he told them a story. Recalling the past made Prince and a bit melancholy. He lowered his eyes and said, "I have an agreement with this fortune tree. It will follow us back to the human race, and will entrust it to become a god. But as we left the valley, we were surrounded by the barbarians." As soon as Prince An finished speaking, the scenery before my eyes changed, and the chaotic sounds of that fierce battle were recreated. Chen Luo saw it, and immediately guessed that it was the scene from back then. The misty smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a chaotic scene, including Prince An leading other scholars, full of determination. He shouted, "Less than half a day to return. We must protect this ancient tree. The barbarians are coming. Everyone, run!" His footsteps stopped as he faced the ferocious barbarians. All the scholars were determined to protect the ancient tree at all costs, but that enthusiasm was quickly extinguished when the power of the barbarians proved too great. Ordinary human strength simply couldn't match them, leaving them no choice but to flee.
It's just a pity that they couldn't run far before they were caught and brutally killed.
The barbarians, having reversed the situation, seized the initiative and continued to advance, catching all the fish one by one.
The human race side hadn't truly given up yet. They resolved that even if they had to die today, they wouldn't let the barbarians get what they wanted.
The scholars took turns using their abilities to suppress them. A war broke out between the two races, an endless war as both sides struggled for their own interests. A large explosion rocked the entire battlefield. The human race emerged from the smoky haze, their pace quickening to block the barbarians.
Prince An led his scholars forward with the slogan of, "Protecting the ancient tree at all costs." Everyone shouted, "Block them!
Block them!" Under the difficult circumstances, the tears of men fell. With determination, Prince An continued to run forward, gritting his teeth and saying, "Run! Hurry and run!"
"If you can still run, then keep running." Chen Luo was terrified when he witnessed this fierce battle. He was resentful when he thought of the hundreds of scholars who were brought here because of the human race's fortune, and then lost their lives here because of it. Thinking this, his hatred for the barbarians grew stronger. Prince Anhalsa, on the other side, couldn't hide the endless pain as he recalled the sad old days. He said painfully, "I am their leader, I should have returned, but their hope is all on me, I cannot turn back."
With only 1 hour left, I was forced to hide in a valley. This valley is easy to defend but difficult to attack, so the barbarians want to starve me to death here. Is it to disappoint everyone? And I can't bring the fortune tree back. Prince An's time was running out. He knelt on the ground in pain and said, "But we have not failed yet. There are still later generations entering this ice realm. I have reached a second agreement with the ancient tree, which is to dedicate my soul to become a god." Looking at the scene before him, Chen Luo was a little surprised, unable to believe his eyes when he saw Prince An dedicating his soul. "Indeed, this is too bold of a spirit." Prince An knelt before the ancient tree and offered his entire soul to the trunk, creating a beautiful light before his eyes.
From within the space, the Kunling faintly appeared, filling the air with fragrance. Chen Luo vaguely guessed how the Kunling was born after seeing the scene before him. Prince An, after completing the ritual of dedicating his soul to the ancient tree, came before Chen Luo, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "I don't know who the later generation is, but if you are of the human race, please take this ancient tree back for us." After witnessing the whole truth of Prince An's story, Chen Luo couldn't help but be moved and said, "Please rest assured, senior, leave it to me this time."
"If so, then this last bit of fortune should be passed on to you. Later generation, our last wishes all depend on you." With that, Prince An's body transformed into a thin, cloud-like soul and disappeared completely into Chen Luo. Only he was left standing in the dreamscape, bowing his head slightly in gratitude. "May you seniors rest in peace." After receiving the fortune from Prince An, Chen Luo's body was now stronger than ever. He circulated his energy a little and could clearly feel the difference. The power of fortune is so strong. It's the insurance that everyone left for me. Absorb it completely before going out. Outside at this time, the battle between Fang Tuji and Jizhong had not yet come to an end. After receiving all the damage from the previous blow, Jinzhong immediately collapsed to the ground. Red blood flowed out continuously due to the violent impact. Fang Tuji was very satisfied when he saw this. "Kid, you got lucky once, but there might not be a second time, and even if there is a second time, there might not be a third." "Stop it. I see that you also cultivate by reading the spring and autumn annals, so I have a heart for cherishing talents. Don't disappoint me." Xu Feng lowered his eyes, filled with dark intent, and looked down at Jizhong, who was painfully sneering. However, Jizhong showed no sign of giving up. He wiped the blood from his lips, then stood up and said, "The spring and autumn annals have a saying, 2 words, trust and righteousness. If I say you shall not pass, then you shall not pass." Seeing Jizhong's determined appearance only fueled Xu Feng's rage. He rushed forward in anger, saying, "So you're just a bookworm fool? I don't want to waste any more time. Die." As he finished speaking, a giant hand swiftly grabbed Jizhong, leaving him no time to react before being squeezed until he could barely breathe. Knowing that he would soon be killed by Xu Feng, Jizhong struggled to say, "Apologies, young master, Zhao Ji has broken his promise." Suddenly, Jizhong's body exploded with power, breaking free from his opponent's grasp. He summoned a large scroll above the sky, completely erasing the dark energy that Xu Feng had created. The giant scroll slowly unfurled, causing the entire surrounding landscape to change. Xu Feng, seeing this scene, was so shocked that his pupils widened to their fullest extent. He never expected that a Confucian scholar like Jizhong could summon the spring and autumn illusion. Zhang unexpectedly used the spring and autumn pillar of shame, firing countless rays of light from the giant scroll. A meteor shower was unleashed upon Xu Feng's position, causing him to panic immensely. "You're insane. Stop it now. Your body can't possibly withstand the immense power of the spring and autumn technique." However, Jizhong was determined not to let any of Xu Feng's words reach his ears. He was resolved to kill that demon today for Chen Luo's sake. With that, Jizhong raised his sword above, creating a massive surge of light surrounding Xu Feng. He was a little puzzled as to why Grandpa suddenly did not attack Jizhong. However, there was a reason for everything, and above all, Xu Feng's grandpa couldn't kill Jizhong rather than not kill him, because the attacks from the semi-saint or below can be ignored during the process of executing spring and autumn. Pillar of shame. Now there was nothing he could do to Jizhong, so he had to think of another way to deal with him. As soon as he had gathered enough power into his sword, Jizhong raised it high and shouted, "Xu Feng, receive this!" Xu Feng, out of options, aimed at his weakness to shake his will. "Stop now. If you insist on elevating your cultivation above a great Confucian, you'll pay the price. Do you want yourself and Chen Lugo to be buried with me?" Sure enough, these words somewhat shook Jizhong.
Hearing about involving Chen Luo made him afraid to continue. Ji Zhong's hesitation interrupted the summoning of the spring and autumn illusion, causing that immense power to gradually dissipate. Zhu Feng seemed to have achieved his goal. A sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth and said, "Ha ha, now even if you want to move the spring and autumn, you can't do it." Taking advantage of Ji Zhong's hesitation, he made a move, and immediately a surge of dark energy enveloped everything around him. Just as that deadly dark energy was about to reach Ji Zhong, he made a decision. Even without the spring and autumn, I will definitely kill Xu Feng. With that, Ji Zhong unleashed the Great Peace Sword, creating a powerful strike that dispelled the dark energy and went straight for Xu Feng in front of him, catching him off guard and slashing his face. He shouted in panic, "Fool! You have the qualifications to become a sage, but you're gonna die here just to stop me. You are an idiot to the end." The Great Peace Sword had completely ended Xu Feng's short life, but until the end he only knew how to resent others. The battle between the two finally ended with Ji Zhong's Great Peace Sword. Xu Feng had completely disappeared after the blow just now. Only a long crack and residual luck remained on the ground. Chen Luo also escaped from the dream state at this time. Hearing the noise outside, he hurriedly ran out to investigate the situation and happened to meet Ji Zhong standing there. Ji Zhong had now completely collapsed. He dropped his sword and said a few last words before collapsing. "Young master, Xiao Ji can only protect you this far." Seeing this, Chen Luo rushed to support Ji Zhong with a very worried expression, and he hurriedly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? What's wrong with the wounds on your body?" Ji Zhong's last strength was gradually exhausted. He hurriedly reminded him before completely losing consciousness, "Be careful on the road ahead." Chen Luo was panicked when he saw this, and kept urging Ji Zhong, "Don't fall asleep." But it was probably too late. Chen Luo panicked when he felt his heart stop beating, and tried to save Ji Zhong at the last moment, before it was too late. In the uncertain anxiety, Chen Luo remembered a novel once said that internal energy can be injured, so it is possible that Hong Chen Shi has a similar effect. Thinking this, he quickly put his hand on Ji Zhong's chest and channeled his luck into it. After a while, Chen Luo immediately noticed a change. It really works. With Ji Zhong, after just a few moments, Ji Zhong had completely woken up, and his heart was beating again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately wondered, "Young master, am I dead? Why are you here? Could it be?" Chen Luo was angry and scolded him for saying bad things. "Who is dead? Can't you say something nicer, dude? You almost scared me to death just now. What the heck happened?" Hearing this, Ji Zhong, with a thoughtful look, softly replied, "It's Feng Xiji he." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the noise of Dao Fu and Lao Wang, who had finally found Chen Luo's location. As soon as he saw him, Dao Fu excitedly shouted, "I see, big bro." Seeing everyone's rushed reaction, Chen Luo asked in confusion, "What's the panic?" "Besides you and little Ji, there's no one else here." Tian Xiangwan, having just stopped, no longer sensed Feng Shiji's aura. She clearly saw him get cut off here just now, but now the person is gone. What caused Feng Shiji to disappear without a trace? Only then did he softly say, "Feng Shiji was killed by me just now." Tian Xiangwan, Da Fu, and Lao Wang's jaws dropped. Ji Zhong killed Feng Shiji. It was truly a bolt from the blue. Ji Zhong, looking extremely tired, softly replied, "That's right, that guy was very powerful. I could only risk my life to kill him." The three of them were so shocked that they made all sorts of faces. Chen Luo felt a pang of heartache. Hearing this, he gently helped him up and said, "Why are you so dumb? What if I didn't wake up in time? You could have." Sensing Chen Luo's concern for him, Ji Zhong reassured him, "I am the young master's guard. I naturally need to protect you thoroughly." Chen Luo felt somewhat relieved hearing this, but still couldn't help but blame Ji Zhong for being stubborn. "You're really stubborn, kid. Is there anything else wrong with your body?" As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, Ji Zhong stood firm on his own, confidently saying, "There's no problem, just a little weak and tired. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Hearing him say that, Chen Luo was somewhat relieved, and quickly remembered that there was still something important to do, so he instructed Dao Fu and the others. "Alright, I need to go chase the Yuanling now. Dao Fu, you guys stay here and take care of little Ji." Dao Fu, hearing about Yuanling for the first time, asked in confusion, "What's that Yuanling?" Chen Luo immediately used his hands to demonstrate, describing the Yuanling he was talking about. Simply put, it's a type of creature that turns ordinary wood into yun wood. Dao Fu immediately caught on very quickly. "So that means if we get the Yunling, we can continuously produce yun wood." Chen Luo wasn't sure, that's right, but theoretically it seems like we can say that. As Dao Fu spoke, Chen Luo finished speaking. Dao Fu had already imagined a life of ease and comfort, with gold piled high like mountains. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up like car headlights and he said, Oh my god.
If we have that, wouldn't we be able to sit back and enjoy glory and wealth? Not just glory and wealth, more importantly, it's very beneficial for cultivation.
Big bro, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. We'll go with you. Dafu and Lao Wang suddenly became extremely excited, and even wanted to tag along with Chen Luo to chase the Yunling, making him a little hesitant, because Ji Zhong was currently injured, and he couldn't bear to leave him alone. Seeing Chen Luo struggling to choose, Ji Zhong quickly spoke up. Young master, I'm fine, you guys quickly go after the Yunling.
But he still couldn't rest assured leaving him here alone, with no one to take care of him.
Suddenly, Tian Xiangwan walked over to Ji Zhong and softly said, Wananba, I'll stay here to take care of young master Ji, you guys. Dao Fu and Lao Wang were overjoyed hearing this, and quickly said, that's right, big bro, I guarantee you Miss Tian can definitely protect Ji Zhong well. Considering that his worry about Ji Zhong could be temporarily put aside, Chen Luo gently bowed his head in gratitude. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Tian.
As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, the three people's footsteps began to move, gradually disappearing on the ground. Tian Xiangwan watched them leave, until they were far away, then turned to ask young master Ji,
you weren't telling Wananba the truth just now, were you? Ji Zhong's expression was somewhat pensive at this time, and he didn't understand why Tian Xiangwan would say that. Tian Xiangwan had been paying attention to the traces of the fight around here since she arrived, and knew that Feng Xieji didn't have that kind of strength, so she vaguely guessed. Ji Zhong knew exactly what he had done, so when Tian Xiangwan said that, he understood, and didn't even dare to face the truth, so he avoided the topic. I just used a little trick, it's not worth mentioning.
However, Tian Xiangwan knew much more. She knew the secret that Ji Zhong was trying to hide, because Tian Xiangwan could feel that Ji Zhong's Confucian heart had shattered.
As Tian Xiangwan felt, Ji Zhong felt a slight bitterness in his heart when he was told the truth, but then he pretended that nothing had happened, and quickly waved his hand. Ha ha ha, so what? As long as the young master is okay, it's worth it for me to give up my life. On the other side, Chen Luo, Dao Fu, and Lao Wang were still following the map of the Guishou Ji.
After walking for a long time, they still hadn't seen any trace of the Yunling, making Dao Fu impatient, and he quickly asked, Big bro, how long have we been running? How far are we from the Yunling?
Chen Luo looked at the map, and there was still a distance, so he advised the two people behind him to persevere a little longer. While moving on the ground, suddenly Zhao Qi crawled out of his clothes and reported,
Gongzi, that stinky thing is coming again.
Chen Luo was a little surprised to hear this. Sure enough, immediately afterwards, a silk thread shot towards Chen Luo from somewhere, making him panic and remind, be careful. Chen Luo nimbly dodged the pile of silk threads, while Dafu and Lao Wang behind him fell head over heels into each other.
From within the woods, a figure wearing a black cloak and the familiar mask of the Jiyu sect emerged, with a silk thread in hand.
Chen Luo realized they were ambushed and warned everyone, heads up guys, it's those Jiyu sect bastards.
The Jiyu sect member questioned Dafu sharply. Is that the Man Tribe's fortune spirit map you're holding?
Hand it over, and I might let you die in one piece.
Hearing this, Dafu, knowing the importance of the item in his hand, replied nonchalantly, the last guy who said that already got killed by us. Want to try your luck too?
The Jiyu sect member glared angrily at Dafu.
Oh, is that so? Then your life is forfeit.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Jiyu sect member lunged towards Dafu and Lao Wang, but was blocked by Chen Luo.
Chen Luo warned him, don't underestimate people. The Jiyu sect member was surprised, didn't expect Chen Luo to be able to block one of my attacks. Not bad. Chen Luo is worthy to be my opponent. Chen Luo frowned, thinking, the Jiyu sect isn't easy to deal with. I wonder how long this fight will drag on. Annoying.
Suddenly, Lao Wang stepped forward, saying, Lao Chen, you and Fatty chase after the fortune spirit map first, I'll deal with him. Chen Luo was doubtful, unsure if Lao Wang could handle this Jiyu sect guy.
Lao Wang was confident. Chen Luo, don't worry, don't underestimate me, hurry and go, I've got this.
Dao Fu also urged Chen Luo, relax, Lao Wang is a direct descendant of the 7 Absolute Noble clan, he definitely has some killer moves.
Chen Luo now placed his trust in Lao Wang, but he instructed carefully, Lao Wang, be careful, run if you can't win, don't force it. How could the Jiyu sect member easily let Chen Luo leave? He snorted. You want to run? Old Wang blocked a blow from the ancient gate guy, with his blade crate ultimate, Li Jin Dao. Bloody battle on the sands. Moon scolds the cold city head, thriving with drums and shouts. New lock white jade safe.
Before Lao Wang's incantations, the Jiyu sect member scornfully advised him, don't force a performance, it's not a wise move.
Lao Wang still chanted resolutely. Following the army straight to the west of Yilang, I entrust my sorrows to the bright moon. Hearing the dragon flute passing Wu Creek, Willow Catkins Fall, departing from Guidi, Lao Wang glared, initiating a great slaughter, narrowing the circle of combat between him and the Jiyu sect member. The Jiyu sect member was trapped within the circle of combat, complaining, You scholars only know how to talk nonsense. It's driving me deaf. The GU sect member then launched a direct attack towards Lao Wang. Watch me tear you to shreds. Lao Wang dodged the GU sect member's attacks with ease. The GU sect member was surprised. Didn't expect Lao Wang to be able to predict my attacks. Is this foreknowledge? That's not right. He's just a scholar. How could he unleash the power of a great scholar? When he saw Lao Wang's wind-like movements, the GU sect member finally understood. This is the 7 Absolutes Noble Clan's 7 Absolute Technique. Searched Heart Bright Moon.
Lao Wang disdainfully said to the GU sect member, "So what if you know? How can you escape?" Before the GU sect member could realize he was in danger, Lao Wang summoned the war god. The war god struck directly at the GU sect member, creating a powerful suppressive force, making it impossible for the GU sect member to face him directly. The GU sect member had to use GU insects to break the formation. "Useless," Lao Wang triumphantly shouted. "Today I will act on behalf of heaven." Those insects had already reached Lao Wang's feet, but he didn't realize something was wrong. Before he could escape, the insects had tightly bound him. Lao Wang, the GU sect member, smirked. "Kid, you're just a fool after all." Lao Wang was tightly bound, and the GU sect member now spoke arrogantly. "Tell me, in this situation, how can you possibly deal with me?" The GU sect member approached Lao Wang, saying lewdly, "Seeing that you look quite handsome, how about becoming one of my people?" Hearing this, the corners of Lao Wang's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. "Who knows if he's ugly or not? You want to take advantage of me?" Dream on. The GU sect member was enraged and decided to finish Lao Wang off with one blow. "You don't know what's good for you, so this time I'll kill you." Lao Wang immediately activated Corpse Souls, instantly bouncing back the GU clan dude's attack. The GU clan dude's attack was blocked. He didn't understand what Lao Wang was doing, being so reckless. Suddenly, a corpse soul appeared. It was Li Qinglian. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Wang approached the GU clan dude, raising his voice. "Senior Qinglian, help me kill him." Li Qinglian immediately launched a direct attack on the GU clan dude with lightning speed. The GU clan dude couldn't even see Li Qinglian's movements clearly. Instantly, one of Li Qinglian's sword strikes made the GU clan dude unable to stand properly, and his mask shattered. Lao Wang didn't expect that under the mask was actually a beautiful woman. The GU clan dude angrily said, "You actually saw my face, I want you dead." That GU clan dude had such a weird shape, half the face of a beauty, half an old woman. Lao Wang found it really disgusting and quickly shouted, "Li Qinglian, quickly kill her!" Li Qinglian still used the same sword move as before. The GU clan dude said, "You still want to use this move to deal with me? You think I'm too simple?" The GU clan dude summoned a giant poisonous spider to face Li Qinglian. That poisonous spider completely blocked the Corpse Soul sword. You'd at least have to use a Fate GU, but how could a Fate GU enter the Star Demon realm? Lao Wang was extremely puzzled. As the poisonous spider spat silk, the GU clan dude also launched an attack towards Lao Wang. Lao Wang supported himself with a defensive move, and instantly a shield appeared, immediately repelling the monster's treacherous attack. Lao Wang was sweating. "If I had been hit by that attack, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived." The GU clan dude smiled sinisterly. "Don't worry, after you die, I'll turn your corpse into a corpse GU and sleep next to me every day." Lao Wang was determined to eliminate the ugly thing before him. "You dare to covet this young master's body with just your strength." Lao Wang recited an incantation, cast Great Opening of the Killing Threshold, summoned a fire element war god to appear, and struck the poisonous spider directly, causing it to shatter into pieces. The GU clan dude was surprised. Impossible. Based on Lao Wang's cultivation, how could he summon twin corpse souls? Lao Wang then began to show off his skills, confidently saying to the GU clan dude, "There's still a lot you don't know. 2 ancestors, make your move." Lia Qinglian and the fire god combined their swords and advanced towards the GU clan dude. The GU clan dude was now afraid, and kept begging not to die, but it was too late. He was already shattered into pieces. Just with one combined attack from those 2 fierce corpse souls, Lao Wang had almost exhausted his strength. Finally dealt with that ugly thing, Lao Wang had to withdraw his magic. "Thank you 2 ancestors for your help." Finally, he collapsed to the ground, breathing weakly. With no strength left to continue fighting, Lao Wang thought to himself, "Fatty Chen, my strength is exhausted. I have to rely on everyone else next." The remaining GU clan dude was about to reach the spatial node. As long as he reached it, the first merit would definitely be his. At this moment, the greed in his heart surged violently. He was unwilling to think that Moa GU was not worthy of his assistance. On what basis is he competing with me? Don't be arrogant for too long. From under the ground, a hand emerged, tightly grasping the GU clan dude's small feet. "Ah,
Bisa emerged from under the ground. Finally found you. The GU clan dude looked at the person opposite him in a panic. Your Highness Bisa, we are friends. Are you arresting the wrong person? Bisa smiled contemptuously. If we are friends, you shouldn't take other people's things without permission. The GU clan dude completely didn't understand what Bisa was talking about, or he was just pretending to be stupid. Bisa lifted the GU clan dude into the air, saying that he smelled the aura of a seal left by Man Ling on his body. Hand it over to me. The GU clan dude now remembered the seal that Bisa mentioned. Could it be referring to the spirit luck? At this time, he began to resort to tricks, telling Bisa that he had never met Ma Ling. Bisa, don't try to slander me. In this situation, the GU clan dude had recognized the thing that Bisa was referring to. It was the absolute guarantee for him to climb up. He couldn't give it to him. Bisa continued. So it can temporarily increase the power of the Ice Realm origin. Do you think you can resist me with just this? The GU clan dude then became arrogant, saying that his current strength was equivalent to a savage general noble. Release me quickly, lest you die in vain. Bisa laughed loudly. Die in vain? Didn't your leader tell you how I, a savage thug, became a great highness? The GU clan dude had nothing more to say, not knowing whether Bisa was implying or threatening him. Bisa Dun glared. Because I've killed 10-man generals, GU men didn't have time to say more before being torn to pieces. With just one blow, GU men was obliterated, not even a shred of armor left. Abisadu scorned the corpse beneath his feet. Just a fool who overestimated himself. Abisandunga obtained the spoils. Not bad. It's the aura of Diotat's second, Azu. I finally found it. Suddenly, hearing a strange noise in the bushes, Abisadu shouted, "Who's there? Come out!" Another GU men quickly launched a direct attack at Abisandu, but it was blocked. It's GU Chong. Looks like they haven't learned their lesson yet. GU men, now frightened, began to run. Abisadu began to teach them a lesson, giving chase. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and Dafu were chasing Yunling. Chen Luo felt the Yunling symbol actively approaching them. It's coming! Dafu laughed loudly. Is that a good thing? So we just have to sit back and wait for good fortune. Chen Luo warned Dafu not to let his guard down. The one holding Yunling is the man chasing that GU men guy. Hinting at Abisadu, he told Dafu to get ready. Dafu then hid behind a large tree, starting to cast a spell, while Abisadu, focused on chasing the GU men, was unaware of what was happening. That GU men frantically ran forward. Just hold on a little longer. Once I get to the plains, I can use Shenfeng GU. Suddenly, Deng Tian men appeared, towering in front of him, blocking the GU men's path. Abisadu glared. Little punk, nowhere to run now, huh? The GU men was now caught between a rock and a hard place, angrily shouting, "Who is it? Which bastard tricked me?" Abisadu stood before the GU men, his power amplified many times, and said, "Chongzi, messing with me comes at a price." Seeing that he was cornered, the GU men's mentality faltered before Abisadu, and he became incredibly frantic. "Your Highness, let's talk this over. I can be your henchman." But before he could finish, Abisadu grabbed his neck with both hands and slammed him into the ground, leaving no time for last words. The GU men's face, after making contact with the ground, instantly became disfigured beyond recognition. His escape was blocked, all because someone interfered, so he was filled with resentment toward that mysterious figure. Abisadu didn't stop that easily. He continued to pull the guy's head up, held him tightly, and punched him repeatedly, crushing everything inside into pieces. The Zhao Yin's damage to his body caused him pain and resentment, so he turned to look at the two lurking behind the tree and asked, "Was it you?" The resentment reached its peak, making him want to drag Chen Luo and Dafu along with that GU men, desperately turning himself into a ticking time bomb. Abisadu barely realized it, and hurriedly threw him towards the nearby forest. Chen Luo saw the danger approaching, and reminded Dafu beside him, "Quick, lie down." While he still hadn't shut his mouth due to the recklessness of the situation, the two managed to lie face down on the ground with a shield around their bodies, avoiding the large explosion behind them. That GU man turned himself into a bomb and destroyed a small forest with a huge explosion, flames burning everything around. After a while, when the danger was gone, Chen Luo struggled to his feet and asked, "Cough, cough, cough, Dafu, are you okay?" Dafu didn't seem to be doing too well. He felt pain coming from his butt, and quickly said, "Big bro, my butt hurts so much." Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly went over and yanked out the small branch stuck in Dafu's butt, causing red blood to spurt out. Fortunately, it was just a minor wound that would be fine once the bleeding stopped. After that forceful yank, Chen Luo saved Dafu's butt, and he rubbed his sore butt, saying, "That power was terrifying.
That man must have been blown to smithereens, right?
Chen Luo quickly responded after seeing the vague, burly figure behind the gray smoke. No, he's not dead yet.
Sure enough, Abi Sadu was still alive, because he had thrown the Gu men away before he could blow himself up. The smoke gradually drifted away, revealing Abi Sadu's unfriendly face. As soon as he saw Chen Luo, he noticed his stuff and said, "I didn't expect you to have Yunling, my man's treasure, handed over."
As soon as Abi Sadu finished speaking, the Gisho Jiyu, inside Chen Luo's clothes, suddenly reacted, surprising him a little.
Seeing that the treasure was moving away from him, Chen Luo hurriedly ran over and grabbed the Gishu Jiyu tightly in his hand, saying, "Come back to me."
But the Gisho Jiyu no longer seemed to be obedient to Chen Luo. Suddenly, it emitted a strong sonic wave that attacked him, causing Chen Luo's mind to become extremely chaotic. The sonic wave continued to run into his mind, making his head hurt more and more.
When Chen Luo's mind could no longer bear it, his body immediately fell forward in the astonishment of Daddy Fu behind him. Right after that, Chen Luo managed to steady himself, but his expression was a bit odd. His eyes emitting a mysterious green light, he shot straight up into the sky, let out a loud cry, and then immediately passed out, making Daifu even more panicked than he already was seeing his senior brother suddenly
lose his ability to fight. Dafu was left alone to face Abi Sa. Seeing this scene, Abi Sa sneered, "For you humans to run into me, consider yourselves unlucky. Accept your fate."
After hearing that, Dafu created a barrier around himself to protect Chen Luo inside. He quickly retorted, "This daddy never sits still and waits for death. If you've got the guts, come and try me."
Abi Sa, seeing Dafu's reaction, felt that he was quite brave, but immediately wanted to make him admit defeat and be completely convinced when facing him.
Realizing that the situation was not good, Dafu cast a worried glance towards Chen Luo, who was still unconscious, and pleaded, "Big bro, wake up quickly, or else the two of us are done for here."
At this time, after awakening in his own dreamscape, Chen Luo didn't know where he was. He walked around for a while and felt that this place was a bit familiar. This place seems familiar, doesn't it? Isn't this outside the mountain valley where Wangbo sat in meditation and passed away? Just then, a loud voice from the man tribe behind him attracted Chen Luo's attention.
He quickly looked up at the sky in the direction they were looking, and immediately recognized it was Kun Ling, whom he had met before. Suddenly, Diata stood up in the middle of the man tribe and said loudly, "That's an ancient tree that has turned into a demon. The humans have sold it, the god of wealth. Quick, catch it." As soon as she finished speaking, the man tribe rushed forward, wanting to catch Kun Ling. Realizing that something was wrong, Chen Luo immediately guessed that this was probably the change that occurred after Wangbo died. The group of man tribe members aggressively charged towards Kun Ling with weapons in their hands, trying to control this mysterious creature. Suddenly, Kun Ling's body glowed, and immediately after that, lightning struck the man tribe members, catching them off guard and electrocuting them to death. Realizing that the situation was not good, one of the man tribe members quickly ran to Diantan to report, "Diantan, this Yunling can manipulate the power of storms and lightning. We can't get close and force it. Going up there will only lead to casualties for our tribe." Hearing this, Dista suddenly had a stupid idea. She angrily said, "If we can't have it, then we can't let it go to the humans either." Aku next to her, upon hearing this, seemed to have realized Dinita's foolish intention. A look of worry appeared on his face as he asked, "Dinita, wait. Don't tell me you want to." Dinita decided to cast the soul-sealing curse to seal Yunling's spirit. Dita's tortoise beast bone suddenly emitted a mysterious red light. Streams of red blood on Dita's body began to transfer into the tortoise beast bone to sustain the casting of the soul-sealing curse, but even that was not enough. She needed the help of others here. Dintag quickly said with great spirit, "Warriors, please show your loyalty to Mantia." As soon as Dita finished speaking, a warrior quickly took 2 knives and stabbed them straight into his chest. The red blood that spurted out was immediately transferred to the tortoise beast bone above. Immediately after that, the other man tribe members also quickly used their weapons to injure themselves, creating streams of red blood to sustain the soul-sealing curse. They shouted the slogan, "For the man tribe, we will definitely destroy the human race. Man Tian above." Chen Luo, standing on the side and witnessing the whole event, couldn't help but be surprised. "Now I know the truth that these man tribe members are all committing suicide. No wonder the historical records say their whereabouts are unknown." Akume, standing on this side, still couldn't believe what Dita was doing. He didn't understand why she would go to such lengths just for that mysterious creature. Dita seemed to have reached her limit. Knowing that she didn't have much time left, she opened her eyes to look at the sky one last time and said, "Akuanya, I'm sorry, this is my mission. If you survive out of here, bring the news and the beast bone back,
Everyone here is sacrificing themselves for the beast bone.
Akuma felt even more pain as he received the tortoise beast bone into his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. He was determined in his heart to risk everything to bring this thing back home safely. Hearing these words from Akune, Dinta felt a bit relieved in her heart, seemingly ready for her death. She even reminded him, "Thank you, then forget about me. Go find a better girl." As Anku finished speaking, all the vitality inside Diantai's body was drained. Under such strong pressure, her body quickly cracked layer by layer until finally only a skeleton remained. Suddenly, the tortoise beast bone, carrying streams of red blood, flew into the air, catching Akun by surprise. The tortoise beast bone quickly shot the red blood towards Kunling, then sucked Wang Xian's entire body inside. Akuna, still bearing the pain of witnessing his kin sacrifice their lives to seal the creature above, felt an even deeper resentment. He declared, "Alone. The human race. There will come a day when I, Aku, will find you and exact my revenge." Just then, the illusion faded, and Chen Luo understood the whole story. He realized Wang Bo's soul was sealed from the very beginning. No wonder Kunling didn't recognize him. The human race? Want revenge on us? Perfect timing. I also have a debt to settle with you guys. On the other side, Dafu was still facing Abisa. However, he was losing ground against the giant. A single, powerful punch from him could shatter the barrier created by Daofu. Realizing the situation was dire, Daofu urged, "Bro, wake up already, I can't hold on much longer." As the barrier shattered, Abisa reached out to grab Daofu, but just then, Chen Lukeo shouted from behind, punching Abisa's hand with incredible force, pushing the giant back. Abisa, overwhelmed by Chen Luo's power, was surprised. So much strength! How could a human have such physical strength? As soon as he saw Chen Luo, Dafu rushed over to ask, "Bro, you're awake, are you okay?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo, looking annoyed, snapped, "Get out of the way, I have some business to discuss with him." Abisa, hearing this, readily agreed. "Very good. Abisa hasn't had a worthy opponent in a long time. Hand over the Yunling scroll, and after I kill you I can let Fatty go." Chen Luo's face darkened, and he radiated a palpable killing intent, replying, "The Yunling scroll. I spit on that. It's a prison that's been sealing away my human ancestor for 200 years. With that, Chen Luo took out the tortoise bone from his hand and crushed it into tiny pieces, releasing Wang Xian immediately. A beam of blue light flashed, as Chuaizhong was in Abisa's shock. Instantly, Wang Xian appeared above Jiu Ling, creating a terrifying aura around him. Autumn waters merge with the long sky, sunset clouds fly together with lone birds. Witnessing the unbelievable and terrifying scene, Dafu was dumbfounded. "Bro, what the hell is going on? Isn't Wang Bo dead?" Chen Luo landed on the ground and looked up, quickly replying, "Wang Bo's soul combined with the Kang Yun ancient tree to become one and transformed into Yunling. You could say he's living in the world in a different way." Abisa was still shocked because he knew Yunling was just a fish. But now the seal was broken, and a human hero appeared beside it. This confused him to the point of bewilderment. Suddenly, Wang Xian, annoyed by Abisa's questions, reached down and unleashed a terrifying force toward Abisa. In an instant he was completely panicked. No, it can't be. The records in the tribe can't be wrong. Abisa quickly created a shield to protect himself from the powerful attack. But Wang Xian's attack was too strong, shattering the shield and sending Abisa crashing to the ground, heavily injured. Daofu looked at him and said, "Dead? So that's all the famous Man clan representative is." Daofu didn't suspect anything being close to Abisa. However, Chen Lugo quickly realized there was something wrong with the corpse and quickly reminded him. Sure enough, Abisaku's body exploded, sending Daofu flying. Chen Luo rushed over to help him and asked, "Daofu, are you hurt?" Fortunately, Daofu was thrown backward and was unharmed. He was just completely shocked to see the giant playing the self-detonation game. Chen Luo seemed to know the truth behind the smoke, quickly replying, "Not self-detonation, this guy isn't dead yet." Indeed, Abisa was still alive. After taking Wang Xian's attack, Daofu watched him cut his own hand to avoid death, and was shocked to realize that this man clan was actually a descendant of the man god. Abisabal on the other side smugly said, "Hey, so you guys do have some knowledge. Then let me show you what the real power of the man god's bloodline is." With that, he injured his finger to draw blood. Sensing something was wrong, Wang Xian continued to reach out towards Abisa to launch an attack as before, but this time, before he could enforce justice, he was locked by the Feng Xin curse that Abisa cast. Wang Xian's body was locked in red chains from the Feng Xin curse.
making him unable to move.
Chen Luo below saw this, and immediately realized Abisa's evil intention, quickly saying, "Not good. He wants to seal Wang Bo again, can't let him do it." With that, Chen Luo rushed forward with his sword in hand, followed by Da Fu, who used his troops to support him, quickly slashing out a powerful sword strike forward in extreme fury. However, before the sword could reach Abisa, it was blocked by the strange Buddhist Arhat. Chen Luo was controlled by the power of that Buddhist Arhat, and he said in astonishment, "Buddhist Arhat, why do you want to help the man tribe?" However, the Buddhist Arhat didn't respond at all, like a mindless person. Da Fu could tell right away that this wasn't a Buddhist Arhat, but an ancient Arhat. Indeed, the person behind this also showed up. Right after Da Fu finished speaking, he walked out of the forest, clapping his hands and saying, "Young man, you have a good eye." The current situation has changed significantly. Chen Luo knew that the person who had just joined their battle was no ordinary Jiyu sect member, so he quickly reminded Da Fu, "Quickly get your spirits up." The Jiyu sect member stepped into the battle. As he passed Abisa, he said, "Your Highness Abisa, you've done a great job. Once I obtain this spirit energy, everyone can go home safely." But Abisa's reaction was a bit strange afterwards. He said, with murderous intent, "Dark energy. This is the man tribe's treasure." It seemed that the Jiyu sect member had no intention of handing over that important item to the man tribe, because this was originally the best material for refining ancient luck energy. Therefore, he had long intended to take it at all costs. The Jiyu sect member quickly released a Jiyu worm that moved towards Wang Zian, who was tied up, and reminded Abisa, "I advise you to maintain the sealing heart incantation or we'll all die." Knowing that he was being used for the Jiyu sect member's purposes, Abisa angrily replied, "Bastard, you dare to use me. If I get out, I'll eat your flesh and blood alive." The Jiyu sect member looked up at Wang Zian, who was in pain under the restraints of the sealing heart incantation, and replied, "Then get out of here and say that." On this side, Chen Luo hadn't escaped from the Buddhist Arhat. He mustered his strength again and said, "Dao Fu, protect yourself from now on. Absolutely can't let our human race's sage be snatched away by foreign races." With that, he used the seven emotions divine power wrath towards the barrier created by the Buddhist Arhat to control him. After escaping the barrier, Chen Luo brought with him a surge of rage, with his sharp blade heading towards the Buddhist Arhat, and said, "What kind of damn sealing heart incantation is this? Today I'll tear it to shreds. No one can touch or defile our human race's sage." A battle broke out between Chen Luo and the Buddhist Arhat. He continuously slashed sharp sword strikes towards him, but the Buddhist Arhat's body remained intact after receiving a ton of damage. Seeing this, Da Fu hurriedly flew over to help Chen Luo, but before he could get close, Da Fu was blocked by that Fei Zi. He created a sturdy shield to block Da Fu's attack. That old Fei Zi actually used an ancient real man to block Da Fu. He immediately recognized the ancient real man. This beast actually dares to refine the corpse of a Taoist real man. Their move was really unexpected, actually daring to revive the bodies of Fei Zi and the Buddhist Arhat to deal with Chen Luo. The human race Jiyu sect member standing behind said disdainfully, "What's with the big temper? The dead are already dead. Wouldn't it be a waste not to make use of them?" Chen Luo's whole body was stimulated upon hearing those words, and he used the blood essence burst in a frenzy, showing his great anger. With that, he rushed towards the Buddhist Arhat and slashed a powerful sword strike down on his head, while fiercely saying, "Get lost, you damn bastard." As soon as he pushed back the Buddhist Arhat, Chen Luo immediately switched his target to the damned Jiyu sect member next to him. He rushed towards him with blood-red eyes, showing the resentment within him. But in that moment of crisis, the Confucian Fei Zi came before him and blocked Chen Luo's attack. The Jiyu sect member standing behind said triumphantly, "What's the rush? Impatience will ruin things." The Confucian Fei Zi was completely unaware of what was happening, and just followed all the orders of that Jiyu sect member. Chen Luo faced the Confucian Fei Zi, and couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. Bastard, bastard. You dare to refine the experts of our three sects. I won't spare you. I must kill you. The words had barely left his mouth, when Chen Luo's body was bound by sturdy branches, leaving him flailing helplessly. That Jiyu men guy, pleased with the sight, then loudly declared, "No need for useless struggles. Just obediently let me take your spiritual fortune, and I can spare the other Confucian scholars' lives." From above, Chen Luo knew full well these vines were a Confucian art unleashed by Fei Zi, a cultivator of the Tao transmission realm. The more he struggled, the tighter they coiled. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as he was bound. Just then, Da Qiufu, who was below, quickly rushed to his aid. He held out a green spiritual pill and yelled, "Big bro,
Hang in there, I'm coming to help you right away.
But before the spiritual pill could reach Chen Luo, that Fei Zi used his rebirth boundless heavenly venerate technique to fire a lightning bolt, turning it into dust.
Immediately after, he used his power to control Dafu with massive lightning bolts, leaving him unable to resist. That Gu Men guy simply stood by, witnessing everything, and mockingly sneered, HMPH, you two little punks, you're finally quiet. Now no one can disturb me while I refine the fate GU.
As he finished speaking, he shifted his attention to the bound Wang Xian and infused his body with sinister dark energy.
Wang Xian's fragile soul was tormented, feeling extreme agony. Chen Luo felt a pang of anxiety seeing that scene, but he forced himself to calm down and devise a plan. As long as they can't maintain the heart-sealing spell, Wang Xian can absolutely fight back and finish them off in a flash. Suddenly he remembered. This heart-sealing spell seems to be activated using heavenly primordial qi. In other words, it's the power of the heavenly Dao, the power of the heavenly Dago. If it can kill, it can also protect. I can't directly counter or unleash his spell, but disrupting the process, no problem at all. With that thought, Chen Luo hastily cast a spell, forming a magical circle around himself. Immediately after, layers of spiritual fortune around Chen Luo were suddenly drawn towards Wang Xian, interrupting his refinement of the fate GU. That GU Men guy saw this and instantly got annoyed. You dare mess with my plans. I originally wanted to refine you into a GU, but now I suddenly have to change my mind.
He immediately ordered Fei Zi to kill Chen Luko. Upon hearing the command, that Fei Zi unleashed a massive amount of power towards Chen Luko to kill him.
Just then, an arrow suddenly flew in and pierced Fei Zi's mouth, preventing him from killing Chen Luo. And even the vines binding Chen Luo began to crumble.
Surprised, he quickly looked to the side, and it turned out Tian Xiangwan had fired that powerful arrow. Behind her, other Confucian scholars had also arrived to help. That human cultist grew even more furious upon realizing the barbarian tribes outside had been wiped out, and couldn't control his words, cursing, "They're a bunch of good-for-nothing trash." Cornered, he had no choice but to fight himself.
Suddenly, he pulled out a swarm of GU worms and said, "Fine, whatever. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Just as that GU Men guy pulled out the highly poisonous GU worms, Chen Luo quickly urged, "Get back! Don't try to block them." However, just as those GU worms were about to be released, a circle formed, blocking him. It turned out the one who blocked him was Dalfu. He struggled to say to Chen Luo, "Big bro, quickly think of a way to kill him. I can only hold him for about 10 breaths. Hearing that, Chen Luo felt extremely satisfied. Just 10 breaths, I can send him to the afterlife in that time.
At this point, Chen Luo could only borrow the power of the heavenly Dao and form a small sphere in his palm. Tian Xiangwan saw this and quickly reminded the Confucian scholars, "Quickly transfer all our heavenly Dao power to Chen Luo.
All our hope rests on him. This is everyone's power."
After gathering everyone's heavenly Dao power, the sphere of power in Chen Luo's hand grew larger.
He silently wished, "Heavenly Dao, grant me your power."